At dusk, the waning sun lay over the far edge of the Fire Country's western plains like a pool of coagulated blood that refused to disperse, staining the vast and fertile land in a lurid glow. Unlike the mountainous terrain of the East, Uchiha's western territory was a stretch of naturally endowed fertile soil lands of the sort that Hyuga had seized from Kaguya, appearing here in abundance. Several broad rivers meandered like the veins of the earth, nourishing dense forests and well-tended farmlands, and giving rise to countless shinobi clans of varying size that thrived upon these abundant resources. Mizushinjin Castle was a pearl set upon the throat of the western region, overlooking the entire stretch of the Ku stood alone before the familiar black iron gate, raising his head to study the battle scars still clearly etched upon the city wall. Compared to his last visit, almost nothing had changed. Back again, he murmured softly. Who goes there? A sentry on the tower craned his neck out in wary vigilance. With the full-scale eruption of the frontline war, Mizushinjin Castle, as the deep rear, had long since entered its highest state of alert. Ku did not answer. Instead, he drew his identity jade token from his robes, infused it with chakra, and tossed it upward. The guard captain caught the token, and with a single glance, disbelief surged across his face. He thrust his upper body out over the parapet, carefully scrutinizing the youth below. The emblematic black high-collared coat, and a countenance that remained austere and cold even under the dying sun. Young Master Ku. It's young Master Uchiha Ke. His cry exploded through the gate like a spark in dry tinder. Accompanied by the grinding rotation of heavy winches, the massive city gate rumbled open. In this land that revered strength above all, Ku's record on the western front was the finest pass one could possess. Moreover, news of Kaguya's defeat had already reached here. To the men who had long been stationed in this place, Ku's position was no less than that of an elite jonin, perhaps even above, thus no one questioned his purpose in coming. Ku inclined his head in brief acknowledgement, then strode with practiced ease through the outer city, heading straight toward the command headquarters at the heart of the inner citadel. Ku, I knew it had to be you, brat. Before Ku could step fully into the hall, laughter like a great bronze bell crashed into him. A burly middle-aged man as massive and imposing as a brown bear strode out in great eager bounds. Uchiha Tetsui. Within the clan, he was a top-tier powerhouse, second only to the patriarch-level experts, and a trusted fierce general personally groomed by Ku's father Uchiha Jan. He paid no heed to notions of superior and subordinate, charging straight up to clamp Ku in a crushing bear hug. Uncle Tetsui, easy, you're about to squeeze my bones to pieces, Ku said, helplessly patting his elder's back. You brat, you'd better take the chance to properly nourish yourself while you're here. Tetsui let go and clapped Ku's shoulder, his eyes filled with unreserved affection and relief. Brother Jean just sent me a message 2 days ago saying he was planning to send you over. I was worried then that Taijima wouldn't be willing to let you go, but I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. He drew Ku over to the seat of honor, and without a trace of hesitation pointed to the chair that symbolized the highest command authority. Come sit here directly. It's enough that you're here. This mess of a place is something I truly don't want to manage anymore. Tetsui dropped heavily into the side seat, grabbed the teapot, and took a long swig, his face full of palpable frustration. If it's about cutting people down, Tetsui wouldn't even frown. But playing scheming games with that pack of insidious petty clans is more exhausting than dueling a patriarch-level enemy on the battlefield. He turned to Ku, his gaze earnest. Ku, we are family. Brother Jean granted me great favor. You are his son, and thus my junior by blood. In Mizushinjin Castle in name you are my deputy, and I am the commanding officer, but you know my mind isn't exactly sharp. So all matters of strategic deployment and logistical management are yours to decide. From now on, when we hold meetings, you also sit in this main seat. Don't worry about anyone questioning you, and if anyone dares not to obey you, I'll twist his head right off. Ku looked at this frank, straightforward elder and felt his heart settle. Back when he came to Mizushinjin Castle to buy a house and dig out a laboratory, Tetsui had already helped him greatly. It was entirely a benefit brought by his easygoing father. Had there been another commander here, palace intrigue, and the adjustment period alone would have cost him a great deal of time. Now, however, he could skip that step and directly assume full command over this fortress. Since Uncle Tetsui trusts me so much, I won't stand on ceremony, Ku replied. He did not decline, but went straight to the main seat and sat down. His gaze swept over the intricate array of flags on the sand table. First, give me a detailed account of the current situation here. At the mention of serious matters, Tetsui's expression hardened. He thumped his finger onto the broad region encircling Mizushinjin Castle. The situation is not good, Tetsui said in a deep voice. We wiped out Kuroiwa, but that did not intimidate anyone. On the contrary, it only made this lot cling together more tightly. The mid-sized and small clans in the west now appear united on the surface, calling each other brothers. They don't dare mount a direct siege, but their petty harassments never stop severely disrupting our farming and mining operations. Tetsuhi picked up several small flags of different colors and planted them at key locations on the map, beginning a detailed introduction to the vexing array of opponents that had given him so many headaches. The current 13 clans, no 12 now, can broadly be divided into 3 tiers of strength. I'll start with the first echelon, the 3 leading clans, he said. He pointed to the plains in the northwest on the map. The Aburame clan. That lot of insect users are truly insidious. Their clan head Aburame Shifu is a quasi-patriarch level powerhouse. They rarely take the initiative to attack, but they have turned that region into a sealed iron fortress. His finger then slid toward the dense forests of the southwest. The Inuzuka clan. Another hard bone to crack. Their clan head Inuzuka Kotaro is also quasi-patriarch level and commands a 3-headed ninja hound. They are hot-tempered and fond of raids. Half our caravans have had their routes cut off by those mutts. Finally, Tetsuhi's finger halted over the open plains directly to the west. And this the Kazama clan. At the mention of this name, a clear flicker of disgust flashed in Tetsuhi's eyes. They rose as mercenaries in the last decade or so, originally nothing more than a band of bandits with no blood ties to speak of, acknowledging only money and no one else. They call themselves the Kazama clan simply because their clan head bears the surname Kazama. Their strong fighters are granted the surname Kazama as well. That Kazama is likewise quasi-patriarch level, and his mixed ninjutsu has been honed to a near-perfect art. And intelligence indicates that Senju have been flirting with them recently, very likely offering no small amount of benefits. His gaze lingered on the characters for Kazama, his eyes flickering slightly as the image of his little maid Saya surfaced in his mind. If I remember correctly, Saya was also an orphan of the Kazama clan, he thought. He recalled his father once telling him that Saya had been picked up on the battlefield, her parents abandoned, and used as expendable cannon fodder amid the chaos of war. He did not dwell on it further. Drawing his thoughts back, he looked to Tetsuhi. Aside from these 3 hard bones, what about the rest? The rest are much easier to deal with, Tetsuhi replied. He pointed to several mid-sized clans scattered around the 3 major powers. The Tsukimi clan experienced a surge in strength after devouring Kuroiwa. They now have 4 elite jonin, and their clan head Tsukimi Kage is brushing the threshold of Kwasakage. They are the leaders of the second echelon. The Hitano clan and Tachibana clan each possess 3 elite jonin, and they too belong to this second. As for the remaining names like Sato and Onizuka, each merely has a clan head and deputy clan head with at most 1 or 2 elite jonin to hold up the facade. They are not worth worrying over. However, Tetsuhi sighed, raking his fingers through his hair in irritation. The problem lies in this cursed alliance itself. Right now they're like a nest of hornets. The moment we strike any one clan, the others swarm in like madmen from every direction to support them. Our current forces are enough to destroy any single one of them. In terms of high-level strength, we have me as a quasi-patriarch level fighter plus 10 elite jonin and 40 jonin. But if we have to face the combined might of all their clans, we can barely hold the city. To attempt an offensive to exterminate them is sheer fantasy. Even when Elder Kong was here, he could find no real solution. Tetsuhi spread his hands toward Ke, helpless. That's the mess we're dealing with now. Able to hold, but unable to strike. We can only watch as they slowly erode our peripheral interests. Ke listened quietly to the end, his gaze never leaving the sand table as his fingers traced slowly across the territories of the 12 clans. Uncle Tetsuhi, you've fallen into a misconception, he said. After a brief pause, Ke lifted his head, a faint smile touching his lips. A misconception? Tetsuhi froze for a moment. You've been treating them as a single whole, Ke explained. Ke pointed at the dense cluster of flags. But in reality, there has never been a truly monolithic alliance in this world. Rapid mutual support does not mean there are no cracks between them. They cling together now because they believe that uniting against Uchiha yields profit. But, Ke's voice turned icy. What if they discover that some other method can bring them even greater benefits? You mean sowing discord between them? Tetsuhi mused. But by what means? Ke smiled lightly, extending his hand. He bypassed the territories of the 3 giants and tapped directly upon a small clan's lands at the very edge of the map. The Sato clan. Sato. Tetsuhi's eyes widened. I heard you already turned Tsukimi to our side. Don't tell me Sato has been subverted by you as well. No. We are going to attack the Sato clan, and ideally wipe them out in a single stroke. But they're tucked in behind Hitano and Kazama, at least 100 li from us. Forget extermination. Even launching an attack on them would cause obvious commotion. Precisely because they are the safest, and thus the least on their guard, Ke replied. Ke picked up the black flag representing Uchiha and drove it hard into the Sato lands on the map. This Sato clan seems to have only 2 elite jonin, and their remaining high-level combat strength amounts to merely 5 jonin, correct? A glint of icy killing intent flashed through Ke's eyes. That's right. Unlike Kuroiwa, they are a proper shinobi clan. In fact, Kuroiwa was hardly a real clan at all. Among the 13, they were only filling the numbers. If not for their 2 elite jonin, their few members would barely qualify as a small village. So what you and Madara did to them before cannot be taken as a reference. Which is why I need you to assign me 5 elite jonin and 10 jonin. Have them make preparations. Tonight we depart, Ke said. As the setting sun was completely devoured by thick, dark clouds, the oppressive air grew heavy with the earthy scent of an impending storm. Uchiha Ke stood on a hill outside the city, his black wind coat flapping violently in the gale. He cast one last glance at the border stronghold, then his figure flickered and vanished into thin air, leaving only a withered leaf swept up by the wind. Dozens of miles away within the territory of the Kazuki clan. Though the clan's domain had expanded after annexing the Kuroiwa clan, the deputy clan leader Kazuki Kage found his days no easier. The clan head had recently achieved a breakthrough in cultivation and devoted himself entirely to training, leaving all administrative affairs in Kazuki Kage's hands. He had to endure pressure from established powers like the Inuzuka and Aburame clans while constantly guarding against smaller families eager to seize an opportunity. In the study, Kazuki Kage was frowning over a pile of clan accounts. Outside the window, raindrops began to beat against the window frames, stirring his already restless heart. Who? Kazuki Kage spun around abruptly, only to find his wrist pinned by a slender hand immovable. Relax, clan leader Kazuki. I'm just here for tea, not to kill. A gentle voice sounded in his ear. Kazuki Kage stiffened, turned his head mechanically, and saw the black-clad youth casually sitting on his desk. Young Master Ku. Kazuki Kage's voice was dry. Why have you come in person? Naturally, to deliver some gifts to my dear partner. Ku released his grip, casually picked up an apple from the desk, took a bite, and his eyes suddenly turned sharp as a blade. How about the trade route controlled by Sato? Think about it. They're not that strong, yet they hold that vital passage between 2 countries. Isn't it just because your alliance's restrictions prevent you from acting? Kazuki Kage's breath grew heavy, greed and fear intertwining in his eyes. Lord Ku, the Sato clan isn't strong, but their location is too strategic. Attacking them can't be hidden from the Fuma, and as you said, once we move against them, the entire alliance will explode. The alliance? Ku chuckled softly. After tonight, that so-called alliance will become a pack of mad dogs. Your task is simple. As Ku described the plan, Kazuki Kage's eyes gradually lit up, and finally he nodded firmly. I understand. Good. Ku walked to the window, pushed it open, and the wind and rain rushed in. Remember, you only learned about tonight's events tomorrow morning. Before the words faded, a blinding flash of lightning split the sky. The windowsill was empty, as if the encounter had been nothing but a nightmare. Using the flying thunder god technique, Ku returned to Suishin Castle at dusk. A torrential downpour enveloped the city in a white mist, leaving only the sound of rain. Dozens of Uchiha ninja in black combat uniforms stood silently under the wide rain shelter. These were the clan's elite, carefully selected by Tetsuka according to Ku's list. 5 elite jonin in black combat uniforms stood in the front row, followed by 10 senior jonin, each exuding the cold, killing aura of countless life-and-death battles. Behind them were 15 special jonin. Uchiha Tetsuka, wearing a straw rain cape, spotted Ku emerging from the rain curtain and immediately approached him, his expression grave. Ku, everyone's assembled. Tetsuka's voice was low, but his concern was evident. But are you really planning to hit Sato tonight? It's over 100 miles away, with the territories of Hitano and Tachibana in between. And with this heavy rain, the roads are terrible. Even with all jonin, a forced march would take most of the night. If we make a noise and get discovered, we could easily be surrounded. Ku didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked straight to the 5 elite jonin and scanned the clan's finest warriors. Though they were disciplined and silent, their eyes carried the same doubts as Tetsuka's. A deep penetration extermination mission behind enemy lines in this weather. A military taboo with no guarantee of return. I know what you're thinking. Ku's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone clearly. 100 miles, avoiding all eyes along the way. Sounds like an impossible task. He looked at the 10 men, a mysterious smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and gave an order that baffled everyone. Elite jonin and jonin, discard all gear, bring only essential weapons. Form a circle, each person place your hand on the shoulder of the person in front. We'll take the first step. Special jonin, follow at your own pace. Just don't be discovered. Though puzzled, the 15 elites quickly followed the order under Tetsuka's watchful gaze. What's this for? One blunt elite jonin couldn't help muttering, are you going to pack us up and ship us there? More or less. Ku smiled faintly. Take a ride with me. Speaking of which, I received good news from Suishin Castle before I left. Now I'll let you experience it too. Under the watch of Tetsuka and the remaining 15 special jonin, the 16 people in the inner courtyard, along with their presence, vanished completely into thin air. They're gone. Tetsuka gasped, rubbing his eyes hard. That's way more convenient than the body flicker. He whirled around to the 15 still stunned special jonin and roared, what are you staring at? Didn't you hear Ku's order? Move it. If you're late, you won't even get a sip of the soup. Go. Shoo. Shoo. 16 figures appeared and disappeared among the trees again and again. Indeed, Ke's flying thunder god technique had broken through again. After the incident at Shorten Street, he and his team had invested great effort in optimizing group transportation, and now they were showing the results. And when Uchiha Ke went to meet Kazuki Kage, he had already planted countless flying thunder god kunai along the route all the way to the target's doorstep. With the final spatial leap, 16 figures materialized on a high slope outside the Sato clan grounds. "We're here." Ke took a deep breath, calming his churning chakra. His face was slightly pale, but his Sharingan eyes gleamed eerily bright in the rainy night. The 15 behind him also adjusted their breathing quickly. Though slightly dizzy, their combat effectiveness remained intact, and their killing intent surged from the thrill of descending like gods. All eyes looked down. The Sato clan grounds lay in a valley remote from the front lines. With the dam storm, their defenses were alarmingly lax. Most of the torches on the walls had been extinguished by the rain. A few night watchmen huddled in the guardhouse, drinking and gambling. Only a simple barrier protected the grounds. What a peaceful night. Ke looked at the houses swaying in the wind, and rain, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. 10 seconds to prepare. We'll wipe them out before those special jonin arrive. By the time they get here, they can just... He turned to face the 10 elite Uchiha behind him, their Sharingan already activated, eyes like hungry wolves craving blood. "Remember my words, no negotiations, no prisoners. Don't let a single person escape, don't leave a single soul alive." Ke swept his hand down with an unyielding order. "I want this place silent by sunrise. Not even kill." A one-sided massacre under the cover of thunder and rain began its curtain. On the outskirts of the Sato clan's territory, a sentry in a straw raincoat huddled beneath the watchtower to escape the rain, muttering complaints about the wretched weather. Suddenly, a faint sound of something slicing through the air was drowned out by the heavy rain. He felt a chill at his neck and his vision began to spin. By the time his head rolled into the mud, his eyes still held the same resentful expression from life. The slaughter began. The Uchiha elites, as sharp as surgical scalpels, precisely penetrated the clan's outer defenses. Using the inside of their Sharingan, they easily locked onto the chakra signatures of every living person in the darkness. A Sato Chunin who was about to change shifts had just pushed open the door when a long blade pierced his heart. But this was after all a ninja clan of several hundred people. As the outer sentry posts fell one after another, the heavy scent of blood drifted with the wind and rain into the depths of the clan territory. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A piercing scream finally tore through the night, but fell silent the next second. The head of that Jonin was severed by an Uchiha elite Jonin's blade, and the blood gushing from the headless body stood out starkly against the rain. Countless Sato clan members were jolted from their sleep, rushing out of their houses half-dressed, clutching various weapons, their faces etched with terror and bewilderment. "Don't panic. Who are the bastards daring to ambush us?" Though the Sato clan was not particularly strong, they had survived in this chaotic era long enough to retain basic combat discipline. Several squad leaders shouted, trying to organize an effective resistance. But when the first fireball exploded in the rainy night, illuminating the faces of the attackers, every shred of resistance began to crack. Uchiha! Fear erupted instantly among the crowd. If it had been some neighboring small or medium clan, they might have mustered the courage to fight desperately. But facing the foremost clan of the ninja world, the psychological pressure was devastating. Rout often begins with the collapse of mental defenses. As the periphery fell into a sea of fire and chaos, two immensely powerful chakra signatures surged from the center of the clan territory. The Sato clan head Sato Ken and the deputy clan head Sato Yu were the pillars of the Sato clan, genuine elite jonin. They rushed into the torrential rain in their sleepwear, not even having time to don their armor. Yet the sight before them was enraging. Their once peaceful home had become a living hell, with flames and corpses of their clansmen everywhere. Figures in black combat suits ravaged the crowd. His clansmen were like lambs to the slaughter before these reapers, none able to withstand a single blow. "Why are the Uchiha here?" Sato Ken roared. He could not fathom how the main Uchiha force hundreds of miles away had appeared without warning. There's no need to know why. The dead need not know so much. A cold voice sounded, and 5 Uchiha elite jonin closed in instantly. They ignored the fleeing stragglers and encircled the clan head and deputy clan head with practiced coordination. "Too much." Sato Ken roared, his hands forming seals with lightning speed. Earth-style earth flow wall. 4 thick rock walls rose from the ground, blocking the first wave of attacks. Deputy clan head Sato Yu coordinated seamlessly, launching a counterattack from the flank. Wind-style great breakthrough. A violent gale filled with countless wind blades attempted to tear open the Uchiha encirclement. These two were the heads of the clan, with life-saving trump cards and rich combat experience. In the face of life and death, they unleashed a startling will to survive. The battle instantly turned white-hot. Earth and fire clashed, wind and lightning intertwined, reducing the area around the clan head's residence to rubble. The 5 Uchiha holding the overwhelming advantage were not eager to trade wounds, while the 2 Sato were cornered beasts. For a moment, a strange stalemate set in. Compared to the fierce core battlefield, the outer skirmishes were eerily silent. Uchiha Ke did not join the siege on the Sato High Command, instead drifting like a ghost on the periphery of the clan territory. His objective was clear: containment. Several clever Sato Chunin, taking advantage of the chaos, tried to lead the clan's young prodigies out through the dense forest in the rear. They were the clan's hope. If even one could escape, the Sato name would not be completely extinguished. But as they stepped into the seemingly safe shadows of the woods, a strangely shaped kunai shot out of the darkness, embedding itself precisely in a tree trunk before them. "Who's there?" The group halted in panic, gripping their weapons, staring at the black figure that had appeared beside the kunai, as if out of nowhere. Kei stood on a branch 3 meters above the ground, looking down at the few fish that had slipped through the net, a smile on his face that was apologetic yet cold. "Sorry, this road is closed. Let's fight him." The Chunin exchanged glances. If they couldn't escape, they had to fight to the death. Kei shook his head at the sight, then vanished. His kunai lightly brushed each of their throats. Blood sprayed. Too slow. Kei flicked the blood from his hand, his eyes devoid of pity. Uprooting the enemy was the first rule of survival in the Warring States period. Finishing the job, he disappeared again, and this scene played out repeatedly at various edges of the battlefield. Anyone attempting to flee and raise the alarm would be mercilessly intercepted by this black flash just as they were about to leave the clan territory. Over an hour later, the rain continued, but had abated somewhat. The cries of battle within the Sato clan territory had gone from thunderous to sparse, and finally, to only occasional screams. Hundreds of Sato clan members lay in pools of blood. The ground was littered with bodies in disarray. Rainwater mixed with blood formed dark red streams flowing into low-lying areas. The 10 Uchiha veteran jonin tasked with clearing the area had completed their work, their dripping ninja, swords in hand, converging from all directions to the central battlefield to join the hunt for the last 2 cornered beasts. The Sato clan had leaned against a broken stone pillar, gasping for breath. His chakra was nearly depleted, his body covered in wounds large and small, the worst being a gash in his abdomen with intestines threatening to spill out. Yet he still gripped his sword, refusing to fall. Beside him, the deputy clan head Sato, who had lost one arm, now kneeling and supporting himself with a single hand, his eyes full of despair. As the smoke of battle cleared and the surrounding clamor subsided, they realized with horror that apart from themselves, no sound of their clansmen could be heard throughout the entire territory. How could this be? The Sato clan head stared at the Uchiha ninja, closing in, his composure completely shattered. "They're all dead. All dead," he wailed in grief. Just then the sound of light footsteps came from a rooftop. The clan head instinctively looked up, meeting the gaze of the 3 Sharingan. Kei stood on the broken roof ridge, his black coat soaked through by the rain, but he paid it no mind. Hands in his pockets, he coldly observed the 2 cornered beasts below. They'll fight you to the death." The deputy clan head, his mind completely broken, let out a mournful howl and charged recklessly into the Uchiha encirclement. Naive. A red glint flashed in an Uchiha elite jonin's eyes. The deputy's movements froze, his eyes suddenly vacant. The next moment, 3 long blades pierced his chest from different angles. "Brother!" The Sato clan head cried out in grief. But that cry became his last words. 2 other Uchiha elites had appeared behind him, plunging their kunai into his back. The 2 bodies slowly fell, their blood spilling onto the muddy ground, marking the complete erasure of this small ninja clan, which had endured for a century from existence tonight. The battle was over. The Uchiha Jonin did not immediately celebrate. Instead, they dispersed methodically, confirming the final kills among the corpses. After an unknown time, the sound of chaotic heavy footsteps arrived from afar. The 15 specially promoted Jonin finally reached the battlefield's edge, panting heavily. But as they rushed into the clan territory, all they saw were corpses everywhere, and the Jonin, who had already begun rummaging through the ruins for valuables. "It's already over." One specially promoted Jonin's eyes widened at the hellish scene, his throat dry. "Is this what a clan extermination is like?" "Since you're here, start working," Kei said flatly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. He gestured toward the storerooms and secret chambers that hadn't been burned down, where the Sato clan's generations of wealth lay. "Take whatever you want. Valuables, ninja tools, scrolls, gold, and silver. But remember, I'm giving you only an hour and a half. Gather at that pine tree in an hour and a half. Anyone who dares to be late." Kei's gaze swept coldly over the group. "Will face military discipline." "Yes." The rain finally ceased entirely, leaving the air thick with the earthy scent of wet soil mingled with the lingering heavy stench of blood. The Sato clan grounds had been reduced to a dead silent ruin, with only a few embers still crackling amidst the broken walls, stubbornly refusing to die. Beneath a massive pine tree outside the clan grounds, the Uchiha Shinobi were making their final preparations. Hiss. Easy. An elite Jonin winced as he drew in a sharp breath, his left arm gouged by a wind blade to the bone. Another elite Jonin beside him deftly tended to the wound. Bear with it. Those two old foxes from Sato still had some tricks up their sleeves, muttered the medic, his hands never pausing. If not for our coordination, we might not have made it back alive. Though it was a crushing victory, the Uchiha side did not emerge unscathed. Everyone bore some injury, however. On the other side, the remaining members were all laden with bulging sacks of spoils, their faces glowing with the joy of a bountiful harvest despite their fatigue. Time's up. Uchiha Ke stood beneath the appointed old pine tree, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Tally the numbers. 5 elite Jonin, all present. 10 Jonin and 15 Tokubetsu Jonin. The Tokubetsu Jonin in charge of the count faltered, his expression shifting. Report 4 are missing. Who? Ke's voice betrayed no emotion. 1 Jonin and 3 Tokubetsu Jonin. I saw them just a moment ago. They said they were going to check the basement of the clan head's rear courtyard. They haven't returned yet. The air turned deathly silent. None present were fools. They all understood that those 4 had likely stirred up serious trouble. An elite Jonin, fresh from having his wound bandaged, glanced at the sky and hesitantly spoke. Captain, it's only a few minutes past the agreed hour and a half. Should we wait a bit longer? They're our own brothers. Leaving them behind. Ke did not answer immediately. He turned to look at his exhausted subordinates, their faces drawn with fatigue. Ke spoke slowly, his voice low, but brooking no dissent. Forget them. We move first. When they get here and find no one, they'll naturally head back. This is 100 li behind enemy lines. Every minute we delay could invite unnecessary trouble. We are weary and spent. If we get caught in a pincer, who will bear the responsibility? He pointed at the still bleeding injured. Are we to stand here in the cold wind waiting for 4 people who can't keep time? First return to Extinction City. Yes, sir. Over 20 figures vanished swiftly into the thin morning mist, leaving behind only the still burning ruins and the 4 men blinded by the gold vault. When the first rays of sunlight struck the mottled walls of Extinction City, the exhausted strike team finally appeared on the horizon. They're back. They're back. The guards on the wall erupted in cheers. Uchiha had been waiting at the city gate for a long time. When he saw Ke leading the group back, his face, taut all night, finally relaxed. Good lad, I knew you could do it. Uchiha strode forward, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at the clansmen burdened with spoils. How did it go? Those Sato bastards. Annihilated, Ke replied succinctly. Good, good, good. Uchiha exclaimed 3 times, about to invite everyone to rest and celebrate. Don't disperse just yet. Ke raised a hand to stop him, his expression not relaxed but growing even colder. Send the wounded to the medical unit first. As for the rest. He turned his gaze sweeping over the tired but exhilarated raiders and the onlookers who had gathered to watch. All Jonin and elite Jonin in the city not on duty. Every single one of you. Report to the training ground and wait. This sudden order stunned everyone. They exchanged bewildered glances, unable to understand why the newly arrived deputy commander, who had just led them to victory, was so furious. But no one dared to ask. Time passed. The sun rose high. Winter, though it was, its rays beat down mercilessly, making the scalp tingle. The vast training ground was oppressively silent. Dozens of Uchiha Jonin, including those roused from sleep, now stood in perfect rows under the sky. Ke sat on a chair on the raised platform, sipping tea, idly, his face an unreadable mask. Beside him, Uchiha, arms crossed, had already learned the whole story from others. His tiger-like eyes burned with righteous fury. Minutes ticked by. A stir of whispers and restless movements ran through the crowd. Everyone was tired and sleepy, baffled as to why they were being kept waiting. Just then, from the training grounds main gate came a few jarring shouts. I'm dead tired. Been busy all night, and now we have to come here. All eyes turned. For mud-caked figures led by a few Chunin stumbled in. Though they were a mess, their faces were radiant with wild joy. Each carried a massive bundle larger than themselves, clanking with metallic sounds as they walked. They were the 4 latecomers. Finally made it back? That nearly killed me. This time we really. The leading Jonin wiped sweat and grinned. His voice caught in his throat as he stepped into the training ground and saw dozens of furious eyes fixed on them. Every Jonin present now understood who had wasted so much of their time. Clang. The heavy bundle slipped from his back, crashing to the ground with a deafening noise. A few gold bars rolled out, glinting temptingly in the sunlight. What's going on? Their legs began to tremble. They sensed something was wrong, very wrong. Come here. Ke's voice drifted down from the platform, flat and cold. The 4 men moved like puppets, mechanically walking through the parting crowd to the foot of the platform, where they dropped to their knees with a thud. Young Master Ke. We. The leading Jonin steeled himself to explain, trembling as he pointed at the bundle. We found an extremely hidden underground vault in the Sato clan head's backyard. So we took a little extra time. It was all for the clan. Look, all this gold. He was still trying to curry favor, hoping these riches would buy forgiveness. Kasita did not even glance at the gold. His eyes passed over the 4 men and settled on the elite warriors behind them who had participated in the night raid. Do you know what happened because of this bag of gold? Ke's voice was low but carried clearly to every ear. For this paltry sum these 4 ignored my order to retreat. If Hitano's reinforcements had arrived in time last night, this force delayed by waiting for them could have been caught in a desperate battle. Can you bear that responsibility? The last sentence was a roar. The Jonin shuddered, opened his mouth, but found no words. Ku slowly turned to look at Yuzhibo Tiahua, whose face had turned ashen with barely contained fury. Uncle Tiahua, Ku said, his voice calm again. According to the Uchiha clan law, what is the punishment for defying a military order? Tiahua stepped forward, his long sword leaping from its sheath, the cold gleam reflecting on the 4 men's pallid faces. Defying orders in the face of battle. Tiahua roared like thunder. Death. No, please. I also brought gold. The Jonin screamed in terror, trying to scramble to his feet, but Tiahua gave him no chance. A flash of steel, and the scream was cut short. The Jonin's head tumbled onto the pile of gold bars. He had treasured blood, instantly staining the yellow metal. In quick succession, Tiahua's personal guard stepped forward, and with swift strokes the other 3, begging for mercy, fell into a pool of blood. Silence. The entire training ground was dead silent. The Jonin present, as well as other clansmen who had come to watch, stared at the scene in shock. Defying orders was punishable by death according to the clan law, but no one had ever taken that rule seriously before, let alone for such a minor offense as looting spoils and being late. Such matters were always brushed aside. Ku slowly rose, walked down from the platform, and approached the blood-stained treasure. He kicked the bundle of gold bars aside. His next words exploded like a bombshell, igniting the crowd. Divide these 4 men's belongings among everyone present. The training ground erupted in excitement. Incredulous light blazed in every eye, instantly transforming fear into ecstasy. They never expected such good fortune to fall upon them. Long live Lord Ku. Hail the deputy commander. At that moment, all previous fear and doubt vanished into thin air. In the face of tangible wealth, the fleeting sympathy for the 4 unlucky souls dissolved into sheer exhaustion. The Jonin who had been summoned in the morning now felt no resentment for having stood idle so long. Their faces were all smiles. Some even cursed the 4 under their breath for not bringing back more. These few bags wouldn't amount to much when divided among everyone. Watching his jubilant clansmen, Ku turned to Tiahua beside him and smiled. The characteristic method rarely failed. He was confident that after today no one in this city would dare question his orders. The morning sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting its glow upon the ruins of the Sato clan's territory. The valley, which should have been filled with noise, was now eerily silent, with only wisps of black smoke, not yet fully extinguished, rising between the broken walls, emitting a pungent, burnt odor. An instinctive unease drove the scouts of the Hitano and Tachibana clans to cautiously venture into the territory that once belonged to the Sato clan. When the first scout climbed over a half-collapsed wall, he was rendered speechless by the scene before him. There were no survivors, not even a single complete corpse. The Sato clansmen who had been haggling with them at the market just days ago were now reduced to indistinguishable heaps of flesh. Blood soaked the earth, turning the stagnant water in the low-lying areas a shocking dark red. Are they all dead? The scout's voice trembled, the silent terror gripping his heart as he instantly knew who the attackers were. Quick, return to report to the clan leader. He had just turned to head back to the clan when his peripheral vision caught sight of a warehouse not far away, only partially burned through the charred wooden slats. Something seemed to be glimmering faintly. Greed overcame reason, and he suddenly hesitated to return to the clan. The warehouse was not as empty as he had imagined. All the valuable gold treasures had been taken, but it still housed a large quantity of copper and iron ores, boxes of precious grain, and even some silverware left scattered in the corners. Did they not finish moving everything? The scout swallowed hard, his heart racing. Right, with the Uchiha so far away, most of the savings from generations of the Sato family must have been left here. The same scene unfolded in various corners of the ruins. What the Uchiha left behind was not scraps, but a massive chunk of meat laid bare before all the clans. The news spread like wildfire, reaching the entire Western Alliance within just a few hours. The initial shock and fear of the Uchiha quickly morphed into a maddening greed with the news of abundant resources and unclaimed territory. In the afternoon, a building located in a neutral zone was bustling with voices. This place was not only where various clans discussed strategies, but also a battleground for their disputes. Today, the leaders of the remaining 11 clans were present, each pair of eyes glinting with intensity, making the atmosphere here even tenser than on a battlefield. The Uchiha have gone too far. The first to speak out was the leader of the Tachibana clan, slamming his hand on the table, his face filled with indignation. They annihilated the entire Sato family without a word, showing no regard for our alliance. This is a blatant provocation. If we don't show them our strength, the next to be destroyed might be us. His words elicited a chorus of agreement. Although the leaders of the smaller clans were afraid, they also understood the principle of mutual destruction. Gathered together, they initially aimed to seek warmth in numbers, but now that the fire was burning at their brows, they naturally had to raise their voices. However, the three heads, seated at the top, reacted calmly. Oil woman Shirfong wrapped herself in a large windbreaker, wearing sunglasses, not even glancing at the Tachibana leader. Show them our strength. How do we do that? Gather an army to attack Suishin Castle. Who among you is willing to be the vanguard? Tachibana leader, you. These words acted like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the anger of the crowd. The Uchiha Tetsuhibi is no easy opponent, and coupled with that new black flash technique, no one wanted to provoke a misfortune at this time. As the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence, Koiki Kage, who had been sitting uncomfortably in the corner, cautioned, "Everyone, we can deliberate on the matter of war, but there is a more pressing issue that needs addressing right now." All eyes turned to him. Koiki Kage shrank his neck, appearing timid, and pointed to the now blank Sato territory on the map. Though the Sato clan is no more, that land remains, along with the trade route to the Rain Country, and those few mines which are now unclaimed. He paused, his tone growing more anxious. Moreover, there is a vast amount of wealth within the clan's territory. If we do nothing, what if those wandering ninjas occupy it, or if the Uchiha takes the opportunity to push their foothold over? Wouldn't that leave us in a more passive position? These words struck at everyone's vulnerability. Therefore, for the safety of the alliance, I propose. Koiki Kage swallowed hard, throwing out the most lethal suggestion. Why don't we divide these assets among ourselves? It would both enhance everyone's strength and prevent aiding our enemies. Divide them. As those two words were spoken, the breathing in the hall noticeably grew heavy, and everyone's expressions changed. This was not a disaster, it was clearly an opportunity. Cough, cough. The leader of the Fuma clan, a lean and capable-looking man named Fuma, was the first to lose his composure. He cleared his throat, his narrow eyes betraying his greedy gleam. Koyuki's suggestion is reasonable. We cannot let resources go to waste. He pulled out a crumpled IOU from his pocket, slamming it onto the table. However, the distribution cannot be random. The old ghost of Sato owed us a large sum for purchasing ninja tools written in black and white, so those few mines should rightfully belong to the Fuma clan to settle the debt. Nonsense. A loud shout interrupted him as Inazuka Kotaro suddenly stood up, the enormous ninja dog beside him growling threateningly. Fuma, do you have no shame? What is that insignificant ninja tool worth? Do you just want to swallow the mines? Why don't you just move the whole Sato clan back to your Fuma? Inazuka Kotaro pointed at the forest on the map, spitting as he spoke. Our Inazuka clan's territory borders that of the Sato clan. We only want that piece of forest, nothing else. Everyone. Oil woman Shirfong also spoke ominously, clearly unwilling to remain uninvolved. The trade route of the Sato clan has always been the key passage for our medicinal materials. I believe this route should be protected by our oil woman clan. As the three heads spoke up, they had already staked their claim on the three most lucrative pieces of meat, mines, forests, and trade routes. The leaders of the smaller clans exchanged glances, their faces filled with indignation. My lords, this is rather unfair, isn't it? The Tachibana leader said coldly, his hand already resting on the hilt of his knife. The Sato clan was discovered by us first, and the intelligence was also provided by us. Exactly, this trade route also passes through our Hitano's borders. Why should it all go to you, oil woman? We still have familial ties with the Sato clan. Why should we not get a share? The argument erupted completely. What had once been a relatively united alliance tore apart in an instant over the Sato inheritance. Tables slamming, insults, and mutual accusations. Koyuki Kage shrank back into the corner, watching as this group of people argued fervently over their interests, his fear of that black-clad youth deepening. He thought of something deeper. This distribution not only led to disputes over allocation, but also provided a terrifying psychological suggestion. They believed that if they did not take action, they could still feast well after their allies' demise. Once this thought was planted, the trust within the alliance began to crumble. Next time, if any clan were to be attacked, the first thought of the others would definitely not be rescue, but whether they could go later and share a piece of the pie. The distribution meeting lasted until evening before it barely concluded. Although no one fought on the spot, the results of the allocation left everyone dissatisfied. The Fuma clan, relying on their overwhelming strength, forcefully took the lion's share of the mines, their greed on full display. The Inazuka clan only obtained half of the forest, with a portion taken by the Tachibana. The Oil Woman clan controlled the trade route, but had to agree to share the tolls with other smaller clans. Everyone left filled with resentment and spoils. The night always fell early over Shuixingshuan City, yet tonight, within the spacious council hall of the Lord's Manor, the atmosphere was exceptionally heated. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Uchiha Ke, having just heard the detailed intelligence about the internal strife within the Western Alliance from the scouts, gave his own burly thigh a resounding slap and grinned from ear to ear. Ke, you are truly a god among men. Those bastards who usually huddle together like a block of iron not only didn't dare to attack us, but for the sake of those meaty bones you tossed them, they nearly beat each other's brains out. He looked at the young man who was engrossed in studying a sealing technique scroll, now filled with genuine admiration. As a brave general who only knew how to charge into battle, Ke had always been most troubled by such complex political entanglements, and the worries he had harbored were completely dispelled by the intelligence. I was afraid that wiping out Sato would invite public wrath, but instead it made them turn on each other. This is even more satisfying than killing them outright. Ke lifted a large bowl of wine, drained it in one gulp, and wiped his mouth with satisfaction. Ke set down the scroll, rubbed his slightly aching temples, and beneath the candlelight his face wore an expression of serenity that belied his years. This is human nature, Uncle Ke. His voice was low but carried a hint of coldness. When enormous benefits lie before them, allies who quarrel over the spoils are often more detestable than enemies. Ke rose, walked to the giant floor-to-ceiling window, and pushed it open. The cool night air rushed in, stirring the hem of his robe. At that moment he seemed to pierce through the darkness, glimpsing the ugly contortions of the Western clan chieftains as they schemed against one another. Because the enemy's blade is in plain sight, you know at least to guard the front, but the owlie's hand always slips silently into your own pocket. Ke turned around, leaning against the windowsill, and a mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. In such a state, if they don't start fighting each other, it's already extreme restraint. How could they have any spare energy to trouble us? What's more, we struck at their ally this time. Not only did we not harm their interests, but we also filled their pockets to the brim. So what do we do next? What's more, we struck at their ally this time. Not only did we not harm their interests, but we also filled their pockets to the brim. Ke shook his head, rejecting the suggestion. The heat isn't right yet. If we act now, the immense external pressure will force them to regroup. Alliances are like springs. Squeeze too hard, and they'll recoil. Let them be in turmoil for a while. All we need to do is watch from the sidelines and guard our own territory. Besides, with those clans busy digesting Sato's legacy, their harassment of us will decrease. Let's take time to develop ourselves first. He stretched, and a series of crisp cracks sounded from his joints. The relaxation after long hours hunched over a desk. Just then, hurried and heavy footsteps came from outside the door. Report. A guard rushed in. Lord Ke. Lord Ke. A transport convoy has just arrived, led by the clan's shadow ninja. They say they've brought goods for Lord Ke. At the word goods, Ke's eyes lit up instantly. Finally, he took a deep breath, smoothed his collar. Come, let's receive the cargo. At the south gate Barbican of Shuixingshuan City, a massive convoy was slowly entering. To avoid drawing attention, it had deliberately chosen to slip into the city after nightfall. The wheels pressed deep ruts into the stone road, groaning under the weight. The carts were loaded with various spoils plundered from Bone Burial Ridge, a personal reward from the clan after the Battle of Bone Burial Ridge. But none of that was what Ke cared about most. He didn't even spare a glance at the gold and silver treasures. Instead, he strode quickly to the very end of the convoy. There stood several specially modified prison carts, heavily wrapped in black cloth and reinforced with iron bars. Crash! Without any hesitation, Ke tore off the black cloth from one of the carts. Illuminated by the surrounding torchlight, the scene inside the cart was revealed to all. It held over a dozen gaunt, emaciated individuals, their bodies bound with specially made sealing chains. Most were missing limbs, their wounds had only received crude hemostatic treatment, and they exuded a nauseating mixture of rot and herbs. These were the prisoners of the Kagaya clan, the survivors of the battles at Short Castle and Bone Burial Ridge. Ke walked up to the prison cart, paying no heed to the hateful glares. Through the bars, he scrutinized several Kagaya prisoners of Jonin rank, confirming that the sealing technique had completely suppressed their power. Lord Ke, these are the prisoners you specifically requested. The shadow ninja captain in charge of the escort stepped forward and reported respectfully. 51 in total. 5 died on the road. The rest are all here. Elder Kong asked me to inquire, how should these be handled? Should they be sent to the mines as laborers? Mines, eh? Ke shook his head, a mysterious and cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No, that would be too wasteful. He turned his gaze toward the area east of the Lord's Manor. There stood an ordinary residence he had bought when he first arrived in Shuixingshuan City. But in the past few days he had spent nearly all his savings to purchase the surrounding wasteland and civilian houses. Now it was ablaze with lights. Even late at night one could hear the clanging of construction and the shouts of craftsmen. Send them all to my residence. Ke pointed to the forbidden area enclosed by high walls, his tone laced with impatience. Yes, Ke's new residence, or more accurately a research fortress under expansion, had been completely transformed. The buildings above ground were merely a cover. The true core lay underground. The escorting shadow ninja and Tiahua left after delivering the goods to his door. Ke had to push the cart alone down the spiral stone staircase into the underground world he had built at great expense. What had once been a crude basement was now expanded into a vast base with 3 levels. Inside it was brightly lit. Electric lights developed by Zhongye had already been installed. As he entered the core area on the lowest floor, a mixture of disinfectant and culture medium assaulted his nostrils. A middle-aged man in a white lab coat wearing thick glasses was scurrying between several enormous cultivation tanks, scribbling continuously in his notebook. "Master, you're here." Seeing Ke enter, Zhongye pushed up his glasses that had slipped to the tip of his nose. His bloodshot eyes held not fatigue, but a morbid excitement. "I heard a batch of experimental subjects has arrived." Ke stepped aside, revealing the Kagaya prisoners behind him. Zhongye pounced forward, circling a growling Kagaya ninja, as if admiring a rare treasure. He spun around, eyes blazing with fervor as he looked at Ke. "Master, I think we can restart Experiment 0 and move to the next phase." "Then do it." Ke walked to an experimental table nearby, his voice echoing in the empty underground chamber. "We lack nothing now. Whatever you need, just ask. Money, equipment, even people. I only want results." "Yes," Zhongye replied loudly. For a scientific madman like him, such trust was paradise. After arranging everything, Ke slowly withdrew from the room, sealing the fervent experimental atmosphere behind the heavy iron door. He stood in the dim corridor, lost in thought. This transfer to Shuixingshuan City had exceeded all his expectations. But it was actually better. No longer facing danger on the front lines, he could quietly develop here for a few years. However, the expansion of the lab had been unexpected. Between the land renovations, equipment, and recruiting other research talents, it had cost a fortune. In short, all his previous savings were gone. "It's a good thing I fleeced plenty from Bone Burial Ridge, otherwise my funds wouldn't be enough for these money-devouring." The mineral shares Chinchua had secured for him were barely sufficient for the scale of the revamped laboratory. If he wanted to tackle any major projects, he would need some extra income. Time, like a murky river, silently scoured the land of the West, a realm saturated with desire and bloodshed. 3 full months had passed since the annihilation of the Sato clan. During these 3 months, the vengeful war against the Uchiha that was expected to erupt did not arrive as scheduled. Instead, the western border experienced an eerie and suffocating peace. The Uchiha retracted all their claws, coiling within the high walls of Shuixingshuan City, turning a deaf ear to everything happening outside. And the so-called Western 13 Clan Alliance, now reduced to 11, bustled about like a pack of hyenas catching the scent of blood. Which clan does this batch of iron or belong to? In an underground black market, an Uchiha Chunin manager casually flipped through the shipment manifest, not even lifting his head to ask. "Reporting to my lord, this is from the Sato." "I know now, it's the Feng Mo clan's mine." A caravan leader put on a fawning smile, discreetly slipping a heavy pouch of gold coins into the manager's hand. "Top-grade goods, please have a look." "Feng Mo clan." "Humph." The Uchiha manager let out a cold laugh, hefting the gold coins in his hand, a flicker of contempt barely hidden in his eyes. "Fine, leave it. Tell your clan leader that we'll need larger quantities soon. Don't try to pass off inferior goods." Yes, absolutely." The caravan leader bowed and scraped as he retreated, but the moment he turned around, a smug smile appeared on his humble face. Similar scenes unfolded every day in every corner of the black market. Unlike the Black Rock incident, the legacy left by Sato this time was far too immense. So immense that the once unbreakable clan leaders within just a few days forgot the fear of when the lips are gone the teeth will be cold, and threw themselves into the frenzy of carving up the spoils. In the high pavilion of the city lord's mansion, Uchiha Ke paced with his hands behind his back. 3 months, said Uchiha Tiahua, standing behind him, scratching his disheveled head in confusion. "Who are we just going to keep watching? Those bastards are using our ore, which should be ours, to trade for weapons from us, and then they turn around and use those weapons to strengthen themselves. Isn't that aiding the enemy?" "Aiding the enemy." Ke turned around, a faint mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Uncle Tiahua, look at the West now. Who still remembers the idea of a united front against the Uchiha?" He walked over to the massive map on the wall and drew several bold circles around the territories of the 3 major clans, Feng, Mou, Envy, and Quanzhou. The Feng Mo clan, eager to monopolize the mines, have clashed with their former ally Boduo Yi at least 10 times in the past 3 months. All over the excuse that Boduo yes or convoys damaged their roads. The UNV clan seized control of the medicinal herb trade route left by Sato, hiking the transit fees by 3 times, causing heavy losses to the Li Hua clan, which depends on the herb business. Now the 2 families glare at each other with red eyes at every meeting. As for the Quanzhou, Ke pointed to a forested area. They not only want to fence off that land to raise their dogs, but they also intend to forcibly annex a few small villages that belong to Ruyu's sphere, claiming their dogs need more room to roam. Ke put down the pen in his hand, his eyes gleaming. Every blade we sell them now will one day cut the throats of their allies. Every explosive tag we sell them will shatter their fragile alliance. This isn't aiding the enemy, it's handing them the knife. Kihwa was stunned into silence, then finally gave a thumbs up. You're really a dark-hearted one. So how much? No need to wait. Ke glanced at the gloomy sky outside the window. The powder keg is full. Now all that's missing is the last match. If the three giants had been feasting greasily on the spoils, then the Ryu clan, the proposer of this division plan, had been living a life worse than death these 3 months. In the study, Ryu stared at the mountainous piles of account books and letters. His normally immaculate hair was now in disarray, his eyes bloodshot. Those bloodsuckers. Those damned bloodsuckers. He slammed a letter stamped with the Feng Mo clan's crest to the floor. 60%. That old beast Feng Mo wants to charge me 60% transit fees. Why doesn't he just rob me outright? Patriarch, it's not just Feng Mo. The elder beside him reported tremblingly. Yesterday the UNV clan accidentally tipped over a jar of poisonous insects at our water source again. They said if we don't sell all our medicinal herbs this year at their price, they won't clean up the bugs. Now several downstream villages are suffering from water shortages. And the Quanzhong clan, their ninja dogs killed the livestock in our western village, claiming they mistook them for wild game. Enough. Ryu clutched his head in agony. Stop. He felt like an egg squeezed between several boulders. He had thought that swallowing black rock would propel him to the skies, but it turned out to be the beginning of a nightmare. After dismissing his elders, Ryu sat alone at his desk pondering what to do next. Just then a chilling night wind blew open the tightly shut window without warning. The candle flames swayed wildly, casting the shadows of the two men inside like twisted ghosts. Who? Ryu instantly became alert, staring at the window. Since you know you can't bite the big dogs, why not try killing a few little ones first to build your courage? A familiar voice echoed eerily from the dark corner of the study. Ryu stiffly turned his neck toward the corner. There, leaning casually on his expensive recliner, was a young man in a black trench coat, idly playing with a jade thumb ring that had been on the desk moments before. Lord Ke. Ke stood up, walked slowly to the large map of the West, and lightly traced his finger over it, finally stopping at a small clan not far from Ryu's territory. The Lihua clan, Ke said flatly, uttering the name. Lihua. Ryu was taken aback, not understanding why Ke suddenly mentioned them. They seem to be suppressed by Feng Mo, just like us. I heard their ore is being bought up at low prices by Feng Mo. Does Lord Ke mean? Exactly. So they hate Feng Mo. Ke turned to face Ryu, his eyes deep as a pool. And as far as I know, the Lihua Patriarch has been secretly contacting the Bo Duo Yi clan, trying to form an anti-Feng Mo alliance. What? Ryu was shocked. I've never heard of such a thing. I have my sources. And that's not all. Ke pulled a scroll from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. This is intelligence I intercepted. Tonight Lihua is shipping a secret batch of chakra metal to the Bo Duo Yi clan. To secure the shipment, the Lihua Patriarch has pulled most of the clan's elite as escorts. In other words, Ke's lips curled into a cruel smile. Tonight the Lihua clan compound is as defenseless as a naked woman. Ryu's breathing quickened instantly. He stared intently at the intelligence scroll before him, his mind racing with calculations. You mean? Within the underground vault of the Ryue clan, the dim torchlight cast flickering shadows on the damp stone walls, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of weapons. Uchiha Ke stood before a pile of massive wooden crates, casually flipping open the lid of one. Under the faint glow of the fire, its contents were revealed, neatly stacked rows of dark green combat suits with the emblem of the Fengma clan prominently displayed on the chest and back. Beside these suits lay hundreds of uniquely shaped giant four-bladed shuriken, their exaggerated size almost synonymous with the Fengma clan in the ninja world. Ryu standing behind Ke couldn't help but gasp, his voice echoing through the empty vault with a barely concealed tremor. Lord Ke, these are. Ke picked up a heavy Fengma shuriken, feeling its distinctive balance. These are spoils of war the Uchiha have accumulated over the past few years. He tossed the shuriken back into the crate, producing a dull metallic clang. 300 sets in total. Enough to equip an entire elite strike force. Ke turned to face Ryue, his gaze piercing and sharp. Deputy Chief Ryue, I've prepared the props. The success of this play depends on your performance. Ryu's throat went dry. He knew this was more than just equipment. It was a pledge of allegiance. Unlike the previous operation against Haiyan, this time, they would strike at the Tachibana clan's territory. Once the blade was stained with an owlie's blood, the Ryue clan would have no way back. I understand. Ryu took a deep breath, the hesitation in his eyes replaced by ruthless resolve. Since he was on this pirate ship, he would have to sail it to the end. The night deepened. The moon was obscured by thick clouds, with only occasional faint starlight barely illuminating the silent valley. The Tachibana clan's territory lay in the center of a flat valley, their architecture rugged and sturdy, surrounded by simple wooden walls and watchtowers. Yet tonight this defense line seemed particularly fragile. As Ke's intelligence had indicated, the Tachibana main force, including the clan head, had left the compound at dusk to escort a secret shipment to the Hitano clan. Now only 2 elderly jonin remained, along with fewer than 50 chunin for security and a few hundred elderly women and children. Some had already fallen asleep, others were still worrying about the clan's future, utterly unaware that death stood at their doorstep. In the dense forest surrounding the valley, over 200 dark figures lay in silent ambush, all clad in the dark green Fengma combat suits, faces covered with black cloth. Ryue lay prone on a high vantage point, gazing at the sparsely lit houses below. His heart pounded violently in his chest. A mix of the thrill of controlling others' fates and the release of tearing off a hypocritical mask. "Deputy Chief, everything is ready," whispered a jonin beside him. "As you instructed, we've left a gap in the northwest corner." Ryue took a deep breath, recalling the true purpose of this operation. If they killed everyone, no one would know who the perpetrator was. Only by leaving a few terrified survivors to witness the Fengma clan's atrocities and flee to spread the tale could the blame be firmly pinned on the Fengma. Moved. As Ryue Ying's hand slashed down, the long-suppressed killing intent erupted. Shrill sounds of tearing air suddenly exploded in the silent night. That was no wind. It was the unique howl of dozens of giant Fengma shurikens spinning at high speed, a sound all too familiar to every clan in the west. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Panicked screams shattered the valley's tranquility. Countless Tachibana members woke from their dreams, rushed out of their houses half-dressed, and before they could grasp the situation, 200 ninjas in dark green suits surged into the compound like a tidal wave. By order of the clan head, purge the traitors. The Tachibana clan colluded with the Uchiha and betrayed the alliance. No mercy. Several leading Ryue jonin following the script bellowed in coarse, ferocious voices, clear amidst the chaos. A Tachibana chunin who had just rushed out of his door was stunned by the shouts. "Fengma. Why? We're allies." His question was cut short by a sharp kunai to his throat. The slaughter erupted in full force at that moment. After months of suppression by the 3 great clans, the Ryue ninjas finally found an outlet. Against these defenders lacking high-level combat power, it was a one-sided massacre. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, fireball technique. Several Ryue ninjas combined their jutsu, a violent tornado whipping up flames instantly, igniting a few houses, illuminating the entire Tachibana compound like a blinding daylight. The cries of women and children, the roars of ninjas, and the rumble of collapsing buildings interwove into a hellish tableau. On the other side of the battlefield, the 2 remaining jonin were trying to organize the last few dozen capable fighters for a final stand. Hold the line. Hold the line. The clan head will be back soon. A Tachibana jonin, his arms severed, brandished a longsword and roared in despair, but he knew it was a lie. The clan head and the elite force had gone to the Hitano clan 100 li away and couldn't possibly return. "Fumaya, you treacherous scum." Another jonin, staring at the bodies littering the ground, hurled a bitter curse. "Our Tachibana clan has served you for years, and this is how you repay us. Even as a ghost, I will never forgive you." Then become a ghost. Several disguised Ryue jonin snarled and charged together, and the 2 jonin, along with the last resistance, fell in a pool of blood. At the outermost edge of the chaos, a few young Tachibana chunin, carrying children on their backs, tears in their eyes, dared not look back and fled into the dark depths of the forest. They had witnessed the executioners in dark green suits butchering their kin and heard the shouts of Fengma purging. Hatred was etched into their bones. "Go. We must survive. We have to tell the clan head. It's the Fengma. The Fengma clan destroyed us. Those beasts." Behind them, a few Ryue ninjas feigned pursuit, tossing a few symbolic shuriken, then stopped with regret. "Tch, they got away," one Ryue ninja muttered, sheathing his weapon. "Good riddance." Another sneered, dragging out a pre-prepared corpse and dumping it heavily into the roadside grass. The corpse wore Fengma clothing with visible battle wounds and a clear face. It was a Fengma special jonin who had been sent on a mission a few days ago. The Uchiha had specifically captured him and some other famous Fengma ninjas as the final ironclad evidence, the last straw to break the camel's back. On a distant solitary peak, Uchiha Ke stood with his hands in the pockets of his coat, coldly surveying the valley below, now a sea of fire. The towering flames flickered in his dark eyes, brightening and dimming. "It begins," he murmured to himself. Behind him, several Uchiha shadow ninjas had just disposed of a few scouts who had tried to approach the battlefield, silently dragging the bodies into the darkness to ensure the performance was not disturbed by extra spectators. "Lord Ke, do you really not need us to intervene?" one shadow ninja asked, wiping blood from his blade and glancing at the chaotic, even messy skirmish below. "The Ryu's combat ability is a bit ugly. They're struggling even to kill these elderly and weak. No need. Ke shook his head, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. This is not just a clan extermination, it's a starting engine. The messier the kill, the more real it seems. The slower the kill, the deeper the fear and hatred. He pointed at the Ryuak clansmen below, now bloodthirsty. Only when the Ryuak clan's hands are also stained with an owlie's blood, and they have fully tasted the sweetness of plunder, will they be completely unable to turn back. Other clans, seeing the benefits the Ryuak have gained, especially the top 3 clans, will dare to tear off all pretense. Watch. Ke turned and left, leaving only a cold silhouette against the burning land. The first blood has been spilled. From now on, the blood in this western land will only flow more and more until it drowns everyone. His voice dissipated in the wind. We should also prepare for the second phase. Starting tomorrow, the price of our arms sold on the black market will be raised by 30%. From tomorrow, whether they want revenge or self-defense, all clans in the West will need to prepare for war. We'll secure our own territory first. Don't worry about these supplies aiding the enemy, they'll all come back in time. Although the Hitano and Lihua clans were not sworn allies, their long-standing intermarriage and trade relations kept their relationship relatively amicable. The mornings on the land of the Hitano clan normally began with the shouts of merchant caravans, yet today's dawn was brutally torn apart by a piercing, distorted wail. The Hitano clan members guarding the border were startled by the sudden commotion. They cautiously peered out and saw several ragged, blood-soaked ninjas staggering toward them. Those men carried unconscious children on their backs, their steps faltering. The leading Lihua Chunin was the most pitiful. A half-broken giant shuriken was embedded in his back, yet he still gritted his teeth and fiercely protected the young child in his arms. Help! Save us! The Feng Mo clan has gone mad. They annihilated our entire clan. These roars like thunderclaps exploded in the silent morning. Soon the current patriarch of the Lihua clan, accompanied by several elders, rushed to the scene. What happened? The fire over there last night. Could it really be? The Lihua patriarch looked at the tragic scene before him. The worst suspicion in his heart seemed to be turning into reality. That Lihua Chunin, upon seeing his own clan leader, was like a drowning man grasping at the last straw. He fell to his knees in the muddy water with a thud. Was it really the Feng Mo clan? The Lihua patriarch's voice trembled, not only from anger, but also from fear. He was unwilling to believe that the clan he had protected his entire life had vanished like this. Absolutely true. The Lihua Chunin, sobbing and weeping, pointed at the sky and roared. In the middle of last night, a bunch of people wearing Feng Mo clothes stormed into our clan grounds. He could not continue, only desperate cries echoed through the valley. Quick, I want to apply for an alliance meeting. The Lihua patriarch spun around and shouted at his trusted aide, his voice shrill. Notify all clan leaders. I want to confront Feng Mo face to face. I want the entire West to know what he has done. News spread faster than a plague in that chaotic morning. In the Feng Mo clan's compound, Feng Mo was originally enjoying a rare moment of leisure, savoring the top-grade green tea sent from the land of tea. However, when that urgent inquiry letter from the Alliance was delivered tremblingly into his hands by his trusted subordinate, the exquisite teacup was instantly crushed into powder by his grip. What did you say? The Lihua clan was wiped out. And we did it. Feng Mo's lean face was filled with shock and fury, his face flushed with blood and twisted into a grimace. Bullshit. I never went out last night, and I never gave such an order. Who the hell dares to frame me like this? But clan leader. The elder wiped cold sweat, his voice as low as a mosquito's buzz. The Hitano and Lihua side say there are witnesses and physical evidence. The attacker who died at the scene is C.I. Lang. C.I. Lang. Feng Mo was stunned. Of course, he remembered C.I. Lang, one of his most promising subordinates and a rare radical in the clan. How could he have died in the Lihua clan grounds? An extremely eerie feeling surged in his heart. As a man who had struggled and survived on this land for half his life, Feng Mo was not stupid. His first reaction was that someone was framing him, trying to incite conflict between the Feng Mo clan and the entire alliance. But then an even more dreadful suspicion arose. His gaze turned extremely dark as he slowly swept it over the deputy clan leader and the elders who had just entered the room after receiving the news. Ever since they had profited from the annihilation of the Sato clan, these old fellows had been coveting the mineral resources of the Lihua clan. They had repeatedly suggested to him pretending to be the Uchiha clan to devour the Lihua clan as well. Could it be that one of you did this behind my back? Feng Mo's voice turned icy cold with undisguised killing intent. Want to present me with a fait accompli? Injustice clan leader. Several elders were so frightened that their legs gave way, and they immediately knelt down. How could we have such audacity? This is a matter of clan annihilation. Without your order, who would dare to mobilize such a large force? Moreover, even if we were to act, we wouldn't be so crude as to involve C.I. Lang. Then what about C.I. Lang? Did he go kill people in his sleep? Feng Yimoya roared, his doubts not dissipated by his subordinate's pleas. Now he was unable to explain himself. If it was a frame-up, how could C.I. Lang's corpse be explained? If it was someone from within, why not do it cleanly and leave survivors for the Hitano to seize as leverage? He paced back and forth in the room, his eyes grim. The situation now was, if he admitted it, it would be a betrayal of the alliance, and he would be attacked by everyone. If he denied it, no one would believe him, and they would only think he was playing dumb. More critically, deep within his heart, in the crevice between anger and panic, an extremely secretive emotion sprouted. Since the Lihua clan was now annihilated, those iron mines he had long coveted, and that trade route to the north, had they not become ownerless? To the council hall. Feng Yimoya abruptly stopped, adjusted his somewhat disheveled collar, and a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. No matter who did it, the people are dead, and the territory is vacant. Since the blame has been pinned on me, don't blame me for flinging it back. Besides, since the Lihua clan has already destroyed that land, can't be left for outsiders, can it? At noon, in the neutral council hall of the Western Alliance, the high-ranking members of the remaining 11 clans were all present except for the already annihilated Sato and Heian clans. At one end of the long table lay the corpse wearing Feng Mo combat attire. Though stiff, the conspicuous windmill crest was like a mocking smile, grating on everyone's nerves. The two surviving elite jonin of the Lihua clan, who had escaped the disaster by escorting supplies last night and had just returned, stood beside the corpse, their eyes bloodshot, staring intensely at Feng Moya as he entered. Feng Moya, return my clansmen's lives. One of them roared, and was about to charge forward for a desperate fight, a kunai glinting coldly in his hand, but was tightly restrained by the Hitano clan leader and several guards from the Ryu clan. Calm down. Don't act rashly. If you start a fight here, it's truly over. Feng Mo, you didn't even glance at those two walking straight to his seat and sitting down. He looked around, seeing UNVG Feng's cold, dark sunglasses, Quanzhong Xiao Tai Lang's mocking gaze, and Ryu Ying's cowering posture, as if he too had been scared out of his wits. The corpse is indeed one of my men. Feng Moya spoke calmly, his first sentence admitting it, his voice so steady it was startling. The entire hall erupted in uproar, countless gazes piercing him like sharp swords. The corpse is indeed one of mine. Feng Moya spoke calmly, admitting it in his first sentence, his voice eerily composed. The hall erupted in chaos, countless eyes piercing him like sharp swords. But I didn't give the order. Feng Moya shifted his tone, becoming resolute, and even laced with a hint of victimhood. Jiro went missing a few days ago. He might have been killed and used to frame me. As for last night's attack on Lihua, it was absolutely not my clan's doing. We had no mobilization yesterday. You're lying, roared the Lihua clan leader, veins bulging on his neck. So many people saw it, the Fuma Shuriken, and the corpses of your clansmen. Who else could it be? You dare to act, but not own up. Maybe it's Uchiha. Feng Moya sneered. Perhaps it's that new kid pulling the strings. I heard he's a master of manipulation. He might be trying to set us against each other. Uchiha. From the corner, the ever-silent Aburame Shikaz spoke in a raspy, unpleasant voice. Clan leader Feng Moya, do you even believe that yourself? That kid the Black Flash has been holed up in the city lately. The Uchiha have even tightened their own defenses. Would they come out to ambush Lihua? Exactly, chimed in Inazuka Kotaro. Admit it, old man. You've had your eye on Lihua's mines for a long time, haven't you? We all know the game. If you want a piece of the pie, just say it. But your table manners are disgraceful. Killing allies like this. Who will ever trust you after this? Facing the barrage of accusations, Feng Moya stopped defending himself. He leaned back in his chair, adopting a shameless posture. Say what you will. I didn't kill anyone. If you truly want revenge for Lihua, the Fuma clan is ready for you. The scene fell into a deadlock. Though everyone was pointing fingers and wearing righteous indignation, no one dared to make a move. The Fuma clan was the undisputed strongest in the western region. As mercenaries, they lacked nothing in high-end combat power, a Quasiclan leader and 10 elite jonin. In a real fight, no one could match them. This awkward silence stretched on until the most unassuming voice broke through. Ahem. The Hitano clan leader stood up. As Lihua's ally, he should have been the most eager for revenge, but his next words chilled the Lihua clan leader to the bone. Everyone calm down. Finding the culprit may no longer be the most pressing matter. The Hitano clan leader pointed to the map where the Lihua territory had been reduced to ruins. Although a few experts from the Lihua clan survived, their clan grounds are destroyed, the population is nearly wiped out, and their defensive system has completely collapsed. Moreover, it's not far from the Uchiha Suishin castle. He paused, a subtle glint flashing in his eyes. If we leave that land vacant, or let those few remnants defend it, the Uchiha might seize the opportunity. Our western front line would be breached. What do you mean? The Lihua clan leader stared in disbelief at his ally, who had been chatting amicably just last night. You want to swallow us? No, how could it be called swallowing? Hitano avoided his murderous gaze and looked at the other clan leaders. I mean, for the safety of the Alliance, shouldn't we send someone to temporarily guard that area? These words were like a drop of water into hot oil. The clan leaders who had just been accusing the murderer fell silent instantly, their eyes revealing undisguised greed. I think Hitano clan leader has a point, interjected Kajiro Yatsuki, who had been silent until now with a tone of reluctant agreement. The Lihua mines are near the borders of our Kajiro and Hitano clans. To prevent the Uchiha from stealing, or we are willing to send troops to assist in defense. Of course, we can allocate a portion of the mining profits as living expenses for the Lihua orphans. I think it's feasible too. Inazuka Kotaro quickly followed up his mockery, replaced by shrewdness. Give us the Sato forest land from before. Our dogs need room to run. If the Lihua people are willing, they can move to my territory, and it'll guarantee their safety. The medicine fields. Aburame Shikaze's voice remained flat, but carried undeniable greed. The Lihua medicine fields have always been poorly managed. If entrusted to the Aburame clan, we can double the yield. I'm willing to offer 15% of the output to the Lihua clan leader. Feng Moya watched these allies who had just been calling him a murderer, but now skillfully carved up the victim's inheritance, a sardonic smile curling on his lips. Since everyone is so eager to contribute to the Alliance, I won't be modest either. He spoke slowly. The Lihua main residence occupies a strategic position. The Fuma clan can build an outpost there. As for the two main mines, I think it's safer for the Fuma clan to keep an eye on them. After all, we have the numbers. You bunch of bandits. The Lihua clan leader let out a despairing roar. He looked at the allies who had been calling each other brothers just a few months ago, scheming together to swallow Sato's legacy, only to find themselves now being dismembered. They didn't even bother to hide their table manners, discussing how to carve him up right in front of the victim. At this moment, no one at the negotiation table cared about the truth. No one cared who the real murderer was. The fall of Lihua had become the ticket to a feast. We don't need your protection. The Lihua clan leader drew his sword. That is our home. Whoever dares to touch it, we will fight to the death. Fight to the death. Feng Moya stared coldly at him, releasing the oppressive aura of a Quasiclan leader paralyzing the man. With what you have left, the Uchiha could crush you with a single finger. We're helping you. Don't be ungrateful. Yes, brother Lihua, the Hitano clan leader chimed in hypocritically. What's most important now is to preserve your bloodline. It's better to let us manage those material possessions than to lose them entirely. As long as you survive, there will be another chance. Late at night, a cold wind howled across the western border wilderness. A small team of a dozen people trudged along, the last survivors of the Lihua clan. They had been politely evicted from their homeland, taking only some valuables and a few core secret scrolls. Behind them, the land where they had lived for a century was now planted with the flags of their former allies. Clan leader, where are we going? A young Lihua ninja asked, clutching a baby and crying. The leading elite Jonin turned back to take one last look at the partitioned homeland, hatred surging like wild grass in his heart. There is no place for us here anymore. He turned his gaze fixed on the distant north. Let's go. To the north. Well, seek refuge with the Senju clan. The Senju are known for their benevolence. We can beg Lord Senju Butsama for help. One day we will return for revenge. The morning mist had not yet fully dispersed when the depths of the former Tachibana clan's mines stirred with it. This place was once the foundation of the Tachibana clan's foothold in the west. For generations they had mined high-quality iron, ore here. But soon it would change hands. In the era of warring states, these dark heavy stones were the very essence of forging ninja tools, the hard currency of conflict. Yet today a group of uninvited guests, their eyes burning with urgency and greed, had arrived. Hurry up. Move it. No dawdling. Kisaragi Kage stood at the entrance of the massive warehouse, his voice hoarse from shouting. Throw away the low-grade slag. Load only the rich, or fill every available space. Under his bellowing orders, hundreds of temporarily conscripted laborers rushed like madmen, carrying heavy ore between the warehouse and the convoy, their feet pounding the ground. Dozens of sturdy heavy carts formed a long line snaking along the muddy mountain path. Each cart was piled as high as a small hill, the weight of the ore causing the axles to groan with a teeth-grinding screech. Vice Chieftain, we can't load anymore. A transport elder wiped the black grime from his face, panting as he ran over, pointing at the already deformed wheels. Our axles are about to break. If we add more, the convoy won't be able to move. Kisaragi Kage glanced at the sky. The sun had fully risen above the horizon in the east, its golden rays stinging his eyes. Anxiety gnawed at him. According to reliable intelligence from the Uchiha, the Kazama clan's receiving force was already on its way, expected to arrive within 3 hours at most. The Kazama clan had coveted this batch of ore for a long time. If they were trapped here, not only would the ore be lost, but even the workers might not escape. What we can't take. A cruel glint flashed in Kisaragi Kage's eyes. Destroy what's left. Don't leave a single scrap for those Kazama vampires. Yes, sir. A Jonin acknowledged and departed. Shortly after, several muffled explosions echoed as the auxiliary warehouses storing lower grade ore collapsed, sending clouds of dust billowing through the valley. Kisaragi Kage cast one last look at the now empty main warehouses and issued the order. Move out. Full speed ahead. The massive, cumbersome convoy began its arduous journey, wheels grinding over gravel with a piercing screech as it slowly crawled into the dense forest to the east. By noon, at the Black Wind Forest on the border between the two clans, a place of towering dense trees, perpetual gloom, and complex terrain traversed only by a hidden animal trail. After a morning of grueling travel, the Kisaragi clan's convoy finally halted at the agreed-upon location, their movements heavy and labored. But Kisaragi Kage allowed himself no rest. He leaped from the cart, straightened his sweat-soaked collar, and strode quickly toward the shadows that had been waiting in the forest. Brother Kisaragi, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting so long my flowers have withered. A hearty rough laugh erupted from the woods, shaking leaves loose from the trees. Immediately, dozens of massive hounds burst from the undergrowth, bearing sharp fangs, saliva dripping from their maws. Yet they did not attack, instead they neatly lined up on both sides as if welcoming distinguished guests. From amidst these beasts strode a burly middle-aged man, the powerful elder of the Inuzuka clan, Inuzuka Jin. Forgive my delay, Elder Jin. Kisaragi Kage offered an ingratiating smile, his posture humble. The roads were terrible, and we had to take a detour to avoid the Kazama's notice. That's why we're late. Understood. Inuzuka Jin waved a hand dismissively, but his eyes immediately darted past Kisaragi Kage, drawn to the carts piled with dark ore. He strode to a cart, grabbed a piece of ore, and examined it. Excellent. His eyes lit up like a shark scenting blood. The quality is top-notch, definitely the rich or from the Tachibana clan stockpiles. Though the Inuzuka clan was formidable in combat, their equipment had always been a weakness. They desperately needed such basic or in bulk to forge standard gear. The Kazama clan, relying on their own mines, had always strangled their supply, charging exorbitant prices and often substituting inferior quality, leaving them with shoddy ninja tools. Now seeing so much high-quality stock available, Jin's breathing quickened. As per our agreement. Kisaragi Kage handed over a list, watching the other's expression carefully. Here are 50,000 caddies of refined iron ore. We cleaned out all the warehouses near the mine before the Kazama arrived. This is practically the Tachibana clan's entire fortune. He paused, gritting his teeth as he named a price that even pained him, only 70% of the market price. 70%. Inuzuka Jin whirled around, staring at Kisaragi Kage in disbelief. Brother, are you joking? This is hard currency. Even if you added 30% I'd buy it without hesitation. And you're discounting it. Alas. Kisaragi Kage sighed deeply, his face etched with bitterness and helplessness. Elder Jin, you know our situation. The Kisaragi clan lacks foundation, we can't digest such a massive amount of resources. Lowering his voice, he gestured toward the Kazama clan's territory, his tone turning fearful. The Kazama are breathing down our necks. They've already claimed this, or as theirs. Once their people arrive, I won't even be able to give it away. So rather than let the Kazama have it, rather sell it to straightforward Inuzuka brothers. Our clans are neighbors who will rely on your support in the future. His words were a mix of truth and fabrication, but they struck a chord with Inuzuka Kajiro, who despised the Kazama's arrogant, overbearing attitude. Well said. Kajiro slapped Kisaragi Kage on the shoulder. I can't stand those Kazama bastards, always acting like the alliance revolves around them. I've been itching to cut them down a peg. He waved his hand grandly, his voice brimming with boldness. Since you're being so generous, brother, our Inuzuka clan will take the entire lot. From now on, the Kisaragi are our sworn brothers. If the Kazama dare to trouble you, they'll have to answer to me. Go. Don't let those Kazama scum catch our scent. Watching the convoy swiftly heading toward Inuzuka territory, Kisaragi Kage finally unclenched his fist hidden in his sleeve, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and a glint of triumph flickered in his eyes. The goods were sold, the money was in hand. When the sun began to sink westward, casting long shadows over the mountains, a well-equipped Kazama force finally appeared at the mine entrance. The team, about 50 strong, all clad in dark green tight-fitting combat suits, was the Kazama clan's receiving unit. The leading jonin frowned as he surveyed the silent mining area and the destroyed warehouses. He raised a hand. Be alert, possible ambush. Yet after a cautious search, they found no enemies, not even a ghost. What is this? The jonin rushed into the largest main warehouse, his steps freezing abruptly. Empty. In the vast storehouse, the ore that should have been piled high had vanished without a trace, leaving only scattered debris and settling dust on the floor. And in the thick dust, deep wheel tracks were clearly visible, stretching across the mining area, pointing straight to the southeast. That direction. The jonin's face turned ashen. It's the Inuzuka territory. He kicked a broken wooden crate, his fury erupting like a volcano. Those dog-keeping bastards stole our ore. It felt like watching a cooked duck not only fly away but land right in the mouth of a sworn enemy. For the Kazama clan, who valued wealth above all and desperately needed this, or it was a fate worse than death. After them, the Jonin ground his teeth. Those carts are loaded, they can't move fast. Catch them and take back the goods. But sir, his adjutant hesitated. That's Inuzuka territory. If we attack there, what's there to fear? The Jonin cut him off. That's our property. Taking back what's ours is only right. Even if it goes to the Alliance, we have the upper hand. Deep beneath Shuixingshuan City, inside the massive laboratory just recently completed, the air was thick with an eerie blend of formaldehyde and the metallic scent of blood. This was a basement devoid of sunlight, yet dazzlingly bright, as if it were noon. This phenomenon was naturally brought about by the newest electric lights developed by Zhong Yi and his team. To be honest, Ke had no idea what methods they used to create these lights, nor how they generated electricity merely with ceiling formations. He could only marvel at how absurdly skewed the technological tree of this world was. If such techniques were available in his past life, Faraday's coffin lid would surely be pried open. Though he did not understand the principles, Ke naturally made use of these wonders for himself first. Now, whether it was the underground lab, the above-ground buildings, or even his office in the Lord's Manor, all were equipped with these technological products. He had even designed the renovation plans for the suite in the clan compound. Clad in a pristine white lab coat, Ke stood before a row of massive glass cultivation tanks. In the 15 or so containers filled with pale green nutrient fluid floated monsters, whose human forms were no longer discernible. These were the prisoners of the Kagaya clan delivered just months ago, but now they were utterly transformed. Each body was grotesquely twisted with ghastly white bone spikes, and wooden thorns bursting from every pore, piercing skin, muscle, and even internal organs. These humanoid creatures occasionally twitched in their comatose state from sheer agony, the bone and wooden spikes covering their bodies, tracing fine bubbles in the nutrient fluid, a trail of life ebbing away. Zhong Yi stood by, his eyes bright as he stared at these harrowing failures, yet the hand holding the recording board trembled slightly. After half a year, the experiment had made no progress. The rejection reaction of Zero Cell is simply too overbearing. Zhong Yi pointed at one of the specimens and explained to Ke, the vitality of Zero Cell is like a flood. It ruthlessly stimulates all chakra reactions in the host. In just over half a year, half of these 50-odd test subjects have died. I'm worried. Ke quietly watched the monsters writhing in agony, then walked to the operating table and casually picked up a thick experimental log. Don't worry. Money is not an issue, nor is time for research. Ke closed the log and tossed it back onto the table. Even if all 53 die, as long as we draw one useful conclusion, it will be worth it. We have plenty of time and money, no rush. He turned and patted Zhong Yi's stiff, tense shoulder. Have your team continue. Don't mind the cost. If you need anything, just ask me directly. Ke took off his white lab coat, which reeked of disinfectant, and hung it on the coat rack by the wall. After leaving the lab, he ascended the long spiral staircase, returned to the surface, and headed toward the Lord's Manor. The research team had now expanded to 16 people, still led by Zhong Yi, who reported directly to Ke. Unfortunately, there was still no clue about the old Shui who had been kidnapped by the Shiguashan clan. Although he had prioritized research on the Hashirama cells, Ke knew it could only be a long-term project, so he was. However, after experiencing the convenience of civilization through electric lights, he could not wait to invest substantial resources into developing technological products. Though in this world of ninjas he did not need to create weapons, there were countless inventions that could genuinely improve productivity or even simply enhance his own office efficiency. Now Yuzhibo Tiehua had become a true hands-off leader, spending all his time in his residence cultivating, leaving all city affairs to Ke. It was no exaggeration to say that if you asked anyone on the street who was the real authority in Shuixingshuan City, there would be no answer other than Yuzhibo Ke. When Ke strolled into the council hall, it was already dusk. The last rays of the setting sun spilled through the window lattice onto the map, dyeing the area representing the Western Alliance a bloody red. Yuzhibo Tiehua was rarely present at the meeting, clutching a just-delivered encrypted intelligence report, his brows furrowed. Seeing Ke enter, he immediately handed it over. "'Cause something has changed," Tiehua said in a deep voice. That old bastard Fengmaya was furious, but he held back and didn't declare war on the Chuanzhong clan. Ke took the report, glanced at it, and a faint cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The report was clear. Fengma scouts confirmed that the ore had been escorted away by the Chuanzhong clan. Fengmaya flew into a rage, but in the end he only ordered the troops to assemble and head to the Black Wind Forest at the border between the two clans, sending a formal negotiation invitation to the Chuanzhong clan. What is he doing? Trying to get the ore back by talking? Tiehua was puzzled. This doesn't seem like the Fengma clan. Because he hasn't gone completely mad, Ke said, tossing the report casually onto the table and walking to the map. Fengmaya is an old fox, the kind who never acts without seeing the prey. He's greedy, but he also knows that a full-scale war with the Chuanzhong clan would only weaken both sides, letting the Yunf clan, or even us Yuzhibo, reap the benefits. Moreover, he still believes the Chuanzhong clan actively intercepted the shipment. He doesn't know that Ryue voluntarily offered the, or to save their own skin. Ku tapped his finger on the location of Blackwind Forest. By initiating negotiations, he wants to use the alliance's moral authority to pressure the Chuanzhong clan, make them feel guilty, and cough up some benefits. If he can get the ore back without fighting, that's best. If not, he can still strike later. Then what should we do? Asked Yewa. If they really reach an agreement, won't our little show be in vain? Though all you did was pass a message to Ryue, this is a golden chance to weaken them. An agreement? Huh. Ku chuckled, his eyes filled with mockery. Two starving wolves sitting before a blood-soaked bone. Do you think they can share it peacefully? Fengmao believes he's in the right. Chuanzhong believes they bought the goods with their own means, and even paid. Both think they're blameless and wronged. This isn't a negotiation. It's a powder keg waiting to explode. He grabbed the black coat draped over the chair back, shrugged it on, and casually pointed to two elite jonin attending the meeting. The same youths who had accompanied him on the raid against Sato Nakai. Yuzhibo She, Yuzhibo Feng, you'll come with me tonight. Such a magnificent drama would be a shame without an audience. In the dark of night, the Blackwind Forest resembled a colossal beast poised to devour anyone who dared to venture close. It served as a natural boundary between the territories of the Wind Demons and the Inuzuka clans, with dense canopies obscuring the stars and moon, rendering the air thick and oppressive. Tonight, however, this silent forest was illuminated by countless dazzling torches, and two wildly contrasting, yet equally ferocious torrents of chakra clashed violently in a clearing, stirring up gusts of wind. On the left side stood the elite forces of the Wind Demon clan. Over 100 ninjas clad in dark green combat suits spread out in a fan formation, lurking in the branches or concealed behind bushes, as if at the slightest command this forest would be reduced to mere fragments in an instant. At the forefront was none other than the clan leader of the Wind Demons, Feng Emoya. This renowned Quasishida-level powerhouse was standing with his hands behind his back, his lean face appearing as grim as water under the flickering flames, and the cold serpent-like glint in his narrow eyes was fixed firmly on the rugged figure opposite him. On the right side was the Inuzuka clan's team of ninja dogs. Though fewer in number than the Wind Demons, their momentum was no less imposing, with dozens of massive ninja dogs comparable in size to calves bearing their sharp fangs, each ridden by a red-painted Inuzuka ninja. At the forefront of these beasts, Inuzuka Jin sat atop a gigantic pitch-black ninja dog. The two sides were no more than 50 meters apart, a distance that for elite jonin could be traversed in an instant. The air was thick with the pungent scent of gunpowder, as if a single spark could ignite a cataclysmic explosion. Inuzuka Jin. Feng Emoya was the first to speak, his voice sharp as a blade, piercing the ears of everyone present, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble and fall. Hand over the ore. That was agreed upon by our Wind Demon clan long ago. Do you intend to openly declare war on us with such a brazen act of highway robbery? His tone was filled with the arrogance of a superior and the fury of being offended. For the Wind Demon clan, that batch of ore was not only a strategic resource, but also a matter of pride. Declare war. You think you have the right? Inuzuka Jin scoffed, scratching his ear and patting the head of the giant dog beneath him, which immediately responded with a deafening roar. Feng Emoya, don't try to play tricks on me. I'm not falling for that. That batch of ore was sold to me by my brother Ryue, and I bought it with real gold and silver, money for goods of fair trade. You say you reserved it. Well, I could say your wife was reserved for me too. Why don't you just give her to me? Feng Emoya was so furious that his beard trembled, not expecting the other party to be this shameless and completely unreasonable. You shameless scoundrel. Feng Emoya said coldly. Does that brat Ryue have the gall to sell it to you? You must have threatened him. Let me tell you that ore is the legacy of Tachibana and should be distributed among the alliance. If you don't hand it over, this matter will not end today. If it doesn't end, then so be it. Are you afraid of me? Inuzuka Jin jumped down from the giant dog, causing the ground to crack instantly. I've had my fill of you guys. This time I acquired the ore through my own merit, so why should I give it up? Want it? Fine, come and take it with your lives. As his words fell, the Inuzuka clan members behind him let out a collective eerie howl, and dozens of ninja dogs lunged forward, their murderous aura crashing over like a tsunami. The ninjas of the Wind Demon clan also tensed up, instantly gripping their weapons tightly. At a single command from their leader, they would not hesitate to slice the wild men before them into pieces. However, just at this moment of high tension, a trace of barely perceptible hesitation flickered deep within Feng Emoya's eyes. Though he appeared utterly enraged, he was by no means foolish. Ryue, that two-faced little man. Feng Emoya ground his teeth inwardly. Compared to the barking Inuzuka Jin before him, he loathed the backstabbing Ryue even more. Ryu selling or to Inuzuka was clearly a ploy to align himself with them against the Wind Demons. If the Wind Demons fought Inuzuka to the bitter end, now would it not play right into that despicable little man's hands? Moreover, those bugs have yet to make a move. A sense of vigilance arose within Feng Moya. The Oil Girl clan was notoriously treacherous. They were definitely watching this juicy piece of meat from the shadows. If the Wind Demons and Inuzuka suffered heavy losses here, you knew Feng would probably laugh herself awake. On the other side, Inuzuka Jin appeared arrogant, yet internally, he was also feeling apprehensive. Although he spoke boldly, he knew better than anyone how troublesome the Wind Demon clan could be. The reason Inuzuka Jin was so adamant was actually to divert the disaster elsewhere. That old thing Feng Mo, you must think I'm backing Ryu. As long as I can force him back, he will undoubtedly vent his anger on Ryu. By then that brat Ryu will surely come crying for my protection to save his life. At that point, wouldn't I be able to smoothly swallow the Ryu clan as well? The two cunning old foxes stood there in the center of the battlefield, their rationality constantly tugging at their impulsive nerves. Inuzuka Jin, I will warn you one last time. Feng Moya took a deep breath, slowly raising his short blade, pointing it forward. Will you hand over that batch of, or not? I will say this one last time too. Inuzuka Jin retorted defiantly. That's mine, or if you want it, come and take it yourself. The air solidified for a full 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, cold sweat beaded in the palms of every ninja present. Good, very good. Feng Moya suddenly let out a cold laugh, sheathing his weapon. Inuzuka Jin, since you're so intent on protecting that Ryu, then protect him to the end. I want to see how long you can keep him safe. Retreat. He waved his hand sharply, issuing an order that relieved all the Wind Demon ninjas, but left them feeling somewhat unsatisfied. We're leaving. Feng Moya turned and walked away without a hint of hesitation. This debt my Wind Demon clan will remember. Sooner or later, I will make you repay it with interest. Watching the gradually retreating figures of the Wind Demon clan, Inuzuka Jin did not pursue them, but spat on the ground loudly, mocking, "Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Next time you come, remember to bring enough toll money." Although he said this, his hands trembled slightly. In that moment, he had truly been prepared to fight to the death. We're leaving too. Let's go drink. Inuzuka Jin mounted his beloved dog, slapped its side, and led a grand procession in the opposite direction. The confrontation in the Black Wind Forest ultimately concluded in a manner that was loud but lacking. There was no river of blood, nor a battlefield strewn with corpses. The two sides merely exchanged harsh words, flexed their muscles, and then returned home. But this did not signify peace. The seeds of hatred had already been sown. The night wind blew, stirring up the fallen leaves on the ground. Atop a gigantic ancient tree wide enough for 3 people to embrace, Uchiha Ke sat on a protruding branch, holding an unfinished apple. Behind him, Uchiha Mizu and Uchiha Kaze, 2 elite jonin, lurked like phantoms in the shadows. Ke watched the 2 armies gradually disperse below his face, revealing unabashed disappointment. Crunch. He bit hard into the apple, mumbling indistinctly, "Is this it? It's too boring, isn't it? Captain, aren't we going to make a move?" Uchiha Mizu looked at the unguarded backs of the 2 clans, a glimmer of desire flashing in his eyes. If we had set up a fire release technique in the middle just now, even a detonating tag, they would have surely fought. The back of that Inuzuka Jin is full of openings. Exactly, what a great opportunity. Uchiha Kaze also lamented. If a few people died, these 2 families would have been completely at odds. It's not that simple. Ke shook his head, casually tossing the apple core into the darkness. These 2 old foxes are very shrewd. They are wary of each other and do not want to make someone else the beneficiary. In that situation, just now, if we had rashly intervened, they would have surely targeted us together. Furthermore, Ke stood up, dusting himself off, his gaze becoming profound. If we were to strike right before their eyes, it would only unite them against Uchiha. For these clans, their highest priority threat is always Uchiha. The reason they dare to have some minor frictions now is because we haven't made any moves recently. But since they are being so rational, Ke's lips curled into a cruel arc. Let's help them a bit by giving them some irrational reasons. We have to work overtime tonight. With that, Ke jumped down from the tree and turned toward the direction where Feng Moya had left his figure, gradually fading in the moonlight. Understood. The 2 elite jonin responded and followed closely behind. Feng Ma Sanling, a recently promoted chunin, was sitting in a corner of the barracks, wiping a relatively new four-bladed shuriken. Sanling, stop dawdling. The captain is calling for assembly. A panicked shout from a comrade came from outside the door, his voice laced with a barely concealed anxiety. Sanling's hand trembled and his heart skipped a beat. A sudden ominous premonition surged within him. Assembly. At this hour. What happened? He rushed out in a fluster, only to find the entire camp shrouded in an abnormal atmosphere. The tribesmen, usually jovial now, wore grim expressions. The air was thick with the pungent scent of iron and murderous intent. I heard or was hijacked. A veteran Chunin leaned in, lowering his voice mysteriously. The clan leader was furious. He even smashed his favorite tea set. Today he's leading the charge himself. It seems we're going to war with the Chuanzhong clan. Chuanzhong. Sanling's face turned pale, his lips losing all color. In the western region, nothing was more terrifying than the rabid dogs of the Chuanzhong clan, not even the rogue ninjas. As a child, he had witnessed an uncle being torn to shreds by several ninja dogs, a bloody image that still haunted his nightmares. Are we really going to fight? His teeth chattered uncontrollably. That's the Chuanzhong clan, those madmen. Who knows? The veteran Chunin sighed, his eyes betraying helplessness and numbness. The clan leader's orders have come down. We're to mobilize everyone. Let fate decide, kid. Remember, if it actually comes to blows, don't rush to the front. Stay alive. During the march, Sanlang remained in a state of extreme tension. Every rustle of leaves in the forest made him instinctively grip his kunai, cold sweat drenching the back of his clothes. When the column finally halted, Sanlang saw the terrifying creatures before him, dozens of massive ninja dogs baring their sharp fangs with low growls rumbling from their throats. The stench of blood and murderous aura hit him, making his legs feel weak and his stomach churn as if he might vomit at any moment. Spit out the ore. That's mine. The two leaders were shouting at each other, spittle flying. Behind them, Sanlang trembled, trying to make himself as small as possible. He didn't want to hear any grand speeches, nor did he care about the ore or the clan's honor. Only one thought occupied his mind: don't let them fight. Lu Dao Shinran, please don't let them fight. I haven't even spent the money I saved. I don't want to be eaten by dogs. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Every bark of the ninja dogs sounded like the footsteps of death. Until, retreat. The command from Fengmaya, filled with reluctance, sounded like heavenly music to Sanlang's ears, more melodious than any tune. His tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. If not for the veteran Chunin catching him, he would have made a spectacle of himself. Alive. He panted heavily, watching his comrades begin an orderly retreat. The joy of surviving a calamity surged through him, and his eyes even grew moist. On the way back, though the team's atmosphere remained silent, it was noticeably lighter than the oppressive mood during the advance. Sanlang deliberately lagged behind, far from the important figures, his steps much more buoyant. Hey, what did I tell you? The veteran Chunin glanced back at him with a knowing smile. Big clans rarely fight it out so easily. It was all just a bluff. Yeah. Sanlang forced a smile, the heavy stone in his heart finally lifted. You scare me to death. That black dog was only a dozen meters away from me, and its teeth, Tisk, could have bitten right through my thigh. What a coward. Sanlang didn't argue, just grinned foolishly, his mind already on how to celebrate when he got. Even though the mission didn't turn into a fight, there should still be an allowance, right? He calculated happily in his mind. I can go have a couple of drinks. I heard the new landlady in town. The more he thought, the happier he became. Life felt truly wonderful. Just then a sudden urge to urinate hit him. Perhaps it was the aftermath of extreme tension. Now that his adrenaline had subsided, his bladder was protesting. Captain. He hurried to the front, a sycophantic smile on his face. I need to relieve myself. I'll be right back, I promise I won't fall behind. The squad leader glanced at the main force ahead and waved impatiently. Go, but be quick. We won't wait for you. Catch up on your own. And watch out, this area isn't safe. If those dogs drag you off, don't blame me. Yes. Right away. Sanlang, feeling as if granted a pardon, quickly ducked into the dense bushes by the roadside. Away from the torches and footsteps of the main force, the surroundings fell silent, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind and the chirping of unknown insects. Sanlang found a secluded tree root. As a trickling sound of water filled the air, he let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had come back to life. That feels good. He shook himself, looked up at the moonlight filtering through the leaves, and hummed a tune. Damn those dog raisers, scaring me half to death all night. Who's there? Out of ninja instinct, Sanlang sensed something wrong, but it was too late. As he turned, a long, powerful hand shot out from the darkness, clamping firmly over his mouth, stifling the scream that was about to escape. Sanling's eyes widened in terror. In the final moment before darkness consumed his vision, he saw the gleam of the moonlight on a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes. Yuzibo. That was the last thought in his mind. Then endless darkness swallowed everything. Handle it properly. But it doesn't matter. Even if they figure out it's a setup, it shouldn't be a problem. Yuzibo Ke stood on a high branch, arms crossed, coldly observing the scene below. Understood. Below the tree, Yuzibo Shuei and Yuzibo Feng exchanged glances and began the final artistic touches on the corpse. They created jagged wounds on Sanlang's throat and femoral artery, deliberately ruining the smooth edges to make them look like the aftermath of a large beast's savage biting and tearing. Then Yuzibo Feng took out a sealed vial from his pocket, uncorked it, and poured out a liquid with an extremely pungent, fetid odor. Ninja dog urine obtained from the black market. He carefully applied it around the wounds and on Sanlang's clothes, even pressing several large beast paw prints into the nearby soil. Captain, it's done. Good. Could jumped down from the tree, glanced at the Fuma Chunin, whose face still bore a mix of relief and lingering terror, and curled his lips into a cold smirk. Not just him. Ke pointed at two other corpses not far away, the Fuma scouts they had eliminated earlier. Handle those two as well. Keep the family together. As dawn broke, the early patrol team of the Inuzuka clan stumbled out of their camp, grumbling, and those bastards from the Wind Demon clan kept me awake all night. The captain of the Inuzuka team yawned while his Ninkin suddenly stopped, letting out a low growl of vigilance, its nose twitching. What's wrong? Smelling something. The captain followed the Ninkin's gaze, and his pupils instantly contracted. Not far away, 3 corpses lay sprawled on the ground. He hurried over, and upon seeing the attire of the corpses, his face turned ashen. People from the Wind Demon clan. Upon closer inspection of the wounds, and the familiar scent of his own clan's Ninkin in the air, the captain's face turned green. Bastards. Who did this? He roared angrily, killing members of the Wind Demon clan at our doorstep, and using such clumsy tactics to frame us. They want to pin this on us. He wasn't foolish, he immediately sensed that this was a setup. But before he could think of how to handle it, a sudden flurry of footsteps came from the woods in the distance. Over there. I smell blood. It was a search team from the Wind Demon clan. Our 3 members were missing last night, and they had come early to follow the trail. The 2 groups stood several dozen meters apart, simultaneously witnessing the grim scene on the ground. A Wind Demon ninja quickly spotted Saburo lying on the ground, eyes wide open in death. Saburo. Beasts. Inuzuka's beasts. A middle-ranking Wind Demon ninja looked at the huge bite wound on Saburo's neck, his eyes turning red instantly. You crazy dogs, we retreated last night, and you still ambushed us. Did you even do this, eh? The Inuzuka captain protested vehemently. Look closely, this is clearly a frame-up. Frame up my ass. Is that smell fake? The Wind Demon ninja wouldn't hear it. You killed our people and dumped the bodies here to humiliate us. Brothers, let's fight them. Damn it. You ask for trouble, don't you? The Inuzuka captain was also enraged. He was ready to join the fray. Wars often begin for the most bizarre reasons. Sometimes seemingly trivial matters ignite the powder keg. Ke had heard a story from his past life about an incident called the Bei Liang incident during the spring and autumn period, sparked by 2 women gathering mulberry leaves. Legend has it that at the border of Wu and Chu there was a mulberry tree, and one day a girl from the Wu border city of Bei Liang went to gather leaves only to see the tree's leaves lush and tender. Just as she was about to pick them, a girl from the Chu territory of Zhongli appeared and said, "This tree is on Chu land, you can't pick it." The Wu girl, naturally indignant, argued, "The wind blew the branches to Wu territory yesterday, they are." As the 2 girls continued to argue, they began to shove each other. The Wu girl pulled the Chu girl's hair, and the Chu girl grabbed the Wu girl's sleeve, escalating from a simple physical altercation to a full-on brawl. Both sides called in their sisters, picking up stones and breaking branches as weapons, resulting in several injuries. With the girls injured, their parents were naturally displeased, gathering relatives and friends to start fighting, turning a group brawl into a family feud. One family from Wu suffered losses, and the governor of Bei Liang exploded upon hearing that his people were bullied, directly leading a few soldiers to Zhongli to demand an explanation and even injuring Chu soldiers. Once the military got involved, word reached the ears of the powerful kings of Chu Ping and Wu Wangliao. Thus a conflict that would last several years, sparked by a mulberry tree, unfolded across the spring and autumn landscape. Interestingly, this mulberry tree also laid the groundwork for subsequent events like Wu Zix's revenge and Wu's rise as one of the 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period, but that's a story for another time. Digressing a bit, the summary of this story can be boiled down to one sentence: human emotions are quite strange, and the reasons for declaring war are often bizarre. However, for these 2 patrol teams, they did not have the authority to declare war directly. Although their curses grew increasingly foul, they had not crossed that line. But when this news reached the desks of the clan leaders, everything changed. As previously mentioned, humans are strange creatures, and the trigger points for emotional explosions are always unexpected. The emotions that the Wind Demon clan's Yana could not ignite with thousands of pounds of precious, or were completely stirred up after the deaths of 3 middle-ranking ninjas, which he had not even cared about. Leader Saburo's body is too horrific. The captain of the search party knelt on the ground, his voice trembling with anger. The wounds were clearly torn apart by a large beast, and they were thrown at the Inuzuka clan's doorstep like garbage. Enough. Yana suddenly waved his hand violently, interrupting his subordinate's lamentations, his lean face shadowed and obscured. As a cunning old fox who had survived in the quagmire of the West for half his life, how could he not see the undercurrents? They had just retreated last night, and this morning there were deaths that bore such provocative implications. This was clearly someone using the Wind Demon clan as a pawn, trying to force him into a life-and-death struggle with the Inuzuka clan. Inuzuka-ren may be arrogant, but he is not this foolish. Yana sneered inwardly. Such a clumsy frame-up tactic could only fool the dim-witted. But when he turned around and saw the eyes of the kneeling search party captain full of hatred and expectation, the last remnants of his rationality were instantly replaced by a chilling reality. The entire clan's fury had been ignited. If he were to say now, this could be a misunderstanding, or we need to calmly investigate, his authority as clan leader would be instantly diminished, and his clansmen would see him as weak and afraid of those dog breeders. Truth. A trace of sadness flashed through Yana's mind, only to be quickly overshadowed by determination. At this moment, who still cares about the truth? Since the blame has already been placed on us, we can only use it as a reason to go to war. Also, I have not given up on that batch of, or this is a perfect opportunity to settle the score. Send my orders. Yana slammed his hand down, unleashing a surge of chakra, his voice cold as iron. The Inuzuka clan is too overbearing. They killed our clansmen. If we do not avenge this grudge, the Wind Demon clan swears not to be human. Write a declaration of war. Let them wash their necks and wait. In response, Inuzuka-ren snatched the declaration of war, glancing at it, and immediately trembled with kill for a life. Blood for blood. Go to hell. He fiercely tore the declaration into shreds, the pieces scattering in the wind. In fact, he had already suspected foul play when the patrol leader reported the wounds on those corpses, while resembling dog bites, bore an artificially planted scent that was simply too obvious. He had originally planned to send a messenger to explain the situation to the Wind Demon clan, as with the threat of the Uchiha, it was no trivial matter for two great clans to go to war. But now this declaration of war felt like a slap to his face, harsh and humiliating. That old Yana. Not only did he frame us, but he also dared to play the victim. Inuzuka-ren laughed in anger. He valued his reputation, and since the other side had already declared war, if he were to explain now, would it not imply that the Inuzuka clan feared the Wind Demon clan? Moreover, the Uchiha had been quiet lately, so there was no need to worry too much. Want to fight? Then bring it on. Since it was impossible to clarify, he would simply accept it. This was the Inuzuka clan's pride. Send the order down if you see any Wind Demon clan scum. No need for words, just let the dogs tear them apart. At that moment, reason completely shattered. Though neither side immediately dispatched their armies for an attack, the two bloodthirsty declarations of war had already pushed the entire West towards the abyss of war. Tisk, so they've declared war. Uchiha Tiewa looked at the intelligence just delivered, disbelief etched on his face. These two old foxes are usually sharper than ghosts. How could they jump into a trap they clearly know about this time? This is the tragedy of great clans, Uncle Tiewa, Ke said, sitting in the main seat, holding a cup of tea, looking as leisurely as if watching an unimportant play. Sometimes the truth does not matter. What matters is the trend. They are both being grilled on fire, and they cannot escape. He gently blew at the floating leaves in his cup, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yana needs a vent to maintain the authority of the clan leader, while Inuzuka-ren requires a tough stance to uphold the family's dignity. As for who killed the three middle-ranking ninjas, who besides their family would care? Then why haven't they started fighting? Tiewa asked, somewhat anxious. Just barking at each other. Because they all fear pain and are worried about both sides suffering losses and being picked off by others. Ke set down his teacup, his gaze drifting to the gloomy sky outside, as if he could see the next act about to unfold across the western lands. Just watch. This stalemate won't last long. It has been exactly 3 weeks since the declaration of war. During these 3 weeks, although no large-scale battles have erupted, the forest where the two clans meet has been greedily consuming the lives of scouts from both sides. In a makeshift barracks, a young Wind Demon Shunin stared blankly ahead, his eyes bloodshot, fixated on the fog that seemed impossible to escape. Damn it. When will this end? He muttered under his breath, pulling a military ration pill from his pocket and tossing it into the air. Stop complaining, said an old soldier beside him, rubbing the edge of his weapon with a hoarse voice. As long as there's no order to retreat from above, we have to stick it out here. I heard that last night 3 squads encountered that pack of mad dogs from the Inuzuka clan while on patrol. 10 men returned missing arms and legs. The young Chunin shivered, peering through a gap to the opposite side, where it was eerily quiet save for the sound of the wind rustling through the treetops. But he knew that in that seemingly calm shadow, countless ninja dogs and traps were lurking. What exactly are we? The young Chunin grasped his hair in frustration. Is it just for a few carts of, or for those dead Chunin? Should you want to die? The old soldier covered his mouth, glancing nervously at the rear. If the captain hears such words, he'll throw you out to feed the dogs. The same scene was unfolding several kilometers away at the Inuzuka base. Although the Inuzuka clan had a slight advantage in scouting due to the assistance of their ninja dogs, the pressure of logistics was like a mountain suffocating everyone. Hundreds of large ninja dogs consumed astronomical amounts of meat daily. To maintain supplies at the front, the Inuzuka clan had to draw from their strategic reserves. Damn it, why is it this again? An Inuzuka clan member angrily threw a bag of moldy food onto the ground. This stuff wouldn't even be eaten by pigs. How can I feed it to my children? Didn't you see that Kuromaru had diarrhea yesterday? How can we fight like this? There's no choice. The logistics officer responsible for transportation wore a helpless expression. We've used all possible means of transport now. Just hold on for 2 more days. I've heard the clan leader is already looking for solutions. The air was filled with anxiety and unease. This was not just the complaint of 2 individuals, it was a microcosm of the entire front line. In this war of attrition, the blood vessels of 2 colossal beings were being slowly severed, with every drop of blood shaking their foundations. Inside the Wind Demon clan's headquarters, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could drip with water. Wind Demon sat at the center of the command tent in front of a massive military map crowded with small flags representing enemy and ally positions. His gaze was fixed on the jagged battle line in the middle, his brow tightly furrowed. He knew that enduring a stalemate with that madman Inuzuka Rin was burning money every second, and it was an investment without any visible returns. We can't continue like this. Wind Demon took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down as he paced back and forth in the tent, each step feeling incredibly heavy. If they launched a full-scale attack relying on the Wind Demon clan's strength, they might achieve a Pyrrhic victory, but the cost would certainly be devastating to the clan. At that time, the several families that had been watching coldly on the sidelines would definitely pounce, like vultures devouring the Wind Demon clan down to the bones. But if they retreated? No, absolutely cannot retreat. Wind Demon suddenly stopped, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. If they withdrew now, it would mean admitting fear of the Inuzuka clan. How could the Wind Demon clan raise their heads in the west afterward? Those small clans that depended on them would instantly turn on them. Caught in a dilemma, it felt like riding a tiger. We must find a breakthrough point. His gaze returned to the map, wandering back and forth along the long battle line, eventually landing on an inconspicuous corner at the edge of the map. That was the territory of the Bata clan. The Bata clan had always been a staunch ally of the Inuzuka clan. Although their territory was small, they occupied the best underground river water source in the west. Moreover, as a family that had started from commerce, it was said that they had accumulated a significant amount of wealth in their warehouses. Batu. Wind Demon murmured the name softly, a glimmer of greedy cold light gradually appearing in his eyes. This was an excellent target. Not only could it replenish urgently needed supplies and money, but it could also cut off the Inuzuka clan's potential logistics. More importantly, this was a piece of fat meat currently unguarded. The Bata clan, trusting in the Inuzuka's protection, had their main force cooperating in defending the flanks, leaving their stronghold as empty as a naked woman. But what's the justification? Upon hearing this, Wind Demon frowned. Although it was a time of chaos, attacking a family that had not participated in the war without reason would tarnish their reputation and cause panic among other observing small clans. Justification? He scoffed, the shamelessness of a tyrant evident in his voice. Isn't the reason simple? He suddenly turned around and said loudly to the elders below, the Bata clan colluded with the Inuzuka clan. The murderer who killed our scouts that night was sponsored by the Batu. They are accomplices in the murder of our clansmen. Several elders exchanged glances, but quickly understood the clan leader's intentions, their eyes revealing the same greedy look. The clan leader is wise. Exactly, the Bata clan has aided the oppressor and deserves 10,000 deaths. Wind Demon no longer hesitated, his voice turning cold and resolute. Leave a large squad at the border to maintain the barrier. Do not let the other side see any flaws. The rest will depart at midnight tonight, targeting the Batu clan's territory. As night deepened, the lights in the Wind Demon camp remained bright, but beneath that brilliant facade a massive strategic shift was quietly underway. Meanwhile, a few miles away at the main camp of the Inuzuka clan, the night wind carried the stirrings from the Wind Demon camp. Though extremely subtle, it did not escape the keen senses of the Inuzuka. Inuzuka Rin's nose twitched twice, his brow furrowed tightly. The scent has changed. Elder, what scent? A nearby confidant asked in confusion. The scent of fear has diminished. Inuzuka Rin grinned, revealing a row of white teeth under the moonlight. The chakra response over there is weakening. There are fewer people, significantly fewer. The old fox Wind Demon wants to run. The confidant exclaimed in surprise. Should we pursue? Pursue what? Inuzuka Rin smacked his confidant on the forehead. That's a trap. If he truly wanted to run, would he make such a secretive movement? He's trying to deceive us. He strode to the map, his gaze sharp as a hawk. If he doesn't attack me and doesn't retreat, then where else can he go? Oh, so that's it. Inuzuka Rin suddenly slapped his thigh, a glint of realization flashing in his eyes. That old thing wants to steal from the Bata clan. He's eyeing their wealth, trying to fill his stomach before facing us in battle. What? The confidant's face turned pale. The Bata clan is our ally. They've sent us supplies for years and we must help them. Help it. Inuzuka Rin scoffed a chilling coldness in his gaze, glancing once more toward the direction of the Bata clan. What can we use to help? Our main force is here. If we split our troops to assist, what if Wind Demon is feigning an attack and actually pulls a counter ambush? At that time, not only would we fail to save the Badu, but we would also lose ourselves. Moreover, he licked his lips, his eyes taking on an eerie gleam. Since Wind Demon has abandoned the rules, I have no need to hold back either. His gaze shifted from the Bata clan to another direction where the Takahashi clan's territory lay. This was a small family that had always depended on the Wind Demon clan for survival. Although not strong in combat power, they possessed the most fertile plains in the west, a renowned granary. Normally, the Takahashi clan relied on the Wind Demon clan's backing and had often annoyed the Inuzuka clan at the borders. The Takahashi clan. A ruthless look flashed in Inuzuka Rin's eyes. Since Wind Demon is attacking my ally, we must return the favor. Tell the clan leader that tonight we will feast at the Takahashi family. Yes. On the city walls of Shuixingshuan City in the deep night, Wind Ku and Taihor stood side by side, gazing at the distant directions of the Inuzuka and Wind Demon clans. If we count the time, they should be unable to hold back for long now. Ke's lips curled slightly, as if enjoying a splendid drama. Those beasts. Taihor spat, though he too had killed many. The act of betraying an ally still disgusted him. Will Wind Demon really go after the Badu? 100%. Even if not the Badu, it would be another small clan. This is the tragedy of the week, Ke said indifferently, his tone devoid of sympathy, only cold detachment that saw through the world. Uncle Taihor, get ready. Ready for what? Are we going to rescue them? Taihor asked. No, if we intervene, they won't be able to fight. Ke turned to face the workshops inside the city. Prepare to do business. Though the Badu and Takahashi are weak, they will spare no effort to survive. It's time to update the supplies in our warehouse. Sell to them, regardless of whether they have money, give them the goods first. But I believe these two families won't be short on funds. 20 days have passed since the Wind Demon and Inuzuka clans officially turned against each other, and in this short span of just over 2 weeks, the outer defensive line of the Hitano clan's territory collapsed rapidly, like a sandbank washed away by flood. In the early morning, a lower-ranking ninja of the Hitano clan curled up in a pile of ruins, tightly gripping a kunai, his face smeared with mud and blood, staring blankly at the charred remains of the forest ahead. That had once been the Hitano clan's pride, their first line of defense laden with numerous traps, but it was shattered in a mere encounter with the Wind Demon clan's forces. Retreat. Quickly retreat to the water fortress. A piercing shout jolted him from his stupor as the captain nearby unleashed a water barrier to block the enemy, while hoarsely directing the surviving members to withdraw. This was not a battle, but a desperate escape. A similar scene was unfolding miles away in the Takahashi clan's territory, where in order to survive they displayed astonishing resilience at this moment, utilizing the terrain to dig countless traps in the vast fields, attempting to halt the mad dogs of the Inuzuka clan. However, the absolute disparity in strength could not be compensated for by such petty cleverness. The Takahashi clan leader stood atop the highest earthen fortress of his clan, watching the fields below ravaged by the ninja dogs, tears streaming down his face in silence. That was once the granary of generations, now turned into a burial ground for his kin. Consolidate. All return to the earthen fortress. That is our last stronghold. As night fell, the flames of battle temporarily ceased. But this tranquility was even more despairing than the battle. The Hitano clan huddled in their water fortress, while the Takahashi clan took refuge in their easily defendable mountain stronghold. Though the core territories of both clans remained intact, most of their lands had already been surrendered. Inside the Hitano clan's council hall, the atmosphere was suffocating. The Hitano clan leader paced back and forth, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "Has the messenger for help not returned yet?" Reporting to the clan leader, a bloodied scout knelt on the ground trembling. 3 batches have been dispatched, a total of 9 people. Only I managed to survive and return. What about the others? Were they all intercepted by the Wind Demon clan? No. The scout shook his head, fear evident in his eyes. The Wind Demon clan didn't even bother with us. I ran to the Tachibana. No, I ran to the Inuzuka's outpost trying to ask them for assistance, but they attacked me directly and told me to get lost. What? The Hitano clan leader slammed his palm on the table. How many benefits have the Inuzuka received from us in the past? How could they refuse to help in our time of need? Not just the Inuzuka. The scout lowered his head, unable to meet the clan leader's gaze. I also tried going to the oil merchant's trade route, but those insect users said it was our private matter with the Wind Demon clan, and they couldn't interfere. The Hitano clan leader slumped into a chair, now certain that in this atmosphere of dread in the western region, no one dared to offend two small clans destined for destruction, just to save them from the two crazed beasts. Amidst this stifling silence, a faint knock sounded from outside the door. The sound was soft, yet it resonated clearly in the quiet night. Who is it? The Hitano upper ninja on guard suddenly drew his sword, nervously staring at the direction of the gate. At a time like this, who else could it be but the enemy? However, emerging from the darkness was not a wind demon assassin clad in dark green combat gear, but a shrewd-looking fat man dressed in a gray robe followed by a long line of heavily covered carts draped in black cloth. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. The fat man raised his hands wearing a friendly smile. I am the steward of the Kisaragi family, sent by my Lord Master Kage to deliver some urgent supplies to you all. Kisaragi. The Hitano clan leader paused for a moment, then suddenly seemed to realize something, his eyes shining with the light of survival as he rushed outside. Quick, quick, let them in. The convoy entered the stronghold and stopped in the square. The fat man wasted no time walking straight to the first cart and pulling back the black cloth on top. With a whoosh, under the light of the torches, everyone clearly saw the goods in the cart. In that instant, whether it was the clan leader or the ordinary ninjas, their breathing became heavy. There were neatly arranged boxes of explosive tags, their inscriptions seeming to flow like molten lava under the firelight. Beside them were bundles of brand new steel ninja blades, their edges glinting with a chilling light in the night. And in the gaps of the carts there were sealed bags of rice and medicinal herbs emitting a fragrant aroma. These were not merely goods, they were a lifeline. Are these all for us? The Hitano clan leader's voice trembled, wanting to reach out and touch them, yet unsure if he could believe it. Of course. The fat man nodded with a smile. Our clan leader said that we are all brothers of the Western Alliance. Although we are also afraid of the Wind Demon and dare not openly send troops to help, we cannot just stand by and watch our brothers perish, can we? We took great risks to smuggle these goods in through secret paths. That's great. That's wonderful. Master Kisaragi is so righteous. An upper ninja wept tears of joy. With these we can at least hold out for another 2 months. Don't be hasty with your thanks. The fat man's smile remained unchanged, but a shrewd glint appeared in his eyes. Brothers must be clear about the terms. You all know the market price of these goods. Our Kisaragi family also operates on a tight budget, and this trip has put our old capital at risk. He took out a pre-drafted contract from his pocket and gently placed it on the nearby stone table. According to the current market price, the value of this batch of goods is 10 times the usual price. I know you all are tight on funds right now, but we accept collateral. 10 times. The Hitano clan leader gasped. The gratitude that had just risen in him instantly cooled by half. Isn't that too exorbitant? Is this highway robbery? It shouldn't be put that way. The fat man replied calmly, still smiling. This is the price of life. Do you think the lives of the entire clan are not worth this load of goods? He pointed to the terms in the contract. Having no cash is not an issue. I noticed the noble Shishan mine is quite nice. Just sign here and put your thumbprint, and these goods will be yours immediately. The Hitano clan leader looked at the contract, his hands trembling, gritting his teeth as he asked, what if we refuse to sign? Then feel free to do so. The fat man shrugged, pretending to signal the driver to turn around. The Wind Demon army will likely launch a full-scale attack in a few days. If you keep these mine contracts, they might serve as burial goods for you all. This statement was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Hitano clan leader glanced at the eager eyes of those around him, grabbed the pen, and signed his name on the contract that could sell away the entire future of his family. A similar scene was also unfolding in the Takahashi clan's earthen fortress, except there the bargaining chips had turned into the several hundred acres of farmland deeds passed down through generations. The Kisaragi clan's merchant convoy moved like ghosts in the night, traversing between the two besieged islands, exchanging these goods for the last flicker of life of the small clans. At dawn the next day, the horns of the Wind Demon clan's camp sounded in unison. After a night of rest, Wind Demon Yi decided not to delay any longer. He aimed to take the Hitano water fortress in one decisive strike, thereby putting an end to this vexing flank war. Attack! With his command, hundreds of Wind Demon ninjas surged towards the water fortress like they hardly regarded the resistance from yesterday. In their eyes, the enemy had run out of ammunition and was on the verge of collapse, and today's assault was merely a slaughter to conclude the conflict. Leading the charge, an upper ninja stepped onto the water's surface, swinging his massive blade, eager to be the first to breach the fortress walls and claim credit. Die, cowards, he sneered. However, instead of despairing cries, he was met with a torrential downpour of kunai embedded with explosive boom, 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 boom. The violent explosions merged into a continuous roar, sending towering geysers of water into the air, mixed with severed limbs and shattered entrails. The leading Wind Demon upper ninja barely had time to widen his eyes before dozens of explosive tags slapped onto his face. In the next moment, hundreds of reinvigorated Hitano ninjas surged forth. Fight them back. For the Hitano clan. The frenzied counterattack immediately disrupted the Wind Demon's offensive rhythm. What they had thought were soft persimmons suddenly turned into a hard bone. Wind Demon, you stood atop the high ground watching the battlefield below suddenly descend into a stalemate, his brows furrowed tightly. How is this possible? He growled in disbelief. These poor souls couldn't even gather ironware yesterday. Where did they get so many explosive tags? Where did all this new equipment come from? Meanwhile, on the other side in the Takahashi territory, Inuzuka Kotaro was facing the same bewilderment. Who is supplying them with resources? Inuzuka Jin roared in fury, smashing a nearby boulder with his fist. He was unaware that the answers to all of this lay hidden in the study of Suishin Genshin. Klee sat at the table gazing at the two contracts that had just arrived, the corners of his mouth curling into a satisfied smile. Let them fight as they wish. I spent a great deal of money setting up this stage for you all. If it doesn't unfold spectacularly, how can I justify the presence of us spectators? This war, which was initially thought to conclude within weeks, officially transformed into a long and bloody quagmire at this moment. The flames of war in the Western Plains did not burn out as swiftly as everyone had anticipated, instead spreading like an unending plague from the depths of autumn deep into the heart of winter. 2.5 months in total. For the Uchiha clan of Shuixingshuan City, this period was a delirious carnival of counting money until their fingers ached, but for the Fuma and Inuzuka clans at the epicenter of the conflict, it was a prolonged bloodletting. The black market near Shuixingshuan City had now expanded to twice its original size. Every late night, countless caravans shuttled in and out of the Takashi and Hitano territories, their wheels grinding over the frozen earth with a muffled rumble. Hurry up, load this batch of goods. The Fuma clan has already sent 3 urgent requests. Ryueing, wrapped in a thick fur coat, directed her clansmen at the loading yard. Though fatigue lined her face, her eyes burned with a startling brightness. Chief, this is the shipment for the Inuzuka clan, a steward whispered, approaching her. 300 high-grade explosive talismans and 50 bottles of special military rations. Did you collect the payment? Ryueing asked. All paid in cash, the steward replied, patting the heavy pouch at his waist, his face blooming into a grin. Excellent. Ryueing nodded, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. Tell the caravans to split up. Don't let the Fuma see us delivering to the Inuzuka, and don't let the Inuzuka know we're supplying the Fuma. This was the current Ryue, selling shields to the besieged minor clans so they could hold out a few more days, while simultaneously selling spears to the attacking major clans so they could strike more fiercely. This double-dealing business was even more lucrative than outright robbery. Chief, what about our own operation? The steward hesitated, referring to the Fantion clan's territory, a small family that raised livestock and depended on the Ryue. It's about time we made our move. Ryueing's voice turned icy. While the Fuma and Inuzuka are locked in a bitter struggle and no one is paying attention to us, take 200 men over there. Say, we suspect the Fantion clan of harboring Uchiha spies, and for the Alliance's security, we must take over their management. Yes, Chief. Watching the steward's retreating figure, Ryueing inhaled the biting cold air. She knew she was turning into a demon, but the intoxicating thrill of watching her clan grow stronger was impossible to resist. Meanwhile, on the Hitano battlefield, Fuma, you stood atop a high vantage point, gazing at the enemy camp that had stubbornly resisted his assault for so long, his face dark with fury. He had expected an easy harvest, but instead it had become a bone-gnawing struggle. The Hitano clan's territory was blessed with abundant water, which naturally boosted their water-style ninjutsu. Moreover, they had somehow acquired a massive supply of explosive talismans, and using their intricate network of waterways as a defensive labyrinth, they had stalled the Fuma clan's offensive for 2 full months. Chief, the 4th Battalion has withdrawn, a Fuma Jonin reported, staggering up to him. Those Hitano lunatics planted explosive talismans underwater. We lost over 20 brothers. Useless. Fuma, you kicked a stone in front of him, sending it flying. Is this the 3-day guarantee you gave me? 2 months. We haven't even touched the gates of their water fortress. Chief, we can't drag this out any longer, an elder said, his face pained. Logistics just reported that to buy those weapons from the Ryue, we've already dipped into our clan's reserves. If we keep fighting, even a victory will be a loss. I know that. Fuma ground his teeth. He was now trapped in a dilemma. If he didn't conquer the fortress, the lives and money already spent would be wasted, and the Fuma clan's prestige would be shattered. But if he did conquer it, how many more lives and how much more wealth would he have to pour in? Bring me that forbidden technique scroll, Fuma suddenly said, his voice laced with a desperate resolve. The elder was horrified. You mean? That scroll. We paid a fortune for it on the black market, and it was originally meant for the Uchiha. Forget about that. Fuma's eyes were bloodshot. If we don't take down the Hitano now, this miserable war will drain us dry. Spread the word, all elite Jonin gather with me. Well, use the forbidden technique. Tonight we must breach the city. Late that night inside the Hitano water fortress, the Hitano chieftain was making his rounds of the defenses. Though everyone was exhausted, morale remained relatively stable, thanks to the supplies provided by the Ryua. Just a few more days, he encouraged himself silently. Once the heavy snow seals the mountain passes, the Fuma clan will have no choice but to retreat. But his hope turned to despair in the next moment. A terrifying surge of chakra emanated from the Fuma camp. Several elite Fuma Jonin joined hands in forming hand seals, and a massive wind blade took shape in the night sky. Wind release, great Kamaitashi technique. A howling gale swept through and everything in its path. The sturdy wooden walls of the water fortress and the Hitano clansmen hiding behind them was instantly sliced to pieces. Blood stained the river crimson, and the screams were drowned out by the roaring wind. It's over. The Hitano chieftain watched his defenses collapse in an instant. His sword clattered to the ground. He knew everything was finished. He did not choose to flee or surrender. Instead, he drew a short blade and plunged it deep into his own heart. The Hitano clan, after holding out for 2 months, was finally annihilated. The Fuma ninjas swarmed into the ruins like starving wolves, frenziedly looting the spoils of war. But when Fuma stepped into the Hitano treasury, there was no joy on his face. Though some wealth remained in the storehouse, it was a mere drop in the ocean compared to the enormous military expenses of the past 2 months. What grieved him even more was that this battle had cost the Fuma clan 3 elite Jonin, 5 Jonin, and over 100 Chunin dead or wounded. It was a thoroughly Pyrrhic victory. On the other battlefield, Inuzuka Ren's situation was hardly better than although the Takashi clan was not strong in combat, they were masters of digging tunnels. The entire field beneath them was a labyrinth of passageways. The Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs, despite their keen sense of smell, were completely useless in the narrow, dark underground environment. Furthermore, the Takashi clan had somehow acquired a large quantity of poison. Chief, Black Wind is dying. A beast tamer hugged a giant ninja dog that was foaming at the mouth, weeping bitterly. Inuzuka Kotaro watched his beloved dog, convulsing, his heart bleeding. Over the past 2 months, dozens of fine ninja dogs had been lost in this accursed place. Those damned rats. Inuzuka Ren's eyes blazed with savage murder. Since you love hiding underground so much, then stay there forever. Men, pour all the oil in. He pointed at the discovered tunnel entrances and issued the most brutal order. Burn them. Smoke them all out. Dozens of barrels of oil were poured into the tunnels. Thick smoke billowed and flames spread wildly through the underground passages. Muffled, agonizing screams rose from beneath the earth like the wailing of demons in hell. In their despair, the Takashi clansmen made a final counterattack. They detonated the grain storehouse buried deep underground. Boom. The ground trembled violently, and several huge mounds of earth erupted into the air. When the Inuzuka clansmen finished clearing the battlefield, all they found was a scorched wasteland and countless charred corpses. Not a single grain of the expected food remained. Inuzuka Ren stood on the ruins, gazing at the desolate scene and the wounded, whimpering ninja dogs. He slammed his fist against a withered tree beside him. Time slipped by in the blink of an eye. Outside the study of the Shuixingshuan city, Lord's mansion, snowflakes drifted silently past the window. Another year was drawing to a close. Uchiha Ke sat before a warm fireplace, holding a freshly compiled battle report and ledger. Tisk, tisk, truly gruesome, he murmured as he flipped through the pages, but his tone held no trace of pity. The Hitano are exterminated, the Takashi are exterminated, the Fantion have been swallowed. The once 12 Western clans have now been reduced to just a few big players. Uchiha Tetsuka sat across from him. Though exhilarated by the immense war profits, his brow remained slightly furrowed. The Fuma and Inuzuka have suffered significant losses, but they've still swallowed up territory. Once they recover, even if they only digest half of it, their strength will exceed before. Then all the pressure will fall on us. Recover. Kei chuckled, picking up the ledger from the table and shaking it. Uncle Tetsuka, take a look at this. The list of buyers from our black market supplies. Tetsuka leaned in and glanced at the numbers, which made him draw in a sharp breath. So much. But why is the Aburame buying so much from us? They're not at war. A glint of sharp light flashed in Ki's eyes. He stood up and walked to the map. On the current map, aside from the Uchiha territory, only 4 distinct blocks remained. Fuma, Inuzuka Ryue, and the Aburame, who had remained quiet all along. The Fuma and Inuzuka have both feasted and been wounded. If the Aburame, who have been conserving their strength, suddenly decide to enter the fray and claim a share, tell me, would they still keep fighting each other, or would they band together to survive? Tetsuka suddenly understood. You mean that sneaky Aburame Shikaku is about to make a move? He won't last much longer, Kei said with certainty. Watching others feast while he starves. With his personality, he'll definitely stab the Fuma and Inuzuka when they're at their weakest. As night deepened, the main stronghold of the Guizhong clan was ablaze with lights, exuding not the tension of wartime, but a false prosperity born of survival. The spacious meeting hall was laden with lavish feasts, the air thick with the greasy aroma of roasted whole lamb and the pungent bite of strong liquor. Seated at the head, the Guizhong patriarch, his face flushed with drink, raised a golden-laid goblet, leaning slightly forward to toast repeatedly, with a man wrapped in a deep gray high-collared coat seated at the right hand. Patriarch Yunu, this toast is for you, Guizhong said, emptying his cup with undisguised fawning and flattery. Thank you for thinking of us little brothers in these turbulent times. With the elite reinforcements of the Yunu clan, I doubt that Ryue Ing would dare to covet our territory. In recent months, the western region had been a nightmare from which small clans could not wake. Following the successive annihilation of the Sato, Hitano, and Takahashi clans, the small families that had once barely survived in the cracks among the three giants suddenly realized the sky above had changed. The once somewhat restrained great clans had bared their fangs, while the newly rising Ryue clan was even more rapacious. After swallowing minor clans like Kuroiwa and Ida, its sphere of influence expanded relentlessly, now pressing against the Guizhong border. As one of the few surviving small clans in the west, the Guizhong clan had long been jumpy as birds startled by a bow, unable to sleep at night. Just this afternoon, the previously neutral Yunu Jifeng had arrived with 200 clansmen, offering to assist in defense as an ally. To the Guizhong patriarch, this was nothing short of a lifeline from heaven, a glimmer of hope for survival. Yunu Jifeng set down his goblet. His eyes behind the sunglasses were hidden in shadow, utterly unreadable. His voice was somewhat hoarse, like dry leaves scraping across parched ground, carrying an unsettling chill. Patriarch Guizhong is too kind. Since we are allies, mutual aid is only natural. A faint, barely perceptible sneer curled at the corner of his mouth as he probed with a seemingly casual tone. I hear that old patriarch of the Ryue, a clan, has emerged from seclusion and broken through to the quasi-patriarch level. At the mention of this, the Guizhong patriarch's face instantly changed, a flicker of unconcealed terror flashing in his eyes. Yes, he sighed, pouring himself another cup as if to drown his sorrows. That old Ryue fellow had been silent for so long I thought he was dead, but instead he has grown even stronger. Now that the Ryue clan has a quasi-patriarch seated in command along with that treacherous vice patrol Ryue, we small clans truly have no way out. A four-leg balance. That was the hottest topic in the West lately. With the breakthrough of the Ryue patriarch, the Ryue clan had finally filled its last shortcoming, acquiring top-tier combat power equal to the Fuma, Inuzuka, and Yunu clans. This also meant that the living space in the West was further compressed, leaving little oxygen for the small clans. Jifeng tapped lightly on the table. Between the black-gloved fingers, a few extremely tiny black insects crawled. Indeed, a troublesome matter, but the dead need not worry about such things. What? The Guizhong patriarch was stunned, thinking he had misheard or was hallucinating from drink. I mean, this wine, it's enough. Jifeng suddenly rose, his aura turning instantly icy and malevolent, as if the very ambient temperature dropped several degrees. The air in the hall froze, the clamor of clinking cups and merry chatter abruptly halted. Everyone instinctively stopped their actions, staring in terror at the great patriarch who had just spoken so shockingly. Patriarch, you know, what are you? Guizhong, you are too naive. Jifeng adjusted his sunglasses, his voice eerily calm, as if pronouncing a foregone conclusion. In this dog-eat-dog world, how can the weak choose their allies? Your only value is to become nourishment for the strong. Rather than being swallowed by that Ryue, it's better to become part of our Yunu clan. You want to annex us? The Guizhong patriarch finally realized the betrayal, smashing his goblet in fury that instantly sobered him. Guards, seize them. But no one answered him. At the hall entrance, the guards, who should have been loyal, now had vacant eyes, strange purple plague spots creeping up their necks, clearly unconscious. The high-ranking members inside tried to stand and resist, but were horrified to find that no matter how hard they struggled, their limbs were completely immobile, as if their bodies were no longer their own, but had been taken over by something invisible. Save your strength. Jifeng slowly opened his palm. Countless tiny venomous insects flew from his sleeve, coalescing into a black cloud that emitted a skin-crawling buzz. From the moment I stepped through the door, my bugs have entered your bodies through the air. Ah! Several elders groaned in agony, watching helplessly as strange small lumps bulged under their skin. The Guizhong patriarch stared in despair, finally understanding that the visitor's purpose was not reinforcement at all, but a long-planned bloodless massacre. Within half an hour, the Guizhong clan, which had endured for decades, was completely overrun in this seemingly lively banquet, becoming the property of the Yunu clan. Almost simultaneously, several dozen li away in the Ryue clan territory, another form of expansion was brewing, carrying a more intense stench of blood and ambition. Ryue stood before the massive map of the West, a red marker, drawing a big cross over the name Guizhong with brisk, decisive strokes, even carrying a hint of cathartic satisfaction. That old Yunu has already gone to the Guizhong territory, he asked without turning his head. The intelligence officer in the shadows replied respectfully, yes, according to our border scouts, the Guizhong clan is brightly lit tonight, and Yunu Jifeng has taken many trusted men there. A flicker of complexity crossed Ryue Ying's eyes. Unlike the deceived Guizhong patriarch, he had actually received news that morning that Yunu was planning to strike at Guizhong. Although he was now an agent backed by the Uchiha, he was no puppet willing to be controlled. Over the past year, he had expanded, wildly swallowing up surrounding lands. He reveled in the thrill of power and craved more respect. Now, with his own patriarch breaking through to the quasi-patriarch level, his confidence surged, and the old patriarch seemed to be hinting at further delegating authority to him. He knew well that the patriarch's delegation was not without reason. If he did not produce sufficiently impressive achievements, his current power could be revoked at any time. Since we have a quasi-patriarch as our banner, we must not only defend, but also attack. Ryue spun around, a savage gleam in his eyes, and slammed his fist heavily onto another side of the map, the Jiating clan occupying a strategically crucial position. Once we take Jiating, we will control the throat of the southward trade route. Swallowing this will allow us to confront those three clans. Issue my orders, all forces attack. Tonight we will celebrate the rise of our Ryue clan with the blood of the Jiating. Night deepened, the moon hid behind the clouds. The Jiating clan's territory nestled in a secluded valley perpetually shrouded in mist with treacherous terrain, exuding an air of mystery. This clan was small in number, barely 100 souls in total. Its survival in the chaotic world relied solely on the uncanny hereditary secret arts. But tonight the centuries-old tranquility was shattered by earth-shaking battle cries. Ryue personally led the charge. 300 elite Ryue warriors armed to the teeth surged like a muddy avalanche toward the valley entrance. No probing, no surrender demands. Just an all-out reckless assault from the start. Explosions deafened, flames lit the sky. The Jiating patriarch opened his eyes, gazing at the seemingly endless Ryue army swarming like ants below, a deep sorrow flickering in his eyes. So this is the era of chaos. Even seclusion in a corner is impossible. He knew that if they continued fighting using the spirit transformation technique, the Jiating clan might kill many Ryue ninja, exacting a heavy toll. But the final outcome would be total annihilation. They had too few people to sustain such a war of attrition. We cannot die here. The Jiating patriarch stood, making his final decision. The spirit transformation technique is our clan's treasure. It must not be lost in our generation. Pass the order, abandon the territory, take the secret scrolls and children, and retreat en masse. Where do we retreat to? A young clansman asked tearfully, looking at the home where he had lived his entire life. North, to seek refuge with the Qinsho clan. The Jiating patriarch looked northward. Only there can we find shelter. Only the Qinsho might help us avenge this. At the last moment before the Ryue army breached the defenses, the Jiating patriarch used the final spirit transformation technique to create chaos, enabling the core clansmen to flee through the secret passage behind the mountain. When Ryue stormed into the compound atop the ruins, it was already deserted, leaving only a scene of devastation and still burning flames. Though he had captured no one and obtained no core secret arts, gazing at the empty territory, he still let out a manic laugh. This valley was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it commanded the vital passage. Most importantly, seizing it connected the Ryue clan's territory into a solid, unbroken iron bucket. Time is the cruelest fuel in the ninja world, scorching this ancient land. 2.5 years have passed since the war began. For the common civilians of the Land of Fire, these were hundreds of long and agonizing days and nights. But for the ninjas trapped in the meat grinder, these 2.5 years seemed like a mere snap of the fingers. Each day repeated the same cycle of slaughter, blood, and death. The Western Plains, once crowded with 13 clans, now lay empty and silent. Most of the former smoke and villages had turned into scorched earth, replaced by shocking trenches and simple watchtowers built from bones. In the Haifeng forest at the border of the Fengmo and Quanzhong clans, ancient trees were either cut in half by wind style or uprooted by giant ninja dogs. The exposed soil showed an eerie dark brown, the mark of repeated soaking and drying of blood. A badly injured Fengmo Chunin poked his head out of the trench, spat out blood foam, his battle uniform tattered and barely showing a dark green color. Damn it. When will this end? He rasped, looking at the lifeless thicket across. Stop talking nonsense. The veteran beside him was bandaging a torn wound on his thigh, eyes numb. As long as the clan leader hasn't ordered a retreat, even if we have only one breath left, we must stay rooted here. I heard there was another fight at the eastern mine yesterday. Dozens of brothers died over a well. This was the current norm of the West. The four behemoths, Fengmo, Quanzhong, Envy, and Ryu, have been tearing at each other on this not-so-wide land for 2 full years. The initial reasons might have been hatred or territorial disputes. But now the reasons no longer mattered. The war itself had become an inertia, a mechanical movement necessary for survival. At the other end of the west, the battlefield between the UNV and Ryu clans was even more insidious. A Ryu merchant caravan was carefully crossing a swamp. This was originally a pasture of the Fanteon clan, but now it had become a buffer zone between the two armies. "Watch out! Insects!" the leading Ryu Jonin suddenly shouted. Several guards who failed to dodge let out piercing screams, their bodies visibly shriveling as their chakra was instantly devoured. On a distant hill, several UNV ninjas wrapped in windbreakers watched coldly. The Ryu clan's equipment is indeed good. The leading UNV Jonin adjusted his sunglasses, voice hoarse. The leader's ninja sword should be a top-grade product from the Uchiha Forge. We'll snatch it later and trade for a suitable weapon. But Captain, a clan member hesitated, we've consumed too many insects these days, and the clan's secret medicine reserves are. What are you afraid of? The captain sneered. We'll rob this caravan, trade their goods with the Uchiha for medicine. That Uchiha guy is greedy, but as long as we pay enough, he'll sell anything. War requires resources, and now the only one with resources is the Uchiha's Shueishin Xian City. Buying resources requires a lot of money, which can only be obtained through war plunder. This is the vicious cycle woven in the West. In this perfect closed loop, the flesh and blood of the four great clans were drained bit by bit, turning into mountains of gold in Shueishin Xian City's treasury and the ever-updating equipment and specimens in the laboratory. The unrest was not only on the Western Front, rather during these 2.5 years the entire land of fire trembled. In the East, Zungu Ridge, once a fortress of the Kagaya clan, had now become the Uchiha's absolute barrier on the eastern line. Guarding it was a Quasiclan leader-level powerhouse named Uchiha Yinshin, a veteran of steady temperament, especially skilled in fire release, who had fortified Zungu Ridge into an impregnable stronghold. After the Kagaya clan announced they would seal themselves off and not participate in any disputes in the land of fire, the Senju clan grew covetous and attempted several times to breach the area, even sending elite squads for infiltration. But each time the Uchiha's defense repelled them. In the river valley on the right flank, Uchiha Chuanai had grown into a powerhouse that struck fear into the Senju clan. His sword technique was fierce and ruthless, and with his sharp, three-demos Yen he was invincible on the battlefield. But he had met his match. It was Senju Feijian. That white-haired youth, always cold-faced, possessed a gloom and wisdom beyond his age. In this river valley, with dense water networks, Feijian's water release was like a fish in water. Unlike their elder brothers who fought heat-in, these two used terrain traps and various schemes to operate behind enemy lines. The two genius youths clashed countless times in the valley, each winning some, neither able to overpower the other. As for the central main battlefield, it had become a true hell on earth. Uchiha Tiandao and Senju Feijian still commanded the center like two stabilizing pillars, but everyone could not ignore that the new generation of protagonists was silently taking over. Uchiha Ban and Senju Jujian, though only 14, had both become elite jonin. These two names had become the nightmare of ordinary ninjas on both sides over the past 2 years. Ban's fire release and taijutsu had advanced rapidly, making him nearly invincible in unknown combat below the clan leader level. Except of course against Senju Jujian. And Jujian, that boy who once only grinned foolishly, had now revealed a terrifying talent that made the entire ninja world tremble. That legendary Kekkei Genkai was being restored to glory in his hands. With nearly endless chakra and vitality, he gained the upper hand in every clash with Ban. Those two monsters. Even the ever-arrogant Uchiha Tiehua had to bow his head when receiving intelligence on these two juniors. I'm afraid it won't be long before we have to make room for them. It was autumn again. Ke stood on the city wall gazing at the distant, devastated western land. The cold wind blew his long hair, revealing eyes as deep as the night sky. 2.5 years, he murmured to himself. It's time to end this. Tiehua stood behind him, holding the latest intelligence. Those 4 clans seem to be on their last legs, Tiehua said. The Fengmo clan sent a messenger yesterday wanting to borrow a huge sum from us, and they're open to negotiate the interest. The Quanzhong clan has also relented, willing to trade some secret dog-raising techniques for explosive tags. They've reached their limit. Ke turned around, took the intelligence from Tiehua, read it, and casually tossed it into a brazier. The flames devoured the paper and also seemed to devour the fragile balance that had held the West for years. That old fox UNVG Feng is probably crippled too. The Ryu clan. That dog is fat enough, it's time to butcher it for meat. The sky over the western plains was a leaden gray haze, pressing down so low that it felt as if one could reach out and touch the suffocating clouds. Fine snowflakes mixed with ice pellets like countless tiny blades ruthlessly cut through everything exposed on the wilderness. The 4 great families of the West, trapped in the war of attrition meticulously orchestrated by the Yuzhibo, were like beasts caged in a fighting pit. Though they had already bled dry and were utterly exhausted, driven by fear, greed, and hatred they were forced to continue tearing into each other until they fell. With supplies exhausted and morale wavering, both the lowliest soldiers and the high-ranking elders knew that continuing to fight meant certain death. But the immense sunk cost and the deep fear of being betrayed by allies made none dare to relent, first sinking deeper into the morass awaiting inevitable destruction. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away in the council hall of the Ryue clan's main estate, the fireplace blazed fiercely, bringing warmth as spring. Thick fur carpets covered the entire hall, and the faint scent of incense hung in the air, masking the pervasive stench of decay from outside. Ryue knelt at the lower seat, clad in a brand-new silk robe, his demeanor respectful, yet beneath his lowered eyelids flickered an irrepressible gleam of excitement. On the main seat sat a middle-aged man exuding a terrifying aura, the current patriarch of the Ryue clan, Ryue Duan. Patriarch, the latest intelligence has arrived. Ryue Ying's voice trembled with the thrill of the impending great upheaval. The defenses of the Fengma and Xuanzhong are on the verge of collapse. Fengma suddenly collapsed, vomiting blood on the front line yesterday, reportedly from an old injury. Now the Fengma camp is in turmoil. The Xuanzhong Ren's situation is even worse. His ninja hounds are dying in droves from sickness and starvation, leaving their combat strength at less than a tenth. The Xuanzhong clan is now just an empty shell. Ryue swallowed and continued, as for Yinu Jifeng. That old schemer has been conserving his strength, but under pressure from the other two clans they now struggle even to maintain a basic defense line. Good, good, good. Ryue Duan's eyes snapped open, blazing with a piercing light, the long-suppressed ambition finally unleashed. I have waited too long for this day. I have waited too long for this day. His voice was hoarse and low, yet carried an undeniable authority. He strode with firm steps to the massive map of the West, his dry finger pressing heavily on the Fengma clan's territory. For so many years our Ryue clan has played the docile dog, groveling before the Yuzhibo and bowing to the other three families. What for? Isn't it for today? For so many years our Ryue clan has played the docile dog, groveling before the Yuzhibo and bowing to the other three families. What for? Isn't it for today? He turned to face Ryue, his eyes burning with a feverish, almost deranged passion. Now they are all crippled, all broken. Who in the entire West can still stand against our Ryue clan? Who in the entire West can still stand against our Ryue clan? Ryue Duan spread his arms as if to embrace the entire West. As long as we can devour the weakest Fengma with lightning speed, then use the momentum of victory to force the Xuanzhong and Yinu into submission and integrate the remnants of the three clans. The West will be ours, the Ryue's domain. By then, even the Yuzhibo will have to watch our every move. The Patriarch is wise. Though Ryue sensed something amiss under the Patriarch's commanding presence and the alluring vision, he too felt his blood boil. However, Ryue Duan's tone shifted, a flicker of shrewd calculation replacing the earlier fervor. That Yuzhibo Ku is not to be underestimated. Though young, he is a ruthless player who devours without spitting out bones. We must guard against him when we make our move, lest he sabotage our plans or reap the benefits without lifting. He pondered for a moment, a sinister smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Immediately write a personal letter to Yuzhibo Ku. A letter? Ryue was taken aback. Writing now? Is it a declaration of war? Fool. Ryue Duan shot him a glare of frustration. Declaring war now? Are we in a hurry to die? What we need is to stabilize him, even use him. He paced the room, thinking as he spoke. Say it's a plea for help. Inform him that the Xuanzhong clan plans to join forces with the Yinu to launch a final sneak attack on us, attempting to seize our food supplies. Request that the Yuzhibo, for the sake of our past cooperation, send a feint from the flank to distract the Quanzhong's attention. They don't need to actually fight, just show up and scare those mad dogs. This? Ryue hesitated. That Yuzhibo Ku is a cunning fox. He won't move for mere sweet talk. Of course there must be a carrot. Ryue Duan sneered, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Promise him in the letter that after this is done, our Ryue clan will willingly cede all the Fengma mines along with the previous high-end ones to the Yuzhibo as a gift. All of them. Ryue gasped, his voice strained. Patriarch, isn't the price too high? Those mines are the lifeline of the West. If we give them all to the Yuzhibo, what will be left for us? You can't catch a wolf without risking the bait. Ryue Duan waved dismissively. As long as we use their hand to shield us from pressure, we can focus on finishing off the Fengma. Once we truly unify the West, whether we deliver or not will be our call. By then we'll at least be on equal footing with the Shuixingxuan city. We can toss them a couple of mines to keep them happy. They won't dare start a full-scale war over such a trifle, not when their main force is still locked in battle with the Qinshu. In his eyes, though the Yuzhibo were strong, their forces in the West were thin. As long as he forged a unified front, even the mighty dragon crossing the river would have to coil before the local snake. Yes, he'll write it immediately. Ryueng no longer hesitated and hurried off to prepare the letter. In the study of the Shuixingshuan city, Lord's mansion, Uchiha Ke lounged lazily in a spacious chair, toying with the freshly delivered confidential letter. His face showed no tension or anger, only a playful smirk, as if watching a monkey perform a clumsy circus act. Tisk tsk. That old Ryue fox age hasn't tamed his ambition. He tossed the letter onto the table with a soft thud. The greed and scheming dripping from every line can be smelled from hundreds of miles away. Yuzhibo Tiahua sitting opposite snatched the letter and scanned it quickly, then laughed in angry disbelief. Has this old fool lost his mind? Asking me to play bodyguard on his flank, and offering to give us mines that are already ours. Does he think we're idiots? Tiahua slammed the table, rattling the teacups. We can't tolerate this. They'll take the men and wipe him out now. Easy, Uncle Tiahua. Ke stood up, walked slowly to the window, and pushed it open. The biting wind and snow poured in, cooling Taehuo's impulsive temper. When a pig is fattened, it naturally thinks it can sit at the table. Ke's voice seemed ethereal in the storm. He thinks he's a player moving pieces in a grand game, trying to use us. But in truth, he's not even a piece. He's just a dish on the table. Though he got one thing right. Ke turned, his gaze falling on the map marked with 4 colored sections, a cold gleam in his eyes. This is indeed a golden opportunity. Opportunity? Tiahua was puzzled. Uncle Tiahua. Ke's voice echoed in the study, carrying an unyielding resolve and chilling killing intent. Issue the order, mobilize every available ninja. Since they want to fight, well, give them a hand. This play has been staged long enough. It's time for the curtain to fall. He took a black coat from the chair back, draped it over his shoulders, and strode out. Tell the brothers we're going to help them end this war with dignity. The West should take the name of the Uchiha. He murmured to himself, his words dissolving into the cold wind, as if the final verdict over this land. The first ray of dawn struggled through the thick layers of clouds, casting a faint light upon the frozen black earth of the western plains. Yet it brought no warmth. Instead, the air grew heavier with a palpable aura of slaughter. Within the forward camp of the Ryue clan, a deathly silence enveloped every corner. Hundreds of Ryue ninjas had already assembled, clad in immaculate black combat uniforms. Each held their breath, their fingers turning white from gripping their weapons. On a high platform at the center of the camp, Ryue Duan stood with his hands behind his back, showing none of the excitement that stirred the others. His weathered face, etched with deep wrinkles, betrayed no emotion save for a cold serpentine glint that occasionally flickered in his eyes. Chieftain. Ryue climbed the platform with evident anxiety, his voice low but urgent. We've been assembled for 2 hours now. Fuma seems to have sensed something and is reinforcing their defenses. If we delay any longer, we'll lose the best chance for a surprise attack. What's the rush? Ryue Duan shot him a cold glance, his tone flat and unruffled. Haste makes waste. A single misstep could plunge us into irredeemable ruin. He turned, his gaze sweeping past the dense ranks of his kin to the distant south, the border between the Chuanzhong clan and the Uchiha territory. Any movement from the Uchiha? Not yet. Ryue wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Our scouts have been watching. The gates of Shuingsing did open and a unit did march out. But they are moving slowly, aren't they? Ryue Duan let out a contemptuous laugh, a mocking curl on his lips. That Uchiha Ke indeed is a man who won't act without a sure gain. He's waiting for us to bleed each other dry with the Fuma before he swoops in to reap the spoils. Then, what do we do? Ryue asked. Should we wait a little longer? Wait. No, we can't wait any longer. Ryue Duan shook his head, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. If we wait, the Fuma and Xuanzhong will also react. And if the Uchiha suddenly renege, our position will become even more precarious. At that moment, a Ryue scout scrambled to the foot of the platform, nearly falling. His shout shattered the deathly silence, drawing every eye to him. Chieftain, they've moved. The Uchiha have moved. The scout, too breathless to wipe the dirt and sweat from his face, cried out in a hoarse voice trembling with excitement. A quarter of an hour ago, the Uchiha forces suddenly appeared on the flank of the Chuanzhong clan's defense line and burned 2 of their outposts to ashes in an instant. Excellent. Ha ha. Ryue Duan slammed the railing, erupting into a roaring laugh filled with the wild joy of a gambler's victory and boundless ambition for the future. Uchiha Ke, oh Uchiha Ke, you're still too young after all. The gloom in his eyes vanished, replaced by the confidence of one who holds all the cards. You think you're using me? Once I devour the Fuma and absorb their strength, becoming the overlord of the West, who will truly rule this land remains to be seen. Pass my orders. His voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, crashing into the ears of the 1,000 Ryue clansmen. Target the Fuma clan's territory. Tear them to shreds. No prisoners. Only land and resources. Slay them all. For the glory of the Ryue. For the hegemony of the West. Kill. The roar of hundreds coalesced into a torrent, making the very earth tremble. The great army of the Ryue clan, like a breached flood, surged with devastating momentum toward the Fengma clan, already tottering in the storm. Meanwhile, on the Chuanzhong flank defense line, several dozen li from the main battlefield, the scene was indeed a sea of flames, as the scout had reported. Massive explosions rang out one after another, the towering firelight staining half the sky crimson. Thick smoke billowed, blotting out the sun, and the clash of weapons and ninjutsu roared deafeningly. From a distance, it looked like a fierce and bloody siege. But if one could penetrate to the very front line, a most bizarre phenomenon would become apparent. The elite Uchiha unit, though every member was energetically performing hand seals and throwing kunai, somehow seemed off target. The mighty great fireballs and explosive tags mostly struck empty fortifications or barren ground. The rain of kunai and shuriken embedded themselves in tree trunks and rocks. The attacks that actually landed on the Chuanzhong clansmen were few and far between. Damn it! What the hell are these Uchiha playing at? The Chuanzhong squad leader in charge of the flank, dodging fireballs overhead, cursed loudly. Such a big show, but it feels like all thunder and no rain. Captain, never mind what they're playing. A nearby soldier pulling his terrified ninja dog shouted anxiously, "They've got too many men. If we don't call for reinforcements, we won't hold." Behind the battlefield on a concealed hill, Uchiha Ke stood in heavy armor, leaning on a greatsword, his brow furrowed as he watched the engagement. Do we really not need to charge in and do some real damage? He clicked his tongue in displeasure. These Chuanzhong brats are right under our noses. I could cut down several with one swing, but we're stuck here shooting blanks. It's too damn frustrating. Frustrating. Uchiha Ke sat on a nearby stone, his three-tomo Sharingan, slowly rotating, watching the distant situation with keen interest. He turned to Taihuo's complaint and offered a faint smile. "Uncle Tiahua, every extra minute we stay here, the bolder the Ryue become and the deeper they sink." He pointed north, where the faint sounds of fiercer fighting could be heard. "The show has already begun. That old fox Ryue Duan has thrown his entire fortune into the Fengmo's arms." A cold gleam flashed in Ke's eyes. "A little longer, and it will be time for us to pluck the fruit." The battle unfolded exactly as Ke had predicted, deteriorating rapidly into an uncontrollable catastrophe. For the Fengma clan, already on their last legs, the Ryue clan's surprise attack was a disaster of apocalyptic proportions. Fengma could never have imagined that Ryue Ing, who had always bowed and scraped before him, would dare launch a full-scale assault at this moment. Traitors. A pack of treacherous snakes. Standing on the high wall of his clan's territory, Fengma watched the tide of Ryue ninjas surging below, trembling, with rage, a mouthful of blood rising in his throat. But he was after all a clan leader. In the face of utter despair, he summoned his last vestiges of ferocity. "Since they don't want us to live, no one will live. Tell the clansmen, even if we die today, well, drag these Ryue bastards down with us." At his command, countless giant windmill shuriken flew from the shadows, reaping a bloody harvest among the ranks. All manner of bizarre wind release techniques raged across the battlefield, shredding the Ryue vanguard. Yet this could not stop the Ryue advance. They had prepared for this day for too long. "Fengma, your era is over." Ryue Duan roared with maniacal laughter, a demon incarnate on the battlefield. On the other side, Chuanzhong's Zailing fared no better. The news of the Uchiha's fierce assault on his flank tormented him. If the Fengma were truly swallowed by the Ryue, the Chuanzhong would be next. Damn it. To hell with it. Forget the Uchiha. Follow me and hit the Fengma from behind. Meanwhile, Yunu Jifeng, who had been lurking in the shadows, could no longer contain himself. Ryue is trying to gobble up everything. Yunu Jifeng stood in a patch of darkness, countless tiny insects swirling around him. "Pass the order while they're locked in chaos. Grab as much territory as we can, especially from the Ryue. Fight hard." In an instant, the entire western plains descended into utter pandemonium as all the major powers converged on the Fengma territory. The Ryue and Chuanzhong pincered the Fengma, while the Yunu played the role of a spoiler. The four great clans were like four mad dogs tied together, rolling, tearing, and howling in the mire. Blood soaked the earth and corpses piled up like mountains. No one cared about formations anymore. Every fighter was consumed by bloodlust. Anyone not of their own clan was an enemy. The setting sun was as red as blood, thick as if it were fresh blood dripping from the sky, dyeing the entire western plains in a shocking dark crimson. The core territory of the Wind Demon clan had become a massive graveyard. After days and nights of relentless, brutal slaughter, every inch of land was carpeted with corpses. This once dominant clan, which had ruled the West for over a decade, was now completely consigned to history. The corpse of the clan leader, Wind Demon Fong, was pinned to a crumbling stone wall by a broken spear. Traces of bloody tears still lingered at the corners of his eyes, as if even in death he could not believe that he had fallen to the hands of the Moon clan, whom he had once despised most. "Ha! I won. I am the victor." Standing on a mound formed by the bodies of Wind Demon clansman Moonbreak's face twisted with ferocity and madness. He kicked away Wind Demon Fang's corpse and roared his triumph at the heavens. The Wind Demon is destroyed and Inuzuka Kotaro and Aburame Shirfong are gravely wounded. From this day forth the Western Plains belong to my Moon Clan. Though the Moon Clan had paid a terrible price for this victory, in his eyes the sacrifice was worth it. Once the territory was secured, the lost population would soon be replenished. With these resources, the Moon Clan would truly rise and become a hegemon capable of standing against the Uchiha. At the edge of the battlefield, Inuzuka Blade led his remaining dozens of clansmen in a desperate last stand. Aburame Shirfong fared even worse. He had hoped to steal benefits in the chaos, but the other three clans were wary of him, and he had been the most targeted from the start. It's over. Moonbreak looked at the two struggling old rivals, a glint of cruelty and contempt in his eyes. Two worthless wretches worthy of contending with me. He turned and roared at his clansmen who were cleaning the battlefield. Rest for a quarter of an hour, then crush those two rats Inuzuka and Aburame once and for all. The Moon Clan warriors erupted in frenzied cheers. Though exhausted, their morale soared under the stimulus of victory. Yet before the cheers faded, a black torrent began to emerge on the horizon. Under the last rays of the setting sun, the pitch-black Uchiha standard combat uniforms and the blood-red fan-shaped clan crest on their backs glimmered with a heart-stopping brilliance. Moonbreak's smile froze for a moment. He turned sharply, and upon recognizing the arrivals, his face lit up with immense joy. The Uchiha allies have finally come. Inuzuka Blade, Aburame Shirfong, your end is here. Pointing at the approaching army, he shouted to his clansmen, I knew Uchiha Ke was a smart man wise enough to choose the right side. With Uchiha's help, our Moon Clan will secure absolute victory. In his mind, he even envisioned the scene: the Uchiha army would join him in cleansing the West as agreed, then might demand more benefits. But by then, after consolidating all Western resources, he would have no fear of those from Mizushima Castle. He would toss them a few worthless mines after the war and send them away. But the next second his smile froze on his face like a mask turned to ice, both ludicrous and terrifying. Because the black torrent did not slow down, nor did it veer to the flank. Instead, it crashed without concealment into the rear of the Moon Clan. Wait! Moonbreak's pupils contracted violently, his heart skipping a beat. An unprecedented wave of dread surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. What are you doing? We are the Moon Clan, not Inuzuka or Aburame. He screamed hoarsely, trying to stop the advance of the Black Death. But his answer was not a friendly greeting, but a sky full of blazing flames. Fire release, prepare. Uchiha Ke, clad in heavy armor, charged at the forefront. Despite hearing Moonbreak's shouts, he merely gave a cold smile and issued the merciless command. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Fire release, Dragon Flame Singing Song. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Hundreds of ninjas formed hand seals simultaneously, causing the very heavens and earth to change color. The temperature in the air soared instantly, and even the falling snowflakes evaporated midair. Several colossal fire dragons carrying the momentum of utter annihilation slammed into the just-formed formation of the Moon Clan with overwhelming force. There was no time to react, no space to evade. Some Moon Clan members at the epicenter did not even have time to scream before being instantly vaporized by the 1,000 soft degrees heat. In that instant, the elite Moon Clan warriors who had been cheering for victory were wiped out by half. Moonbreak let out a heart-wrenching wail, watching helplessly as his clan members turned to ash in the sudden sea of fire. Uchiha, you have broken your oath. His roar was filled with endless venom and bitterness. Broken out. The sea of fire was forcibly torn open, and Uchiha Ke cleaved a Moon Clan jonin in half, sword and all, as the man tried to block him. Blood splattered across his face, making him appear even more savage. Old fool, did you misunderstand something? Ke kicked the corpse aside and sneered at Moonbreak on the high platform. Since when did the Uchiha honor faith with the dead, eh? Kill. Spare no one. With the order given, the Uchiha rushed in like tigers among sheep, beginning a one-sided slaughter. The exhausted Moon Clan members, who had only been sustained by their clan leader's grand promises as they prepared to face Inuzuka and Aburame, now stood no chance. Facing the fully rested Uchiha, they were like lambs to the slaughter, utterly defenseless. On the other side of the battlefield, Inuzuka Blade and Aburame Shirfong, who had been fighting desperately, now stood dumbfounded, staring at the dramatic scene before them, their minds blank. What is happening? Inuzuka Kotaro, watching the Moon Clan army annihilated in an instant and the Uchiha ninjas reaping lives like mowing grass, felt a chill climb from his feet to his head. He could barely hold his sword. Have the Uchiha gone mad? Killing their own allies? What are they planning? Fool, do you still not? Aburame Shirfong crawled out of a pit, his eyes wide with terror and trembling. Our guess was wrong from the start. The Moon Clan was never Uchiha's puppet. They were just the bait, the stirrer of chaos. Uchiha's strategy was not what we thought. They never intended to let the Moon Clan rule in their place. They planned from the very beginning to devour everything themselves. Whether it was the already annihilated Fuma or the Inuzuka and Aburame, none of them were fools. They had long noticed the clandestine dealings between Kisaragi and the Uchiha, and that Kisaragi's goods all came from the Uchiha. However, Kisaragi's proposals had always brought them substantial benefits as well. After the fall of those clans, they had all taken a share of the spoils, even feasting more than Kisaragi. Coupled with the fact that the Uchiha had never shown any intention of personally intervening, they let their guard down. Of course, this was also why they had started dragging Kisaragi into the fray last year. You want to be the Uchiha's white glove, don't you? You want to profit from the war alone and leave the table full, don't you? Then we'll make sure you don't get your wish. You have to step into the battlefield with us. He had thought that if he could emerge victorious from the four-clan melee, he would be qualified to challenge the Shuiksingxuan city and even unify this fertile land. After decades of development, it wouldn't be a problem to become a major clan on par with the Hyuga. At the very least, after joining forces with the Inuzuka to annihilate Kisaragi and completely sever the Uchiha's extended hand, he could at most develop peacefully alongside the Inuzuka. But at this moment, Aburame Shirfong realized he had been completely wrong. The Uchiha didn't just want to cultivate a white glove in the West. They wanted to step onto the field themselves. He glanced at the black-clad youth standing far away on the high ground of the battlefield, silently overlooking everything. His heart pounded wildly. That black flash planned everything from the very beginning. He didn't come to help, he came to swallow everything whole. Run. While they're still slaughtering Kisaragi, run. Aburame Shirfong no longer cared about clan dignity or territorial resources. He abruptly released all the insects within him, creating chaos, abandoning even his own wounded clansmen. Then with dozens of trusted followers, he fled madly toward the north. Inuzuka Kotaro also realized the situation and shouted to his men, run north. Head for the Senju. The remnants of the two clans, abandoning their armor and weapons, fled frantically from this hell. Fortunately, the Uchiha forces did not give chase, because their only target was their former white glove Kisaragi. After Inuzuka Kotaro and Aburame Shirfong fled, abandoning their clansmen, those two clans were no longer a threat. The only powerful clan left in the west was Kisaragi, standing before them. And coincidentally, that old bastard Kisaragi Dan had gone Allen for this battle, bringing all the clan's elite here. If they could devour everyone present, the Uchiha's western front would see no more war. In the center of the battlefield, Kisaragi Dan was like a mad demon. His hands moved in rapid hand seals, wind release, instantly killing two Uchiha Jonin who charged at him, trying to stabilize the situation. Don't panic. These are the last enemies. If we can take down the Uchiha, our clan can become a family like them in the future. His strength was indeed formidable. A Quasiclan leader-level chakra burst and various ninjutsu created a vacuum zone around him. But his clansmen were already exhausted and his momentum had vanished. Now he was merely a lone commander, a clown struggling in despair. Uchiha Ke, get out here. I'll kill you. He roared into the void ahead, his voice shrill. Clan leader Kisaragi, are you looking for me? A voice as flat as still water suddenly sounded in his ear. Kisaragi Dan froze instinctively, trying to resist, but a black afterimage had already appeared inexplicably close to him, without any warning. Uchiha Ke had his hands in his coat pockets, his expression as calm as if he were strolling in his own backyard. Not a single bloodstain on him, a stark contrast to the mountain of corpses and sea of blood around him. He looked at the disheveled Kisaragi Dan before him, a mocking smile, tinged with pity, curling at the corner of his mouth. Clan leader Kisaragi, look. Ku extended a hand, pointing at the Kisaragi clansmen being massacred around, at the flames filling the sky. This fireworks display specially prepared to celebrate your coronation. Are you satisfied with it? Uchiha Ke. Kisaragi Dan's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the youth who had destroyed everything. Why? The mind's eye agreed to give you all the goods we bought for you without taking a single thing. Why won't you give me a way out? Why? Ku tilted his head, as if seriously pondering the question. The next second his figure vanished, instantly reappearing behind Kisaragi Dan. His voice drifted like a cold wind from the underworld. Perhaps because I have a peculiarity. I don't like raising a mad dog that's always thinking about biting its master. Zzzt. The lightning of Chidori flashed in the night. Kisaragi Dan's movements froze. He lowered his head, staring in disbelief at the hand that had pierced his heart and the dancing blue sparks. You are so ruthless. Kisaragi Dan's body slowly slumped, the light in his eyes fading rapidly. Even in death, he couldn't understand why, after all his scheming, he ended up like this. Ku withdrew his hand, casually flicking off the blood, and kicked Kisaragi Dan's corpse off the platform. The body rolled into the mud, splashing a pool of blood. The once ambitious face was now twisted with fear. The clan leader is dead. The clan leader has been killed. The remaining Kisaragi clansmen witnessing this felt their last pillar of support collapse utterly. Whether they knelt to beg for mercy, turned to flee, or even broke down in tears, they all became cold corpses under the Uchiha's merciless blades. The setting sun finally vanished completely, and night fell. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence broken only by the occasional crackling of flames. Ke stood atop the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, his black coat fluttering in the night wind. He gazed north at the already vanishing black dots, the direction the Inuzuka and Aburame had fled, but he did not order a pursuit. Could the Inuzuka and Aburame got away? Should we chase them? Tetsukai approached, dragging a blood-dripping sword, murderous intent radiating from him. He was drenched in blood, but paid it no heed. No need. They're just stray dogs. Let them carry their fear of the Uchiha to the Senju. I'm sure Senju Butsuma will be delighted to receive this news. He didn't care much about those defecting to the Senju. Knowing the later power system collapse of the Hokage, he wasn't concerned about whether these defectors would strengthen the enemy. In his view, the outcome between the Senju and the Uchiha was determined by the three of them, Madara himself and Hashirama. The key lay in their giant battles. No matter how many other level fighters there were, they were useless. And in this world, with him and Madara combined, could they still fail to defeat Hashirama? The harsh winter of the Western Plain had not yet fully receded. The biting wind swept tiny ice shards like invisible rasps, relentlessly scraping against the weathered mottled walls of Shueishin City. This fortress, once the most solid bridgehead of the Uchiha on the Western Front after years of war and the recent sweeping victory across the entire West, had become unprecedentedly crowded and chaotic. Within the city, the originally broad and straight Central Avenue was now completely blocked by supplies of grain plundered from the four great clans was piled high like mountains, forcing people to cover them with huge waterproof tarps, making them look like a range of rolling hills in the distance. Various ironware, armor, and weapons seized from the battlefield were carelessly stacked along the roadside like garbage, teetering precariously. Even more troubling were the people. With the fall of the Ryue clan and the rout of the other 3,000s of captured prisoners flooded into this border town. They were packed into makeshift camps outside the city like sardines. The tents there were so dense they stretched beyond sight. Every day, simply maintaining order, dealing with brawls, and distributing rations had the Uchiha Jonin in charge of logistics running ragged, their voices hoarse from shouting. Yuzhibo Ke stood atop the roof of the city lord's mansion, his black trench coat flapping loudly in the cold wind. He frowned slightly as he surveyed the chaotic scene below. Too small, he murmured to himself with a barely concealed disdain. As a border outpost against external enemies, it is adequate, even perfect. But as the center for ruling the entire West. Ke shook his head. Hearing heavy footsteps behind him, he turned to see Yuzhibo Tiahua striding over a population census sheet, clutched in his hand, his face full of worry. We may have eaten well this time, but the indigestion is truly hard to bear, Tiahua said, leaning against the railing and looking at the crowded crowd below with a sigh. These thousands of mouths open for food the moment they wake up. And those prisoners, we have nowhere to hold them, nothing to make them do. If we don't find a way to settle them soon, there will be trouble sooner or later. Last night, 2 groups of prisoners fought over a sleeping spot, and I had to kill 3 ringleaders to calm things down. Killing only eliminates those who raise the problem, not the problem itself. Ke turned around, not looking at the sheet in Taiyuo's hand, but gazing far to the west. There lay a stretch of scorched ruins, once the geometric center of the entire Western Plain, the old nest of the Fuma clan built over decades. We need to give them something to do to drain their strength for fighting. A corner of Ke's mouth curled into a smile full of ambition and madness. Pointing north, he said, Uncle Tiahua, summon all the Jonin. We'll have a meeting tomorrow morning. A meeting? Tiahua was taken aback. We're moving, Ke said calmly, as if discussing what to have for dinner. The next morning, in the meeting hall of the city lord's mansion, all the elite Jonin and Jonin of the Yuzhibo in Shueishin City gathered, deep exhaustion written on every face. The recent work of receiving and managing had drained them physically and mentally. Handling civilian affairs was far harder than fighting on the battlefield. But when they heard the crazy plan uttered by the young master on the main seat, all their fatigue instantly turned to shock. What? Abandon Shueishin City. Build a new city on the old Fuma site. A Jonin in charge of logistics was so startled, he nearly threw his teacup, his voice cracking. Lord Ku, this is no joke. Shueishin City has been our home for over a decade. Every brick and tile represents the blood and sweat of our clan. Abandon it just like that. And building a new city. The manpower and resources required. And the site selection, design, and barrier arrangement. None of it is a small project, another elite Jonin specializing in defense chimed in. The old Fuma site, though well located, is nothing but ruins, completely empty. Voices of doubt rose one after another, the hall turning into a boiling pot. To them, this plan was barriers. Abandon Shueishin City. Ku slowly stood up and walked to the large map of the West hanging on the wall. No, you've all misunderstood. I'm not planning to abandon Shueishinshan City, nor to build a fortress on the old Fuma site. What I want is to establish a commercial and transportation hub like Duanch City, a city with no military functions, purely a city. The wealthy merchants, I believe, will be more than willing to help us build its interior. He picked up a pen and drew a heavy red circle on the location of the old Fuma site, the very center of the West, and continued, we don't need to do much else. Just build this city, and its location will ensure that people flock to join us. I believe that in a few years this city will mean to the West what Duanch City means to the East. I name it. Ku turned around. His already activated Sharingan slowly rotated, his gaze sweeping the room like a torch, making everyone who met his eyes instinctively fall silent. By now Ku was an elite Jonin, second only to Tiehua in pure strength. And even considering his unbelievable space-time ninjutsu, the outcome of a deathmatch with Tiehua was uncertain. Seeing no further objections, Ku nodded in satisfaction and continued, you only see the strength of Shueishinshan City, but not its limitations. This place is too remote. We hid here before, because we could only defend passively, watching over the small patch of land that belonged to the Yuzhibo. But now the West belongs to the Yuzhibo. What we need is a heart that can make the entire West beat to our will. He tapped the red circle firmly with his pen. The old Fuma site has open terrain, guards the throat of trade routes, and is connected in all directions. Not far from there are the mineral veins originally belonging to the Lihua clan, surrounded by fertile farmland. Only by building a city there can we truly control the economic lifeline of the West and radiate influence to everything around it without blind spots. We understand the logic. Tiehua scratched his messy hair, frowning deeply. But the scale of the project is enormous. Building a city is not like fighting a war. Even if all of us work without sleep, it can't be done in less than a year or two. A year or two. Uncle Tiehua, have you forgotten what I just said? Ku interrupted, a supremely confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes flashing with a strange light. The location here is so excellent that we don't even need to build the city ourselves. In a few years a city like Duanch would naturally emerge here. But if that happens, we won't be able to profit from it. However, if we just create a rough framework of a city, others will help us complete it, and then we just need to collect taxes. Imagine a city with tax revenue comparable to Duanch City, or even surpassing it. In the future the West, and even the entire Yuzhibo, will never lack money. He raised a finger, shaking it in front of the bewildered crowd. They'll give you 1 month to set up the framework. 1 month. The crowd erupted again, and even Tiehou's eyes widened as if he had heard a fairy tale. That's right, 1 month, Ku said in a tone that brooked no argument, carrying an irresistible magic. We have thousands of free laborers in our hands, and we don't need to worry about their lives. If we can't build a city with such luxurious conditions, we might as well go farming and stop embarrassing the Yuzhibo. He looked around and waved his hand. Issue the order, set out tomorrow, destination, the old Fuma site, and bring all the prisoners. 3 days later the massive migration arrived at the ruins of the Fuma clan. This place had once been the most prosperous settlement in the West, but now only broken walls and charred rubble remained. The cold wind howled, whipping up clouds of black ash, making a mournful sound like the weeping of departed souls. But to Ku this was a perfect blank canvas, a piece of paper on which he could freely display his talent. Let's begin. Standing on the highest boulder in the middle of the ruins, Ku gave the order calmly. His voice was not loud, but amplified by chakra. It reached every corner of the field. Only 30 days later, when the first rays of dawn lit up the western plain, a magnificent giant city crouched upon the land. Though the interior was still crude, the massive skeleton was fully erected. Ku stood on the balcony of the newly built city lord's mansion, leaning on the cold stone railing overlooking the city that had just risen from the ground. He couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying speed of ninja construction, especially the earth release users. As winter yielded to spring, the snow on the western plains melted into babbling brooks under the warm sun, nourishing the land that had just endured the baptism of war. Amidst this vibrant greenery, a city was rising from the ruins at an astonishing speed. 2 months ago this place was nothing but scorched earth and rubble. Now it had become the most prosperous and bustling hub in the entire West. Unlike the grim military fortresses the Uchiha had built in the past, Tianyuan City had no towering walls or traps and barriers scattered around. Instead, it flaunted its wealth and vitality unabashedly in all directions. On the wide, straight Central Avenue, carriages and people flowed like a ceaseless river, welcoming caravans from all over the Fire Country and even from distant river country and stream country. Can this really have been built in just 2 months? A wealthy merchant from the south stood at the city gates, staring at the row upon row of shops, the neatly aligned streets, and the imposing lord's mansion that looked magnificent even in daylight, his mouth agape in astonishment. For a merchant like him, information was the most valuable capital. Upon learning that the Western Fire country had been swept clean by the Uchiha, he instantly realized that countless business opportunities awaited. If he invested in some industries ahead of time, they might well develop into the scale of the shops on Duanxi Street. Moreover, the potential of the Western Plains was even greater than that of the East. Otherwise, so many families would not have been sustained here before. The only reason was that the power structure had been too complex, and few dared to settle here for long-term business. This is the power of Shinobi, the guide beside him remarked with emotion. I heard that several hundred Earth-released Shinobi were mobilized on the spot, literally growing this city out of the earth. And look, he pointed at the shops lining the streets. These weren't built by the Uchiha, we built them ourselves. The Uchiha only provided the land, and the rest was paid for with our own money and labor. Yes, this was Ke's brilliance. Unlike the cities under previous Uchiha rule, which were all-encompassing, he positioned the Uchiha as the makers of rules and the maintainers of order. They were responsible for only two things: collecting taxes and killing. As long as one paid taxes on time and did not violate the iron laws set by the Uchiha, anyone could come here to do business and settle down. As for those rogue shinobi and mountain bandits who dared to challenge the rules, they had been hung on the city walls by Uchiha Tetsukes on the very first day the city opened. Safety was the most expensive luxury in this era, and Tianyuan City not only offered this luxury, but sold it in bulk. Ke stood on the wide terrace of the Lord's mansion, a cup of clear tea in hand, looking down with a languid expression at the prosperity he had single-handedly created. Tisk tisk, look at these lovely people. He chuckled softly, pointing at the vendors below who were arguing red-faced over a good stall, and said to Tetsukes behind him, Uncle Tetsukes, do you believe that the tax revenue we collect next month alone might exceed what we made in an entire year at Suishingen City? I believe it, of course I do. Tetsukes grinned from ear to ear, his eyes nearly disappearing into his. Ke took a sip of tea, his gaze turning toward the direction of Suishingen City as he continued, Suishingen City must be further fortified. The garrison there should not be reduced, but increased. Tianyuan City is a piece of fat. Without enough knives to protect it, it will soon be torn apart by hungry wolves. Rest assured, Tetsukes vowed, thumping his chest. As long as I'm here, no one will touch a single brick here unless I'm dead. Good. Ke nodded, set down his teacup, and turned to walk inside. I need to go out for a while. Take care of. Go out. Where? Tetsukes was startled. Things are so busy in the city these days. To a quiet place. Ke waved his hand without further explanation. After leaving Tianyuan City, Ke did not take the main road. Instead, he vanished in a flash into the vast wilderness. His destination was a desolate, remote canyon, dozens of li from Tianyuan City. This was once the old clan territory of the Ryue clan, utterly destroyed in that brutal battle. No one could imagine that beneath these ruins lay a vast underground world. In his past life, Ke had often complained about why all the secret underground labs and hideouts he saw were dug underground. But when he finally had the resources to develop such experimental bases, he realized, you really do have to dig underground. Perhaps it's human nature, or perhaps something else. In any case, his secret base was also beneath the surface. Ke skillfully bypassed several hidden sentry posts and arrived at a seemingly ordinary boulder. He reached out and infused chakra at a specific frequency. With a dull grinding sound of mechanisms, the boulder slowly shifted, revealing a deep shadowy passage downward. Welcome back, Master. At the end of the passage, a researcher in a white lab coat bowed respectfully. Behind him stretched a brightly lit, hundreds of meters underground with no natural light, but every few meters overhead hung electric lights that Zhongya had developed. Ke took off his coat, handed it casually to the researcher, and strode deeper into the base. The scale here was dozens of times larger than the underground chamber in Suishingen City. Over the past 2 months, Ke had mobilized hundreds of prisoners to hollow out this land. Of course, those prisoners were now presumably placed in culture vessels. At the deepest part of all this was Zongyi's domain. Master, you've finally come. Seeing Ke enter the lab, Zhongya rushed over. Come take a look. Our latest design lab is simply perfect. This was no longer the crude, cramped workshop of the first version in Suishingen City's basement. If an unknowing time traveler were to see it, they might think they were in some modern biochemical laboratory. Ke walked up to the cultivation tank, looking at the materials sleeping in the pale green liquid. A flicker of satisfaction passed through his eyes. Very good. Ke nodded. Any progress? The fervor on Zongyi's face subsided slightly, replaced by a hint of embarrassment. It's still the same old problem. Although our equipment has been upgraded and the environment improved, the activity of those cells is simply too terrifying. No matter what method we use to suppress it, the end result is that the test subjects can't hold out long before they start to lignify. He looked at Ke, nervously afraid the young master would be disappointed or angry. But Ke merely smiled faintly without any sign of reproach. Just as I expected. He patted Zhongya on the shoulder. No rush. We have plenty of time and plenty of resources. Time slipped by like the hem of a dancer's skirt on stage, gone before one could fully glimpse it. When Tianyuan City awoke once more amid the summer's clamor, Ku was already seated in his study tackling the mountain of official documents and account books that had piled up. Although Uchiha Shuei and Uchiha Feng had been handling most of the trivial matters, the core decisions regarding resource allocation and strategic direction still required his personal approval. But that might not last forever. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door. Come in. The door opened, and Uchiha Shuei and Uchiha Feng stepped inside. After years of apprenticing under Ku and managing affairs, these two young Uchiha, who once only knew how to fight under Tiehua, had grown adept and composed in handling governance. Lord Ku. They bowed respectfully. Sit. Ku pointed to the chairs opposite him and got straight to the point. I summoned you today for 2 matters I need to entrust to you. Please command us, Lord Ku. First, regarding taxation. Ku picked up a thick ledger from the desk and tossed it to Shuei. You know Uncle Tiehua. His combat prowess is unquestionable, but handling internal affairs, especially reading account books, is like deciphering celestial script to him. From now on, all tax revenue and material allocation in Tianyuan City will be under your charge. Remember, we aim for steady sustainability. Build a reputation for order and fairness. For those who follow the rules, a little sweetness is fine. But for the unruly, his eyes turned cold. No matter which clan they belong to, swallow them whole, bones and all. Understood. Shuei took the ledger, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Second, intelligence. Ku turned to Feng. Tianyuan City is still small now, but as it grows it will attract all sorts of people, good and bad, from every walk of life. This place is both a gold mine and a vast hub for intelligence. I want you to build a network, one that covers the entire western part of the Land of Fire, even extending to the neighboring small states. I want to know everything that happens here. You are authorized to deploy any intelligence ninja stationed in Shuixingxuan City. No problem, my lord. Uchiha Feng said in a low voice. I will not fail your trust. Excellent. Ku nodded with satisfaction. I'll likely be returning to the clan grounds soon. From now on, everything in the west is in your hands. Remember, this region holds the best fertile land in the Land of Fire. It will always be our foundation. Yes, they answered in unison, their eyes burning with fervent loyalty. After seeing them off, Ku stood up and walked to the window. Gazing at the bustling streets outside, a faint melancholy crept into his heart. Everything that needs to be arranged has been arranged. He sighed softly. I suppose it's time to prepare for my departure. I can't delay much longer. Though he was thriving in the West, he couldn't hide forever in this rear area playing the local tyrant. Not only did his future strength demand it, but the clan would never allow someone of his talent to laze around here. Not long after he unified the West, he received a letter from Elder Zhua at the clan grounds. The content was simple. First, it praised him as a prodigy, saying that during the joint operation at Zongu Ridge, Elder Zhua had already seen his extraordinary potential, but he never expected Ku to actually succeed in pacifying the West. In short, the first half was full of flattery. The latter part was all about hardship and scarcity, how fiercely the front lines were burning, how the clansmen who fled from the West and defected to the Senju had strengthened the enemy, how Elder Zhua himself was overwhelmed with logistical duties, and how supplies were utterly insufficient. Finally, he played the emotional card, saying that Ku's father, the Great Elder, was fighting at the front, that his brothers Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Azuna, and Uchiha Long were nearly starving, that the clan grounds had little grain left, and that if not for the trade with the Hyuga, the Uchiha might have resorted to cannibalism. In essence, the letter boiled down to 2 words: send money. At the time, Ku's reply was equally simple. He also played the victim. His unification of the West had cost him heavily. He was swamped with follow-up affairs, and his own supplies hadn't even been inventoried, so he couldn't provide support. Later, was sent several more letters, all with similar content, but Ku managed to fob him off each time. Of course, the front lines were indeed stalemated, but not to the point where Ku's immediate return was needed. As for supplies, the clan did lack them, but Ku's own inventory hadn't been fully sorted either. More importantly, he knew that if he left at this moment, Tiehua and the other roughnecks would be outmaneuvered by the merc. But the letter that arrived last night via urgent dispatch forced him to take it seriously. According to his intelligence, the clan grounds might truly have no grain left. Actually, this wasn't entirely unexpected. The topography of the Land of Fire is plains in the west and mountainous hills in the east. So the Zongu Ridge he had seized years ago didn't alleviate the clan's food crisis. In fact, it required continuous supply from the clan. After all, the Uchiha had only taken the fortress of Zongu Ridge, not the surrounding farmlands, and the western region, which had previously supplied the clan, had under Uchiha Ke's leadership during the war refused to ship most of its grain to the clan grounds. Ku's excuse had always been that he was playing a long game. The net would be drawn in soon. Elders were trusting Ku had been supporting all his actions under pressure. Half a year ago, he finally received the good news that Ku had drawn the net, and also the first piece of news since the war began that made him as logistics manager happy. But That little fox Uchiha Ke still stubbornly refused to send grain, making all sorts of excuses why no supplies had been shipped to the clan grounds. And the excuses Ke gave were so plausible that Elder Zhua couldn't find fault. After all, Zhua knew better than anyone the workload of tallying so many supplies. They bickered back and forth until summer, and the clan grounds could no longer hold out. Tisk, it seems the old fellow can't contain himself anymore. Ke picked up the letter and read it again, carefully scrutinizing every sentence, especially the last one. After this war, Uchiha Zhua will propose to the clan leader that you be made the nominal commander of the West. Though Zhua had been stripped of his elder status, his strength remained, and if he made the proposal, the clan leader would likely go along with it. Have we finished inventorying all the captured supplies? Ke casually asked the shadow ninja beside him, then continued without waiting for an answer. Tell Shui to mobilize all available supplies. Elder Zhua has been so generous. We can't be stingy either. The warm winter sun reluctantly cast its light on the main road leading to the Uchiha clan, illuminating the massive convoy stretching for several kilometers like a golden dragon slowly writhing on a snowfield. Without a doubt, this was a transport team capable of drawing the attention of the entire ninja world. 50 specially designed heavy carts rolled along their heavy wheels, crushing deep ruts into the hard frozen ground, emitting a sound that was both grating and remarkably pleasant. The covered goods were the essence of the entire western region, including bags of fine rice emptied from the Tsukumi granary, boxes of refined iron ore mined from Wind Demon Mountain, and rare medicinal herbs accumulated over generations by the oil women. Uchiha Ke sat cross-legged on the first cart, his black cloak fluttering in the cold wind. He held a piece of dry grass in his mouth, gently swaying with the bumps of the cart. His deep black eyes did not display the vigilance seen in the surrounding guard ninjas, instead carrying a hint of leisurely laziness. The West had now become the backyard of the Uchiha. Those families that once dared to provoke them had either turned to ashes or become lost strays. On this road leading to the clan's land, unless Senju Hashirama had lost his mind and personally led his main forces to ambush, who would dare lay a finger on this batch of supplies? Tisk, when I return this time, Uncle Zhuang should be able to smile with wrinkles on that bitter melon face of his right. Ke squinted, watching the increasingly clear outline of the clan's land, calculating the gains from this trip. His thoughts floated far away with the swaying of the cart, already contemplating how to use this batch of supplies to boost his reputation within the clan. It was no exaggeration to say that if he handled things well, these clansmen would definitely treat him like their own father, and in the future his reputation could easily make him the top one among the younger generation. With this thought, a faint smile involuntarily crept on Ke's lips. We're almost there. Everyone put in some effort. Up ahead is the clan land. The captain of the guard called out loudly, interrupting Ke's thoughts. The majestic and familiar gate was now within reach, the huge Uchiha fan clan emblem reflecting a cold yet warm glow in the winter sun. Open the gate. Lord Ke has returned. The supplies have arrived. The convoy surged in like a dragon, entering the sea magnificently, driving into this place filled with iron and blood vastly different from the range when Ke had just left. However, at the moment the cart fully entered the city gate, the expected warm welcome did not materialize. Indeed, many people had gathered on both sides of the main road of the clan land, but there was no thunderous cheer, not even whispers. It was as if everyone feared disturbing some unspeakable existence. The air was thick with an indescribable oppression akin to the suffocating low pressure that precedes a storm, heavy enough to make breathing difficult. Ke's smile stiffened slightly as he keenly sensed that something was amiss. Was it awe? No, he was far too familiar with the look of awe. But now the emotions in the eyes of these clansmen seemed more like pity. What's going on? Ke furrowed his brow, leaping off the cart and landing lightly on the ground. His boots struck the bluestone slab with a crisp sound which stood out starkly in the silent street. Hey, over there, he pointed at a patrol captain who looked somewhat familiar. What's happened in the clan today? Why does everyone look as if they've lost their souls? The captain called out, trembled violently, his usually carefree face now pale. Ultimately, he said nothing, only shaking his head vigorously, lowering his head and quickly walking away. Ke's heart sank, a cold premonition coiling around his spine like a venomous snake. This pervasive silence throughout the clan, this feeling as if everyone knew a huge secret while he was the only one left in the dark, was incredibly unsettling. Was it a defeat at the front lines? Or had someone betrayed them? Just as he was lost in thought, preparing to grab someone for answers, a sudden heavy sound of hurried footsteps approached from the front. Ke, you're back. Uchiha Zhuang hurriedly approached with several trusted jonin. Uncle Zhuang. Ke forcibly suppressed the growing unease in his heart, pointing at the long convoy behind him, trying to break the suffocating atmosphere with a light tone. How was it? I scraped the entire Western territory for this batch of goods. He paused, jokingly adding, why does everyone look like they're putting on a sorrowful face for someone? By the way, what's the situation at the front? Did something happen? The moment the words "the front line" slipped from Ke's lips, time seemed to freeze. Uchiha Zhuang's face, which had been forcing a smile, instantly stiffened, the faint curve at the corner of his mouth completely collapsing. The Jonin behind him lowered their heads in unison, some even turning their backs, their shoulders trembling slightly, as if desperately suppressing the sobs threatening to break free. A deathly silence spread between the two, with only the distant sound of rolling wheels piercing through each sound like a heavy hammer striking at the heart. Ke's smile gradually faded as he stared intently at Zhuang, at this elder who had watched him grow up, yet at this moment Zhuang's gaze wavered, avoiding Ke's increasingly sharp and desperate look. "Uncle Zhuang." Ke's voice became hoarse, trembling in a way he didn't even notice. Did something happen at the front lines? Uchiha Zhuang took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, as he opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something comforting, but ultimately only let out a heavy sigh. As if he had exhausted all his strength, he managed to squeeze out a few hoarse and broken words from his throat. "Let's first hand over the supplies. These are urgently needed life-saving items at the front." He pat Ke's shoulder heavily. "Don't worry about these for now. You should head back to the Grand Elder's residence." Zhuang's voice was so low it was almost inaudible, each word seeming to be stained with blood. "There. Someone is waiting for you." No further explanation was needed. This unusual attitude, along with the funeral-like atmosphere, all the clues at that moment connected into one undeniable fact. He himself did not understand why, but he felt a sudden skip in his heartbeat, followed by a violent, dizzying pain. An unprecedented sense of panic seized him, making it almost impossible to breathe. In the next moment, chakra erupted beneath his feet, the hard bluestone slab instantly shattering into powder, his figure transforming into a black lightning bolt, wildly rushing towards the Grand Elder's residence. The wind howled past his ears, stinging his cheeks, yet it could not drown out the thunderous beating of his heart. It was not until that familiar residence finally appeared at the end of his sight that he came to a sudden halt. There was none of the usual majesty, no familiar guards, only the open gate and the white banner proclaiming death in the cold wind. The gate of the Grand Elder's mansion resembled a lifeless, helplessly gaping black maw, silently facing the gloomy sky. On ordinary days, this place was one of the core seats of power in the Uchiha clan, bustling with visitors, but today only a deathly stillness remained. The guards who usually stood ramrod straight were nowhere to be seen. In their place, white elegiac couplets hung from the eaves. The cold wind howled past, rolling up these pallid strips of cloth, producing a monotonous rustling sound that added a layer of desolation and bleakness to the once imposing residence. Uchiha Ke stood at the entrance, not stepping forward immediately, his gaze lingering on the white banners for a huff. Ke exhaled a turbid breath as if trying to expel the suffocating heaviness in his chest. That choking sensation was like invisible chains constricting his breath. He lifted his legs, stepped over the high threshold, and entered the home where he had lived for 7 or 8 years in this world. The courtyard was empty, a few withered leaves swirling on the ground. The entire world seemed to have been muted, with only the sound of his own footsteps echoing in the vacant yard, sounding so lonely. Crossing the front courtyard, the main hall's doors were wide open. A thick scent of sandalwood and burnt paper money assaulted his senses. Ke's gaze pierced through the curling blue smoke and settled on the simple, even hasty funeral altar in the center of the hall. After all, it was still wartime, so there were no heart-wrenching cries or throngs of mourners, as one might imagine. It was desolate, like a corner forgotten by the world. In the center of the funeral altar, there was no coffin, only an offering table upon which lay the familiar memorial tablet, inscribed with the name Uchiha Zhan. In front of the tablet, a black robe was neatly folded, the everyday garment his father had worn most often. It was a cenotaph. "Young master." A faint voice came from before the altar. The slender figure kneeling there stirred. It was his little maid Shay. She was dressed in a simple white mourning robe of sackcloth, holding a stack of paper money, mechanically tossing them into the brazier, looking incredibly frail. Hearing footsteps, she slowly turned her head. Her once round and lovely face was now pale as paper, her eyes swollen and red, clearly having wept for a long time. Upon seeing Ke, she did not greet him cheerfully as usual. Instead, she slowly rose, stood there at a loss, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. "Young master, you're back." Her voice was very soft, thick, with a nasal tone and self-reproach. "The master. He didn't come back." Hearing this, Ke's body trembled slightly. He said nothing, merely walked over to Shay and gently patted her shoulder. "How did John die?" Kanujwa was behind him, but he did not turn around. His voice was eerily calm, as if inquiring about a trivial matter unrelated to himself. Uchiha Zhua, who had been standing at the entrance without entering, finally stepped into the funeral hall. 5 days ago at the Duanjia Plain. Zhua's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a heavily suppressed grief. It was a deadly trap meticulously set by Senju Butsuma to break the stalemate. Zhua continued, each word seemingly squeezed through clenched teeth. They gathered all 3 clan-level powerhouses from the Senju front lines and even allied with those stray dogs fleeing from the west, Fumikiba Inazukaretsu, and Aburame Shurfu. Hearing those three names, Ke's pupils contracted slightly, and his hands resting on his knees unconsciously. They somehow learned our supply route, and set up an ambush. When your father and the clan leader went to rescue, they were caught in a trap that had been prepared for us. Facing 3 clan level and 3 quasi-clan level powerhouses, even the combined efforts of clan leader Taijima and your father gradually faltered. Moreover, Madara and Izuno were in the team. They are the future hope of the clan and must not die there. Ke closed his eyes. Though he had not witnessed the battle based on his understanding of his father and Taijima, he could already picture the ensuing scene. To allow the clan leader to break out with the children, Joa continued, your father chose to stay behind alone, stubbornly holding off Senju Butsuma and those 5 mad dogs for an entire hour. 1 hour. Ke repeated the time in his mind. In the end, Joa's voice dropped. He even managed to kill a Senju clan-level powerhouse, Senju Raken, and severely wounded Fumikiba, but Joa did not finish, but the implication was clear. Leaving no remains behind. For a ninja, perhaps that was the best end. The funeral hall fell once more into deathly silence, broken only by the crackling of paper money burning in the brazier and the howling wind outside the window. Ke did not cry, nor did he erupt in rage or lose control as Joa had anticipated. He simply stared at the memorial tablet, his eyes empty and deep. But beneath his seemingly calm exterior, his heart was in turmoil. He recalled the overconfidence he had felt when devising the plan, when he believed everything was within his calculations. Those few stray dogs could not cause any trouble. Letting them go to the Senju side would only drain Sunju's resources and annoy Senju Butsuma. Yet it was precisely those stray dogs he had personally released that became the final straw that broke his father's back. The irony of this chain of cause and effect, this inescapable self-reproach, was 100 times more agonizing than any physical pain. An unprecedented bone-chilling chakra began to surge and boil uncontrollably within him. It was no ordinary chakra, but the power unique to the Uchiha clan, born from the extremes of love and hate. Before this, Ke had always considered himself special, thinking that as a transmigrator he harbored no deep feelings for the natives of this world. He had even once believed that to awaken the Mangekyo, he would need to create tragedy through some extreme means. To that end, he had subconsciously regarded Shei as a backup plan in case Hashirama cells could not unlock the Mangekyo. But only at this moment, when his father was truly gone, did he realize how wrong he had been. Overwhelming regret and anguish assaulted his nerves, blurring his vision. His pitch-black pupils instantly turned blood-red, 3 black tomos spinning wildly within them, their speed almost forming a continuous black line. A massive surge of released chakra poured into them madly, causing not only his eyes, but his entire brain to tremble violently. It was a qualitative change, in ocular power a reflection of the soul. Ugh! Ke let out a deeply suppressed grunt, his body swaying uncontrollably. Young master. Shei, sensing something amiss, looked up in alarm. But before she could see what was happening, Ke's upright body suddenly toppled backward like a withered log. Young master. Shei cried out in alarm, reaching out to catch him, but it was too late. Ke's body hit the cold floor with a heavy thud, completely losing consciousness. Late at night, the air over the Uchiha clan grounds seemed to solidify, oppressive to the point of suffocation. On the bed, Uchiha Ke suddenly opened his eyes. Huff! Puff! He gasped heavily, cold sweat beading on his forehead, the back of his clothes. Oh, was it just a dream? Ke slowly sat up, looking around in bewilderment. The candle in the room had long been extinguished, only the cold moonlight casting mottled shadows through the window lattice. This was not that death-filled funeral hall, but his own bedroom. There was no smell of burnt paper money in the air, only a familiar fragrance he hadn't smelled in almost 3 years, the jasmine scent often used by Shea. Memories surged like a tide. He subconsciously raised his hand and touched his eyes. No pain. That burning sensation that seemed to incinerate his eyeballs had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented feeling of fullness. Grabbing the mirror on the nightstand by the moonlight streaming through the window, he saw a pale face reflected. It was himself. But those eyes were no longer the familiar 3-tomo Sharingan, nor ordinary black pupils. On a crimson background around the black pupil, 3 sharp black triangles like blades circled. These eyes slowly rotated in the darkness, as if analyzing everything around them on their own. Just by looking at the mirror, Ke could feel a chilling cold emanating from those eyes, as if even the surrounding air was frozen by them. So this is the Mangekyo Sharingan, Ke murmured, his voice hoarse. He slowly reached out, his fingertips touching his right eye, staring at the eerie eyes in the mirror, his thoughts involuntarily drifting back to those related settings. Mangekyo Sharingan, the super strong bloodline limit in the original work, almost like a cheat code, each ability considered heaven-defying. And in the original work, there had never been two Sharingan with identical abilities, not even between brothers. There were many factors contributing to this, the most important being the deepest desire of the Awakener. The Sharingan is the mirror of the heart's reflection. That is, when the Mangekyo Sharingan is awakened, it echoes the deepest wish of the Awakener, thus generating different abilities. For example, Uchiha Itachi, in order to protect the peace of Konoha and the lie to his brother, witnessed his friend Shizui's death and awakened the Mangekyo in despair. At that time, Itachi's heart was conflicted, wanting to stop everything, so the strongest physical attack, Amaterasu, appeared. But he also understood deep down that he alone could not save the Uchiha. The key lay in his father's and the village high-ranking officials' hearts. Correspondingly, Tsukuyomi appeared in his left eye. As for Sasuke, when he awakened, he had just learned the truth about Itachi, filled with regret and anger, longing for powerful strength to take revenge on Danzo. So his left eye gained Amaterasu, the strongest physical attack, and his right eye gained Kagutsuchi, the ability to freely control the strongest power. Obito was the same. When he witnessed Rin's death, his heart collapsed. At that time, he resented this world and wanted to escape from it. So his left eye was Kamui, the power to tear through this world, and his right eye was the intangibility to escape from this world. Shizui's awakening time is unknown, but according to the timeline, he should have wanted to prevent the Uchiha tragedy. When normal persuasion and negotiation failed, the ability he obtained was Kodoame Tsukumi, which could manipulate people's hearts. Then, what is my desire? Ku silently asked himself. He was a transmigrator once, believing that he knew the original plot, thinking himself a superior being. He hadn't even attacked Hashirama Senju at their first meeting out of fear of breaking the plot he knew, and also because, according to his guess, even if he had attacked, Hashirama wouldn't have died. Although never mentioned in the original work, he could be 100% sure that Black Zetsu was lurking nearby, secretly watching everything. Ku closed his eyes, feeling the cold power flowing in his eyeballs. With his contemplation, a vague yet clear stream of information surged into his mind from the depths of these eyes. His control over the Mangekyo's abilities felt as natural as breathing. He did not have a different ability in each eye, but the same ability, a power that transcended ordinary ninjutsu, touching the fundamental laws of the world. Boundary manipulation. Ku opened his eyes wide, the Mangekyo emitting a dazzling light in the darkness. That's right, it was the same ability as that one pretending to bang old beautiful lady Yakumo Yukari. Boundary manipulation. The ability to manipulate boundaries is the power to fundamentally overturn everything in the world. It is well known that because of the existence of boundaries, all things can exist. Without a water surface, a lake cannot exist. Without mountain ridges, mountains and the sky cannot exist. If boundaries were missing, everything in the world would become a single huge set. In other words, the ability to manipulate boundaries is to create or destroy theoretically. It can not only create new things theoretically, but also deny old things theoretically. Inside and outside, motion and stillness, speed and slowness, strength and weakness. Even if the pupil power is strong enough, the boundaries between life and death, reality and illusion, can be toyed with in his palm. So this is the mirror of the heart. To verify this power, he turned his gaze to the cup of tea that had long gone cold on the table. The water surface in the cup was as calm as a mirror reflecting the moon outside the window. The boundary of motion and stillness. Chakra surged to his eyes, the Mangekyo spun wildly, and an invisible wave released from his right eye, enveloping the teacup. The next second, the originally calm water surface suddenly violently boiled, as if being heated water droplets splashing wildly. But in stark contrast, the teacup holding the water and even the table underneath remained absolutely still, without a single tremor. A sharp pain suddenly shot from his right eye, interrupting Ke's attempt. The boiling water instantly returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Ke covered his right eye, feeling a warm liquid flowing from between his fingers, tears of blood. The consumption of pupil power and chakra is terrifyingly huge. Ke wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his eye, not surprised. This ability to touch the laws of the world, just that small attempt, he felt a large chunk of his chakra drained away. Just then, creak, the bedroom door was pushed open a crack, and a light footstep broke the silence. Ke retracted the red light in his eyes and turned to look. A small figure was carefully carrying a basin of steaming hot water, entering cautiously. The morning mist had not yet fully dissipated when Yuzhibo Ke, clad in a smart black clan attire, stood before the convoy laden with supplies. Behind him lay the roster he had meticulously organized the previous night. Young master, shouldn't you rest a few more days? Before he departed, the little maid Shay gazed at Ke's slightly pale countenance, her eyes brimming with anxiety. Rest? Ke adjusted his cuff, reached out and tousled Shay's hair, messing up the neatly combed strands, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It's nothing. I'm just going to confirm that the supplies have indeed reached every clan member and incidentally inform them of the source of these provisions. From dawn till dusk, Ke's figure accompanied the logistics personnel to every corner of the clan grounds. He showed no trace of impatience nor assumed any airs. He gave the clan members what they needed most. Though he did not personally hand them over, they all came to know that the items which saved their families originated from the West, from Uchiha Ke's generosity. This effect of cultivating goodwill was immediate. In the hearts of some younger clan members, even the position of band, so formidable yet aloof, had begun to waver. Late at night, after a day of toil, Ke returned to his courtyard. Having finished the dinner prepared by Shay, he stepped into the center of the yard and began to develop the abilities of his eyes. Time to see just how far these eyes can go. Those jet-black pupils instantly transformed into a scarlet Mangekyo. The three sharp black triangles rotated slowly within his sockets, radiating a chilling brilliance that bathed the dim courtyard in a bloody hue. It seems I'll have to ask Zhongye to send a team to install electric lights for me soon. Having grown accustomed to 2 years of technological life, Ke felt as if he had stepped back into a primitive stone age upon returning to the clan grounds. But that's not important. Let's first see what I can do. The boundary of here and there. This was Yukari Yakumo's most classic and frequently used boundary ability. It bore another more renowned name, the boundary between spaces, or simply the gap. Ke took a deep breath. As his pupil power surged, a certain space before him seemed to be sliced open by an invisible blade, a pitch-black rift splitting open out of nowhere. It was no ordinary crack, it was a gap radiating an eerie glow. The edges of the rift were irregular like a torn slit. Through the fissure Ke glimpsed a pure void. No light, no sound, as if even time itself was frozen within. Is this the gap? Ke tentatively extended his right hand and slowly reached into the rift. The next moment his hand emerged from the shadow of his own room, precisely grasping an apple from the table. Success. Ke withdrew his hand, gazing at the perfectly intact apple, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. In every sense, this was far more convenient than the flying thunder god technique. That technique required preset markings, and its trajectory could be detected by top-tier experts. But with this gap, as long as his perception could reach, he could open such a passage at will. Whether for ambush or redirecting attacks, it was a divine skill. Now what about storing objects? Ke's gaze sharpened. He drew a specially crafted kunai from his pouch and hurled it forcefully into the gap. Thud! The kunai vanished into the rift like a stone sinking into the sea without making a sound. Yet Ke could sense that the kunai now existed within the gap. Indeed, besides teleportation, it can serve as a portable space. Ke nodded with satisfaction, but simultaneously felt a soreness in his eyes. This gap consumed far more pupil power than he had anticipated. Consumption is a major issue, but that's to be expected given it involves the laws of space. Ke rubbed his eyes, took a brief rest, and began the second test. The boundary of heavy and light. Ke focused his pupil power in his right eye, staring intently at the apple he had just retrieved. The next moment a miracle occurred. The apple, which had been lying quietly on the table, seemed to lose its gravity, wobbling as it floated up and hovered in midair. It works. Joy surged in Ke's heart, and he immediately increased the output of his pupil power, attempting to control more objects. But a sharp sting soon halted his efforts. Indeed, the idea of flattening the ninja world with boundaries alone is too unrealistic. The consumption of pupil power and chakra for various operations is terrifying. I wonder where I can learn Sage Mode. He lifted his head to glance at the moon, estimated the time, and began the final attempt before sleep. The boundary of Jonin and Kage level. I knew it. Ke raised an eyebrow helplessly. He'll just have to develop slowly and steadily. During his attempt, he had sensed how to manipulate these boundaries, but he simply could not do it. It was like playing Go. He could clearly see that capturing the opponent's dragon in the middle game would win the match, but his insufficient skill and calculation power prevented him from executing the move. Somewhat disappointed, Ke dispersed his pupil power, grabbed the apple, and took a bite. Perhaps it was his imagination, but his vision seemed to blur slightly. Nevertheless, though he had not achieved the omnipotence he had envisioned, the gap's ability was enough to construct a more elusive and unpredictable combat system. Ke stepped forward a few paces, gazing at the lake's surface, reflecting his eerie eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Over the following month, Ke's life was extremely routine, even somewhat monotonous. During the day, he continued to make his presence felt with his supplies, often personally guiding the younger generation of ninjas in their training. Every night, he constantly explored the abilities of the boundaries. Of course, direct practice was impossible. He had no desire to go blind so soon. So most of his time was spent sensing the intricacies of the gap and devising various applications. Of course, the month was not without events. A few days prior, his chief researcher Zhongye had personally visited the Yzibo clan grounds. First, regarding the Zhujian cells, as expected, no perfect product had been created. However, after accumulating data from countless Gouda the No, 2 potion was developed. This potion was still violent, but at least it no longer carried an extremely high probability of instant death upon use. The mortality rate within 10 minutes of taking No. 2 potion was controlled to within 3%. Of course, most of the Gouda still began to undergo malignant transformation after surviving the 10 minutes, ultimately relying on nutrient fluids and life support devices to eke out their remaining days. Then his residence in the clan grounds was finally connected to electricity. After the initial discomfort, the little maid Shay quickly embraced the embrace of civilization. Finally, the vast legacy left by the Grand Elder after being inventoried by Zhuo was placed entirely under the name of Yzibo Jean Solaire, Yzibo Ke. The sky over the Uchiha clan's territory was dark and somber, resembling a piece of cloth soaked in ink, with fine strands of rain falling like unbroken sorrows, silently soaking this land. For ninjas, death is the most ordinary of destinations. Even the high-ranking Elder Uchiha battle is merely a slightly more tenacious speck of dust in the history of 1,000 years of conflict. The funeral was not filled with the overwhelming grief one might imagine. Uchiha Taijima stood alone at his iconic black battle armor remained worn even at the funeral as he gazed at the outfit being slowly placed into the grave, a set of casual clothes his brother wore most often in life, now only wrapping the heir in eternal slumber underground. My brother devoted his life to the Uchiha, even sacrificing his life to take down that beast Senju Hashirama, forcing Senju Tobarama to negotiate with us. He is a hero of the Uchiha. We will not let his death be in vain. Taijima briefly delivered a few words of mourning, his voice low and hoarse, devoid of unnecessary sentimentality. For those of their caliber, any ornate phrases seemed pale and hypocritical in the face of death. Revenge is the best tribute to the deceased. The funeral was brief. With the final handful of earth covering the grave, the farewell ceremony was declared over. 3 nights later, in the private residence of Uchiha Kuro, unlike the flickering candlelight in other parts of the clan territory, the courtyard here was enveloped in a bright, almost blinding white light. A large solid wood square table was set under the corridor with several warm bottles of sake and some exquisite small dishes on top. This was specially prepared by Shay, who, although the ingredients were not precious under her skilled hands, they exuded a strong taste of home. Kuro, Madara, Izuna, and Takumi sat together. This was the first time they had gathered so neatly since the war began 3 years ago. But this time the air was tinged with a hint of sadness. This thing, is it what you invented in the West called a light bulb? The youngest Uchiha, Takumi, looked up, curiously staring at the glowing glass ball above him. Although he was only 12, the baptism of war had stripped away his childishness. Only in such relaxed moments would that bright curiosity shine through his youthful eyes. It's so bright, much brighter than candlelight, and it doesn't hurt the eyes. Takumi reached out, seemingly wanting to touch the magical light source. If it could be popularized, that would be wonderful. Kuro laughed and swatted his hand away, pouring a glass of sake. This thing is indeed convenient, but production is currently limited. Mere tricks. Madara said this, yet his gaze lingered on the light bulb for a few seconds longer. Then, raising his cup, he drank it down in one go, the spicy liquor sliding down his throat, seemingly easing the knot of frustration in his heart. His eyes were sharper and deeper than before, like a legendary sword freshly tempered. This debt I will personally seek to reclaim from that old dog Senju Tobarama and those 3 cowardly clans. Izuna tightened his grip on his cup, his eyes glimmering with cold light. Those who dare to ally with the Senju will one day be completely eradicated, making them regret ever coming into this world. There's no rush. Kuro poured himself a glass of sake, watching the swaying reflection in the cup. He said lightly, "Right now we are still too weak. In a few years." Heh. The 4 glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound. After 3 rounds of drinks, the conversation naturally shifted to battles and the future of the clan. Speaking of those 3 clans, I heard you've accomplished quite a bit in the West. Izuna turned his head, looking at this cousin he found somewhat inscrutable, his eyes filled with inquiry. Unifying the entire Western Plains, that's something neither Elder Do nor Elder Battle ever achieved. Just luck. Kuro took a sip of sake, downplaying his contribution. Those old fools were too greedy, wanting to swallow it all at once, and ended up choking on it. I merely gave them a little push from behind. The 4 continued chatting, discussing everything from the situation in the West to the frontline battle conditions, from insights on ninjutsu to future plans. Though the topics were somewhat heavy, the bond formed from growing up together shone particularly clearly under the light. A month felt like a second gone in the blink of an eye. In the Uchiha Council Hall, dozens of high-ranking shinobi gathered together. The air was thick with a murderous atmosphere, all eyes focused on the high platform. 5 chairs were originally placed there, symbolizing the highest authority of the clan head and the 4 elders. But today those chairs had all been removed, leaving only the one in the center. Uchiha Taijima sat there alone, like a lone wolf perched atop a mountain. Below him, the former 3rd elder Uchiha Sora stood beside Zaku and Do, looking ashen. Due to failing to scout the Senju ambush that led to the elder's death in battle, he had also been stripped of his elder position and highest decision-making authority. Along with the already dismissed Zaku and Do and the deceased battle, the Elder Council of the Uchiha clan had become a mere shell today. The highest decision-making body consisted solely of Taijima, with all the clan's power consolidated in the hands of this clan head. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Taijima's voice echoed in the empty hall, carrying a suffocating sense of pressure. Although the frontline battles have temporarily calmed down, we cannot afford to be complacent. The lesson from this incident is profound and painful. To prevent such tragedies from happening again, the power structure of the clan must be reorganized. From today onward, the Elder Council will be abolished, and all major decisions will be determined solely by me. Upon the utterance of these words, the hall fell silent. Of course, although this war was brutal, it has also revealed. Taijima shifted his tone, and the layer of unyielding ice on his face seemed to melt a bit. Madara. Taijima looked at his eldest son, his eyes filled with approval. Your performance on the central battlefield has not gone unnoticed. Whether in the power of fire techniques or seizing battle opportunities, you have already become a competent captain. Izuna, your guerrilla warfare on the flanks was also beautifully executed. Your calmness and ruthlessness towards the enemy already bear some resemblance to the style of my youth. And Takumi, although you are quite young, you did not shrink back on the battlefield, and your growth rate is the fastest. You are all worthy of being my Uchiha Taijima's sons. Finally, Taijima turned his attention to Kuro. Kuro, you have surprised me the most. You have stabilized the chaos in the West, achieving what your father could not during his lifetime. Taijima surveyed the crowd, his voice booming. In light of Uchiha Kuro's prestige and abilities in the West, as well as his immense contributions to the clan, from today onward he is officially appointed as the commander of the Western War Zone, with Uchiha Tetsuhiko assisting him, overseeing all military and political affairs in Suishinjin City, Tianyuan City, and surrounding areas, fully responsible for the Western defense. The assembled high-ranking Shinobi nodded in agreement, offering approving glances. For ninjas, nothing is more persuasive than achievements in battle. Kuro slightly bowed yes. He understood that this meant his status as the local emperor in the West had been recognized by the clan. All right, the important matters are settled. Taijima sat back down, his taut nerves seeming to relax a little as he glanced at Madara, then at Kuro, a hint of a playful smile unexpectedly appearing on his lips. Some time ago, the information department reported that Senju Tobarama's foolish son, Senju Hashirama, announced he would officially marry the princess of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mido, in a year, with the date already set. Mentioning this, the atmosphere in the hall became slightly livelier. That old fox Senju Tobarama indeed played this hand beautifully. As soon as the war paused, he thought about his son's marriage. It seems the Uzumaki clan is now completely bound to his chariot of war. Taijima looked at Madara. Madara, you should consider this as well. Although you rejected proposals from those subordinate ninja clans, the continuation of the clan's bloodline is also a significant matter. Not interested. Madara remained as indifferent as ever. Taijima shook his head helplessly, then turned his gaze to Kuro. As for young Master Kuro, we need not worry about him. Someone in the crowd laughed lightly. I heard the princess of the Hyuga clan has been trying to find out about young Master Kuro. Every clan member we negotiate with has to tell her a tale about young Master Kuro. Laughter erupted in the hall, and Kuro merely smiled faintly at the teasing. All right, everyone dispersed. It was a week later, late at night, when Uchiha Ke returned to the West. This time, however, he did not alert anyone, and directly appeared at the secret base located beneath the former site of the Ryua clan. The anticipated chill and dampness did not arrive. Instead, there was an almost surreal brightness and dryness. Anyone visiting for the first time might think they had fallen under a high-level illusion, because above their heads on the massive dome, 10 meters high, artificial light sources that emitted a steady, soft, and bright white light were densely embedded. The vast underground space was methodically organized. Hundreds of huge cultivation tanks, made of transparent crystal, were arranged in neat rows. Under the cold white light descending from above, the pale green nutrient liquid inside each tank appeared crystal clear. If a time traveler came here, their first reaction might be that they had arrived at the hive from the Resident Evil world. This extreme industrial and cold aesthetic formed a stark contrast with the world above, still locked in cold weapon warfare. This tech tree, it's really monstrously skewed, Ke muttered, inwardly squinting as he adjusted to the overly abundant light. As he pondered, Ke walked through the cultivation tanks that stood like silent guards, heading toward the core laboratory at the deepest part of the base. Along the way, he saw no heavily armed guards, nor did he trigger any flashy barrier alarms, because there was no need. The location itself was top secret and buried deep underground. Apart from Ke and the few core researchers, no living soul knew where the entrance was. For a base that existed only in the shadows, the best defense was not to exist at all. Master Yuva. When Ke pushed open the door to the core laboratory, Zhongya was facing away from him, busy at a massive instrument that occupied half the wall. Hearing the door open, Zhongya turned around, a mix of exhaustion and excitement typical of a researcher on his face. He did not perform any grand salutation, merely bowed slightly, then eagerly pointed to the machine behind him. You've come at the perfect time, this thing has just been debugged. Ku walked over, his gaze falling on a smooth, black panel at the center of the instrument, surrounded by a ring of complex magical formulas. This is... Ku raised an eyebrow. A display screen. Zhongya said, a hint of pride in his voice. That's the name we gave it. As Zhongya pressed his hand on the console and input chakra, the previously pitch-black stone slab suddenly lit up. It wasn't a blurry projection of light and shadow, but lines composed of clear, sharp points of light. On the screen, several undulating curves of different colors appeared, rising and falling rhythmically. Next to the curves were rows of constantly changing numbers and runes. This is the real-time vital signs of experiment subject No. 73. Zhongya pointed to a red curve on the screen. This line represents his heart rate. The green one is the activity of chakra flow, and this. He pointed to a blue curve slowly descending. This is his cell division speed. With this screen and the accompanying equipment, we no longer need to place our hands on the subject to sense. We can see any subtle changes intuitively. Ku stared quietly at the screen, a strange expression on his face. They don't even know what a transistor is, let alone the concept of a diode. Ku raged inwardly. Yet they've managed to handcraft a display screen using ninjutsu. Give them a few more years, and they'll probably build a computer. Despite his inner complaints, Ku had to admit that with this, the efficiency of recording and analyzing experimental data would increase tenfold or more. Good work, Ku nodded, giving a positive evaluation. This thing is very useful. Keep improving it, maybe it can be used in other areas in the future. Zhongya did not show much joy at the praise. Instead, he sighed softly, his expression turning serious. He picked up a thick stack of documents from a nearby table, the follow-up report on the previous No. 2 potion. Compared to this, I have a more important discovery, or rather bad news, that I need to report to you. Zhongya handed the documents to Ku. The so-called improved version of Zero Cell we developed later, the No. 2 potion, was a complete mistake. Ku took the documents and skimmed through them quickly. In the past half a year, in pursuit of so-called safety, we added many neutralizers to the No. 2 potion, trying to suppress the rejection reaction of Zero Cell. Zongyi's voice was bitter, carrying a sense of self-denial as a researcher. The experimental data shows that we did reduce the mortality rate. Most of the subjects injected with the No. 2 potion survived, but they were merely alive. He pointed to a row of cultivation tanks nearby. The subjects inside, though not directly turned into tree people like before, had half of their bodies woodinized like empty shells whose souls had been drained. Zhongya lowered his head, his voice low. We've hit a dead end. If we want safety, we can't get power. If we want power, it's a 9 in a million chance. I can't find the balance point, the formula that perfectly merges power and safety. Since you can't find it, then stop. Ku casually tossed the document recording countless failures onto the table, making a soft thud. Zhongya, you're a smart man. You should know that when a person is completely lost in a maze, the smartest thing is not to keep bumping around blindly. Zhongya looked up bewildered at Ku. It's to find someone who has a map. Ku stood up from his chair, walked over to the row of cultivation tanks, and gazed at the subjects floating in the liquid, his eyes deep. I've always remembered the name you mentioned to me. Ku said calmly. That elder Shui, imprisoned by the Ziguishin clan, your teacher. You mentioned before that his talent in biological research is something you could never catch up to in your lifetime. Hearing that name, Zongyi's body trembled violently, and a near fanatical light burst forth in his eyes. Yes. If it's the teacher, he can definitely lead us in the right direction. Could it be? Ku turned around, a relaxed smile on his lips. That's right. It's just across the sea, isn't it? I happen to have some free time to go to the Shui country. Ku straightened his collar and walked toward the exit of the lab. Ku said as he walked toward the door, clean up the lab, prepare several empty cultivation tanks, and the best workbench. Also organize all your historical research data neatly. The morning mist lay like a delicate veil over the vast plains of the west. Tianyuan City was still asleep, interrupted only by the occasional barking of a dog that shattered the dawn's tranquility. Uchiha Ke couldn't disturb anyone, quietly observing the land he had forged with his own hands. The banners on the city walls rustled in the cold wind, displaying the Uchiha fan emblem. Most of the shops lining the streets were tightly shut, yet the signs and towering piles of goods hinted at the city's prosperity. It seems those two kids have done quite well. Kei stood atop a tall, ancient tree, casting one last glance at the distant silhouette of the Lord's mansion, barely visible in the morning light. Their Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi managed internal affairs and intelligence, while Uchiha Sasuke provided military deterrence. This team had matured significantly. Even if he were to be away for a year and a half, the city would continue to operate efficiently, like a well-oiled machine, consistently supplying money and resources to the Uchiha. It's time to attend to business. Kei retracted his gaze, adjusted his black coat, and pulled the hood low to cover most of his face. In a flash, Ke vanished from his spot, leaving only a fallen leaf swirling in the wind. The journey across the western plains, traversing the entire Land of Fire toward the eastern coastline, was initially a long and tedious one. He would have to pass through dense forests and treacherous mountains, crossing the territories of several smaller clans. In this era of frequent warfare, an ordinary traveler risked their life to complete this route. However, for Ke, it was also a rare opportunity for relaxation. Free from the intrigues of power struggles, the mountain of battle reports and ledgers, and the antiseptic scent of the underground laboratory. Like a true wandering warrior, he avoided all bustling towns and main roads, opting instead for the seldom-trodden mountain paths, strolling as an ordinary person rather than using the flying thunder god technique. Though he faced the elements, this long-lost sense of freedom brought him immense comfort. His chakra flowed gently in this natural state. He even found the leisure to observe the wildflowers by the roadside and listen to the sounds of the mountain streams. This peaceful state of mind nourished his eyes, which had grown weary from the previous tests of his abilities. Yet when he arrived at the eastern border of the Land of Fire, and the familiar rolling mountains came into view, his steps involuntarily slowed. That was the territory of the Hyuga clan. From a distance, the buildings built against the mountains like a gigantic birdcage were faintly visible in the mist. With white walls and black tiles, they exuded an air of cold detachment and severity, forbidding anyone from approaching. Ke stood on a cliff miles away from the Hyuga territory, leaning against a sturdy, ancient pine, with his hands tucked into the pockets of his coat. The mountain wind tousled his black hair, revealing his eyes that were as profound as the night sky. He closed his eyes, quietly sensing. In that direction, within the depths of those layered buildings, a faint yet exceedingly clear spatial coordinate still existed. It was the moonlight stone hairpin he had personally placed in Hinata Kyuka's hair during the short Book Street festival years ago. As long as he wished, with just a slight manipulation of his chakra, he could cross those miles in the next second, ignoring all barriers and guards, and appear directly before that cool young girl. But then what? Ke's brow slightly furrowed as a ripple stirred in the calm lake of his heart. What would he say upon meeting her? Long time no see. Or, I heard you're about to have a new brother-in-law. Thoughts involuntarily surfaced in his mind about the information Taijima had mentioned days earlier. Senju Hashirama was set to marry the current princess of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mido, next year. This was a political marriage capable of influencing the entire Land of Fire. The relationship between the Senju and Uzumaki clans had been close for hundreds of years. The previous generation had strained relations due to Hyuga Jinin, but the marriage between Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido had actually been arranged long ago, so the major clans were not particularly surprised. But what did this mean for Hinata Kyuka, the daughter of the former princess of the Uzumaki clan? A severing of familial ties, or a reshuffling of family interests? Her mother had once betrayed her clan for Hyuga Jinin, essentially reneging on the marriage pact with the Senju. And now the Uzumaki clan had turned around to marry their new princess to Senju Hashirama, mending that relationship, while she herself was so close to the sun-just nemesis. The intricacies of this situation were likely more complicated than the most intricate sealing techniques, and Hinata Kyuka's position had become even more delicate, especially in her relationship with the Uzumaki elder, who was her grandfather, making it even awkward. She must be quite troubled right now, Ke murmured softly, unconsciously rubbing the sleeve of his coat. 3 days later, on the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire. This had once been the territory of the Kagaya clan, but with their decline the land had grown somewhat desolate. The sea breeze carried heavy saltiness and moisture, the sky was overcast, and the waves crashed against the rocks, producing a dull roar. Ke stood on an inconspicuous small fishing village dock, gazing at the tumultuous sea in the distance. That was the only route to the Land of Water. The Land of Water was an isolated island nation perpetually shrouded in mist. Due to its remote geographical location and treacherous sea conditions, outsiders seldom ventured there. Yet in the world of ninjas, it was a place filled with danger and mystery. At this moment, several seemingly worn-out merchant ships were docked at the pier. Although termed merchant ships, the fierce looks of the sailors and the faint scars visible on the ship's hull revealed that they were involved in far more than just legitimate business. Smuggling, information trading, and occasionally dabbling in piracy were their main enterprises. Ke made no effort to conceal himself, walking confidently forward, his finely crafted black coat immediately drawing the attention of the sailors. "Hey kid, what are you looking at? This isn't a place for leisure." A burly one-eyed man blocked his path, wielding a rusted cleaver, his greedy and fierce eye clearly regarding Ke as some naive noble. "I'm looking for a ship," Ke halted, replying in a flat tone, "to the Land of Water." "To the Land of Water?" The one-eyed man blinked in surprise, then burst into laughter. "Kid, are you out of your mind? It's chaos over there. Even we don't dare to go. Besides, do you know how much the ticket costs?" "Money." Ke shook his head. "I want pay." "No money." The one-eyed man's expression darkened instantly, You come here to waste my time. Scram. If you don't leave, he'll chop you up and feed you to the fish. A few sailors around them closed in, each one eyeing Ke with ill intent. Faced with this tense situation, Ke remained unfazed, slowly raising his hand. Crackle. A blue arc of electricity danced at his fingertips, accurately striking the cleaver in the one-eyed man's hand. Opt. The man let out a pained scream, his weapon flying from his grip, half his body, numbed by the shock, collapsing to the ground. The surrounding sailors retreated in fear, their gazes towards Ke resembling that of a monster. Ninja Lord. It's a ninja lord. Ke retracted his hand, looking at the dazed man, and slowly spoke. I'd like to hitch a ride. As a form of compensation, I can help you deal with any issues we encounter along the way, provided you don't provoke trouble. But since you don't plan on going to the land of water, I guess that's that. The one-eyed man trembled as he got up, still somewhat frightened, but upon hearing Ke's words, the greed in his eyes quickly overshadowed his fear. His previous refusal to go to the land of water stemmed from fear. The ninjas there sometimes forcibly seized their goods, and there was even a risk of death, but now it was different. In this chaotic sea, the protection of a powerful ninja was worth more than gold and silver. With this bodyguard, they dared to transport goods to more perilous places, potentially multiplying their profits. Well, go to the land of water. I just remembered I have a shipment to deliver. The man hastily nodded and bowed. Please, you board the ship first. The best cabin is reserved for you. Well, set sail 15 minutes after we finish sorting out the goods. Half an hour later, the merchant ship raised its sails and departed from the port, heading toward the mist-shrouded deep sea. I hope that old man doesn't let me down, Ke murmured to himself as he stood at the bow, watching the coastline of the land of fire recede into the distance, feeling a sense of calm as he turned to enter the cabin. The weathered hull of the merchant ship, covered in seaweed, gently touched the moss-covered stone steps of the dock, producing a muffled sound. This is a secluded port at the southernmost tip of the water nation, far from the splendor of the core territories of the great clans, yet due to its unique geographical position and lack of oversight, it has become a natural paradise for smugglers, fugitives, and outlaws. Uchiha Ke stepped off the ship and onto this unfamiliar land. A heavy, suffocating smell of the sea assaulted him, mingled with the stench of rotting seaweed, moldy wood, and some indescribable excrement. There was no sunlight here. The thick, dense fog unique to the water nation hung over the entire port like a wet blanket that could never be lifted. Even though it should theoretically be noon, the sky remained a gloomy gray-white, with visibility less than 50 meters. The one-eyed captain looked at Ke with some trepidation, rubbing his hands as he wished to say a few polite words, or perhaps hoped this powerful ninja would bestow some additional favor. Although they had not encountered any earth-shattering sea monsters on this journey, they had faced several blind pirates, all of whom were killed by this great man, whose effortless strength made the captain acutely aware that this person was definitely a significant figure. But Ke did not spare him a glance. The black cloak billowed slightly in the damp sea breeze, and he seemed to merge into the gray-white fog, vanishing without a trace, as if he had never existed. The transaction was complete, and they owed each other nothing. For Ke, this ship and its crew were merely inconsequential passers-by in the long journey ahead, unworthy of wasting even a second more. After leaving the dock, Ke slowed his pace, blending into the complex alleyways of the port like a true wandering ninja. The streets here were narrow and muddy, with black sewage flowing in the drainage ditches on either side, emitting a foul odor. The walls were plastered with various bounty notices and family announcements, many of which had been soaked and torn by the rain, only faintly recognizable. This is the backdrop of the water nation. In this age of clan division, this isolated island hanging overseas is a massive and chaotic arena for beasts. Ke lowered his hat, quickly scanning the passers-by brushing past him. He was searching for prey. The clan power struggles in the water nation are intricate. Finding the tightly guarded water elder in this fog is like searching for a needle in a haystack. He needed to find a thread first, then follow it to unravel the whole net. Unbeknownst to him, Ke arrived in front of a tavern with a dilapidated sign hanging. Even through the thick wooden door, the noisy clamor inside, the clinking of glasses, the rolling of dice, and the sharp laughter of women were still distinctly audible. Ke pushed the door open. A wave of heat mixed with the stench of cheap alcohol, sweat, and the aroma of grilled fish rushed out, creating a stark contrast to the chill outside. The tavern was dim and crowded, with only a few oil lamps hanging from the beams, casting a dull yellow light. Dozens of greasy tables were filled with all sorts of people. Ke did not attract much attention. In a place like this, there were too many people dressed as oddly as he was. Have you heard? The fighting has started again in the north, said a scar-faced man at the next table in a hushed tone. It seems the Mizuki clan ambushed a stronghold of the Ghost Lantern clan, and they froze all the water people there into ice sculptures. Humph, those lunatics from the Ghost Lantern deserve it, spat someone across from him. Haven't they always boasted about being of the Six Paths bloodline? But I've heard that the Watermelon Mountain clan has been quite active recently. The scar-faced man leaned in conspiratorially. Their fleet has been frequently going out to sea, seemingly transporting a large amount of supplies to some island, even live people. Live people? The companion shivered. They can't be feeding them to those cursed blades again, right? I've heard that they would do anything for research. Watermelon Mountain. Cursed blades. Kaku narrowed his eyes slightly, raising his cup to cover the corner of his mouth. This was precisely the target he was after. His gaze swept through the crowd finally, settling on a large round table near the center. There sat 4 or 5 burly men, all wearing clothes emblazoned with a prominent clan emblem, the cut surface of a watermelon. Unlike the others who were cautious, these men appeared particularly arrogant and boorish, occasionally catcalling passing waitresses. Although the surrounding people looked on with disdain, no one dared to provoke them. Come, drink, shouted one middle-aged ninja with a flushed face, raising his cup with a loud burp. To the glory of our Watermelon Mountain clan. Cheers. The others raised their cups in unison. I say, Captain, said a slightly younger ninja, putting down his cup, curiosity evident in his voice. What's the deal with that young man we sent over this time? Why does the clan leader value him so much? Upon hearing this, Kaku lightly tapped his fingers on the table, finally hitting the nail on the head. Shoo, you want to get yourself killed? The middle-aged ninja referred to as Captain shot him a glare. However, under the influence of alcohol, his desire to boast overtook him. Though he lowered his voice, it sounded to Kaku like a shout right next to his ear. That person is not ordinary. It is said that his master is a treasure that our clan leader went to great lengths to invite back, and he was asked by our clan leader to assist his master. Finding something once lost is effortless. Kaku downed the cheap, spicy liquor in his cup, clicking his tongue as he stood up, casually tossing a silver coin on the table, then lowered his hat again. Half an hour later, in a secluded alley behind the port, the most boastful middle-aged captain, holding onto the wall, was urinating in a dark corner, humming an unknown lewd tune. The clan leader is really generous. Now I have money to visit a brothel. Heh. He mumbled in a daze, completely unaware that the surrounding fog seemed to thicken, swallowing even the faint light at the alley's entrance. A chilling wind blew from behind him, raising the hairs on his body. Who? Instinctively, the ninja snapped and attempted to turn and draw his weapon, but his movements froze halfway through. A long, powerful hand had unexpectedly pressed down on his shoulder. Don't move, a voice flat and devoid of emotion echoed in his ear. If you move, you die. The middle-aged captain struggled to turn his head, and what met his eyes were a pair of eerily swirling crimson eyes in the darkness. 3 black tomo spun within the blood-red pupils, resembling an unfathomable vortex that threatened to completely absorb his soul. For someone whose willpower was already mediocre and whose brain was dulled by alcohol, Kaku only needed to employ the most basic illusion of the Sharingan to turn him into the most obedient puppet. Kaku stood before him, his voice low and magnetic. Tell me, where is your clan's research base? In the north, replied the middle-aged ninja without any tremor in his voice, as calm as if reciting lines. 300 miles from here, there is a solitary island. It is surrounded by reefs and whirlpools, shrouded in a special red toxic fog year-round. Kaku inquired, how do you get in? There is no way in, the middle-aged ninja answered dully. The island is protected by 3 layers of barriers. The first is a sensing barrier. Any fluctuations of chakra will be detected. The second is a water prison barrier. Forcibly intruding will be crushed by high-pressure water. The third is a natural illusion maze. Only specially made vessels can safely pass at specific routes and times. What about the defensive strength? The island is guarded by 300 elite guards, personally overseen by the Great Elder. Listening to this information, Kaku's brow slightly raised. 3 layers of barriers with the Great Elder personally overseeing it. Such a level of defense would make it difficult for even a mosquito to fly in, let alone a person. However, in the face of Kaku, who possessed the ability to slip through gaps, all these so-called fortified walls were mere decorations. One last question. Kaku fixed his gaze on the ninja's eyes. Where exactly is the young man you sent? In the underground 3rd layer of the island, said the middle-aged ninja mechanically. That is an absolute forbidden zone, accessible only by the clan leader and the Great Elder. Very good. Kaku nodded in satisfaction, releasing the illusion he maintained. The middle-aged ninja's eyes momentarily regained clarity. He looked blankly at the black-clad youth before him, seemingly still processing what had just happened. On the sea surface, about 50 li from Black Shark Island, there lay a small island town named Mist-Shrouded Town. This was the only route to Black Shark Island and several surrounding resource islands, which had spawned an abnormal prosperity. Inns, taverns, and gambling dens were everywhere, but most numerous were the underground trading posts specializing in black market deals. At dawn, sunlight bathed a well-known upscale inn. Though expensive, it boasted a tranquil environment, and its owner was rumored to have connections, so petty thugs dared not cause trouble here. Uchiha Ke pushed open the window, clad in a loose, comfortable bathrobe, a cup of freshly brewed hot tea in hand. He leaned lazily against the windowsill, watching the crowd below gradually come to life. He had stayed here last night, enjoyed a lavish seafood feast, taken a hot bath, and slept soundly. The fatigue of the past few days of travel had been completely dispelled. Now he was full of energy. Black Shark Island. Ke narrowed his eyes, piercing through layers of mist toward the distant north. If it were any other ninja, even a jonin facing such a legendary fortress island, with its impenetrable defenses, they would probably be busy devising various infiltration plans or scouting for supply ships to sneak in. But Ke didn't need to. For him, the so-called forbidden ground was merely a drawer that could be opened at any time. It's almost time. Ke drained the tea in one gulp, turned back into the room, and changed into his iconic black trench coat. Pushing open the door, he strolled out of the inn like an ordinary tourist heading toward a secluded sea cliff. On the sea cliff, strong winds howled and massive waves crashed against the black rocks, churning up white foam. This was the northernmost tip of the town. Beyond lay the vast ocean and the misty zone. Ke stood at the cliff's edge, letting the wind tousle his black hair. His Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated, and the air seemed to tear apart like a fragile piece of cloth, silently and soundlessly. With a crackling sound, a pitch-black rift with an eerie cyan glow appeared out of nowhere on the sea cliff. This was the gap. It ignored distance and obstacles, forcibly overlapping two spatial nodes that were originally far apart. Ke stepped forward as casually as crossing his own doorstep, vanishing into the dark rift. The next second, the rift silently closed as if it had never existed. The sea cliff returned to calm, with only the waves relentlessly pounding the rocks. At the same time, dozens of li away, Black Shark Island was a war fortress armed to the teeth. There were no sandy beaches around the island, only steep cliffs and precipices. Every few dozen meters stood a watchtower filled with heavily armed Zigwashin ninjas. They kept a vigilant watch on the sea surface. Any boat or creature attempting to approach would be merciless. Above the island, a faint blue light shield enveloped everything. A high-level barrier that not only blocked physical attacks, but also detected any foreign chakra fluctuations. Inside this barrier, in a shadowy corner near the sea, a cyan rift silently opened like a greedy. Then a foot in a black boot stepped out, firmly landing on the hard rock. Uchiha Ke emerged from the gap, standing on the soil of Black Shark Island. He looked up at the barrier light screen, emitting a faint blue glow, then at the patrolling guards, who remained oblivious and couldn't help shaking his head. He had not passed through the barrier. Instead, he had opened the exit directly inside it. It was like placing an apple in a closed box. You don't need to open the box, just reach into the fourth dimension and take the apple out. Alright, now that I'm in, I need to find the way. Ke suppressed his aura, merging into the surrounding shadows like a ghost. Although he was inside, the fortress' internal structure remained a mystery. To find the deeply buried underground laboratory on such a large island, wandering around blindly wouldn't work. Ke's figure wove through the intricate complex of buildings, evading one patrol after another. His movements were light and swift, making no sound. At a secluded corner of a corridor, he finally found his target. It was a lone Zigwashin ninja, judging by his attire, a minor squad leader. He was carrying a jug of wine, staggering from another direction, humming a discordant tune, clearly sneaking out for some air after a gathering. Lucky me. A slight smile curled at the corner of Ke's mouth. He pressed his body against the wall and held his breath. The moment the ninja passed the corner, a hand reached out and clamped his throat, while another hand pressed against the back of his head, slamming him hard against MMPH. The ninja's eyes bulged. He tried to struggle and call for help, but found his body completely immobilized. Subconsciously looking up, he met a pair of crimson eyes slowly rotating in the shadows. The ninja's eyes instantly went blank. The wine jug slipped from his hand, but Ke caught it lightly with the tip of his foot, making no sound. Look at me. Ke's voice was low and magnetic. Tell me, where is the entrance to the underground laboratory? In the inner castle. Under the rockery in the back garden. The ninja answered mechanically, his voice flat. There's a secret passage there leading directly to the third underground level. How to open the secret passage? A specific hand seal sequence and the elders or clan leader's token. No token needed, just the location. Ke interrupted. What about the guards? 2 elite jonin guard the entrance. Each underground level has barriers and traps. And before the ninja could finish, Ke had already obtained all the information he needed. Thanks, Ke said blandly, then applied a slight force with his wrist. A soft crack of bone sounded. The ninja's head drooped limply, the life in his eyes extinguished. Ke released his grip, letting the corpse fall to the ground. Then with a wave of his hand, a cyan rift opened again, swallowing the body and the wine jug. Inner castle, back garden under the rockery. Ke adjusted his collar, confirmed no anomalies around, and once again vanished into the shadows. With a precise route in mind, the subsequent actions became much simpler. Although the island's defenses were indeed tight and vast, in Ke's eyes it was nothing but a playground with no secrets. The air on the third underground level of Black Shark Island was even more chilling than the corridor above, with bluish glowing ores embedded in the walls every few meters. The heavy iron door completely isolated this place from the outside world, as if it were two different realms. Uchiha Ke stood in the shadows, not rushing to reveal himself. Instead, through his Sharingan, he silently observed the spacious and peculiar laboratory before him. At the center of the laboratory sat a ceiling platform made of an unknown transparent crystal, upon which lay a strangely shaped blade, still and silent. If it could still be called a blade. It was over a man's height, its broad body not made of metal, but of some material resembling biological scales. Even bound tightly with bandages, something beneath could be seen slowly writhing like a dormant beast breed. Samahata Ke murmured the name of this ninja blade in his heart. As the strongest and most bizarre of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Samahata was less a weapon and more a living creature in the form of a blade. Beside the ceiling platform, a middle-aged man in a wrinkled white coat was fully absorbed in recording sound. He appeared to be in his 40s, with gray disheveled hair like a vagrant who hadn't washed in days, deep-set eyes bloodshot, yet burning with an almost neurotic fervor and focus. Behind him, 4 or 5 young assistants were operating various instruments, trying to provoke a reaction from the blade. Increase the chakra output. Shui Lao barked without turning around. This thing's vitality is too low, we can't measure its limits. But master, a young assistant hesitated. The readings just now approached the critical threshold. If we push further, the seal might. Enough of your nonsense. Shui Lao interrupted impatiently. I said increase it. Who's the master here, you or me? The 2 jonin from Ziguishan at the door were long accustomed to this scene, merely watching with arms crossed. The clan leader had instructed that as long as the mad old man didn't blow up the place or attempt to escape, all his demands were to be met. A true research fanatic, no wonder he's Nakano's master. Ke smiled faintly from the shadows, growing more satisfied with this talent he was about to acquire. Since it's so lively here, I might as well join the fun. With a thought, Ke's Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated. Space tore open silently, and Ke appeared abruptly in the corner of the laboratory like a ghost that had always been there, positioned just outside Shui Lao's line of sight. What's so interesting about studying a beast that only devours chakra? A clear voice suddenly rang out in the lab, breaking the monotony of the instrument hum. Who's there? Shui Lao reacted, swiftly spinning around. The young assistants cried out in fright, dropping test tubes everywhere. The 2 guards at the door paled, but as they tried to rush in, their bodies stiffened, as if frozen, unable to move. In their sight, those crimson eyes had become 2 bottomless black holes, instantly devouring their consciousness. Ke didn't even glance back at them, casually taking control of the situation. With hands in his coat pockets, he stepped slowly out of the shadows, his gaze critically sweeping over the massive ceiling platform. Samahata. Ke walked to the platform, knocked on the transparent crystal, and the Samahata inside, sensing the presence of a living person, emitted a grating sound like a beast grinding its teeth. Though unique in ability, it's ultimately just a parasite dependent on chakra. Ke turned to Shui Lao, a faint mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. Is this the fruit of the genius of the land of water over the past few years? Seems your vision is limited to this. Who are you? Shui Lao stared fixedly at the suddenly appearing black-clad youth, not panicking like the others, but studying Ke's Sharingan. These eyes. Uchiha. Shui Lao's voice carried surprise, but more curiosity. I've heard of this Kekiai Genkai, but what are you doing here instead of the land of fire? He put down his recording board, straightened his back, and the previous disheveled demeanor vanished, replaced by an air of superiority befitting a man of rank. Whoever you are, however you got in, get out, Shui Lao said coldly. Don't disturb my experiment. I have no interest in killers like you. Of course you could kill me now if you wish. Don't be so hasty to drive me away. Ke, unruffled, pulled out a scroll from his pocket. A research summary that Nakano had specially prepared before departure. My name is Uchiha Ke. I'm not here to kill, but to make a deal with you. He tossed the scroll casually to Shui Lao, caught it, instinctively frowned, and was about to throw it back when his eyes fell on the data on the scroll. His hand froze. This. Shui Lao's pupils contracted violently. His initial disdain instantly transformed into shock, then into uncontrollable fervor. He tore open the scroll roughly and devoured the contents greedily. As he read, his breathing grew rapid and fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Such cells really... He rushed to Ke, almost roaring. What's written on this scroll couldn't be human cells. What is this? A tailed beast? Or did you dig up the 6 paths sage's grave? Calm down, old man. Ke extended a finger and gently pushed back Shui Lao, who was nearly in his face. It's not a tailed beast nor the 6 paths sage. Just a human cell. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shui Lao shook his head wildly. How could human cells achieve such a level? Do you take me for a child? Believe it or not. Ke shrugged. The handwriting is your good disciple Nakano's, you must recognize it. But since you're so interested, I can tell you that your disciple is now studying this in my laboratory. Your laboratory? Shui Lao paused, then seemed to realize something, his eyes sharpening. You want me to go with you? Exactly. Ke nodded, admitting frankly. Nakano said he can't figure this out, and that only you in this world can unlock the secret of this cell. Shui Lao paused, then snorted coldly. That fool does have some self-awareness. This level of research is indeed beyond the reach of a half-baked amateur like him. Old Shui tightly gripped the scroll in his hand, his gaze shifting back and forth between Ku and the scroll, clearly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Why should I trust you? After a long pause, Old Shui asked in a deep voice, although the Shigua Mountain clan has confined me here, they have provided me with the best conditions and top-notch equipment, allowing me to continue my research. Follow you. Where to? To be your slave. Ke chuckled, a hint of disdain in his laughter. As if you aren't a slave already. You say your actions aren't hindered, but you are nothing more than a high-level slave forced to research this boring blade every day. Is this really what you want to study? He pointed at the massive ceiling platform behind him. Look at this knife. No matter how you study it, it remains the same. But that cell. Ke's voice grew low and enticing. Don't you want to see what kind of miracle this cell could produce? As for the equipment and treatment, Ku surveyed the relatively spacious laboratory, curling his lip. To be frank, this place is too shabby. The experimental facility I have prepared for you is at least 10 times larger, with dozens of research personnel to assist you, and it has all the equipment you wouldn't even dare to dream of. Don't you think the financial power of the Uchiha clan is inferior to that of Shigua Mountain? This statement was like a devil's whisper, striking precisely at Old Shu's soft spot. All right. Old Shui slammed his thigh, a decisive glint flashing in his eyes, and without any hesitation, he declared, I agree to follow you. I have long wanted to leave this wretched place. Staring at this stinky fish every day is making me sick. He turned to the assistants, who were still in shock, and shouted, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and pack your things. But master, one assistant timidly pointed at the 2 guards at the door, who stood like wooden dolls. How do we leave? There are still hundreds of guards outside. You don't need to worry about that, Ke replied, casually snapping his fingers. Since I can come in, I naturally have a way to take you out. I believe you can take us out, but... Old Shui suddenly stopped, looking around at the towering cabinets and heavy precision instruments with a troubled expression. It's easy to leave, but what about these things? They are my hard work and the data that hasn't been organized yet. Just this. I believe you can take us out, but... Old Shui suddenly stopped, looking around at the towering cabinets, and he slowly raised his right-hand palm, facing the empty space in the center of the laboratory, and the kaleidoscope began to spin rapidly, activating the gap's ability. The originally calm space suddenly resembled a torn painting as a massive, deep black crack appeared out of thin air before everyone. Is this a space-time ninjutsu? Old Shu's eyes widened in amazement as he gazed at the eerie crack, unable to suppress a gasp. Stop talking nonsense, let's move inside. Ke pointed at the crack. The space inside is very large. Don't worry about these few cabinets. Even if you wanted to fit your entire laboratory in there, it would be more than enough. As Ke's thoughts moved, his ocular power erupted once more. Those instruments that weighed hundreds of pounds, along with iron boxes filled with scrolls, seemed to have lost their weight, allowing even ordinary people to lift them effortlessly. With the help of the assistants, in just a few minutes the once crowded laboratory was turned upside down, all items being tossed into the azure crack and disappearing. Even the few chairs in the corners were taken effortlessly. A miracle. This is a miracle, one assistant murmured, his worldview on the verge of collapse. All right, the items are moved. Oh, it's time for us to leave. Ke clapped his hands, looking at the now empty room, and nodded in satisfaction. Old Shu's gaze suddenly fell on the massive ceiling platform. The shark skin seemed to sense something swimming uneasily in its tank and bumping against the glass wall. Are you going to take that as well? Ke pointed at the shark skin. Although it's of no use to me, if you're interested, I can pack it up. Why take it? Old Shui scoffed. It's just a parasite with a huge appetite. I've already researched all the data over the years. Keeping it would only waste food. Besides, taking this thing would require effort to subdue it, which is quite troublesome. To Old Shui, a research fanatic, the secrets of the shark's skin had been mostly unraveled, and it held no further value. Indeed. Ke shrugged, looking at the hideously shaped fish. It's too ugly. Taking it back would just take up space. Let Shigua Mountain keep it as a memory. He had no interest in this knife either. Although the shark skin in the original story could devour chakra and displayed power comparable to a tailed beast in the hands of Kisame Hashigaki, it was too weak in the face of the future battles. Most importantly, it was just too ugly. He had no interest in the knife either. Although in the original story this shark skin possessed the terrifying ability to devour chakra, even demonstrating dominance comparable to a tailed beast in the hands of Kisame Hashigaki. However, in the face of future battles, it was rather lackluster. Most importantly, its design, full of barbs and resembling a flayed creature, was simply too ugly and completely clashed with his aesthetic. Let's go. Ke took one last look at this room destined to become legendary, turned and stepped into the azure gap, vanishing into the void as if he had never appeared. Old Shui, followed closely behind, though a sense of unease lingered in his heart. The desire for the future overwhelmed everything, and the few assistants cautiously followed him inside. As the last figure disappeared, the enormous space, closed silently. The entire underground third layer returned to a deathly silence. Only in the massive tank did the shark skin continue to swim alone. The two guards at the door, still caught in the genjutsu, stood like wooden posts, dutifully guarding an empty room. By the next morning, when the servant delivering food pushed open the heavy iron door, what awaited would be a scene that could make the entire Shigwa mountain clan spit blood. People were gone, things were gone, and even the assistants from the laboratory had disappeared. The two remaining Jounin stood there like fools. It was a bizarre evaporation, leaving no trace behind, just a hollow nightmare. On the boundless sea, a merchant ship was cutting through the waves. The sea breeze howled, lifting white frothy waves several meters high, crashing heavily against the ship's sides, producing a dull rumbling sound. The ship swayed violently with the waves like a withered leaf struggling in a storm. On the deck, several young assistants who had escaped with Shui Lao were leaning against the rail, their faces pale as paper. Although they were ninjas from the Water Nation, they had spent years in an underground laboratory devoid of sunlight. They often traveled by boat, but had never crossed such vast seas, and were unaccustomed to such turbulence. Uchiha Ke stood at the bow of the ship, his black cloak flapping in the fierce wind. He glanced back at his disheveled assistants, then looked at Shui Lao, who was squatting in the center of the deck, unable to help but shake his head. This seemingly disheveled middle-aged man was at that moment like a child who had received a new toy, clutching tightly to the research summary on the cells of Hashirama. He occasionally scribbled on the slightly wrinkled scrolls, muttering to himself, sometimes furrowing his brows, and at other times bursting into hearty laughter as if he had made a sudden revelation. Whether the waves soaked his clothes or the ship rocked violently, he did not care. It was as if in this world everything else besides the scroll in his hand had ceased to exist. This is what a true madman looks like, Ke sighed inwardly. How much longer until we arrive? Ke asked the ship's captain beside him. This time, for convenience, he had not sneaked aboard like he did on the way there, but had directly rented a large merchant ship at the port. Back, my lord, the lighthouse is already visible ahead. The captain pointed at a faint light on the horizon and shouted, "In half an hour at most we will reach the shore." Very good, Ke nodded, taking a deep breath of the salty sea breeze. An hour later, the merchant ship smoothly entered a natural harbor in the eastern part of the Fire Nation. This place had once been an important supply point for the Kagaya clan, but after the brutal war it had been completely taken over by the Hyuga. When Ke proposed to use this place, the Hyuga did not hesitate to agree. On the dock, a team of fully armed Uchiha ninjas had already been waiting for a long time. The leading Jonin saw Ke disembark and immediately approached him, with his men bowing respectfully. "Lord Ke, you have returned." Ke nodded. "Is the carriage ready?" "It has been prepared and can set off at any time." The Jonin pointed at several specially reinforced carriages parked by the roadside, designed for transporting valuable items. "Get in." Ke waved his hand, signaling Shui Lao and the others to get in. The convoy set off toward the Burial Bone Ridge not far from the port. This fortress, once seen by Kagaya as an impenetrable stronghold, had now become the most important base for the Uchiha in the east. After several years of repairs and reinforcements, the war-torn walls and towers had been completely renewed. The black rocks reflected a cold sheen under the sunlight, resembling an iron beast perched atop the mountain overlooking the entire eastern land. The convoy entered the fortress and stopped in the inner courtyard. Lord Ke, the best guest rooms and a welcome banquet have been prepared for the guests. A logistics Jonin stationed at Burial Bone Ridge approached with a beaming smile. "Although the conditions here do not match those of the clan's territory, the chef's skills are quite good, and we have specially prepared hot water." "No need." Before Ke could speak, Shui Lao, who had just jumped down from the carriage, interrupted him rudely. "I just want to know, when are we going to the west?" "Don't rush, old man," Ke reassured him. "This is Burial Bone Ridge, and there are still hundreds of miles to the west. Let's rest here tonight, and tomorrow morning I'll send someone to take you to Tianyuan City. Once we get there, you can have whatever you want." "Tomorrow?" Shui Lao muttered discontentedly. What a hassle. Although he complained, he still understood priorities. After all, they were on someone else's territory. "All right, take them to rest." Ke waved his hand at the Jonin. "Remember, as long as he doesn't demolish the house, fulfill any requests he has." "Yes." Watching Shui Lao lead a group of assistants away looking like frostbitten eggplants, Ke finally let out a long sigh of relief, having successfully settled this difficult ancestor. The several Jonin hurriedly took Shui Lao and the others to their accommodations. They did not know who these people were, but Ke had specifically instructed them to treat them well, ensuring that they would safely reach Tianyuan City. As for what would happen after they arrived at Tianyuan City, Ke had already arranged it in a letter to Nakano, which had been delivered to Uncle Tiahua, so Nakano could directly go to receive them. After handling all of this, Ke glanced at the sky. It was afternoon, and the sunlight was just right. He took a walk around the fortress, listened to the station Jonan's reports on recent defenses, and after confirming everything was normal suddenly felt a bit bored. Let's go out for a walk. Ke changed out of his eye-catching black cloak and put on an ordinary deep blue outfit. Without any attendants, he walked out of the fortress gate alone. A few dozen miles from the fortress, there was a small town that thrived on trade. This area originally belonged to the Kaguya territory and was now under the control of the Hyuga, but it was relatively close to the port controlled by the Hyuga. Thanks to the current alliance between the Uchiha and the Hyuga, the border trade here was exceptionally prosperous. Although it could not compare to Short Book Street, the streets were lined with shops and merchant caravans from all over the Fire Nation converged here. Even numerous merchants from the Water Nation could be seen. Ke strolled through the bustling streets, listening to the sounds of vendors calling out, watching the common people with smiles on their faces, no longer as anxious as before, and a faint sense of achievement surged within him. Though his initial intent was for the benefit of his clan and to plunder resources, he had never considered the impact on the common people here. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that his actions had objectively brought rare peace and prosperity to this land ravaged by war. Clear the way. Freshly made glutinous rice balls. Ke casually tossed a few copper coins to the vendor, bought a string of steaming balls, and while eating weaved through the crowd like an ordinary tourist. This long-lost atmosphere of life finally allowed the nerves that had been taut to relax somewhat. Unknowingly, he arrived in front of a tea house, the largest and most luxurious in the town, with 3 stories adorned with eaves and corners, exuding an ancient charm. It was said that the owner here came from Short Book Street, skilled in brewing tea, and even the elders of the Hyuga would stop by to sit here when passing. Welcome, esteemed guest. Please come in. The second floor has private seating. A warm-hearted attendant greeted him and led Ke up to the second floor. The environment on the second floor was indeed much quieter, not as noisy as the first floor. Most of the guests were sitting together in small groups, whispering to each other. As soon as Ke stepped onto the stairs, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to a position by the window. That was Hinata Chiyuki. After several years of absence, she was now in her prime, resembling a white lotus quietly blooming in a secluded valley, shedding her past innocence and gaining an allure that was both captivating and hard to gaze upon. She was not dressed in the typical combat attire suited for a ninja, but rather donned an exquisite and elegant light purple silk kimono. The fabric was not something commonly found in the market. It shimmered with a soft flowing luster under the sunlight streaming through the window, gently rippling with her subtle movements, resembling clouds enveloping her. Embroidered in fine silver and pearl white silk threads on the sleeves and hem were several branches of white plum blossoms proudly blooming in the snow. This design was understated, yet exuded an undeniable aristocratic elegance. Her long jet black hair was not simply tied up as usual, but was meticulously styled into a gentle flowing cloud bun, with a few strands cascading down her fair, elongated neck, adding a touch of languorous charm. There were not many intricate accessories in her hair, only the moonstone hairpin that Ke had gifted her years ago. She sat upright on a cushion, her hands naturally folded on her knees, her posture as graceful as a painting of a lady frozen in time. Even the air around her seemed to quieten. Behind her stood 2 Hinata guards dressed in plain clothes, vigilantly observing their surroundings. What a coincidence! Ke muttered to himself, a smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth. He did not hide his presence deliberately, but walked over confidently. Almost the instant his footsteps sounded, Chiyuki's originally lowered gaze slightly lifted, her eyes accurately meeting Ke's through the screen, their gazes intertwining in the air. Unlike an ordinary person encountering a surprise, Chiyuki's eyes remained calm, yet the corners of her previously tightly pressed lips subtly curved upward upon seeing Ke. She gently waved her hand, and the 2 guards who were about to step forward to intervene immediately halted their movements and respectfully retreated to a farther corner, leaving this small space for the 2. Since you are here, why not come in for a cup of tea? Chiyuki's voice remained cool, yet there was a hint of warmth that was not easily perceptible. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Ke was not courteous, directly bypassing the screen and sitting down casually. Good tea. He did not wait for Chiyuki to serve. Instead, he picked up the teapot on the table, poured himself a cup, brought it to his nose to sniff, and remarked, "This must be from the land of tea, right? You truly know how to enjoy yourself, your highness." Chiyuki observed his familiar demeanor, and instead of being angry, she revealed a more evident smile. This tea was specially sent by my father from the capital. It was originally meant to entertain distinguished guests, but unexpectedly, it has fallen to you, a guy who knows nothing about tea. Tea is after all meant to quench thirst. Ke downed the tea in his cup, set it down, and looked at Chiyuki. So why is the Hinata princess, instead of enjoying luxury in her clan's territory, here, in this small border town for tea? Disguised incognito. Does dressing like this truly count as incognito? I suppose so. Chiyuki put down her teacup, her gaze drifting to the bustling street outside, her eyes growing somewhat profound. I wanted to see what this land has become under our governance. She turned her head, looking at Kei with a hint of seriousness in her tone. It seems that compared to the time under the madman Kagaya's rule, the people here are living much better now. That is only natural. Kei leaned back in his chair and lazily replied, peace and trade are the foundations of prosperity. A family like Kagaya's that only knows bloodshed is doomed to be eliminated. The two of them chatted casually, as if they were old friends who had known each other for years. They discussed the changes in this small town, the trade situation at the borders of their clans, and some amusing events happening in the ninja world recently. Without the entanglements of family interests or the barriers of status, they were merely two young individuals who had found a rare moment of peace amidst chaos. By the way, Kei suddenly recalled something, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. I heard. Your cousin's fiancé is coming true. Upon hearing this, Chiyuki's hand, which was pouring tea, paused slightly, and a few drops of scalding tea splashed onto the table. She set down the teapot, raised her head to look at Kei, her white eyes flashing with complex emotions. So you all knew as well. After all, it involves the young clan leader of the Senju. How could the Uchiha not care? Chiyuki did not shy away from the topic, but sighed softly. Yes, the wedding between Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito will likely shake the land of fire, and perhaps even the entire ninja world. I know Hashirama well. He is undoubtedly a genius. Mito is said to be quite beautiful, a match made in heaven. Kei said with a half smile. So are you unhappy for your cousin? Unhappy? Chiyuki let out a bitter laugh. Perhaps. Mito is truly a good girl, and Hashirama. I've heard he is a person with a great heart, but this is a political marriage. As her cousin, I hope she can choose her own happiness. She paused, her tone growing somewhat somber as she continued. But as the heir of the Hinata clan, I have to consider more. The union of the Senju and Uzumaki means they will restore their previous amicable relations, which is certainly not a good thing for us Hinata. Moreover, my grandfather. I can only imagine he will hate my father even more. She looked at Kei, her eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. What do you think about this? Me? Kei shrugged, a nonchalant expression on his face. What else can I think? They can have their wedding, and we will live our lives. As long as they don't come to provoke me, I have no interest in giving them any gifts. He took a piece of pastry from the table and stuffed it in his mouth, speaking indistinctly. At worst, it's just going back to how things were before. Hashirama thinks he can gain an advantage over the Uchiha through this marriage, but he forgets one thing. What thing? All of this is predicated on the notion that victory in war is determined by the number of ninjas, but Kei swallowed the pastry, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. What if one day that is no longer the case? He looked at Chiyuki, a meaningful smile on his face. At that time, alliances or not, it wouldn't matter anymore. Chiyuki furrowed her brows in confusion, clearly not understanding what Kei was trying to convey, and was about to ask further. Let's not speak of these troubling matters anymore. Kei clapped off the crumbs on his hands and stood up. It's rare to meet, but it would be dull just to drink tea. Does your highness have any interest in accompanying me for a stroll below? He pointed to the lively street outside. On my way here, I saw a stall that makes sugar paintings. Their skills are quite impressive. Chiyuki paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed, looking at Kei's sincere eyes. The gloom in her heart caused by the situation seemed to dissipate significantly in that instant. All right. She stood up, adjusted her attire, and placed her hand on Kei's outstretched hand, regaining the elegance of a noble lady. Since you have so earnestly invited me, I shall reluctantly accompany you for a stroll. As night fell, the bright lights began to illuminate the surroundings. This small town, located on the eastern border of the Fire Nation, was adorned with various lanterns along the streets, their red and yellow hues intertwining, casting a dreamlike glow over the entire street. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of grilled squid, the sweetness of osmanthus cake, and the distant sound of singing from the opera stage. Crowds surged, bustling with activity. Uchiha Ke and Hinata Chinchua blended into the lively market like two drops of water merging. If one were to overlook their distinctly extraordinary demeanor, they would appear to be a pair of wealthy young master and miss out for an evening stroll. Chinchua still wore the exquisitely crafted light purple kimono from the afternoon, moving gracefully. The usual imposing aura of a clan heir melted away under the warm lights, replaced by a softness and curiosity befitting a young girl. Ke had changed into a loose-fitting dark blue yukata, his hands casually tucked into the sleeves, a lazy smile on his face as he occasionally commented on the curious sights by the roadside. Look over there. Chinchua suddenly stopped, pointing at a stall surrounded by people, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It's sugar painting. The stall was somewhat old, run by a white-haired elder who held a small copper spoon, scooping up a ladle of golden hot syrup from the pot, skillfully swirling it on a smooth marble slab. Before long, a lifelike phoenix sprang to life on the stone, eliciting gasps of wonder from the surrounding children. Would you like one, esteemed guests? The old vendor looked up and, upon seeing the two with extraordinary presence, immediately smiled and asked, whether it's a dragon and phoenix in harmony or flying beasts, I can draw them all. Without a moment's hesitation, Ko pulled out a silver coin and placed it on the table, saying, "No need for change, please draw us a pair of dragon and phoenix." The old vendor cheerfully accepted the money, his other hand still in motion with the copper spoon. Golden strands of syrup danced on the stone. Though it was merely a simple sugar painting under the elder's skilled hands, it truly captured a glimpse of the essence of the two before him. Chinchua held the translucent sugar phoenix in her hands, gazing at it for a long time, reluctant to take a bite. She turned her head to see Ko beside her, munching on the sugar painting with absolutely no regard for decorum, and a hint of subtle tenderness flickered in her eyes. In this chaotic warring states period, in a world filled with schemes and bloodshed, having such a night was indeed a luxury. So luxurious that it even made her feel an illusion, as if the burdens of the family were no longer important. The crowd surged, and a few mischievous children ran past, nearly colliding with Chinchua, who reacted swiftly, wrapping an arm around her shoulder to pull her protectively into his embrace. "Be careful." His voice was warm, close to her ear. Qiangshu's body stiffened slightly, yet she did not push him away. In that moment, she instinctively leaned into his embrace. The two walked side by side through the brightly lit long street. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade into background noise, and the only sounds left were the gentle rustling of their sleeves brushing against each other. Unknowingly, they had reached the edge of the market. The lights here grew sparse and dim. The road beneath them transitioned from neat flagstones to uneven, muddy ground. The sweet aroma in the air vanished, replaced by a stench mingled with sewage and rotten garbage. This was the entrance to the slums, the shadowy side of this bustling town. "Shall we head back?" Chinchua frowned, her inherent cleanliness as a Hinata making her uneasy in such an environment. "There's nothing worth exploring here anymore." Ko nodded, about to turn and leave. Suddenly a faint but piercing sound floated from a dark alley beside them. It was not laughter or calling, but rather the sound of fists striking flesh, accompanied by the brazen insults and cackles of several men. "Hit them. Beat them to death. You little brat, don't you see whose turf it is? How dare you steal my stuff?" As ninjas, their hearing was far superior, and these sounds pierced their ears. In addition, there was a faint smell of blood wafting through the cold draft, reaching their nostrils. "Let's go take—" Without hesitation, Chinchua lifted her skirt and walked into the alley. Ko shrugged, finished the last piece of sugar, chewed and swallowed, then leisurely followed suit. The alley was dark, with only a dilapidated oil lamp at the end casting a weak glow. In that dim circle of light, a tragedy all too common in this era unfolded. Three drifters wearing swords at their waists had formed a circle, kicking and punching at a small figure on the ground. It was difficult to discern what the figure was due to its small size, curled up in the mud, hardly recognizable as human. It was a little girl looking no more than 10 years old, dressed in a tattered sackcloth that had long lost its original color, her hair tangled like wild grass, covered in dirt and blood. Facing the three adult men beating her, she neither cried out for mercy nor protected her vital areas. She simply curled up, tightly pressing the object in her arms firmly against her body. "Let go. Hand over what you stole." One of the drifters seemed to tire from the beating, pausing to catch his breath before delivering a heavy kick to the girl's back. Bang! The kick was so forceful that even Chinchua, standing at the mouth of the alley, could hear the crack of bones. This child. Qiangshu's heart jolted. She had seen many homeless orphans, most of whom were numb and timid. Some even learned to garner sympathy with tears, but this girl was different. Unable to bear it any longer, Chinchua shouted angrily, prepared to step in and rescue her. However, just as she took her first step, a hand reached out from beside her, firmly grasping her wrist. "Wait!" Ke's voice echoed in the darkness, calm and devoid of any ripple. Ko did not look at Chinchua, but rather stared with keen interest at the girl on the ground, a playful smirk forming at the corner of his mouth as he took a step forward, entering that dim circle of light. "Who?" The three drifters were startled by the sudden voice, turning abruptly. Upon seeing Ke's distinguished presence, they paused for a moment, then their eyes lit up with greed. "Hey, where did this young master come from? Want to be a hero and save the beauty?" The leader of the drifters waved his knife and sneered. "Since you are here, leave your money behind and bow 3 times to me. Perhaps I'll be in a good mood and let you go. Get lost." Ko didn't even glance at them, casually forming a hand seal. The wind release technique sent the 3 shouting drifters flying, crashing against the walls on either side. Ko did not look back, walking straight to the girl squatting down. The girl still held tightly onto the rotten bun, but her fierce eyes cautiously turned towards Ko. "Interesting," Ko remarked, not angry, but rather amused, taking a regular steel shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. He tossed the shuriken into the muddy water in front of the girl, creating a crisp sound. "No matter how fiercely you glare at them, it won't help. I like your gaze, so we'll give you a chance." Ke's voice was calm and cold like a demon, tempting a follower to fall, pointing towards the 3 drifters struggling to get up. "Do you want to live? Do you want to stop being bullied? Do you want to eat warm, filling meals?" Ke's gaze pierced deep into the girl's eyes. "Then stand up, pick up the weapon, and kill them. Only Before Ku could finish, the small figure erupted with an unexpected force, grabbing the shuriken from the ground and lunging at the nearest drifter. Thud! The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed sharply in the stillness of the alley. The sound of a blade piercing flesh resonated sharply in this quiet, dark alley, almost ear-piercing. The ordinary steel kunai transformed into the most lethal of fangs in the girl's small, dirt-streaked hands, veins bulging. There was no hesitation, no tremor of fear. The girl was like a small beast revealing its claws in a desperate situation, utilizing the inertia of her forward lunge to thrust the weapon brutally into the thigh of the nearest rogue. That was the location of an artery. A shrill, distorted scream erupted, startling the crows searching for food at the alley's entrance as hot blood gushed forth, like a fountain, splattering the girl all over. The viscous liquid slid down her cheek and into her eyes, yet she did not even blink, nor did she wipe it away. She continued to stare fixedly at the writhing rogue on the ground, her originally pitch-black eyes now reflecting a chilling red light against the backdrop of blood. This little brat. The remaining two rogues were utterly stunned by the scene. They never dreamed that this soft, timid girl who had just been begging for mercy in the mud would suddenly turn violent and strike with such ruthless ferocity. After the shock came a surge of anger and fear. Kill her. The one-eyed leader roared, drawing his saber, its blade gleaming coldly under the dim light as it whistled through the air, striking down towards the girl's frail neck. The girl did not evade. Or rather, she had no strength left to evade. That last strike had exhausted all her explosive energy. Now she could only half kneel in the muddy water, gripping the bloodied kunai tightly, her gaze fixed on the descending long blade, devoid of any fear, only a mad determination to perish together. However, the blade did not descend. Not bad, that gaze. A voice devoid of warmth suddenly echoed, like a judge from hell pronouncing the final death sentence. Uchiha Kurai's figure, like a shadowy ghost, instantly crossed the spatial distance, appearing behind the one-eyed rogue, his movements too swift to be perceived, even leaving blurry afterimages. The one-eyed rogue froze, his saber raised high, yet unable to strike even a fraction lower, his eyes bulging, making strange choking sounds in his throat, as if wanting to say something, but only blood bubbles escaped. A thin line of blood slowly appeared around his neck, rapidly expanding. The heavy corpse fell to the ground, splashing murky water. Brother. The remaining rogue was completely paralyzed with fear, watching the strange scene before him, his legs shaking uncontrollably, his weapon clattering to the ground. In less than 3 seconds, the three ruffians who had been shouting moments before had all become cold corpses. The alley returned to a deathly silence, with only the distant sounds of the marketplace faintly echoing, seeming so unreal. Huff! Huff! The girl remained kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, her chest rising and falling violently, gripping the kunai tightly, her knuckles turning white from the effort. Not bad. Kurai turned, looking down at her with a calm demeanor. A bit faster than I imagined. At the alley's entrance, Hinata Chiyuki stood quietly, her face revealing no trace of fear or discomfort, her pure white eyes showing not a flicker of emotion. I really like the look in this child's eyes. Kurai did not turn his head, simply gazing at the girl, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a raw gem yet to be polished. If she rots away in a place like this, it would be a pity. He turned to Chiyuki at the alley's entrance, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. I will take this child away. Chiyuki nodded slightly, her gaze lingering on the girl's blood-soaked face for a moment before shifting away. Her voice remained cool, revealing little emotional fluctuation. I quite like those eyes as well. It's been a long time since I've seen such a pure desire to survive. She gently shook her head, a hint of rational regret in her tone. However, taking her back to Hinata may not be a good thing for her. Hinata's rules are too strict. The girl remained kneeling, listening to the two who decided her fate converse. Although she could not fully comprehend their convoluted words, she instinctively felt that her destiny had irrevocably changed today. Kurai turned back to face the girl, disregarding the mud on the ground, slowly crouching down to meet her gaze, asking, "What is your name?" The girl was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head. "I have no name." Her voice was hoarse and dry, a result of long-term malnutrition and shouting. "No name." Kurai chuckled, standing up and looking at the bustling street in the distance. "The east wind releases flowers across 1,000 trees." Kurai murmured softly, then lowered his head, gazing into the girl's eyes that sparkled even in the darkness. "From now on I will call you Qianshu." "Qianshu." The girl repeated the name in a daze, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes, but more so was a glow of rebirth. "Remember this name, and remember today." Kurai pointed at the corpse on the ground, his voice turning serious and cold. "You grasped this knife yourself, and it is this knife that granted you the right to live. From now on your life is yours and mine." Qianshu said nothing, merely nodding heavily, then struggling to rise from the ground. Though her body trembled slightly from pain and exhaustion, she stood straight. "Let's go." Kurai said no more, turning to walk towards the alley's entrance. "Wait." Chiyuki suddenly spoke up, pulling a pristine white handkerchief from her sleeve and gently tossing it to Chinshu. Wipe your face, so a girl's face should be clean to look good. Chinshu caught the handkerchief, staring blankly at the sister, who looked as beautiful as a fairy, yet did not say thank you, simply clutching the handkerchief tightly. Kurai reached the alley's entrance, giving Chiyuki a slight nod. The tea this time was good. Let me try something different next time. Always at your service. Chiyuki inclined her head slightly, her manners perfect. I hope our next meeting will be in a better setting. Definitely. Kurai smiled, not lingering any longer, stepping into the throngs of the bustling night market. Behind him, the little girl, named Chinshu, closely followed in his footsteps, not daring to lag behind. In the late autumn of the land of fire, the wind carries a biting chill. The sky stretches high and blue, with a few solitary clouds drifting by, as if foreshadowing the fragility and tranquility of this brief period of peace. As Uchiha Kurai stepped back onto the land of the Uchiha clan, bearing the weariness of travel, 3 whole months had passed since he hurried back for a funeral, much like a fallen leaf, swept by the autumn wind, silently returning to his residence. The trip to the land of water was fruitful. Not only did he successfully bring back the top-notch researcher Sui Lao along with his entire team and a lifetime of dedication, but he also conveniently picked up a raw gem named Chinshu, which has now been entrusted to Uchiha Ke for the most rigorous systematic training. Sui Lao's team was settled in the massive fortress beneath the old site of Tsukuyami, and Kurai believed that with the nature of that research fanatic, he would likely dive into a state of relentless work, surely leading Nakano to new discoveries. Tianyuan City had gotten back on track with the deterrence of iron and fire, and the governance of Uchiha Sui and Uchiha Ke. The city would continuously supply him with wealth and resources. Time flowed like sand slipping through fingers, and before one knew it, several weeks had passed. Winter had arrived. This year's winter seemed particularly cold, with snowflakes falling like goose feathers for 3 days and nights, wrapping the entire Uchiha clan in a thick layer of silver. Even the eaves hung with crystal-clear icicles. Curious life had become exceptionally regular, even somewhat dull for a youth. By day, like an ordinary Uchiha high-ranking member, he dealt with family affairs, mainly concerning tax reports and resource allocation from the west, watching the astronomical figures of wealth flow into the clan storage. Even the clan leader Uchiha Taijima looked at him with a much friendlier expression during clan meetings. Those conservatives who had previously voiced some objections against him had fallen silent in the face of tangible benefit. At night, Kurai sat cross-legged on the cushion in the center of the secret chamber beneath his residence, quietly introspecting the chakra that flowed slowly within him. Ever since he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had sensed a subtle change in his chakra realm. Kurai slowly opened his eyes, his pitch-black gaze as deep as the starry sky, as if it could draw in a person's soul. As a transmigrator, he knew better than anyone the potential of these eyes. Yet he also understood that the Mangekyo Sharingan was a forbidden eye that consumed eyesight as a price. Each use was a step closer to the abyss of blindness. In the original work, both Itachi and Sasuke suffered from a sharp decline in vision shortly after activating their Mangekyo. But he was different, feeling the faint presence of Yang Chakra within him. Is it the effect of that #1 potion? He still remembered back in the West taking that diluted solution with Madara, and the changes his body underwent after using it on the short book street. Although he did not attain would release like Hashirama, that pure life energy had rooted itself within him. It was this power that greatly delayed the side effects of the Mangekyo. Thus, even though he had his eyes open for several months, and used them quite frequently, his vision was only slightly blurred, not a significant issue. But this did not mean he could rest easy. This is merely a temporary fix. Kurai knew well that the erosion of the Mangekyo was like a parasitic worm, as long as it was in use the damage would not cease. To truly rid himself of this curse, there was only one way. Kurai's gaze darkened slightly, becoming somewhat somber. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. No. Kurai shook his head, driving this cold thought from his mind. It's not time yet. In the days that followed, he rarely activated the Mangekyo voluntarily. Instead, he continuously envisioned the various possibilities of the realm abilities in his mind, and this tranquil routine was ultimately shattered one snowy evening by an unexpected invitation. Has that guy Madara gone to the training ground again? Uchiha Taijima sat in his study watching the snowflakes dance outside and asked his attendant with some resignation. Yes, clan leader. The attendant replied respectfully. Young Master Madara said he had some new insights into fire release yesterday and needed to verify them. Clan leader. A special envoy from the Heike's family requests an audience. Heike's. Taijima frowned slightly. This name was somewhat unfamiliar in the current ninja world, but was well known to someone of his experience. This was an extraordinarily mysterious clan, said to have descended from the Sage of Six Paths era, just like the Senju Uchiha Hyuga and Kagaya. This clan has a peculiar trait. Lineage is passed down through a single descendant. This practice during the hellish warring states period was akin to jumping from 10,000 meters high without a parachute. Any mishap would completely sever the lineage, yet the Heikes had really persisted for over 1,000 years. Moreover, every generation of Heike's descendants possessed astonishing talent, all capable of reaching the peak of clan leader level without exception. These factors have led this clan to remain aloof from worldly affairs, and no one dared provoke them. After all, the deterrent effect of a clan leader-level powerhouse with no attachments was immense. Let them in. Soon a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious silk, behaving with an elegance unlike a ninja, entered holding a gilded wooden box. Esteemed clan leader Uchiha Taijima. The envoy respectfully bowed. My master Heike's Ria invites Uchiha to our family territory next month for our young clan leader's Kamingafage ceremony. Kamingafage ceremony. Taijima took the invitation, glancing at its contents. It not only invited Uchiha, but also the Senju Hyuga, and even some families from other countries. Interesting. A glimmer of light flashed in Taijima's eyes. Go back and tell your master that the Uchiha clan will attend the appointment on time. After sending off the envoy, Taijima fell into contemplation while holding the invitation. I must send a significant person to probe the depths. The first person Taijima thought of was his eldest son Madara. As the young clan leader of the Uchiha, Madara's identity and strength were sufficient to represent the Uchiha's dignity. However, when he informed Madara of this idea, he received a merciless rejection. Not interested. Madara didn't even spare a glance at the exquisite invitation, simply coldly discarding 3 words. With that time, I'd rather go kill a few more missions or let others attend such noble gatherings. You? Taijima was nearly infuriated, but he could do nothing about this, son. Reluctantly, he turned his attention to another candidate. You want me to go? Kirai looked at the invitation sent by Taijima, revealing a strange expression. What a shirker, since my own son won't go, he throws this sort of trouble to me. He sighed in exasperation. He had no interest in such a social occasion filled with hypocrisy and but the clan leader's order had been issued, and he could not refuse. Heike's family. Kamingafage ceremony. Kirai toyed with the gilded invitation, gazing at the beautiful venue depicted on it, suddenly breaking into a smile. Forget it, it's been dull staying within the clan for these past few months. I'll take it as a chance to get some fresh air. He stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the vast expanse of white snow, squinting his eyes, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I wonder if the Senju came along, and if that guy Hashirama is still so naive. In the Uchiha clan's library, particularly in the underground area, housing forbidden techniques and ancient texts, a scent of aged paper and dried ink pervades throughout the year. The air is dry and oppressive, disturbed only by the occasional rustle of scrolls stirring the dust that dances in the beams of light. It is quiet here, so quiet that one can hear the sound of their own heartbeat along with the nearly imperceptible breaths of the guarding ninjas in the distance. Uchiha Ke has spent a full 2 days here, yet he has not rushed towards the shelves containing the shrank ninjutsu or powerful forbidden techniques. For him, those things have lost much of their allure. He walked straight into the deepest, most neglected area of ancient texts. Most of the scrolls here are in tatters, made of various materials, some of animal skin, some of bamboo strips, and even a few with engravings on stone tablets. The writings on them are mostly in ancient characters long since lost to time, obscure and difficult to comprehend. In this age that seeks power, these piles of old paper, which cannot be directly transformed into lethal force, hold less value than a single explosive tag. Heizei. He patiently flipped through a volume made from some special tree bark, an ancient atlas from the early Warring States period, where the place names and territorial ranges are much closer to the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Finally, in a remote corner almost obscured by the territories of various clans, he found that name. It was not a family domain, but a location marked as Heizei Forest. Next to it, there was a note written in extremely hasty handwriting. The characters, having faded with age, can only vaguely make out a few keywords. A lineage. Watching. Keep away. Ke gently brushed off the dust with his finger, connecting these keywords with the information he had heard from Taijima. This lineage has passed down for generations, with each successor possessing terrifying strength that could rival that of the Uchiha and Senju clan leaders. Yet they remain aloof, never participating in any clan disputes, drifting like ghosts beyond the ken of the mainstream ninja world. And the passage he had just seen on an ancient stone tablet in another Heizei clan shrine could be summarized. Compared to the Senju and Uchiha, perhaps the Heizei clan is the one more closely related to the Sage of Six Paths. They pride themselves as watchers, guarding the will of a certain figure from the sage's era. From the imprints on the tablet, it is at least a product from 400 or 500 years ago. That stone tablet might genuinely be from the Sage of Six Paths' time. One cannot help but acknowledge the advantage of a family like the Uchiha, which has been passed down for millennia. An emerging clan would never be able to find such ancient records. These clues may seem trivial in isolation, but when combined they may seem insignificant to an ordinary ninja. However, to someone who has traversed worlds of vague, yet haunting silhouette began to crystallize in his mind. What are they watching over? The resurrection of Otsutsuki Kagaya, or the endless reincarnation of Indra and Ajura? Ke leaned against the cold bookshelf, muttering to himself, a barely perceptible cold smile tugging at his lips. Finally, I've caught a glimpse of the tale. Years ago, when Madara first encountered Hashirama by the riverside, he had tried to sense it, but perhaps his strength was simply too weak at that time to find even a trace of Kuro. But now he could almost ascertain that this so-called Heisei clan is most likely a pawn secretly supported by Kuro. Heck, claiming association with the Sage of Six Paths, but you probably hate him the most. Ke carefully rolled up the scroll and returned it to its place. Now that he had a general understanding of the opponent's background, this seemingly glamorous comingafage ceremony was no longer just a mundane social event. A few days later, on an ordinary morning, the mist had yet to disperse. An inconspicuous merchant convoy from the Uchiha clan mixed among the ninjas who had set out early on missions heading towards the distance. Ke was seated in one of the seemingly ordinary carts of this convoy, this trip merely a formality, with 2 jonin assigned as attendants. For him, now having someone follow would only be a burden and may even become a weakness exploited by enemies. As for weapons and supplies, Ke closed his eyes, sensing the space within where thousands of specially made kunai were neatly arranged along with a large amount of living supplies. He had even stored quite a few cooked dishes made by his little maids, transcending the limits of time and space. The cart swayed as it left the Uchiha's territory filled with a murderous aura. Ke lifted a corner of the curtain, watching the fields and woods retreating outside. With plenty of time before the comingafage ceremony, he did not rush to use the Flying Thunder God technique or body flicker technique like before, opting instead for the most primitive mode of transport. During his last journey to the Land of Water, he had traveled entirely on abandoned paths. This time, he wanted to observe the lives of ordinary people in this era and see what remnants this land bore from a centuries-long war. The cart passed through a desolate village. Most of the houses had collapsed, and the fields were overgrown with weeds taller than a person, with no signs of human life. This place was once a settlement of a small family affiliated with the Uchiha clan, but during a conflict with the Senju it tragically became a battlefield, and then disappeared forever from the maps. Continuing onward, the scenery was drastically different. They passed through a town that was being rebuilt. Although the walls still bore large breaches, the streets had been cleared. Numerous craftsmen and civilians were busy repairing houses while children chased and played around the ruins, their clear laughter bringing a hint of vitality to the desolate land. After nearly 10 days of long travel, Ke finally arrived at his destination, the Heisei clan's territory. It is located in the central part of the Land of Fire on a fertile plain. As the cart entered this territory, Ke lifted the curtain, and the laziness in his eyes was instantly replaced by a hint of gravity. There was none of the tranquil paradise he had envisioned, nor the ostentatious luxury of a nouveau riche. What unfolded before him was an extremely prosperous and affluent large town. The town scale was not much smaller than the Tianyuan city he had planned himself. The streets were wide and clean, paved entirely with flat bluestones capable of accommodating for carts side by side, yet the buildings on either side spoke of the town's ancient origins. Pedestrians dressed in various attires streamed through the streets, among them powerful warriors with fierce auras, and even some ninjas clearly from foreign lands. However, beneath this prosperous facade, Ke keenly sensed an unsettling sense of discord. The order here is too well maintained, excessively so. Ke lowered the curtain, his evaluation of this mysterious clan rising another level. He was now nearly 100% certain of who was behind this clan. The convoy finally stopped in front of a luxurious inn at the center of the town, where a variety of splendid carriages were already parked, and many guards bearing the emblems of various clans stood at the entrance. Ke disembarked and presented a token engraved with the Uchiha fan to the attendant at the door. Upon seeing the token, the attendant's previously formal smile instantly transformed into profound respect, bowing deeply and not daring to lift his head to look at Ke's face. Lord Uchiha, Ke, your room is ready. My lord has specifically instructed that you are one of the most important guests this time. Please follow me. Ke said nothing, simply following inside the inn, where the hall was bustling with people filled with various probing and hypocritical exchanges. This truly is a hidden dragon and crouching tiger kind of place. It seems this banquet may be even livelier than I anticipated. As Ke ascended the stairs and entered the room prepared for him, he casually shut the door. The room was infused with precious fragrances, the floor covered with thick carpets, and the table laid with fresh fruits and exquisite tea sets. Yet Ke had no heart to admire these. Instead, he walked to the window and opened it, looking down at the orderly city below. A show of tricks. A cold smile crept across his lips as 3 crimson tomos slowly emerged, Let me see what this so-called watcher is truly watching over. He could feel that from the moment he stepped into the city, at least 3 gazes no less than elite jonin had been subtly fixated on him. In the territory of the Black Zay family, the main hall of the manor was brightly lit, resembling broad daylight. The air was filled with the rich aroma of fine wine, precious incense, and the sweet scent of various exquisite pastries. This was not merely a comingafage ceremony, it was a stage for the powerhouses of the Land of Fire. Representatives from various clans gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing. Those 3 over there, if I'm not mistaken, should be the clan leaders of the Boar Deer Butterfly trio, right? A young ninja affiliated with a small clan cautiously pointed to a corner on the east side of the hall and whispered to the elder beside him. Following his finger, 3 middle-aged men with distinct temperaments were seen gathered together, speaking in hushed tones. Clan leader Nara sported a signature pineapple hairstyle. Frowning as he scanned the surroundings, clan leader Yamashiro appeared serious, occasionally whispering something, while clan leader Akimichi, despite gnawing on a large piece of roasted meat, had a twinkle in his squinting eyes that suggested he should not be underestimated. Chill. Keep your voice down. The elder hurriedly pressed his hand down. These 3 families are old powerhouse clans. Although they are not as prominent as the Senju and Uchiha, their combined techniques are renowned throughout the ninja world. All their clan leaders are present, indicating the considerable respect commanded by the Black Zay family. Besides these 3 families, representatives from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans were also in attendance. Although they were not as conspicuous as the Boar Deer Butterfly trio, their presence was equally formidable. On the other side of the hall, Uchiha Kuro occupied a spacious leather sofa alone. He wore a well-tailored black suit that had no wrinkles whatsoever. Casually leaning there, he gently swirled a glass of blood-red wine in his hand, creating a visible vacuum zone within 3 meters around him. No one dared to approach him. Not a single person even dared to look him in the eye, and the reason was simple. Uchiha's notorious reputation had become overwhelmingly prominent in recent years, with this very person, known as the Black Flash, frequently appearing in the intelligence reports of various clans. From the initial uncovering of the Konoha's new generation massacre plan to the schemes at the Bone Burial Ridge against Kagaya, and on to the bloody and bone-strewn achievements amassed on the western battlefield. How boring. He took a sip of the red wine and thought to himself, a bunch of old foxes with ulterior motives and a pack of still weaning young foxes. At that moment, the heavy Namu door of the hall swung open with a loud bang. The previously noisy hall instantly fell silent, all gazes drawn to the entrance like iron filings to a magnet. 3 figures slowly walked in under the watchful eyes of everyone. The one in the middle was a young man dressed in a brown samurai outfit with long black hair, casually draping over his shoulders. Though his face could not be classified as a stunning beauty, it bore strong features, exuding a weighty and steady aura reminiscent of the earth itself. What left the deepest impression was the characteristic honest smile on his face. Senju Hashirama. Even though he had not yet fully grown into the legendary figure capable of suppressing the ninja world single-handedly, his status as the young clan leader of the Senju clan and his reputation established on the battlefield through would-release techniques were enough to draw the attention of all the strong figures present. To his left, Senju Tobarama donned the iconic blue armor. His silver short hair shimmered coldly under the lights, and his red eyes constantly scanned the entire hall as if searching for any potential threats. On Hashirama's right side was a dazzling splash of red. Her fiery red hair and snow-white skin stood out. Uzumaki Mito was not dressed casually like the Senju brothers, but wore a luxurious gown embroidered with intricate patterns. She did not link arms with Hashirama as they had yet to be formally wed, but the way she walked alongside him conveyed a natural and profound understanding. That unique air of nobility made her shine, even beside Senju Hashirama. Is that the princess of the Uzumaki clan? She did not link arms with Hashirama as they had yet to be formally wed, but the way she walked alongside him Hashirama seemed unfazed by the attention, instead smiling and bowing to those around, his easygoing demeanor easing the tension of many small clan leaders present. However, when his gaze swept across the corner of the hall and landed on the solitary figure of Kuro enjoying his wine, his smile momentarily stiffened, revealing a flicker of extremely complex emotions. Elder brother, don't go over there. Tobarama seemed to sense something and whispered a warning. Don't forget father's instructions. No matter how close you were before, the Uchiha are now our greatest enemy. It's fine. Hashirama shook his head, the complex emotions in his eyes transforming into determination. Moreover, in such an occasion, if we don't greet him, it would make our Senju clan seem petty. Saying this, he disregarded Tobarama's exasperated expression and strode towards Kuro. As the Senju trio moved, the focal point of the entire hall shifted accordingly, how everyone held their breath, eager to see what kind of sparks the young generation of these two mortal enemies would create in this setting. At that moment, the sound of light footsteps echoed from the second-floor corridor. Hyuga Chikage descended the stairs accompanied by several personal guards. She wore the light blue kimono she had donned in the border town, and the blooming white plum blossoms appeared even more pure and elegant under the lighting. Her appearance instantly injected a refreshing current into the powder keg atmosphere of the hall. Sister, the Uzumaki Mito, who had been maintaining a dignified smile, brightened up upon seeing Chikage, her genuine joy breaking through the constraints of etiquette as she hurried forward. Mito, Chikage's formerly poised expression softened as she gently took Mito's outstretched hand. The two pairs of equally fair and noble hands clasped tightly. This scene left everyone present momentarily dumbstruck. Everyone knew how tumultuous the incident of Hyuga Kirin's abduction had been, but now these two future paragons representing the Hyuga and Uzumaki clans behaved as if they were the closest of friends. Long time no see, you've lost some weight. Chikage observed Mito, her tone carrying a concern only they could. You too, sister. A glimmer of moisture appeared in Mito's eyes. I heard you before. It's nothing, it's all in the past, Chikage interrupted, turning her gaze towards Hashirama and his group, who had reached Kuro. Let's go over, we can't allow them to cause a scene here. In the corner of the hall, a once desolate sofa now gathered four forces capable of determining the future of the entire Fire Nation. Uchiha Ke remained seated, not rising from his place. He merely shook the wine glass in his hand, gazing at Senju Hashirama, standing before him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Long time no see, Hashirama. His voice was languid, as if greeting an old friend after many years. Have you been quite impressive on the front lines these past few years? Your wood release is commendable, it has truly frightened our old men. Hashirama looked at the friend he once played by the riverside with feeling a mixture of emotions. You too. Hashirama chuckled wryly, his tone tinged with sentiment. Your methods in the West are truly remarkable. What can I say? One must survive. Ko raised his glass, gesturing toward Hashirama, then shifted his gaze to the red-haired woman beside him, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. By the way, I heard you were getting married. Congratulations on marrying such a beautiful fiancée. Flies about. Standing behind Hashirama, Tobarama couldn't help but scoff, his red eyes fixed firmly on Ko. Don't think your little schemes will amount to anything, relying solely on those small tricks. You will eventually bring about your own demise. Ko glanced at him, his expression devoid of anger, only a condescending disdain. Tobarama, let the adults speak. Children should refrain from interrupting. Ko said flatly, his voice soft, yet each word struck like a hammer on Tobarama's heart. When you can win a battle independently without depending on your brother or father, then come talk to me about schemes and plots. You are still too immature. Tobarama's face turned pale with anger, his chakra surging violently as his hand rested on the hilt of his sword, poised to act, but was stopped by Hashirama. Enough, Tobarama. Hashirama spoke sternly, his gaze carrying a warning. Just then a fragrant breeze wafted in as Hinata Chikage accompanied Uzumaki Mito into the room. What are you talking about? It seems lively. Chikage's voice smoothly interrupted, breaking the tense atmosphere. She elegantly walked over to the sofa beside Ko and sat down, her movements flawless as if this were her own domain. Nothing much, just reminiscing. Ko smiled, retracting his aggressive demeanor, nodding at Mito. Princess Uzumaki, I have long admired your name. Seeing you today, it's indeed well-deserved. Your red hair is truly dazzling. Lord Uchiha Ke. Although Mito held no fondness for the Uchihas, and was somewhat cautious due to her alliance with the Senju, she still inclined her head slightly out of courtesy. I have also heard Sister Chikage speak of you. She said. You are quite a special person. Special? Ko raised an eyebrow, looking at Chikage with a semblance of a smile. Didn't you tell her I'm a ruthless demon who kills without blinking? I did. Chikage replied calmly, lifting a cup of tea to her lips and taking a gentle sip. But you are merely a demon with some taste who can still be reasoned with. Though the conversation among the few seemed light-hearted, every sentence danced on the edge of a blade. The representatives of the smaller clans around them felt cold sweat pouring down, afraid to breathe, lest they be swept up in the aftershocks of these powerful figures. This was a true arena of the wealthy, a battleground of the elite. Old friends, rivals, allies, fiancés. The tangled web of complex relationships formed a suffocating vortex. On the third floor, in a shadowy corridor untouched by light, an old man clad in a black robe adorned with golden patterns stood quietly, overlooking everything happening in the hall from a height. He was the current head of the Hei's family, Hei's Rhea. But if someone was skilled in yin-yang release, they would sense a dark, viscous entity radiating ancient malice lurking deep within his soul. His gaze was murky and cold, not as if he were looking at living beings, but rather at pieces on a chessboard. His eyes first swept over Senju Hashirama, a flicker of wariness flashing in them. Azura's chakra is more powerful than that of previous generations. This yang release chakra, I can finally feel the essence of Azura from before. It seems this generation can officially commence the plan. Then he turned his gaze to Hinata Chikage, such pure Byakugan. The purity of this bloodline has regressed to such an extent that perhaps she could also be a suitable vessel. Finally his gaze settled on the composed Uchiha Ke sitting on the sofa, the previously emotionless brow furrowing slightly for the first time. Is this a backup plan from that old bastard you? This kid dares to come to my territory. Just as Ke had expected during Hashirama and Madara's first meeting, Kurizetsu had been secretly monitoring them. It was a critical moment for the reincarnation of Indra and Asura. How could he possibly miss it? At that time Ke's action of taking Hashirama's cells was indeed discreet, so discreet that even the future god of ninjas and the Asura of the ninja world did not notice, yet it could not escape Kagaya's third son's gaze. From the moment Ke took the cells and began his research, Kurizetsu had determined that this little Uchiha absolutely knew the secrets of the Sage of Six Paths and the origin of chakra. Otherwise, how could an ordinary Uchiha possibly be interested in the flesh of the Senju? Could it be that old Ue is not only worried about his two sons reincarnating and going astray, but also uneasy about the backup he left behind, specifically implementing another layer of assurance? The more Kurizetsu thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, which was one of the reasons he had been cautious and refrained from making any major moves in recent years, even abstaining from intervening during the chaos in the West. As the embodiment of Kagaya's will, he understood all too well how terrifying the Sage of Six Paths, who once sealed his mother, was. If Ke truly had a connection with him, he would have to be exceedingly careful. But this kid dares to come to my territory. Since you have delivered yourself to my door, I cannot be blamed for taking. As a hidden mastermind lurking for 1,000 years, his goal was singular: to resurrect his mother Kagaya, and to do so, he must eliminate all unexpected variables. And Uchiha Ke was undoubtedly the biggest variable at present. I initially just wanted to observe the reincarnations of Asura and Indra, but unfortunately Indra did not come. Kurizetsu's voice echoed lowly in the darkness, carrying a chilling intent to kill. But it doesn't matter, this generation's Asura is so powerful, Indra will surely meet the standard as well. There will be plenty of opportunities to observe the Shura in the future, and unexpectedly, I've hooked such a big fish today. In the banquet hall of the manor's main building, nearly 10 meters high golden tassels draped from the dome, while countless candles as thick as an arm illuminated the marble floor, almost reflecting the souls of those present. In the air, the rich scent of precious sandalwood intertwined with the aroma of aged fine wine, forming a veil named Prosperity, concealing the rust and bloodshed unique to the Warring States period. The auspicious time has come, please let the young clan leader enter. With the clear and bright shout of the welcoming host, the screen at the end of the hall was slowly drawn open. Amidst a throng of black-clad assassins, a young man dressed in a snow-white hunting outfit walked steadily to the center of the stage. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with a face like a polished jade, and his long hair tied back with a black ribbon, exuding both competence and elegance. In the shadows of the third floor, Ju watched the young man below, a cold satisfaction flashing in his eyes. This body was meticulously selected from among many sons. The bloodline of the Heizei clan under his long-term possession had a high compatibility with the Inyang escape, and this young man downstairs was the purest and most perfect candidate of this generation. As for the others of this generation, it didn't matter to Heizei who was the sole heir. Why care about them? I have met all of you esteemed lords. He bowed slightly, his manners exceedingly thorough, showing appropriate respect to each representative of the great clans. Next was the segment known as the tribute, but in truth, it was a display of power. The Nara Yamanaka and Akimichi clans present a pair of century-old ginseng, and in Glass Wind release ninjutsu, wishing the young clan leader prosperity in martial affairs. The Uzumaki clan presents 10 sealing scrolls as a congratulatory gift, hoping for a harmonious relationship between our clans for generations to come. Uzumaki Mito stepped forward, her fiery red hair glowing like a burning sunset under the lights, her voice steady and powerful as she casually handed out the 10 scrolls, making many hearts race. This era was different from the time of the ninja villages. Now the ninjutsu of each clan was not widely shared. Thus the ninja world was not yet in a state where everyone possessed sealing scrolls. They were high-end ninja tools exclusive to the Uzumaki clan. The Hyuga clan presents a pair of jade auspicious objects, wishing for the young clan leader to have a pure spirit. Hyuga Kyuka stepped forward on behalf of her father Hyuga Jinin, and with each step the white plum blossoms on her kimono seemed to sway in the wind. As she handed over the gift, her Byakugan swept over Heizei's young leader, her brows slightly furrowing before returning to normal. The Senju clan presents a Millennium Divine Wood which contains immense life energy and is greatly beneficial for cultivating physical techniques. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily as he stepped onto the stage. His gift was as simple and direct as ever, yet the most precious, making even some minor clan leaders feel a twinge of envy. Big brother, be careful, don't get too close. Tobarama quietly reminded him from the side, always vigilantly observing the surrounding black-clad assassins, whose breathing patterns were too synchronized, creating an inexplicable eeriness. Finally, all eyes fell upon the black-clad youth in the corner, who had yet to stand up. Uchiha Kuro dropped his nearly empty wine cup, sensing the probing gazes around him. Initially, he did not wish to stand out too much, but with the reputation and status of the Uchiha clan and himself remaining low-key was impossible. The Uchiha clan. Kuro stood up, his movements somewhat languid, as he took a simple long wooden box from an attendant and casually tossed it to the ceremonial staff on stage. It's a nameless broken blade, but I heard it was used by the previous clan leader of the Heizei clan. I'll consider it a toy for the young clan leader. This almost dismissive attitude instantly silenced the previously lively venue, with countless guests changing their expressions and some even feeling anxious for Uchiha Kuro in their hearts. To give a broken blade at someone's comingafage ceremony, especially to present a weapon of their ancestor, was a blatant provocation. However, this dismissive attitude also demonstrated a stance of "I don't take you seriously at all," which indeed matched the Uchiha style. Heizei Guang accepted the wooden box without showing any displeasure on his face. Instead, he respectfully bowed to Kuro, saying, "I have long heard of Lord Kura's fame. Since it is a gift from Lord Kuro, even if it is just a piece of unremarkable stone, the Heizei clan will treasure it as a gem." This statement was flawlessly delivered, maintaining the dignity of his clan while giving face to the Uchiha. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of dishes, the atmosphere in the hall became somewhat relaxed due to the 2 families' return to a truce. Hashirama began discussing the grand blueprint of mutual assistance and peace with the leaders of the various clans, while Mito and Kyuka quietly exchanged insights on sealing techniques. At that moment, Heizei Longyi, who had been sitting silently to the side, slowly stood up, and the once noisy hall instantly fell silent, as if it had been choked, with everyone eager to hear what this living fossil of the ninja world, older than Taijima and Tobarama, had to say. "Ladies and gentlemen," Heizei Longyi's voice was hoarse and aged, like 2 dry beast bones rubbing against each other, sending chills down the spine. "Today my son comes of age, and I am grateful for everyone's presence. However, aside from this joy, I have a thorn in my heart, like a pike in my throat. If it is not removed, I fear I will not be able to swallow this banquet today." Longyi's murky and gloomy gaze swept across the guests present like a cold blade, firmly pinning. "Lord Uchiha Kuro, I would like to ask you about something." Longyi took a step forward, and his aura instantly became highly aggressive. "My clan has a 1,000-year legacy, living in seclusion in the deep mountains of the Land of Fire, without contention with the world. But several years ago, a scroll of secret arts we cherished, known as the Flying Thunder God Space-Time Forbidden Technique, was unfortunately stolen. And according to my observations, the black flash that you have prominently displayed in recent years seems to have intricate connections with our clan's lost secret techniques." Upon this statement, the hall erupted into chaos. "What? The Flying Thunder God is a secret technique of the Heizei clan. How is that possible? This technique was originally developed by the Senju clan and was stolen by the Uchiha clan decades ago. The Black Flash was an improved version. This is common knowledge, don't you know? Right, your clan has no records from that time. I suspect this old man is just unhappy with the Uchiha's attitude and is randomly looking for a reason to attack. Shoo, are you looking for death? Saying such things on their territory." Countless whispers surged toward Kuro and Longyi. Such accusations in the Warring States period were extremely serious, akin to a familial grudge for stealing another clan's secret arts. The problem was that slightly established clans all had records of the origin of this technique and knew that this old man was talking nonsense, yet no one stood up to speak for Uchiha Kuro. Not only because Heizei Longyi's strength was too mysterious, with rumors even surpassing Taijima and Tobarama, but also because they wanted to see Kura's reaction, curious about how the renowned Black Flash of the ninja world would respond. Oh, it wasn't that no one wanted to speak up, it's just that Senju Hashirama was firmly held back by his younger brother before he could stand, while Hyuga Kyuka was observing Kura's expression with great interest. The attention of the crowd was drawn to Uchiha Ke, who sat calmly in the face of the sudden accusation that was almost tantamount to a declaration of war. Instead of panic, a genuine smile appeared on his face. He did not rush to defend himself, for he understood better than anyone that when the hunter was ready to close the net, it cared little for the cries of the prey. Words at such a moment were the least effective and most powerless weapons. "So what?" Kei slowly raised his head, not even glancing at the stern-looking Kurosawa on the stage, but instead surveying the representatives of various clans around him who were watching him with complex expressions. He noticed the fleeting, shrewd calculation in Nara clan leaders' eyes, the unabashed glee of Senju Tobarama, and the hidden worry beneath the slightly furrowed brow of Hyuga Chikich. Finally, he refocused his gaze on Ryu, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather for tomorrow, and asked did clan leader Ryu say all this to have me present this ninjutsu along with the scroll with both hands. Hand it over. Ryu snorted coldly, his previously gentle demeanor instantly turning fierce. Stealing our clan's secret techniques and killing our scouts in the West, such a grave sin cannot be offset by just a scroll. Today, if you don't provide Kurosawa with a satisfactory explanation, it seems you won't be able to leave through that door in front of you. Huh. Kei finally couldn't help but burst into laughter, tears almost coming out. Stop pretending, Kurosawa. Ryu, your face is so wrinkled that it can't hide your greed. Impudent. Ryu shouted, slamming his hands down on the table in front of him, signaling that the time had come. In an instant, the intricately painted pillars around the hall lit up with countless black runes intertwining to form a massive net radiating a purple-black glow, completely sealing off the banquet hall, while the exquisite windows were firmly locked by various complex seals. Is this what is called the welcoming way of the Watchers? Kei surveyed the surroundings, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. At that moment, he resembled a beast trapped in a cage, yet showed no fear on his face, but rather a hint of curiosity. What exactly are you watching over? Is it really the will of Otsutsuki Yui? Or is it something else, some unspeakable secret? This question struck at the reverse scale of Kurosawa. Ryu, or rather the puppet controlled by Kurosawa, showed an unmasked shock for the first time. He really knows. This thought caused Kurosawa's murderous intent to boil to its peak. He had only wanted to convince himself that Kei was merely a clever brat who had discovered a few clues, yet he did not expect the other party to dare directly call out the taboo name Otsutsuki Yui. This cognitive threat made him feel more fear than any ocular technique or ninjutsu. Must not be left alive. Absolutely must not be left alive. Sharp-tongued and quick-witted Uchiha Ke, I shall graciously accept your eyes and that ninjutsu of yours. Kurosawa. Ryu coldly waved his right hand. Kill him. At the moment the words fell, those who had been standing by the musicians playing in the corner, and even some attendants from smaller clans, all suddenly tore off their masks. Hundreds of auras equivalent to those of mid-level and even high-level ninjas surged wildly within the confined space, all weapons pointing towards Uchiha Ke in an instant. Kurosawa, clan leader, are you out of your mind? At this moment Senju Hashirama, who had been held back by his brother, could no longer hold back, smashing the table in front of him with a punch, the vast chakra radiating like an ocean, erupting, instantly dispersing the chilling atmosphere around. The Flying Thunder God was originally conceived by our Senju clan's ancestors, and it was stolen by the Uchiha decades ago. This is known throughout the ninja world. Attacking an envoy publicly with such a ridiculous reason is to provoke a full-scale war between Kurosawa and Uchiha, isn't it? Young Master Hashirama, I have already stated that this is a personal grievance. Ryu turned to glance at Hashirama, a hint of caution flashing in his murky eyes, but his tone remained extremely firm, full of threat. If you do not wish for your beautiful fiancé and your talented brother to accompany your ignorant sense of justice to the grave, then sit quietly or leave directly. The banquet is already over for today. I will not stop anyone who wishes to leave first, but anyone who dares to intervene shall become my Kurosawa clan's sworn enemy. This blatant threat caused the atmosphere in the hall to drop to freezing point. Some timid clan leaders turned pale, and after a brief hesitation, they actually stood up and stumbled toward the door, seemingly betting that Kurosawa would keep his promise. Ryu merely glanced at them and did not stop them. He cared little for the lives of these ants. He only wanted to eliminate the variable before him, and everything else mattered not. However, for the guests, the departure of a few leading individuals prompted many others to flee as well. In an instant, half of the vast banquet hall was empty, leaving only the true representatives of the major clans, and their guards, their expressions grave. Some like Hashirama and Chikage wished to stay and assist Kei, while more like the deers and pig butterfly were confident in their own strength and had merely come to watch. In the center of the whirlpool, Uchiha Ke, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, leisurely wiped his mouth, and his eyes were suddenly replaced by a crimson hue. 3 sharp black triangles began to spin wildly and ominously within. Kei's mouth curled into a cruel arc as he first glanced at the ninjas rushing in like a tide, then focused on the old monster on the stage, who thought he was in control of everything. Since you desire these eyes so much. His voice was not loud, but it clearly spread throughout the silent hall. Then open your eyes wide and see for yourself. Since awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, he had not engaged in any battles, and most of his use of the Mangekyo had been in the development of its abilities. And the innate abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan were the true embodiment of destruction. Susanoo. Hundreds of ninjas surged from all directions towards the black-clothed youth standing in the center of the arena, weaving an impenetrable net of death, intent on tearing apart this Uchiha genius. The glow of the barrier cast an eerie purple-black light throughout the hall, isolating all sound. Senju Hashirama's heart raced as he felt a lump in his throat, Next to him, Tobarama's face was ashen, while Hinata Chikyu instinctively opened her Byakugan. They all understood that in this dire situation, not even elite jonin or ordinary clan leaders had any chance of survival. After all, Kurizawa Lonya was not an ordinary clan leader, but a top-tier powerhouse who had made his name in the ninja world long before the current clan leaders had risen on par with Senju and Uchiha from the previous generation. No one knew the current strength of this elder. It had been said that there were no clan leader-level peak existences in the ninja world today, and while Senju and Tobarama were close, rumors had always claimed this mysterious Kurizawa clan leader had reached that level. Of course, if it were just facing Kurizawa, Lonya fleeing would not be difficult, but with the dense array of sealing techniques surrounding them. Hinata Chikyu's expression changed as she noticed under her Byakugan that many of these techniques were ancient ninjutsu, nearly lost to history. Beside her, Uzumaki Mito furrowed his brow, whispering to Hashirama, clearly sensing something However, the target of the hunt, Uchiha Ke, showed no hint of fear on his face. Instead, he let out a mocking laugh. Ha 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 ha. Though the laughter was not loud, it struck like an invisible hammer against the hearts of everyone. Is this all there is? Ke slowly raised his head, and the laziness usually on his face was replaced by a chilling madness. This is all you have? What a disappointment. The moment his words fell, his originally dark, deep eyes were completely covered by a scarlet hue. What kind of eyes are those? When did Uchiha have such Sharingan? Senju Tobarama, who had been watching Ke's every move, was the first to exclaim in shock. The gathered crowd, whether Senju Hinata or the Inuzuka clan, were all accustomed to the top-tier Freedomo Sharingan. But what they saw now was a completely new eye form they had never encountered in any intelligence scroll. On the scarlet background, instead of 3 rotating tomo, there were 3 black triangles arranged in a radiating pattern that exuded geometric beauty. These eyes slowly turned under the light, as if analyzing everything around them, emanating a sinister and terrifying aura. Is this also a Sharingan? Nara Shikaku, whose eyes were always half asleep, widened them in disbelief. Kurizawa Lonya stood on the high platform staring at those eyes, his murky pupils contracting violently. This Sharingan is Indra's type. No. In release is still far from Indra's level. As a creature who had lived for 1,000 years, he certainly knew of such eyes, and his killing intent surged even higher. And just as everyone was shocked by those bizarre eyes, a more terrifying power erupted from Uchiha Ke's body. Susanoo. This was not an ordinary surge of chakra, but an energy torrent refined to the extreme. A profound and pure power that seemed capable of swallowing all light in the world. Blue chakra energy erupted from Ke like a volcanic eruption, but instead of scattering like ordinary chakra, it was highly condensed and instantly materialized. 12 pairs of gigantic rib bones made of chakra appeared out of thin air, rapidly expanding outward from Ke's center, forming a massive chest cavity that radiated a soft blue glow, firmly protecting him within. 12 pairs of gigantic rib bones made of chakra appeared out of thin air, rapidly expanding outward from Ke's center, forming a massive chest cavity that radiated a soft blue glow, firmly protecting. Those chakra-infused weapons were as fragile as children's toys in the face of this power. What the hell is this? The several ninjas charging at the forefront exclaimed, but there was no fear, only the mission, to kill the target. They did not retreat, but instead frantically fueled their chakra, slashing their weapons again and again at that layer of blue barrier. However, all of this was in vain, because that blue giant continued to grow. In the terrified gazes of the crowd, 2 thick blue skeletal arms suddenly extended from the sides of that chest cavity. Following that, a spine composed of countless massive vertebrae climbed higher, ultimately forming a gigantic skull at the peak. Finally, a skeletal giant over 10 meters tall, radiating a Klein blue glow, appeared in the center of the banquet hall. It was so enormous that the fearsome skull directly shattered the banquet hall's ornate dome with countless crystal shards, and with splinters raining down like a downpour, glimmering with a doomsday-like radiance under the blue light. What is this? Is this also a technique of the Sharingan? This kind of power truly belongs to a naturally evil clan. At this moment, whether it was the battle-hardened leader of the Inuzuka clan or the proud Tobarama, they all stared dumbfounded at the blue demon before them, their minds blank. This had completely surpassed their understanding of ninjutsu. Susanoo. The ultimate ocular technique residing within the Mangekyo Sharingan, a power symbolizing absolute destruction and protection, can only be mastered by Uchiha clan members who have awakened the double Mangekyo. According to the original setting, Susanoo is divided into 5 forms. The first form, with a skeletal appearance and basic offensive and defensive capabilities. The second form, with muscles and flesh covering the bones, significantly enhancing strength and defense, and the ability to use the Yata mirror. The third form, clad in Tengu armor and wielding a unique divine tool approaching the strength of a tailed beast, no longer maintainable by an ordinary Sharingan for long. The fourth form, growing a lower half based on the second form, increasing mobility as seen when Madara used it with 25 wooden clones against the 5 Kage, and the final complete Susanoo, transforming into a towering giant war god, with terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and severing seas, rivaling deities. And now what Ke was using was the most primitive first stage of Susanoo. Ke stood within the massive blue skull's chest cavity, seemingly merging with this colossal demon. The sensation was wondrous. His perception overlapped with that of the skull, making the world shrink instantaneously in his eyes. Every subtle flow of chakra within the Susanoo, every taut muscle echoed clearly in his mind. Is this the power of Susanoo? In fact, he had already surpassed the level of a clan leader a few days ago. Even without Susanoo, his inherent strength was sufficient to eliminate these minor nuisances. However, Ke had grown weary of relying on conspiracies and information gaps to secure victories due to his previous lack of power. Now he desired to relish the pleasure of overwhelming his opponent's Hiden. Had it been his former self, he would have immediately fled at the first sign of the opponent's barrier targeting him, with the flying thunder god possibly taking Chiyuki along with him. Driven by his will, the enormous skeletal arm, composed purely of energy, lifted. Each joint's friction produced a low rumble, and the surrounding air shrieked as it could no longer endure the immense pressure. A cruel grin spread across Ke's lips, his kaleidoscope Sharingan gleaming with strange patterns, coldly surveying the black-haired ninjas of the Hei's clan, who had become no different from ants in his eyes. On the high platform, Hei's Long also regained his composure, emitting a sharp, piercing roar. He could not allow these pawns under his control to feel fear. At his command, the briefly stunned Hei's clan ninjas were once again overtaken by madness, releasing beast-like howls as they charged toward the blue giant like moths drawn to a flame. Dozens of wind nature ninjas simultaneously formed seals, compressing chakra furiously within their mouths. Wind release vacuum surge. Dozens of wind blades capable of slicing through rock howled in from all directions, forming a massive net of wind, attempting to shred the seemingly fragile bones of Susanoo. But Ke merely looked on, coldly, too lazy to even lift a hand. Countless wind blades struck against Susanoo's bones, only producing a series of crisp metallic clangs and dazzling sparks. As for the taijutsu ninjas that collided, they fared even worse. The tremendous recoil shattered their arm bones, causing them to fall to the ground like limp dolls. Too weak. Ke murmured to himself, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Then he moved, and the blue skeletal giant unleashed its first punch. The air was instantaneously torn apart, producing a deafening sonic boom. The leading Hei's ninjas had no time to react, feeling as if the sky above had suddenly collapsed, a blue shadow swiftly swallowed all light. In their terrified and desperate gaze, that blue giant fist descended with an unmatched might devoid of flashy jutsu. Only the purest and most primal physical force. The entire banquet hall trembled violently beneath this punch, the hard marble floor collapsing and shattering instantaneously, creating a massive pit over 5 meters in diameter. The dozen ninjas located at the impact site were utterly crushed into a meat paste, leaving not a single complete corpse behind. Even their screams were drowned out by the tremendous roar. Blood and shattered bones mingled with the dust, splattering radially like a blooming flower of death. Is this the power of those eyes? From a distance, Senju Hashirama watched this scene, his pupils sharply contracting. The first encounter with Susanoo struck a massive blow to his worldview and inspired him with some insights into using wood release. But it wasn't over. Ke seemed dissatisfied with this outcome. With a thought, Susanoo's other arm moved as well. The enormous blue skeletal hand did not form a fist, but instead opened its fingers, sweeping across the ground like a gigantic sickle reaping wheat. Get out of the way. Screams erupted in succession as tables, chairs, pillars, and even those ninjas attempting to defend with earth release were effortlessly sliced in half by that massive skeletal hand, as if they were made of paper. That was true destruction. Nothing could impede its path, nothing could withstand its strike. The entire banquet hall was awash in blood, severed limbs, and arms flying everywhere. This was no longer a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. Amidst the chaos, Hikari's eyes were also filled with fear. Though he was a carefully nurtured genius of the clan, facing the power of a clan leader was still too early for him. At that moment, he didn't even have the qualifications to approach. He watched as his guards were crushed like ants, and his pride crumbled in an instant. However, just as he turned to flee, a massive shockwave struck him from the side. It was merely the residual wave generated by Susanoo's arm movement, an invisible wall of compressed air. Bang! Hikari flew sideways like a rag doll struck by immense force, crashing heavily into a distant wall, and then sliding down like a puddle of mud, his chest visibly caving in. His once bright eyes quickly dimmed, and after a few convulsions he fell, still clearly unable to survive. On the high platform, Hei's long watched as the exquisite pawn he had chosen was thus ruined, an uncontainable fury surfacing on his aged face for the first time. Damn Uchiha, you have ruined decades of my hard work. But all he received in response was Susanu's even more violent attacks, as the enormous blue skeletal fist slammed down onto the ground again, sending wild shockwaves radiating outward from the point of impact. As the dust slowly settled, the once luxurious banquet hall had turned into a devastated ruin. The ground was littered with corpses and rubble, and all the precious paintings had turned to dust. Hundreds of elite ninjas painstakingly cultivated by the Hei's clan had been completely wiped out in less than a minute. In the hall, only a few individuals remained standing. On the high platform, Hei's Long's expression was at its darkest. Beside him stood 3 bodyguards with Quasiclan leader strength who barely escaped the apocalyptic sweep due to their formidable power, yet their faces were pale, filled with unmasked terror. On the other side, Senju Hashirama, Hinata Chiyuki, and others stood frozen, clearly shaken by the unimaginable power before them. They had originally thought this would be a tough battle, prepared to assist each other and sustain injuries, but the reality was that the boy had ended all the minor foes with just a few moves, and they had not found a single opportunity to intervene. Ke manipulated the massive half-formed Susanoo, slowly rotating its body. The gigantic skull turned toward Hei's Long on the high platform, its hollow eye sockets locking onto the mastermind at fault. Now then, the warm-up is over. Ke's voice emerged from the skull's chest cavity, calm and cold, yet carrying an air of undeniable judgment. Old one, it's your turn. Within the banquet hall, the roar of the blue skeletal giant had yet to dissipate when an even colder and deeper terrifying aura surged forth from the emaciated elder on the high platform, instantly overshadowing the might brought by Susanoo. Ignorant little brat. Hebei Long also stood atop the high platform, facing the blue bony fist that came crashing down his wrinkled face, showing no signs of panic, not even a flutter of his eyelids. His wide black and gold robe rustled as chakra surged, and he slowly raised his right hand, the bony fingers of that thin hand gently pointing in the void. No complex hand seals were made, nor were there earth-shattering sounds. Yet everything around him suddenly came to life in that moment. Buzz. In an instant, the entire hall seemed to tremble. Countless jet-black liquids surged madly from his body, transforming in the blink of an eye into a 10-meter-tall, completely black, ferocious demon standing between him and Susanoo. The demon had no facial features, only a gaping abyss-like mouth and countless twisted tentacles emanating a nauseating malice that spread like dark ink dropped into clear water, quickly staining everything in sight. Ancient ninja art, Yin-Yang technique, great black heavenly god. Although it appeared to be an ordinary ink ninjutsu, it contained the nature of Yin-Yang release, possessing the bizarre characteristic of devouring all chakra. The blue bony fist struck fiercely against the black demon, but there was no sound of metal clashing, nor the roar of shattered rock, only a dull, unsettling thud, as if a fist had plunged into a mass of rotten sludge. The black demon was not shattered, instead it spread up Susanoo's arm, like a living swamp, causing the once solid bones of Susanoo to gradually turn black. What? The expression on Kira's face, standing inside Susanoo's chest, changed dramatically. He could clearly feel that his Yin-released chakra-based Susanoo was being forcibly devoured and assimilated by an extremely tyrannical power, as if countless ants were gnawing at his soul. Is this the power of Yin-Yang release? Kuro gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, trying to increase the output of his eye power and chakra to repair Susanoo's damage. But the next moment, Hebei Long moved again. Die. With a low growl, the black demon suddenly exerted force, wrapping countless tentacles around Susanoo's torso and arms, then violently twisting. Crack! A heart-wrenching explosion resounded throughout the hall, as the previously dominating Susanoo was brutally twisted into countless blue light particles, completely shattered. Kuro was hit by a backlash of chakra. A sweet taste filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Uchiha Kuro, your power is too immature. Long's voice was cold and mocking, echoing in the vast hall. You do possess a bit of cleverness. Your talent to become a clan leader-level powerhouse at 15 is indeed terrifying, but in the face of absolute power, your little tricks are nothing but illusions. He did not give Kuro any chance to catch his breath. The shattered black liquid once again gathered, transforming into countless black snakes, overwhelming and shooting towards Kuro in midair. Damn it! Kuro instinctively wanted to activate his previously arranged Flying Thunder God technique to escape, but his heart sank to the depths. The space had been locked down. Hikuro had clearly studied his Flying Thunder God technique. The barrier he had set up not only obstructed the entry and exit of living beings, but also acted like an invisible shackle, thoroughly disturbing all spatial coordinates within this area. Though the Flying Thunder God technique was still intact, he could not perceive any specific position, nor could he jump. Am I left with no choice but to endure? As the black snakes were about to close in, Kuro suddenly widened his tear-streaked right eye. A cyan spatial rift tore open in front of him, and the attacks rushed into the rift, instantly banished to an unknown alternate space. Taking advantage of that fleeting moment, Kuro slipped out from the other side of the gap, landing and quickly jumping back several times to distance himself from Long. Huff! Huff! He gasped heavily, a sharp pain radiating from his eyes. In this sealed space, forcibly opening a gap required consuming several times more eye power and chakra than usual. That last move felt like he was using a knife to scrape his eyeballs. Still running. Long stood high on the platform, looking down at the beleaguered Kuro, a glint of cruel amusement flickering in his eyes. Then let me see how long you can run. He did not rush to pursue. Instead, like a hunter enjoying the thrill of the chase, he formed hand seals. Ancient ninja art, yin-yang technique, super faux beast painting. The ground of the entire banquet hall seemed to transform into a black ocean, with countless black liquids surging forth, morphing into innumerable ferocious monsters. There were winged lions, three-headed hellhounds, and tentacles resembling giant pythons. They did not all rush towards Kuro, but instead spread out indiscriminately, attacking everyone in the hall with screams erupting one after another. The previously observing clan leaders and guards had no power to fight back against these monsters. Uchiha from the land of rivers, having just drawn his long sword in an attempt to resist, was pounced upon by a black giant wolf. The giant wolf did not tear at his flesh, but opened its mouth wide to bite down on his head instead. There was no spray of blood, only a chilling sound of sucking. The clan leader's body shriveled at a visible speed, his chakra being instantly drained, leaving behind a withered corpse. Crazy. This madman. Nara clan leader shouted loudly while dodging the attack of a black giant eagle. He wants to kill us all. He's treating us as fodder. The Yamashiro clan leader stood back to back with the Akimichi clan leader, the three of them working together desperately, but these ink beasts were impossible to kill. Even if they were shattered, they would quickly reassemble, becoming even more ferocious. This ninjutsu. Kuro took advantage of the enemy's pause in attacking to study their technique carefully. This secret art felt just like the secret arts of the later generations, like Sasuke's. On the other side of the battlefield, Senju Hashirama watched this scene, and the previously hesitant look in his eyes finally turned resolute as he looked at the innocent guests who had died tragically, his anger completely overshadowing his concerns. Enough! Hashirama let out a furious roar, chakra erupting from his body. This evil power. This wanton slaughter of the innocent. I will never acknowledge it. He clasped his hands together fiercely, and the marble floor beneath him instantly shattered. Would release birth of the tree realm. Boom. Accompanied by the violent tremors of the earth, countless thick roots and vines surged forth from the ground like awakening dragons. They grew wildly, instantly transforming the entire banquet hall into a dense primeval forest. The once sturdy floors and walls were pierced through as if they were as fragile as tofu. Finally witnessing Hashirama's signature style, relying solely on the map blast to push through, Kuro whispered teasingly, seizing the opportunity to flash and appear beside Hashirama. Are you okay? Hashirama glanced at Kuro, whose face was pale, and asked with concern, his hands still forming the snake hand sign, continuously supplying chakra to maintain the tree realm's operation. I'm not dead yet. Kuro wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at the unharmed old man not far away, his voice grave. That guy is off. I can sense it too. Hashirama nodded, his brow furrowed. This technique is not a product of modern times, and his chakra is astonishingly vast. Water release, great water explosion. At that moment, a cold shout rang out, and a massive wave surged like a tsunami from one side, washing away several ink beasts attempting to ambush Hashirama from the flank. Tobirama stepped onto the waves, his silver hair shimmering in the water light. Although he found Kuro displeasing, he chose to fight alongside him. Stop daydreaming. Tobirama gathered a high-pressure water blade in his hand, slicing through several extending tentacles while coldly analyzing. That old guy is strong, but his body seems somewhat uncoordinated. It feels like this power isn't entirely his own. That's right. Hyuga Chiyuki also rushed over, her pure eyes fixed firmly on the black-haired Longyear above. Within him lies a very strange chakra that must be his core. Taking a deep breath, Chiyuki assumed the gentle fist stance. He'll help clear a path for you. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, air palm. Chiyuki's voice was as cold as ice, yet still clear amidst the chaotic battlefield. With every wave of her hand, visible transparent ripples formed in the air. The highly compressed palm winds did not fly about blindly, but under the precise guidance of her Byakugan, they accurately targeted the black ink beasts attempting to regroup. The muffled explosions rang out one after another. Although the ink beasts felt no pain, their bodily structures were maintained by chakra. Each of Chiyuki's strikes precisely hit the nodes of chakra flow within them. The struck ink beasts instantly shattered, turning into pools of lifeless black water unable to reconstitute. Sister Chiyuki. To the left, a sweet voice called out from Uzumaki Mizuho, who did not directly engage in close combat, but stood in the center of the battlefield, her red hair flying like a goddess of flames. She formed hand seals, and the few golden chains that were originally only as thick as an arm instantly swelled, transforming into several golden dragons swirling in the air. Diamond Lock. With her low shout, the golden chains imbued with the power to seal all fiercely wrapped around a black-haired family guard attempting to ambush from the flank. Although the guard was powerful under the secret sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, his movements became sluggish and delayed then. Now's your chance. Without a moment's hesitation, Chiyuki flashed forward, appearing before the bound guard, her gentle fist mercilessly striking his chest. 8 trigrams Mountain Breaker. The tremendous impact shattered the guard's heart veins, causing him to collapse in despair, while the remaining guards were still dodging the overwhelming would-release attacks. In this life-and-death moment, the strongest new generation of several major clans in the Land of Fire finally joined forces for the first time in a true sense. Meanwhile, on the other side, the collaboration of the Inazuka Nara and Akimichi clans demonstrated an instinctive synergy ingrained in their bones. Shadow Imitation Technique. Nara clan leaders squatted on the ground, forming hand seals, utilizing the shadows cast by the tall trees created by Hashirama to stretch his own shadow, infinitely spreading like black tentacles, accurately connecting to the feet of the largest ink beasts. The originally furious ink beasts suddenly froze, maintaining their pouncing posture in midair as if the pause button had been pressed. Now's the time, the Mountain Clan leader shouted loudly. Oh, watch me. Akimichi clan leader let out a thunderous roar, his body quickly inflating like a balloon, instantly transforming into a meatball war machine. The massive meatball rolled over the immobilized ink beasts with unparalleled kinetic energy. There was no splattering of blood and flesh, only pure chakra shattering. The Uchiha's ocular techniques, the Sunjust would release, the Hyuga's gentle fist, the Uzumaki's sealing techniques, and the Inazukanara Akimichi secret techniques. Various disparate powers miraculously converged into a torrent at this moment, forcefully resisting the frenzied counterattack of the elder monster from the previous era. Everyone's gaze once again focused on the platform above, where Kurizu Alonia stood, surrounded by countless black ink, watching as these united juniors gradually dismantled his meticulously set trap. A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, but more so was a cold and proud indifference that stemmed from deep within his soul. A bunch of ants think they can turn the tide. He sneered, his laughter devoid of anger, only a disdainful superior. You think this is over? You don't even understand what true power is. He formed hand seals once more, his movements slow and ancient, exuding an indescribable rhythm. The previously aggressive black liquid suddenly ceased its turmoil and no longer attempted physical attacks, beginning to undergo a qualitative change. It was no longer viscous ink, but a pure black that reached its utmost essence. It was the power of Kurizetsu itself, the essence of Yin-Yang released, the source of creation and destruction. The black tide surged again, silently sweeping across the ground. When it touched the trees created by Senju Hashirama, those vibrant giants did not wither, but vanished directly, as if erased by an eraser from the canvas, reverting to the most primitive chakra particles. When it touched Mizuho's diamond chains, those indestructible sealing techniques also disintegrated in an instant, dissipating into the air. What is this? Hashirama's pupils constricted violently. My wood release has been erased. This is not a matter of restraint, this is a dimensional strike. In the face of the creation power of Yin-Yang release that touches the world's essence, all modern ninjutsu appears so pale and powerless. The black-haired elder performing the technique was not faring well either. The Yin-Yang release chakra, forcibly activated by Kurizetsu, was converted from his life force. His already aged body seemed to age another 10 years in mere seconds, exuding the aura of impending death. But for Kurizetsu, the life of a body was evidently of no concern. The black tide continued to spread, driven by an unstoppable momentum pressing toward everyone. Kuro watched the encroaching black void, taking a deep breath. He knew that conventional methods had failed. To break this deadlock, he had to take a huge gamble, pulling out an ancient-looking long sword from the Gappa he had stumbled upon while perusing ancient texts. It was said that during the creation of the world, the Sage of Six Paths split the essence of Yin-Yang release into two, each residing in different vessels, passing them down to his sons. Naturally, Indra received the essence of Yin release, which was placed within a weapon named the Tenkuyun sword. Through curious gradual investigation, he found this weapon suspected to be a relic passed down from the Sage of Six Paths. He could not determine if this item was as mystical as described in the ancient texts, but one thing was certain. The Tenkuyun sword in his hand contained an overwhelmingly rich Yin release chakra, the most extreme and pure Yin release chakra, seemingly infinite, and never exhausting. Thus, in the face of the possible encounter with Zetsu, he had brought this trump card. Uchiha Kuro turned to look at the few talented members of noble clans beside him. Hashirama Chiyuki and everyone. Kira's voice was deep and resolute. You all see it too. Conventional methods won't kill that massive chakra, so create an opportunity for me. He fixed his gaze on Kurosawa Longye's chest, his reopened Sharingan flashing with a frenzied light. Just let me touch him for a second, that's all I need. 1 second, huh? Hashirama took a deep breath, a sudden smile appearing on his face. Then leave it to me. For this 1 second, I would not hesitate to exhaust my life. He clapped his hands together fiercely, and the chakra within him erupted like a volcano, the overwhelming life energy making the surrounding air blur. Wood dragon technique. The earth split apart, and a gigantic wooden dragon burst forth from the ground, distinctly different from the chaotic birth of the tree realm, adorned with clear scales, sharp claws, and a menacing dragon head. Though its size was far less than that of its complete form to come in this confined space, it resembled a winding mountain possessing a domineering attribute that could devour all chakra, forcefully crashing into the black tide, entangling the black torrent produced by Kira's dark creation with its massive body. The black liquid frantically corroded its torso, but under the vast chakra supplied by Hashirama, the scales of the wood dragon continuously regenerated. Now's the time. Hinata Chikage's eyes sparkled with insight as she keenly sensed the brief stiffness in Ryu's movements as he prepared to counter the wood dragon. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, air wall palm. Multiple high-pressure air bullets gathered into an invisible air cannon, striking Ryu's flank fiercely. Though it couldn't inflict substantial physical harm, it successfully disrupted the flow of chakra. The golden chains in Uzumaki's hands shot out like spiritual serpents, carrying the unique suppressive force of sealing techniques. Though they were quickly corroded and severed, they momentarily hindered Ryu's movement. Opportunity. Kira's figure instantly vanished from its original position, appearing in front of Kurosawa Ryu. In the next moment, the distance between them less than half a meter. He could clearly see the surprise and mockery flashing across that aged face and murky eyes. Foolish. Do you really think you can kill me at close range? Kuro laughed coldly in his heart as Ryu's body was instantly cloaked in a layer of yin-yang release, but Kuro made no direct attack. The 3 sharp black triangles in his Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, as if to twist the very rules of the world. The realm of host and parasite. In Kira's vision, the world transformed. Ryu's seemingly unified body suddenly exhibited an eerie afterimage, and the line that originally did not exist between Kuro and Ryu was forcefully materialized by Kira's ocular power. Come out. Kuro let out a low growl, his right hand clawing fiercely at Ryu. Though his fingers did not touch any substantial sensation as he yanked back violently, Ryu's body trembled violently, emitting a scream that did not resemble a human's. In the horrified gazes of the crowd, a jet-black amorphous substance was forcibly pulled out from Ryu's body by Kuro. What? Kira's main body was exposed to the air. What kind of ocular technique is this? However, he had lived for a millennium, and despite this, he remained calm, attempting to counterattack and invade Kira's body. Yet Kuro was already prepared. Want to escape? It's too late. The realm between here and there, a massive spatial rift emanating an eerie azure glow opened up behind him and Kuro, enveloping both. Buzz. The rift closed, leaving only the corpse of Kurosawa Ryu lying on the ground, and the black liquid that had lost control slowly dissipating. This place was engulfed in absolute silence, devoid of sound, direction, or even the passage of time, which became meaningless here. Kuro stood firmly in the void as if there were an invisible ground beneath his feet, tightly gripping the chilling Tenzo Cloud sword. Not far from him, the forcibly stripped black substance was continuously writhing and deforming, ultimately taking the shape of a half-black humanoid silhouette. This mastermind, who had lurked in this world for a millennium, appeared before others for the first time in such. Finally meeting you, Kuro. Kuro pointed the Tenzo Cloud sword at the Kuro before him, but farewell. Is this your trump card? Kuro replied coldly, a hint of chill and anger in his voice, an independent space outside the real world. I must say, as a backup plan from you, you do have some tricks. He surveyed his surroundings, seemingly assessing the strength of this cage. But do you think you can trap me like this? Or do you think you can kill me? You'll find out soon enough. Kuro did not waste words, directly thrusting the Tenzo Cloud sword toward Kuro. Without any obstruction, the Tenzo Cloud sword pierced through Kuro like it was entering a cloud, easily penetrating his chest and protruding from his back. But Kira's pupils suddenly constricted. There was no sensation. It felt as if he had punched into thin air. Kira's body was pierced by the blade, yet he emitted no scream, instead merging back together like liquid along the gap of the sword. Is that all? A mocking arc split Kira's featureless face as he looked at Kuro, akin to a child wielding a stick to challenge a dragon. You are clever, Uchiha Kuro. Kira's voice was filled with amusement. It must have been that old bastard you who told you right. This sword is the manifestation of Release's essence, and the power contained within it indeed requires caution even from those at the Six Paths level. But did you not tell you? Only Release and natural energy can kill me. He paused, his tone becoming colder, imbued with an arrogant knowledge of all things. Or perhaps my previous concerns were indeed unnecessary. Did you, that hypocrite, not even realize my existence? Or was he so confident that he left you with no means to completely kill me? He leaned closer to Kuro, his yellow eyes filled with mockery. Did you, or you give me the name Kuro? I quite like it, as since you gave me such a good name, I will tell you one more thing. You is not as kind as you think. Have you not pondered why the sage of Six Paths, the progenitor of the ninja world, chose to prolong his life in such a manner? Was it truly just to protect his own world? He probably never told you where the essence of Yang Release is, nor did he tell you that the only two things that can harm Six Paths level beings are Release and Senjutsu, did he? Or could it be that he didn't even tell you what Senjutsu is? Kuro fell silent, uncertain of what Kuro had misunderstood, yet the information revealed in those few sentences was staggering. He slowly withdrew the sword, looking at Kuro, who was unscathed, his face regaining tranquility. I see. Kuro murmured, only Release and Senjutsu, huh? But Kuro raised his head, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Not being able to kill you doesn't mean I have no means against you. What do you intend to do? Kuro suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Kuro, you must have felt lonely after living for so long, right? Kira's lips curled into a cold smile. This space has no time and no exit. He took a step back, the Mangekyo Sharingan spinning once more. Since I can't kill you, then I shall confine you. You like to watch over, don't you? Then stay here and keep watch over this void. No, you can't. Kuro finally panicked, attempting to possess Kuro in a bid for control. But Kuro merely waved his hand lightly. The realm between spaces, an invisible barrier, instantly isolated the area where Kuro was. No matter how he collided, he could not cross a single step beyond the Thunder Pond. Farewell, old monster. Kuro took one last look at the figure roaring in the void before turning away and stepping forward. In the ruins of the banquet hall, the air still seemed to linger with the residual warmth of the astonishing battle that had just transpired. As the space fissures slowly closed, the suffocating chill finally dissipated completely. Uchiha Ke stood somewhat disheveled amidst the rubble, exhaling a long breath of murky air that transformed into white mist in the cold atmosphere, quickly vanishing. He felt as if his body had been hollowed out, with a wave of soreness coursing through his limbs. The recent contest against Zetsu, though not requiring full-blown combat, drained his ocular power far more than battling a clan leader for 3 days and nights. Kure. Upon seeing Kure return safely, Senju Hashirama and Hyuga Chisaki rushed forward almost in unison. Chisaki first confirmed that Kure had no apparent injuries, sighed in relief, adjusted her kimono, and stood by watching the young man before her. What about that monster? Senju Tobarama followed closely, his ninja blade still firmly gripped in hand, his red eyes warily fixated on the space behind Kure, fearful that the black nightmare might re-emerge from the void. Did you take care of him? Sort of. Kure didn't elaborate much, merely casting a casual glance at the lifeless body of Zetsu sprawled on the ground not far away. The once formidable elder, now curled up like a dead branch in the dust, eyes wide open, his face still reflecting the terror and unwillingness from the moment of his death. That old geezer should be dead by now. As for that monster. Kure paused, a hint of complexity in his tone. He shouldn't be able to stir up trouble for a while, perhaps. Just my guess. Hearing this, everyone present let out a long sigh of relief. The sensation of having survived a calamity surged through them. The clan leaders of several smaller families even collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their faces filled with gratitude. Truly worthy of the Black Flash, someone whispered in admiration. Even that kind of monster could be dealt with. A 15-year-old clan leader-level powerhouse, the Uchiha clan, is indeed unfathomable. Indeed, but Senju's young clan leader is also terrifying. The wood release techniques I just witnessed would be hard for ordinary clan leader-level powerhouses to withstand. I never heard of Sunju's young clan leader possessing such skills before. I wonder if his rival Uchiha's young clan leader has any hidden tricks up his sleeve. Did you all not notice Princess Uzumaki and Princess Hyuga? They've never been on the battlefield, and yet they've both become elite jonin. Hey, you old lech, you're too busy ogling the beauties, right? Senju Tobarama is much younger than them, and is also an elite jonin. Didn't you notice? Kure ignored the surrounding chatter and turned to look at Hashirama beside him. Speaking of which, Kure gazed at the wooden dragon, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. Hashirama, I've never heard you use that technique before. You've kept it well hidden. I didn't even know you had such a trump card up your sleeve. At this moment he was indeed surprised. In the original story, the wood dragon technique corresponded to Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan, so according to the timeline, Hashirama shouldn't have developed such a level of ninjutsu yet. Oh, that. Upon hearing Kurei's teasing, Hashirama scratched his messy hair, wearing that characteristic somewhat foolish smile. It's not really a hidden technique or anything. He shyly pointed at Kurei. When I saw your blue giant just now, it suddenly inspired me, and I didn't expect. Heh, it worked out perfectly. Kurei's smile froze, watching Hashirama's expression, as if it were a matter of course. Even feeling like what's the big deal about this made him feel a surge of frustration inside. So you just glanced at Susanoo and spontaneously grasped the wood dragon technique. Big brother, are you cheating? This has to be cheating, right? I painstakingly awakened my Manjikyu Sharingan and endured its side effects, and yet you just tapped your head and learned it. Who in the world said that Ashura's reincarnation is always the underdog? Is this kind of talent still considered the underdog? An emotion named jealousy uncontrollably spread in Kurei's heart. He had long known that Senju Hashirama was the true chosen one, destined to become the god of the ninja world. His fighting style was simply to clap his hands and summon whatever he wanted, but when this unreasonable talent was laid bare before him, it still filled him with an impulse to spit blood. But doesn't this mean I've put Madara in a tough spot? Hashirama probably intended to develop the wood dragon after Madara used Susanoo with his Manjikyu Sharingan. But now Madara hasn't even seen a shadow of the Manjikyu, and Hashirama has already mastered the wood dragon. Moreover, it feels like Hashirama's battle power is definitely at the clan leader level. Before I set off, Madara was still a bit behind. I hope he has broken through by the time I return. Otherwise, Madara will truly have a tragic life. Looking back at the original story, aside from Hashirama, Uchiha Madara's life was the standard dragon soaring through the heavens, his power far surpassing everyone of his generation. However, there was Hashirama, who could always suppress him. Madara had the explosive fire style, while Hashirama had the divine tree's descent. Madara had the Manjikyu Sharingan, while Hashirama had the wood dragon, and Madara had the complete body Susanoo, while Hashirama had the wooden man. In the end, Madara even relied on the Nine Tails for help, yet Hashirama somehow managed to summon a Sage Mode and the Senju Great Buddha. Kurei took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to lash out, and forced a smile as he patted Hashirama's shoulder. Hey, your insight is really quite high. Of course. Hashirama, clearly oblivious to the acidity in Kurei's tone, replied excitedly, next time, let's spar again. I want to see whether your giant is tougher or my wood dragon is stronger. There will be an opportunity. Kurei responded perfunctorily. At that moment, Senju Tobarama, who had been vigilant, suddenly approached, interrupting their conversation. Since the crisis has been averted, then, shouldn't you, Lord Kurei, provide us with an explanation regarding that black monster? Tobarama's gaze was sharp as a blade. That thing can ignore most ninjutsu and even devour chakra. It is certainly not an ordinary secret technique. Moreover, from its earlier tone, it seems to have some special connection with your Uchiha clan, or perhaps with you. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere around them became subtle once more. Hyuga, Chisaki, Uzumaki Mido, and the clan leaders of the Ino Shikacho trio all turned their gazes toward Kurei. Everyone present was sharp-minded. They had already guessed that most of Kurizetsu's abilities likely stemmed from that black sludge, and they had all witnessed the strength of the elder Kurizetsu, which was said to be even more imposing than Taijima and Hashigaki. Though they had just fought side by side, no one could remain calm when faced with such a powerful unknown force. Explanation. Kurei raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when suddenly a chilling surge of chakra erupted from the deepest shadows of the hall. The fluctuation was extremely faint, yet it pierced the nerves of every ninja present. All eyes were instantly drawn to the scene where the once limp figure of the young master Hei's Guang suddenly convulsed violently. In the next moment, a shadow as dark as ink surged forth from the air, without warning, moving at an incredible speed that surpassed the limits of the human eye. That is, Ke's pupils constricted sharply, an alarm ringing in his heart. He never expected that the old monster he had locked away in the spatial gap could escape by its own means. Stop him. Instinctively, Ku intended to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, but his body had just endured the strain of Susanoo, causing his movements to slow by a fraction. The shadow completely ignored everyone and instantly dove into the center of Hei's Guang's forehead. The already near death Hei's Guang let out a shrill scream that was inhuman. He slowly opened his eyes, a chilling chakra erupting from his broken body, sweeping across the entire Uchiha Ke. Hei's Guang's voice became hoarse and grating. Do you think this can hold me? He gazed at Ku's eyes filled with endless mockery and killing intent. Just wait, next time I will make you understand what true despair is. Before the words faded, a violent surge of black chakra erupted from beneath him, transforming him into a black lightning bolt that shattered the already crumbling wall, racing into the vastness of the night. You want escape? Senju Hashirama was the first to react, clasping his hands together and shouting, would release adamantine binding. Countless thick vines erupted from the ruins, forming a massive green net in an attempt to intercept the shadow. Water release, water break wave. Senju Tobarama also acted simultaneously, unleashing a high-pressure water line from his mouth aimed directly at the back of Hiai's Guang. However, it was too late. Possessed by Kuro-ju, Hiai's Guang's escape speed was astonishingly fast. Even the clan leader-level powers were left in the dust. In the blink of an eye, the figure had vanished from everyone's sight and perception. He ran away. Ke stared in the direction where the figure had disappeared, his expression dark and terrifying. Although he had long anticipated that it would be difficult to kill Kuro-ju, he did not expect the opponent to break free from his spatial gap so quickly. It seems that there will be more to do in the days ahead, he muttered softly. The string of vigilance within him, which had relaxed after opening the kaleidoscope, tightened once again to its limit. With the escape of Kuro-ju, this thrilling adult ceremony finally came to a complete, in leaving only the most pragmatic segment, dividing the spoils. Although the Hiai's clan was destroyed, the clan leader was dead, and the young master had fled. The wealth left behind by this 1,000-year-old family was immense and enviable. The underground treasury of the estate was piled high with gold and silver treasures. The arsenal was filled with countless high-quality ninja tools and armor, and this fertile territory in the land of fire. All of these were enough to drive any family into madness. In this brutal era of the weak, preying on the strong, wealth without the protection of powerful individuals was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A negotiation about the distribution of benefits unfolded in this banquet hall, filled with corpses and ruins. As the families with absolute sway, the Senju and Hyuga, naturally took the largest share of the cake. The three mines of the Hiai's clan located in the north, along with 40% of the circulating funds, belonged to the Senju. Senju Tobarama stated firmly while holding a freshly drafted list. His gaze was sharp, exhibiting an even tougher stance at the negotiation table than on the battlefield. This is what we deserve. We incurred significant costs to deal with that old man. Hashirama wanted to say something, but under his brother's stern gaze he could only awkwardly scratch his head. This was undoubtedly a huge supplement for the Senju clan, enough to support their rapid recovery from the wounds of war. The trade routes and medicinal fields in the south belonged to the Hyuga. Hyuga Chikaz was equally unyielding, showing a firm hand in defending family interests. Our Hyuga clan sent the most people to assist everyone this time. Is this reward unreasonable? Even the Inazuka Nara and Akimichi clans, based on their previous allegiances, received a considerable amount of resources, each smiling broadly, as this was akin to striking it rich overnight for these mid-sized families. Only Uchiha. When everyone's gaze fell upon the greatest contributor of this event, Uchiha Ke, they found him collecting boxes of seemingly unremarkable old books and stone tablets. Ke, are you sure you only want these scraps? Senju Tobarama looked at the scene with brows furrowed enough to crush a fly, his eyes filled with confusion and a look of disbelief. Why ignore piles of gold for useless scraps of paper? Has your brain been damaged by that monster just now, eh? To him, these so-called ancient texts had no value other than taking up space and gathering dust. I'm just interested in this area, Ke replied indifferently, offering no further explanation and not even glancing at Tobarama. If your Senju clan has any, feel free to sell them to me. He lightly traced the blurred characters on the surface, a flicker of barely noticeable brilliance in his eyes. To the Senju and Hyuga, these were mere scraps. But for him at this moment, these records of the Sage of Six Paths era were the true priceless treasure of the Hiai's clan. It seems this trip was not in vain. Ke patted the box with satisfaction, storing it in the spatial gap, and turned to face everyone. Since everyone has acquired what they wanted, let's part ways here. He dusted off his hands, his tone relaxed as if he had just finished a picnic. Ke. Just as Ke was about to leave, Senju Hashirama suddenly called out to him, his gaze still clear, yet that clarity was now tinged with an unspeakable heaviness and weariness. The next time we meet. Hashirama's voice was soft, but carried a fateful sigh, sounding particularly clear in the quiet night. It will probably be on the battlefield, right? He looked at Ke as if trying to find a trace of the boy he once played with by the river in the other's face, but found nothing. Ke fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Oh. His response was short yet firm. I won't hold back then. Neither will I. Hashirama's smile held a hint of bitterness as well as a sense of relief. He understood that from this night onward they would utterly stand on opposing sides, fighting to the death for their respective clans. In this chaotic era, friendship was a luxury, stance was the eternal theme. Above the ruins of the Hiai's family, a feast of interest has finally come to an end, and the various clans swiftly dispersed like a receding tide, carrying their respective spoils. Before departing, Senju Hashirama cast a profound glance at Ke, his gaze complex and inscrutable, ultimately transforming into a sigh as he vanished over the northern horizon with his fiancée and a disgruntled younger brother. Soon the battlefield was left with only Uchiha Ke and a few members of the Hyuga clan. Where do you plan to go next? Hinata Chiyuki walked up to Ke, illuminated by the moonlight, appearing like an ethereal fairy untouched by the mortal world. Back to Tianyuan City, or to the clan land, Ke shrugged and replied casually. However, Chiyuki's pure white eyes glimmered faintly in the moonlight, as if they could see through the hidden intentions behind K's indifferent expression. If you're interested in these ancient texts, she suddenly said, her voice cold yet melodious, I might be able to help. Oh, Kei raised an eyebrow. Our Hyuga clan is after all an ancient bloodline with a 1,000-year heritage. Although it may not be as mysterious as the Hei's family, we still preserve many records in the core library of the clan. If you don't mind, I can take you to have a look. This statement surprised Kei. The core library of the Hyuga clan was the foundation of their family. Not to mention him, an Uchiha, even members of the branch families, might not have the right to step inside. Yet Chiyuki was now extending an invitation to him. Can an Uchiha like me go to such a place? Chiyuki looked at Kei's skeptical expression, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Don't worry, as long as I speak up, it's possible for you to see some ancient texts. Kei gazed at her sincere white eyes, pausing for a moment. Then, it would be rude not to accept. He smiled, gladly accepting this irresistible invitation. When Hinata Shinrin received the news from his daughter, he was reviewing documents in his study. Upon hearing that Uchiha Ke would be visiting the Hyuga as a private guest, his hand paused as he polished the blade. Let her go, he finally spoke after a long silence, his tone revealing no emotion. Just have someone keep a close watch on him, and ensure he doesn't wander off. Yes, the hidden guard responded, and withdrew. The core library of the Hyuga clan was located in an underground palace deep within the clan's land. There were no windows, only eternal bright lamps that illuminated the towering shelves filled with books, the air thick with the unique scent of ancient paper, as if time itself had slowed its pace here. Kei had been here for a full half-month, during which he had not stepped outside, like a greedy sponge voraciously absorbing the knowledge housed within. Chiyuki unexpectedly adhered to her promise, not only granting Kei the highest level of access, but occasionally accompanying him personally to interpret passages written in the unique script of the Hyuga clan. Occasionally, Kei would approach her with a tattered scroll, seeking her insight on certain words. Chiyuki would patiently explain, her cool voice resonating in the quiet library, creating an indescribable sense of harmony and tranquility. What does this symbol mean? One day, Kei held a beast skin scroll brought from the Hei's family, pointing at the complex patterns reminiscent of celestial trajectories. Chiyuki leaned in closer, a faint fragrance wafting into Kei's nose. After scrutinizing it for a while, she slowly spoke. This isn't writing, this is a path. She pulled out another, even older bamboo scroll from a nearby shelf, placing it alongside the beast skin scroll. Look here. Chiyuki pointed to a similar pattern on the bamboo scroll. Our Hyuga ancient texts also record this. It is said that through a certain complex ancient ninjutsu, a path to the moon can be opened. The moon. Kei's heart skipped a beat. Yes. Chiyuki nodded. Of course, this is just a myth, but according to the secret transmission records of the clan, the document you found may indeed be that ancient ninjutsu. However, I can't understand it. Kei stared intently at the scroll in his hand. Moon Otsutsuki Reincarnation Eye. These keywords rapidly linked together in his mind, and a bold idea began to surface. He forcibly suppressed his excitement, pretending nonchalantly to gather both scrolls to his side. Interesting, he said casually. Can I take this scroll with me? Chiyuki shot him a glance, but did not stop him. These items would only gather dust in the Hyuga household, so it was better to do him a favor. Additionally, Kei came across a chilling annotation in the historical records of the Shinobi era that made his hair stand on end. The phrase was written in blood-red ink, the handwriting hasty and frenzied. As long as the Shinobi era exists, the gods will endure. Kei rubbed his fingers over the line, turmoil raging in his heart. God, does it refer to the Sage of Six Paths? As long as the Shinobi era exists, as long as this world of ninjas built on chakra remains, the Sage of Six Paths will not die. He will exist forever. Combining what Black Zetsu had said in between, Kei formulated his own conjecture. Perhaps the Sage of Six Paths did not pass away peacefully as the legends claimed, but existed in some form, coldly observing and perhaps even manipulating this world he had created. The so-called reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, the notions of peace and conflict, could very well just be a game played on his chessboard. As for himself, Kei raised his head and glanced at Chiyuki, who was focused on brewing tea, and then thought of Hashirama and Madara in the distance. Perhaps they were all just unaware pawns in this game. In fact, when he read the original work in his previous life, there were two doubts that lingered. Did the Sage of Six Paths really die? How powerful was the Sage of Six Paths? Theoretically, the Sage of Six Paths should have been completely dead by now, yet when fighting Kaguya, this old man popped up, resurrecting the previous Kages and granting power to Naruto and Sasuke, making it seem like he was never really dead. At the very least, one thing was certain: even if this old man was dead, he had the means to interfere with the main world through his will. As for the strength of the Sage of Six Paths, the original work did not provide a clear description, but it was generally recognized as being weaker than Kaguya. However, this raises a question: if the Sage of Six Paths was weaker than Kaguya, then why was it that simply by sharing some of his power with Naruto and Sasuke, he could reseal Kaguya? Thus Ke leaned more towards another conclusion, that the Sage of Six Paths might have been weaker than Kaguya when sealing her, otherwise there would have been no need for his brother's assistance. However, in the later stages the Sage of Six Paths was undoubtedly on par with Kaguya, perhaps even surpassing her. Ke slowly exhaled, suppressing all shock, and chilled deep within his heart. Are you leaving? A few days later, when Ke finally finished reading all the ancient texts, he bid farewell. Chiyuki was trimming a potted orchid when she heard his words, her scissors pausing slightly. So soon? Her tone revealed no emotion. I thought you would stay here and celebrate the new year with me. No, Ke shook his head. I've been outside for too long, it's time to go back. Moreover, he smiled, I'm afraid if I stay any longer your father Hinata Schwanren will come after me with a knife. If he dares, Chiyuki scoffed, cutting off a blooming orchid and casually handing it to Ke. At that moment, a branch ninja of the Hyuga family suddenly appeared at the door, kneeling on one knee with a serious expression, presenting a scroll to Chiyuki. Chiyuki took the scroll, glanced at it, and her expression instantly changed. What happened? Ke asked. You can see for yourself. Chiyuki handed him the scroll. Ke unfurled the scroll, and the contents made him furrow his brow. The information was straightforward, yet the implications were vast. Uchiha Taijima was dead, and Senju Butsuma was also dead. For some unknown reason, they had inexplicably clashed at the border of their clans, resulting in mutual destruction. The snow in the eastern part of the Land of Fire had yet to completely melt, and the sky was shrouded in heavy leaden clouds, as if heralding the end of one era and the arrival of another more tumultuous age. Uchiha Kuro walked along the path to the clan's territory, not using the Flying Thunder God technique, nor any gaps. The muddy ground beneath his feet mixed with the remnants of snow, producing a dull sound. The vegetation by the roadside had withered save for the tall black pines that whistled sharply in the cold wind. Before even reaching the main gate, the suffocating sense of oppression enveloping the entire clan's territory struck him. Young Master Kuro, a deep voice echoed from the shadows to the side. Uchiha Jaku slowly emerged. The clan's manager looked noticeably aged, with his right arm wrapped in thick bandages. Uncle Jaku. Kuro halted, his gaze lingering for a moment on the bandages. Are you seriously injured? Just flesh wounds, nothing serious. Jaku shook his head, a complex expression in his eyes as he looked at Kuro. But the clan leader has not returned. Kuro silently nodded. Although he had already learned the outcome through Hinata's intelligence, hearing the confirmation from a clan member still sent a chill down his spine. What exactly happened? Kuro asked in a low voice. The two walked toward the graveyard while Jaku recounted the tragic ambush battle in a low, hoarse voice. This happened 10 days ago. Clan leader Taijima received highly confidential intelligence sent back by spies. The intel stated that Senju Buddha planned to personally lead a raid on one of our core granaries at the border. Jaku's breath quickened, a hint of confusion and fear flashing in his eyes. Though a truce had been declared, the clan leader resolved to eliminate this nemesis and decided to counter-ambush Senju Buddha. Kuro squinted. And the result? The result was like a poorly scripted farce that had already been choreographed. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Jaku's lips. When clan leader Taijima charged into the canyon, he ran headlong into Senju Buddha, who was lying in wait with the clan's elite. According to the surviving clan members, both sides were momentarily stunned. The intelligence received by Senju Buddha had indicated that Uchiha Taijima was preparing to launch an attack on their medical base. Both cunning old foxes realized they had fallen into a trap at that moment, yet for some reason they did not hold back as they had in the past, but instead fought to the bitter end. Jaku halted, pointing toward the massive black graveyard ahead. They shattered half the canyon. Clan leader Taijima and Buddha perished together before the eyes of many. By the time we reacted to provide support, only 2 cold corpses remained. After hearing Jaku's account, Kuro did not pause in his steps, yet his heart felt a profound clarity. In this world, the only entity capable of scheming against these 2 great ninja clans and possessing intimate knowledge of their intelligence networks aside from Kuro was likely Curious Black. He turned his head, gazing at the graveyard already submerged in black mourning attire. Has he become desperate after confronting me? Kuro whispered to himself. 2 powerful figures who had fought for their clan their entire lives ultimately fell victim to such a clumsy yet precise lie. In order to expedite the awakening of this generation's Indra and Ashura, Kuro must eliminate these 2 largest and most stubborn obstacles. Now the path was clear. Uchiha Graveyard. Fine raindrops began to fall, hitting the black gravestones, creating a chilling texture. Here stood the heroic spirits of the Uchiha clan who had died in battle over the millennia, and today that freshly dug grave was about to bury the former king of this land. Kuro passed through the crowd, and those standing on either side the Jonin bowed their heads in respect, their eyes filled with sorrow and confusion about the future. Since Taijima had reclaimed all the elders' rights, the clan had almost entered an era of autocracy. Now with Taijima lost, it seemed as if the clan's great wheel had suddenly lost its helmsman. At the forefront of the grave, 3 figures knelt side by side. Leading them was Madara. He knelt in the mud, his back straight, yet trembling slightly, gripping the earth beneath him so tightly that mud mixed with rainwater seeped through his fingers. Izuna and Taki stood on either side. Kuro approached behind them, feeling the chakra fluctuations within these 3 individuals, which were not in their usual calm state, but rather like an erupting volcano. Taijima's coffin was slowly pushed into the grave. The officiant recited ancient and obscure prayers. Words of glory and bloodline drifted in the rain curtain, yet could not ease the pain of the living. When the first shovel of dirt fell upon the coffin lid, producing a dull sound, balance shattered. Uchiha Madara, who had been kneeling at the front, suddenly raised his head. Without a heart-wrenching cry, he emitted a deep growl like a trapped beast. In that moment, a massive chakra so cold it could freeze the surrounding air erupted violently from Madara's body, and his eyes turned blood red in an instant. 3 tomo spun rapidly within his pupils, moving so fast that layers of afterimages were produced. Soon after, those tomo began to dissolve and stretch, ultimately coalescing into a bizarre new pattern amidst a blood-red silence. That was Kaleidoscope Sharingan. But this was not the end, as the reincarnation of Indra Madara's awakening was overwhelmingly dominant. The in-released chakra overflowing from his body resonated with his soul, like an invisible black ripple instantaneously sweeping over Izuna and Taki beside him. In their eyes, the 3 tomo shattered and reformed in an instant, ultimately fixing into a pair of kaleidoscopic forms that had never been seen before. 3 pairs of kaleidoscopic eyes appeared simultaneously in this cold graveyard. The clan members who were originally holding the funeral were stunned by this sudden, soul-crushing aura, even dropping their offerings without realizing it. "What is that?" An elderly Jonin's voice trembled, changing pitch. "What kind of eyes, eh? Not 3 tomo. Such a powerful aura. Could it be?" Every Uchiha present had never seen such a pupil state in any family records or rumors. Under the gaze of those 3 eerie eyes, they felt not fear, but ecstasy. "Do we have such eyes in our family? Could it be that 3 tomo are not the end? I heard that after Lord Curious' battle with the Elder, he awakened these eyes too. I always thought it was just a rumor, but it seems to be true. Does this mean that the giant ninjutsu Lord Kuro used against the Kurizawa clan was the ability of the..." Various whispers rose and fell among the crowd, yet no one could provide an answer. And at the center of the storm, Madara slowly stood up, devoid of any expression, even his newly evolved eyes showing no hint of emotional fluctuation. He simply lowered his head, gazing at the grave that was already half filled. Due to the immense burden of their first awakening, Izuna and Taki collapsed silently into the mud after holding on for a few seconds. After giving his father's grave one last glance, Madara's crimson light dimmed, and he fell straight backward. The meeting hall of the Uchiha clan is located in the core area of their territory, facing a spacious training ground, the very heart of the family's power. The heavy Nanmu door of the hall had been pushed open early, and although the morning sunlight was bright, it could not dispel the oppressive atmosphere inside. Uchiha Taijima's coffin was buried 3 days ago, and with his departure, the iron-blooded era, which he had single-handedly ruled over and struck fear into the entire ninja world, came to a hasty end. The current Uchiha clan was like a giant ship that had lost its captain in a storm. Although the vessel remained sturdy and the crew still fierce, each person carried a stone of confusion in their hearts. Inside the hall, it was already filled with people. This was the first clan meeting after Taijima's death, and all registered upper ninjas who were not on the front lines had attended, with many who were on missions being recalled. At the front of the hall, the chair that originally belonged to the clan leader was now empty. Uchiha Kuro sat in the front row on the left, appearing lazy. Though only 15 years old, his title as the commander of the Western Front and his notorious reputation from recent events ensured he sat firmly in this position. Behind him were Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Takumi. Although they were also part of the younger generation, they were both powerful warriors who had emerged from the sea of corpses and blood, their 13-year-old strength making anyone who wished to underestimate them reconsider. As for Uchiha Madara, he did not sit, but stood below the platform in the position closest to the leader's seat, dressed in a black combat outfit, arms crossed back to the crowd, seemingly staring blankly at the giant Fan Clan emblem on the wall, oblivious to the whispering behind him. It could be said that the outstanding members of the golden generation of the Uchiha clan, once highly regarded by Taijima, had already shed their halo of genius and officially stepped into the ranks of the strong. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Uchiha Zaku stood up. After the recent deaths of Zaku and Taijima, only he, the second elder Uchiha Do and the third elder Uchiha Ku, remained from the elder generation of clan leaders. As the oldest and highest ranking among the three, it was natural for him to become the temporary host of this meeting. He first briefly summarized the recent local conflicts as per tradition. Although Senju Hashirama is dead, the foundation of the Senju clan remains intact. It is said that his son Senju Tobarama has already taken office. According to intelligence, although he is young, he has become a clan leader-level powerhouse, and I believe everyone witnessed the power of would release in the last battle. Uchiha is currently facing an unprecedented crisis with external enemies lurking and internal instability. Therefore, today's clan meeting has only one topic. He took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolute as he pointed at Madara, who stood in front speaking astonishingly. That is, we must establish a new clan leader today. The hall instantly fell silent, everyone's breath caught in their throats. Though everyone had been aware the tension was palpable when the matter was finally brought to light. I propose that Uchiha Madara take over as clan leader. Zaku's voice rang loudly, echoing in the hall. The reason is simple. Madara is the eldest son of clan leader Taijima, making him the rightful heir. More importantly, his strength is evident to all. Previously on the central battlefield, he repeatedly repelled Senju Tobarama Hiden, earning the title Crimson Azura. Moreover, Zaku paused, throwing out the most weighty argument. Just a few days ago, he became a clan leader-level powerhouse, fully qualified for succession. I support Zaku's proposal. The second elder Uchiha Do was the first to take a stand. Moreover, Madara has awakened a pair of eyes recorded only in legends. The Mangekyo Sharingan paving the way for our Three-Demo ninjas. After the funeral, I reviewed various ancient texts and found records of these eyes. It is rumored that only our ancestor Indra possessed these eyes, which can destroy the world and grant powers that surpass that of clan leaders. Izuna and Takomi also awakened these eyes, and young Master Kuro awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan half a year ago. The Susanoo he displayed in the Heisei family was indeed a power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo, is that the eye that appeared at the funeral? So it was true that young Master Kuro single-handedly killed that old man from the Heisei family. I really want to know how to awaken this IU. I want it too. Low murmurs arose in the hall, with many young upper ninjas and radical factions who had fought alongside Madara nodding, their eyes shining with fervor. For the Uchiha clan, power is truth. I second that. Me too. Several upper ninjas close to Zaku and Do stood up to express their support, and the situation seemed to be shifting in favor of Madara. However, at that moment, an out-of-place cold snort suddenly came from the right side of the hall. This is simply child's play. Uchiha Kuu, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Although he had previously been stripped of his elder position due to negligence, his clan leader-level aura was still terrifying, instantly overpowering the clamor in the hall. He slowly stood up, his gaze sharp as a knife directed at Uchiha Zo, finally landing on Madara's back. Madara is indeed a genius, I do not deny that. But how old is he? 16. A mere 16-year-old boy. No matter how strong he is, can he truly understand how to govern a large family with thousands of ninjas? Moreover, he has just stepped into the clan leader level. How Senju that kid succeeded is not my concern. In any case, the Uchiha clan will never allow a 16-year-old child to become the clan leader. He scanned the surroundings, starting his speech, his tone filled with incitement. Governing a family relies not only on killing, but also on balancing various interests and handling complex diplomatic relations, requiring wisdom to assess the situation. We all know Madara's strength is indeed formidable, but he is not invincible. However, his personality is too impulsive, and now is not the right time for him to lead the entire family. And even if we are to find a younger candidate, Uchiha Kuro has both strength and wisdom, being the only child of the elder and the first in the family to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, clearly making him a more suitable choice than Madara. I also support Madara as clan leader. The lazy voice from the front row interrupted Kuu's ongoing speech. When he saw the one raising his hand was Uchiha Kuro, Uchiha Kuu's face instantly turned a shade of liver color, but he did not say anything further, merely snorted coldly and sat back down. What does Elder Kong mean? Joie furrowed his brows in response. Kong straightened his back, displaying a righteous expression as if he was acting for the good of the clan. Although Ban is the heir, he is still too immature. The clan needs someone more stable and experienced to steer the ship and guide us through this perilous transitional period. He paused for a moment, his intentions laid bare. Therefore, I propose to postpone Ban's succession as clan leader and restart the elder mechanism with myself, Uchiha Do, Uchiha Joie, Uchiha Ban, and Uchiha Ku, 5 clan leaders serving as elders, temporarily exercising the powers of the clan leader. Yenshin and Tiahua, the 2 prospective clan leaders, can also join the Council of Elders. In any case, we should wait 5 to 10 years until Ban truly matures and learns how to manage the clan before handing over power to him. Upon hearing this, the hall was immediately filled with uproar. Many of the older generation of shinobi began to waver. Although they revered strength, they feared being led into the abyss by a child. Kong's words struck at their desire for stability. I think Elder Kong makes a valid point, someone voiced. Indeed, young Master Ban is too young. Looking at the whispering crowd below, Uchiha Kong couldn't help but smirk with a hint of pride. However, just as the situation was about to reverse, Uchiha Ban, who had seemed like an outsider, finally turned slowly around. His face showed no anger or defense, not even the slightest expression. Are you finished? Ban spoke quietly, his voice not loud, yet laced with a chilling aura. Kong was taken aback for a moment, then angrily retorted, Ban, is this your attitude towards your elders? Ban let out a cold laugh of disdain that came from deep within, saying, in this world of the survival of the fittest, only the strong are worthy of being called elders. Elder Kong, you've said so much merely to imply that I am unqualified, right? Ban stood before Kong, looking down at this unsupportive figure. Then let me ask you, what does it mean to be qualified? Is it like you who hesitates on the front lines, unable to detect the enemy's ambush, resulting in the death of the Grand Elder? You. Kong was incensed as his wounds were exposed, his beard trembling in anger and his face turning crimson. You are outrageous. That was the soon just conspiracy. Enough. Ban interrupted impatiently. I do not wish to hear your nonsense. Since you deem me unqualified, let us adhere to the rules of the Uchiha. He suddenly lifted his head, his pitch-black eyes transforming into the crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan. You wish to restart the elders. You want power? Then do it. Ban pointed towards the training ground outside, his voice booming like thunder. Defeat me. If you can win against me, not only will I grant you the position of elder, but even that of clan leader. From this day forth, I, Uchiha Ban, will follow you without question. But if you lose... A cruel light flickered in Ban's eyes. Then shut your mouth. Do you dare challenge me? Kong laughed out of anger. As a seasoned clan leader, he remained absolutely confident in his strength, not believing that a newly appointed clan leader could truly be his opponent. All right. Since you seek death, I will teach you a lesson for your father. Kong suddenly waved his sleeve, and see you at the training ground. The entire assembly hall erupted in excitement as a peak duel that would determine the future fate of the Uchiha was about to unfold. The noon sun enveloped the Uchiha clan's training ground like a golden veil, and the atmosphere here felt particularly different today. The surrounding stands were already packed to the brim, even many chunin who usually busied themselves with missions, and several children who had just learned to refine chakra rushed over, drawn by the news to watch the scene in the center. Because what was about to unfold today was a peak showdown that would determine the future of the Uchiha, as well as the first appearance of the famed kaleidoscope Sharingan before the clan members. Accompanied by a low humming sound, four elite shinobi responsible for maintaining order simultaneously formed hand seals, and a semi-transparent pale purple barrier slowly rose, enveloping the center of the training ground. This was to prevent the upcoming battle from affecting the spectators. After all, even the slightest ripple from such a confrontation could be lethal. In the center stood two figures facing each other. One was Uchiha Kong, the former elder, wearing a deep gray combat uniform. Though no longer young, as a once dominant clan leader, he stood like an insurmountable mountain, steady and weighty. Opposite him was the 15-year-old Uchiha Ban, clad in a simple black bodysuit, his hands casually crossed over his chest. His long hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and the young stern face bore no trace of tension. Instead, it radiated a disconcerting calm. Ban. Kong slowly spoke, his voice carrying the weight of an elder and a hint of barely concealed disdain. It's not too late to regret now. As long as you acknowledge your lack of experience, I can treat the wager just made as if it never happened. The position of clan leader will eventually be yours. Oh, why rush it now? In his view, although Ban was a genius, even with the so-called kaleidoscope Sharingan, he was still far too young. In terms of chakra accumulation and understanding of ninjutsu, he could not possibly compare to someone like himself, an old-timer. Cut the nonsense. Ban didn't even raise his eyelids. A three-tomo slowly appeared in his pitch-black eyes, which then spun and fused in an instant to form the eerie kaleidoscope pattern. Come on, let me see how much your so-called experience is worth against absolute power. Arrogant brat. Kong was thoroughly enraged by this contemptuous attitude. Without further ado, he swiftly formed hand seals like a butterfly dancing through flowers, and his chakra erupted within him, akin to a volcano about to erupt. Fire style, 9 Dragon God Fire. For massive dragons made of highly compressed flames surged from Kong's mouth. They did not strike in a straight line, but rather swirled in the air, sealing off all of Ban's escape routes from 4 tricky angles, crashing towards the seemingly insignificant figure with a momentum that promised annihilation. This was in strength fire technique. Even equally ranked shinobi would not dare to take it heed. The clan members in the stands gasped. Many even instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the tragic sight of the young clan leader being engulfed by flames. However, at the center of the storm, Ban merely scoffed disdainfully, not using body flicker technique to evade. He stood in place, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire-style dragon flame song technique. With a calm voice, several seemingly ordinary fire dragons were expelled from his mouth. Compared to Kong's four magnificent fire dragons, this fireball appeared pitifully inadequate. A brank against an shrank was akin to using an egg against a rock. What is young Master Ban doing? Is he giving up resistance? Someone in the stands couldn't help but shout. But the next second, everyone gasped in disbelief. Those seemingly ordinary dragon flame songs suddenly expanded several times in size midair as if they had taken a tonic. Then with an incredible domineering posture, they forcefully shattered the opponent's ninjutsu. What? Kong was taken aback, unable to comprehend what was happening. His body awkwardly leaped back, and he hastily waved his hands, releasing 3 earth barriers just in time to block Ban's ninjutsu. How is this possible? Kong panted heavily, staring intently at Ban. That was clearly just a brank dragon flame song. Why does it have such power? Heh. Ban stood there, even his clothes were unruffled, his left eye slightly rotating, emitting an eerie red light. This is the gap. On the viewing platform, Uchiha Kuro's hands were tucked into the pockets of his trench coat, watching the scene with great interest. He turned his head to gaze at Uchiha Izuna, who stood beside him. Is this the ability of your elder brother's Mangekyo? Kuro asked, his tone lacking surprise, more of a comment. Izuna crossed his arms, watching the formidable Madara in the arena with eyes full of admiration and pride. Upon hearing Kura's question, he did not answer directly, but instead wore a mysterious smile. Yes, can you guess what the ability is? Kuro squinted, recalling the earlier scene. The chakra amount was the same, the ninjutsu structure identical, yet at the moment of release, its power geometrically increased. This scene was reminiscent of the later ninja world wars, where a fire release from Madara could only be extinguished by a water release from him. The power of ninjutsu had grown several times stronger than its original form. Is it a power amplification? It should be the amplification of ninjutsu from that left eye right. Regardless of the original level of the ninjutsu, it will be endowed with power that surpasses its limits, Kuro said faintly. You guessed correctly, Izuna nodded in acknowledgement. What about the other IA? Kuro continued to inquire. Izuna smiled and pointed at the arena. You'll know if you keep watching, the good show is just beginning. In the martial arts arena, the battle continued. Ko was roaring in anger, clearly unwilling to be defeated by a junior. If ninjutsu could not win, then he would rely on experience and taijutsu to determine the victor. He stepped forward, and the ground instantly cracked. He transformed into a blur and dashed towards Madara at an incredible speed. As an established powerhouse, Ko's taijutsu was exceptionally high, his movements sharp and ruthless, each strike aimed at the vital points, working in tandem with the kunai in his hand, like a viper seeking a weakness in its prey. However, faced with this torrential assault, Madara still did not draw his blade. Ko's kunai, slicing through the air, aimed for Madara's throat. Madara merely tilted his head slightly, allowing the kunai to glide past his neck without even disturbing a single hair. Next came a sweeping kick. Madara lightly leaped as if he had already anticipated his opponent's move. No matter how Ko changed his tactics or how fast he moved under the watchful gaze of Madara's right eye, it all appeared to be in slow motion. With each attack that missed, Ko's expression darkened. The feeling of being unable to even graze his opponent's clothing, no matter how hard he tried, filled him with deep despair. Too slow, Madara's voice echoed in Ko's ears. In the next moment, Madara moved. No longer evading, but counterattacking. A simple punch devoid of any flair, not even imbued with chakra. Such an unremarkable punch rushed directly towards Ko's chest. Ko instinctively raised his arms to block, but was shocked to find that Madara's fist had already pierced through his defensive net. Bang! A muffled, thunderous sound. Uchiha Ko's robust body instantly bent into a shrimp-like shape, his entire form blasted back, like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the edge of the barrier before crashing down hard onto the ground. Ko spurted a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his breastbone might shatter. What kind of monstrous strength is this? On the viewing platform. It seems I was right. Kuro observed the situation in the arena, speaking softly. The right eye is either a taijutsu enhancement or predictive insight. In any case, it greatly enhances Madara's taijutsu capabilities, rendering him invincible in close combat. Truly the perfect warrior's eye. Kuro offered a fair assessment. The left eye maximizes output, while the right eye provides unparalleled close-quarters combat. One must admit that these eyes are indeed well suited for Madara. Too bad you'll be facing Senju Hashirama in the future. These two abilities will be perfectly countered. Kuro silently mocked in his heart, already envisioning the future battle between the two. Madara, behold my tenfold great fire annihilation. Hashirama clapped his hands, would release advent of the world tree. Madara, witness my tenfold dragon fire song. Hashirama clapped his hands, would release wood dragon technique. Madara, damn it, these wooden constructs are infuriating. Susanoo. Hashirama clapped his hands, would release wood golem technique. Madara, you bastard, I've summoned the Nine Tails, prepare Susanoo. Hashirama clapped his hands. Thousand hands, great Buddha. Madara, am so annoyed, come and fight me in taijutsu. Hashirama clapped his hands. Sage mode. Indeed, Madara's dual eye abilities are the perfect warrior configuration, yet they are also perfectly countered by Hashirama. Izuna listened to his cousin's analysis, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He did not expect Kuro to analyze the Mangekyo's abilities so thoroughly, just by observation. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze toward Kuro, turning somewhat playful. What about you, Kuroniai? Izuna lowered his voice to a volume only they could hear, asking. You must have awakened those eyes long ago, right? What is your ability? How about? Izuna leaned in a little closer, his tone laced with youthful cunning and probing. We exchange information. He'll tell you mine if you tell me yours. Kuro turned his head at this, quietly gazing at his younger cousin, who was a few years his junior, saying nothing, but shaking his head with a smile. Izuna paused for a moment, then smiled in return. All right, since you're not saying, I won't ask anymore. He shrugged, returning to his relaxed demeanor. After all, I will find out someday. In the arena, the victory and defeat were already clear. Although Uchiha Ke was still struggling to stand, his body had reached its limit. That last punch not only broke his bones, but also shattered his confidence. It's over. Madara looked at the old man, who was still stubbornly holding on, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. However, if it ends like this, you surely won't be satisfied. In that case, let me show you the true power of these eyes. Boom. A wave of even more terrifying chakra exploded from Madara's body, quickly coalescing around him into a massive skeletal form comprising a robust arm and an entire skeletal chest. Though it was just the first stage of the Susanoo, all doubts and discontent instantly vanished. Isn't that the ninjutsu Kuro used over in the Hekisei? But I heard that the giant Kuro used was over 10 meters tall. That must be it. This is undoubtedly the ocular technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara must have just grasped it, and is still unsteady. The entire arena erupted in exclamations, everyone stirred into a frenzy by this overwhelming power, desiring to possess these eyes. Even the observers Jaku and Du showed unusual expressions. Madara stood within that blue skeletal form, coldly gazing at Ke, the massive blue skeletal hand raised high, then came crashing down as if swatting a fly. The earth split apart, dust flying. When the dust settled, Ke lay completely sprawled on the ground, his battle attire torn and tattered. Though still conscious, he had utterly lost his fighting capability. Madara dispelled the Susanoo, surveying the arena from the ruins, his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan sweeping across each clan member's face. Does anyone have any objections? Madara's voice was calm, yet filled with supreme authority. The arena fell into silence. Moments later, Uchiha Jaku was the first to react, excitedly stepping onto the high platform and loudly announcing, the victor is decided. The new clan leader, Uchiha Madara. Long live. The cheers erupted like a tidal wave, echoing through the skies. The cold wind of late autumn swept through the Uchiha clan's territory, stirring a few withered yellow leaves that danced in circles on the stone-paved street. With the deaths of Senju and Uchiha Tanaka, the friction between the two clans had subsided for a time, and the atmosphere within the territory had thus become more relaxed. Have you heard? The wedding at Senju has concluded. Yes, I heard it was an extravagant affair. Various prominent clans sent people to deliver gifts. On every street corner, whether it was patrolling ninjas or ordinary clan members responsible for logistics, everyone was discussing this matter in private. The union of Senju and Uzumaki was not just a wedding, it was a strong signal. The marriage of the Senju clan leader and the princess of the Uzumaki represented the Uzumaki's complete abandonment of their closeness with the Hyuga clan and a return to the same front as the Senju. Perhaps it was because of Senju Hashirama's potential, or perhaps Hashirama truly possessed such charisma, but in any case, the elder of the Uzumaki clan had essentially staked the entire clan on the shoulders of that 16-year-old youth. Inside the clan leader's residence, Uchiha Madara sat cross-legged on the tatami, holding a recently delivered intelligence scroll. His expression remained cold and stern, as if nothing in this world could shake his composure. However, when his gaze passed over the words Hashirama's wedding, on the scroll his brow subtly furrowed. Hashirama. Madara murmured this name, unconsciously rubbing the edge of the scroll with his fingers. As a longtime nemesis on the battlefield and a childhood companion, he understood Hashirama's potential better than anyone else. Is this your choice? Madara closed the scroll and tossed it into a nearby fire pit, the flames licking at the paper, turning the intelligence to ashes. Do you still hold on to that dream we had back then? Now we have both become clan leaders, yet we still lack the power to change this world. Madara stood up and pushed open the window, gazing at the line of migratory birds in the clear sky outside. Hashirama's gaze shifted from the birds outside back to the intelligence, feeling even better than he did during his wedding a few days prior. Madara, you have also become the clan leader. We now have the ability to end this chaotic era together. 3 days later in the Uchiha conference hall, hundreds of elite shinobi clad in black clan attire gathered. This was the first official clan assembly since Uchiha Madara assumed the role of clan leader. Everyone knew that today's meeting was not merely a routine report. At this critical moment, the young new clan leader had to demonstrate decisive measures to reshape the structure of this vast war machine. The doors swung open, and Uchiha Madara stepped in. He wore a large black robe that symbolized his status as clan leader, adorned with a massive red and white fan family crest on the back. His signature long black hair fell casually over his shoulders, obscuring half of his face. As he walked through the hall, which had been filled with scattered murmurs, suddenly fell silent. The aura of a young king imposed a pressure that made many seasoned elite shinobi instinctively hold their breath. Madara walked straight to the high platform and turned to take his seat. Without unnecessary pleasantries or verbose opening remarks, he surveyed the entire assembly, his gaze sharp as a blade cutting through every face in the room. I believe you are all aware of the news regarding the union between Senju and Uzumaki. Madara's voice was deep and resonant, echoing in the hall. What this means does not require further elaboration. The enemies are growing stronger and forming alliances. If we continue to cling to the outdated rules of the past, all that awaits us is annihilation. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. Therefore, Madara slammed his hand on the armrest, leaning forward, the three-tomo Sharingan slowly manifesting. In response to the upcoming situation, I have decided to implement a complete restructuring of the clan's power framework. Starting today, the clan will establish a brand new highest decision-making body. The new rules are simple. Madara raised a finger. It no longer matters how many years you have lived, nor how great your past achievements were. As long as your strength meets the standard of an elite shinobi, you automatically gain a seat in the highest decision-making body with the right to participate in discussions and votes on major clan affairs. The moment this decision was announced, it was like a boulder being thrown into a calm lake. The eyes of all the elite shinobi present erupted with fervent light. Most of them possessed considerable strength, but had been unable to directly participate in clan decision-making due to the previous system that only allowed clan leaders to enter the highest decision-making body. Even after Tanaka single-handedly dismissed all the elders and the highest decision-making body, the clan had practically become Tanaka's sole authority. Now the new clan leader had personally opened the door to power for them. Not only that, Madara did not give the crowd much time to digest this, immediately throwing out a second bombshell. In order to respond to the clan wars that may erupt at any moment, we must have a more efficient and powerful command system. From this day forward, the selection criteria for elders will also be relaxed. It will no longer be necessary for only clan leader-level powerhouses to serve. As long as your strength reaches the quasi-clan leader level, you may be considered an elder. This statement carried even more weight than the previous decision. Elders are the true core of the clan, capable of making crucial decisions. Previously, only clan leader-level powerhouses could serve, but now even quasi-clan leader-level individuals can. Clan leader, is this a bit too hasty? An elderly elite shinobi with white hair could no longer hold back and stood up. He was a long-time member of the clan, his strength having declined over the years, but he held a high status. While the quasi-clan leader level is powerful, there is still a gap to the true peak, and young Izuna is too young to command respect. His words, though somewhat condescending, represented the sentiments of many. Difficult to command respect. Madara sneered coldly without explanation. He slightly turned his head to look at Uchiha Izuna, who stood at the bottom of the steps. Izuna. Yes, brother. The usually silent Izuna stepped forward, slowly raised his head, and his pitch-black eyes instantly transformed into crimson three-tomo. In the next moment, an immense and suffocating chakra erupted from his body without warning. Is this young Izuna? The elderly elite shinobi who had just been questioning now turned pale, his legs giving way as he nearly faltered. Looking at the shinobi around him, rendered speechless by Izuna's overwhelming aura, Madara's lips curled into a satisfied cold smile. Did you see that? He surveyed the entire hall, his voice filled with undeniable dominance. This is the future of Uchiha. Before true geniuses, age has never been a problem. Madara slowly stood up, his aura resonating with Izuna's, pressing down on the entire hall and leaving it in utter silence. The imposing aura of Izuna, akin to that of a potential clan leader, receded like a tide, and the stagnant air in the hall finally began to flow once more. The elder shinobi exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both reverence for the new era and a hint of resignation to their own aging. The fervor in the eyes of the new generation of ninjas was almost palpable as they gazed at Madara on the platform, as if beholding a war god poised to lead them to conquer the ninja world. Since strength has been established, Madara resumed his seat on the Dark Clan leader's throne, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest. Let us commence now. To reshape the Uchiha's framework. He did not like his father before him throw out a cold hard list, but instead allowed his gaze to sweep over the crowd, with each pause quickening the heartbeat of those under scrutiny. Uchiha Do. Madara called out the first name. Uchiha Do, who had been seated in the front row, immediately assumed a solemn expression. Although previously dismissed by Taijima, he remained an indispensable cornerstone during the recent turmoil within the clan. The position of Grand Elder is rightfully yours. Madara's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable conviction. Managing the internal affairs of the clan and liaising with the various subordinate ninja clans requires someone who can command respect. I believe you will perform even better than before. Du took a deep breath, excitement coursing through him at being reinstated, and solemnly promised, I will not fail your expectations, clan leader. Uchiha Shako. Madara's gaze shifted to the other side. This former clan elder, also the clan's logistics chief, was now nervously wringing his hands. The position of clanland elder remains yours. Shako sighed in relief, but immediately after Madara's tone turned stern. However, I need you to ensure that from today onward all resources of the Uchiha must be utilized effectively. Understood. Shaku replied, loudly, beads of cold sweat on his forehead, yet filled with determination. Madara then shifted his gaze beyond the crowd, landing on a shadow in the corner that had been avoiding attention. Uchiha Ke. The hall fell silent. As a veteran powerhouse who had publicly challenged Madara in the training grounds, Ko found himself in the most awkward position. Many were privately speculating whether the new clan leader would take the opportunity to purge him. Ko gradually raised his head, his eyes reflecting both loneliness and a calm, awaiting judgment. Here. His voice was somewhat hoarse. The position of second elder is yours, Madara stated flatly. Upon hearing this, not only Ko, but also the surrounding clansmen were taken aback. This was not merely an act of forgiveness. It was an extreme display of magnanimity. However, Madara shifted his tone. The original intelligence duties are no longer to be your concern. Your new task is to manage the youth at the highest decision-making level. You must use your experience to teach them what true warfare is and what the glory of the Uchiha entails. Ko stared blankly at Madara, observing this young man whom he once viewed as a mere rookie. From Madara's cold eyes, he discerned something of grand vision. In that moment, all his resentment and unwillingness transformed into a long, deep sigh. Yes, clan leader. Ko deeply bowed, this time genuinely submitting. Madara then announced the appointments of Uchiha and Shin as the Eastern Elder and Uchiha Tetsuka as the Western Elder, informing them all through pre-prepared appointment letters as they were absent from the clan lands. With the dust settling on the 5 elder positions, the upper echelons of the old Uchiha finally regained stability. Yet everyone knew the real drama was yet to come. Uchiha Izuna. Madara turned to his closest brother. Izuna stepped forward, his aura completely restrained like a blade hidden in its sheath, sharp, yet concealed, evoking a sense of dread. From today onward you shall be the shadow of the Uchiha clan. Madara's voice was deep. The intelligence department previously overseen by Elder Ko and the dark ninjas managed by Elder War will all be under your command. I want you to establish a new department, Umbu, which must not only monitor the Land of Fire, but the entire ninja world as well. Yes, clan leader. A cold smile curled at the corner of Izuna's mouth. The position of intelligence elder was practically tailor-made for him. By this point, all key positions had been assigned. However, the atmosphere in the hall grew even more eerie as all eyes, whether intentionally or unintentionally, drifted to the figure in the front row. Uchiha Ke, the heir of the Grand Elder, had been the clan's greatest contributor in recent years, overshadowing even Madara among the younger generation. Logically, he should at least be a powerful elder, potentially ranking above Du and Ko. Yet Madara had yet to even mention his name. Is the clan leader wary of him? After all, high achievements can threaten the master. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Whispers quietly spread among the crowd. Kurei appeared, languid hands in his pockets, as if the surrounding discussions had nothing to do with him. What are you up to, Madara? Kurei pondered to himself. 2 days prior, Madara had discussed the arrangements of the elders with him, and thus far he was already aware of all the plans made today. However, regarding his own arrangements, Madara had always mysteriously assured him that he would not be shortchanged, though the specifics remained unspoken. At that moment, Madara moved slowly, rising from his seat, the black robe cascading down with his actions, revealing the combat attire beneath. He walked step by step down from the platform, passing by the elders and Shinobi, directly approaching Kurei. The distance between them was so close that they could clearly see their reflections in each other's pupils. Uchiha Kurei. Madara spoke, his voice low, yet carrying a penetrating force. You handled the mess in the west and the Bone Burial Ridge quite well. However, it is precisely because you did so well that some people are beginning to worry whether you might forget your surname. Kurei raised an eyebrow, ready to crack a joke to lighten the mood, but Madara suddenly raised his hand and firmly slapped his shoulder. But I do not care. Madara fixed his gaze on Kurei's eyes, his three-to-most Sharingan slowly rotating. "You are my cousin, my most trusted brother. We started together from the slaying of the ghost human." He turned to face the entire hall, his voice suddenly rising like thunder. "I announce that from today onward Uchiha Kurei shall be the first vice-clan leader in Uchiha history." This declaration detonated like a heavy bomb, instantly igniting the hall. Everyone's eyes widened, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. Vice-clan leader. In the history of the Uchiha clan, this position had never existed. This was not the power of an elder with a specific domain. This was genuinely a position beneath one person and above 10,000, directly handing over half the clan's authority to him. Even Kurei, who was usually composed, felt his pupils constrict at the moment of hearing this appointment, his face revealing unmasked astonishment. "Vice-clan leader." Kurei looked at Madara, lowering his voice to ask, "Are you serious?" He had thought Madara would at most grant him a special elder title, but this vice-clan leader was nominally on equal footing with Madara. "Of course I am serious." Madara's lips curled into a proud smile as he leaned in, slightly speaking in a tone only the two of them could hear. "You know, fighting and killing I can manage, but the crucial internal affairs still rely on you." Kurei gazed into Madara's eyes, burning with the spirit of battle, and after a moment of silence, he thought Madara to be quite reliable and very good to his brothers, but he never expected Madara to be this supportive, showing no concern for any ulterior motives. However, facing such charisma from Madara, Kurei suddenly had a doubt. Why did no one follow him during the Valley of the End? Did those people truly no longer wish to follow him? Kurei believed that as long as even one clan member was willing to follow Madara, he would never give up, but why did Madara leave alone in the end? Forget it, why think so much? After all, there is still time. Kurei suddenly laughed, the surprise in his eyes gradually fading. "Since you have said so," he slowly extended his fist suspended in midair, "then I shall reluctantly accept." Madara laughed as well, extending his fist to lightly bump against Kurei's. Long live the Uchiha. Below the stage, the young elite Shinobi erupted into thunderous cheers. In their eyes, the combined battle power of their clan was even stronger than before Taijima's death, and their new leader possessed far more charisma than Taijima ever had. "Hello everyone, I am the author of this book." As I typed the final period of chapter 152, my emotions remained unsettled for a long time. Looking back, these hundreds of thousands of words flow like a winding river of time, carrying all my fantasies and reflections on the era of the Ninja War. This is my first book, and it is also my first attempt to construct such a captivating world. To be honest, as I write this, I feel a sense of relief, but even more so, an indescribable excitement. Before I began writing, I asked myself countless times, what should the true Ninja War look like? The original work's depiction of this history is somewhat vague, often serving merely as a backdrop for the entanglement between Uchiha and Senju. However, in my vision, that era was certainly not just a stage for a few geniuses, it was primarily a meat grinder that devoured lives. Therefore, I chose not to have the protagonist Uchiha Ke appear as an all-powerful figure from the start, but rather to begin as a 6-year-old child genuinely experiencing the coldness of that era. Thus, we witnessed the conspiracy of the Hitaki clan, a desperate struggle for survival. We saw the madness of the Kagaya clan, the blooming flower of destruction and despair, and we observed the infighting of a small family in the West, a grotesque display of humanity willing to betray even allies for profit. Of course, many seasoned readers will notice that this book is greatly influenced by a certain major work next door. I admit I have read that book countless times and borrowed some ideas, but I feel there are still many aspects, many ideas that I am not satisfied with, thus leading to the creation of this book. Regarding the protagonist and his growth, Uchiha Ke carries too much of my effort. From the initial traveler who skipped stones by the river filled with confusion about the future to the later vice-clan leader capable of standing on his own, his growth along this journey is evident. Especially in chapter 62, which I polished repeatedly. Some may notice that I borrowed a plot from Nishida, yes, Divine Mountain line of sight, but I wanted to use this knowledge to shift Ke's mindset from that of a lofty traveler to a person living in this world. The death of the elder Uchiha Zen also marked a significant turning point in Ke's life. At that moment, he finally understood that even with the advantage of foresight, some losses are still unavoidable in this brutal era. In that moment, Ke was no longer a bystander, but a flesh and blood avenger. Regarding the plot, regarding filling in the gaps. In the first volume, I laid many foreshadowings and attempted to fill some of the gaps in the original work. For instance, many have discussed the origin of the Flying Thunder God technique. The original work only states that it was developed by the second Hokage, but I think it resembles Aristotle's idea that if a theory cannot trace back to its earliest developer, it should be attributed to Aristotle. Similarly, I believe many of Senju Tobarama's ninjutsu fall into this category. Thus, I established that it was an ancient concept of the Senju clan, which was taken by the Uchiha and improved upon by Ke, which not only reasonably explain the origin of the ninjutsu, but also enhance the protagonist's unique advantages. Furthermore, there is the existence of Kurizetsu. As the biggest puppet master behind the scenes of the ninja war, he naturally cannot be absent from this grand play. I arranged the Kurizetsu family as a pawn, allowing Ke to confront Kurizetsu in advance, which not only increased the tension of the plot, but also laid the groundwork for future confrontations. Of course, I am aware that as my first book, there are certainly many shortcomings. Some plot developments may be handled somewhat crudely, and some pacing may not be smooth enough. For example, in the depiction of the Western war, some readers might find it slightly lengthy. In the treatment of romantic elements, there might still be some awkwardness. I am aware of these issues and keep them in mind. Every comment, every suggestion, I will read carefully. I thank everyone for their understanding and support. It is your encouragement that has allowed me to continue writing until now. Regarding the future and the second volume, the story of the first volume officially ends here, but this is just the beginning. With Uchiha Madara succeeding as clan leader, the opposition between Uchiha and Senju will enter a new phase. The grand battle that we are familiar with and eagerly anticipate is gradually approaching. I can reveal a bit: the pace of the second volume will be faster and the conflicts will be more intense. I want to write a different Naruto story. Finally, I would like to thank every reader who has reached this point. Your companionship has given me the motivation to continue writing. Writing is a lonely journey, but because of your companionship, I do not feel alone. Let us meet again in the second volume and continue this journey through the world of ninjas. In the deep autumn of the land of fire, the chill intensifies and the yellowed fallen leaves cover the broad path leading to the Uchiha clan's territory. However, unlike the tense and oppressive atmosphere of previous years, this year's Uchiha territory seems to bear a different hue. As night falls at this hour, apart from a few core sentry posts lit by pine resin torches, most clansmen would have extinguished their oil lamps early. After all, in this era of scarce resources and warfare, even lamp oil is a consumable that requires careful budgeting. But today, as darkness attempts to envelop the land, the core regions of the clan territory, including the majestic clan leader's residence, the elder council wielding life and death authority, the medical department that saves lives, and the newly expanded intelligence department building, lit up simultaneously. It was not the flickering candlelight that emits black smoke, but a stable and bright white light, as radiant as daylight, streaming through the windows and door gaps, illuminating the bluestone streets to perfection. It was electric light. After more than half a year of installation, this technology, crafted with great effort by the Nakano research team, has finally taken root and flourished in the Uchiha stronghold. Although the current production capacity is limited by the output of chakra batteries only sufficient to supply these critical core areas, this is akin to a miraculous transformation for the Uchiha who have lived through the Warring States period. In the past half year, the changes within the Uchiha clan have been revolutionary. Despite remaining in a stifling Cold War state with their arch-rivals the Senju clan, the air still tinged with the scent of gunpowder, the Uchiha clan's logistical support has reached unprecedented abundance thanks to the complete pacification of the West and the frenzied influx of resources from Tianyuan City. Although Uchiha Kakashi nominally oversees the West, he spends most of his time within the clan territory, remotely directing operations in the West. A steady stream of gold and silver transported back from Tianyuan City is showered upon every corner of the clan territory. This method of distributing wealth, though simple and crude, is the most effective way to win people's hearts. Kakashi's reputation has soared to unprecedented heights, even surpassing that of the clan leader Uchiha Madara. The meeting hall of the clan leader's residence is also powered several bright chandeliers dispelling the shadows in the corners. Uchiha Madara sits behind a pitch-black desk, holding an urgent report from the border. That bastard Senju Tobarama. Madara tossed the report onto the desk, his brow furrowed, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Recently, he's been quite active, not only conducting construction right under our noses, but also sending people to infiltrate near the Bone Grave Ridge. Yesterday, our patrol team discovered him collecting Kakashi's flying thunder god Kanai, seemingly trying to crack this ninjutsu. That was merely a test, also a provocation. Uchiha Izuna sat on the left sofa, having grown remarkably over the past half year as the newly appointed intelligence elder. Under his guidance, the Umbu has become a sharp blade. He is testing the limits of our reaction, Izuna said with a cold sneer, a glint of disdain in his eyes. It's nothing but petty tricks that haven't even formed yet. As long as we do not cross that red line, Tobarama won't dare to take real action, especially since everyone is still licking their wounds. Easier said than done. A clear voice came from the doorway as Uchiha Taki strode in. He was still dressed in his combat uniform, which allowed for easy movement. After half a year's honing, especially his outstanding performance in several small-scale conflicts with the Senju, he has firmly established his position as one of the clan's top combatants. Izuna, you're sitting safely in the rear, unaware of the hardships on the front lines. Taki took a swig from the water jug on the table, his tone tinged with complaints. This afternoon our patrol team in the north clashed with the Senju again, and the brothers on the front lines are fuming. Let him bounce around for a few days. Kakashi, who had been reading on the sofa by the window, closed the ancient book in his hands. It was a fragment concerning the origins of chakra from ancient times, a treasure he had dug up from the ruins of the Heisa family. He said lightly, as long as they do not launch a full-scale attack, these minor skirmishes can be considered practice for the new recruits on the front lines. Real wars are never decided by such trivial brawls. He walked to the window, gazing at the brightly lit clan territory, a flicker of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The current Uchiha can withstand consumption. As long as our logistics do not collapse, we can drag the Senju down with us. You indeed have a relaxed outlook. Madara looked at Kakashi, a hint of helplessness appearing on his originally stern face. You're supposed to be the deputy clan leader, though I intended for you to help manage domestic affairs, yet you ended up delegating everything to Elder Shaku, and have been hiding in the clan territory like a slacker reading all day. To whom much is given, much is required. Kakashi shrugged innocently. Besides, Elder Shaku seems quite happy overseeing everything. By the way, speaking of Tobarama, Madara seemed to suddenly recall something, his gaze sweeping over Kakashi, the originally serious corners of his mouth curling into a teasing arc. I've heard that Uzumaki Kushina seems to be pregnant. Moreover, the due date is set for early next spring. Yes, the intelligence department did receive this news. Izuna nodded, his tone somewhat complex. Kushina even sent a batch of medicines over for this matter, which seems quite genuine. Tisk, as expected of the reincarnation of Ashura, her speed in having children is faster than others. Kakashi secretly mocked in his heart. And what about you? Madara suddenly shifted the topic, his dark, piercing gaze fixed firmly on Kakashi, his eyes filled with mockery. Tobarama is about to have a child. How long do you plan to delay? Huh? Kakashi was taken aback. Don't play innocent. Madara pointed to the east. The princess of the Hyuga clan. Oh, everyone knows it. Puffed. The sip of tea that Kakashi had just taken almost spewed out, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Madara, as if he no longer recognized the person before him. I say, clan leader, when did you also become as gossipy as those old men? Is this kind of family affair also your concern? I am the clan leader, Madara stated with righteous indignation, a rare smile appearing on his face. The continuation of the family's bloodline is a major matter. Moreover, the Hyuga clan is now closely tied to us. If we can completely bring them onto our side through marriage, it would greatly benefit our fight against the Senju. Enough already. Kakashi rolled his eyes and waved his hand. Let Tobarama enjoy this political marriage. Suit yourself. Seeing that Kakashi did not wish to discuss further, Madara did not press the issue. He had merely asked casually, then stood up and walked to the enormous military map on the wall, which detailed the entire land of fire and its surrounding small countries covered with flags. Madara's finger slowly traced along the long and winding line of confrontation on the map, his voice becoming serious and low once again. This balance cannot be maintained for long. The Senju's power is recovering, and sooner or later this long-suppressed war will erupt once more, and it will be more brutal than ever. He turned his head to look at his three brothers behind him, the fighting spirit in his eyes burning like flames. I have a premonition that the next great war is not far off. The rainy season in the land of fire always arrives unexpectedly. This forest is located in the northern part of the Uchiha clan, and the dense treetops emitted a wailing sound like the cries of ghosts as they were battered by the rain. A faint sound of footsteps, almost imperceptible, pierced through the cover. This forest is located in the northern part of the Uchiha clan, and the dense treetops emitted a wailing sound like the cries of ghosts as they were battered by the rain. A faint sound of footsteps, almost imperceptible, pierced through the cover of the torrential downpour. 5 shadowy figures swiftly navigated through the muddy and slippery branches, their movements synchronized and silent. The leader appeared somewhat slender, yet beneath that tight black combat suit lay an astonishing explosive power. He was Uchiha Taki. As the youngest elite jonin of the clan, he exhibited no hint of arrogance, instead displaying a composure and gravity that belied his age. Captain, the rain is too heavy. A jonin following behind him whispered, in this weather, if it were a regular tracking mission, we could postpone. It's precisely because of this weather that the rats will be unable to resist crawling out of their holes. Taki did not turn back, his 3-demo Sharingan slowly rotating, capturing even the slightest chakra fluctuations in the air. In the past week, the 3 groups of hidden scouts deployed in this area have all gone dark with no distress signals, not even bodies found. This is not something ordinary wandering ninjas could accomplish. He paused, his tone growing colder. Moreover, I have a feeling we might catch a big fish tonight. Continue forward, target Hongfeng village, which is the only human settlement in this area, and they cannot avoid it. Yes. The 4 subordinates replied in unison without a second word. Their initial doubts about this young commander had long transformed into absolute obedience. The team accelerated again, slicing through the curtain of rain like a sharp blade. Half an hour later, a small village built against the mountains faintly appeared in their sight. Hanfeng Village. This is a subordinate village affiliated with the Uchiha clan, responsible for supplying provisions and rest to the border patrol team. The village is small, with only over 300 residents. Due to its proximity to the border confrontation with the Senju, it remained relatively peaceful, with a few Uchiha Chunin stationed here. However, today there was an inexplicable eeriness here. It was too quiet. There were no lights or cooking smoke, and even the few hunting dogs at the village entrance, which usually barked incessantly at the slightest rustle, were silent at this moment. The entire village seemed to have been wiped clean of all vitality by an invisible giant hand quietly lying in the rainy night, exuding an eerie silence. Taki stopped raising his hand to signal a halt. The four subordinates immediately dispersed, each taking up advantageous observation positions, their kunai already poised for action. "Captain, this scent." A Jonin sniffed, his expression turning grim. "There's a metallic scent mixed with the rain. It's strong, very strong." Taki's pupils slightly constricted. He too smelled the thick metallic odor overpowering the earthy and rainy scents, like an invisible hand squeezing his throat. "Let's go in and take a look." Taki took a deep breath, suppressing his unease. "Maintain formation, we must be cautious." As he pushed open the door of the first wooden house at the village entrance, the creaking sound echoed sharply in the silence. Illuminated by the occasional flashes of lightning cutting across the sky, the scene inside the house came into view. Corpses. A floor covered in corpses. It was a family of 5. A frail elder, a strong man, and even a baby still in swaddling clothes, all sprawled in disarray in pools of blood. Their faces still bore traces of terror, but what was most chilling was that there were no signs of struggle in the house. The tables and chairs arranged neatly, and even the bowl of unfinished porridge on the table still emitted a faint warmth. This indicated that the murderer had completed the killings in an instant, so quickly that the victims had no time to even contemplate resistance. Taki crouched down, carefully examining the wounds on the male head of the household. There was a thin red line on his neck, so fine that had it not been a fatal wound, one might have difficulty noticing it with the naked eye. Wind released. Taki's voice was somewhat dry. "In the land of fire, only the Shimura clan uses this type of wind release." A subordinate behind him continued, his expression growing more serious. "But how could the Shimura clan reach so far?" "That's not the worst of it." One subordinate, checking another corpse, suddenly called out, "Captain, come look at this." Taki hurried over. The elder's death was even more tragic. There were no obvious external injuries, but his dried-up body was covered in strange purple spots, and his stomach was bulging, as if something inside were writhing. Taki drew his kunai, carefully lifting the elder's clothing, and a beetle the size of a fingernail crawled out from the elder's navel, fluttering its wings as if to fly. Parasitic bug. Taki acted swiftly, a flame igniting at his fingertip, reducing the bug to ashes. "And the Oil Girl clan? Haven't they already been decimated by Brother Ku? How dare they come to provoke us?" But this was far from over. When they arrived at the central village, usually the most fortified residence of the village chief, they found an outer member of the Uchiha clan with special Jonin strength impaled against the wall by a pale long spear. Corpse bone pulse. Taki felt a chill at his fingertips. He recognized this thing. This famous bloodline limit was known to everyone in the Land of Fire. The Kagaya clan. Haven't they declared a cease of clan activities? How could they appear here? One subordinate finally could not suppress his fear, his voice trembling. The Shimura's wind, the Oil Girl's bugs, and the Kagaya's bones all appeared in the same place, slaughtering an ordinary village. What does this mean? It means a massive alliance aimed at the Uchiha is quietly forming in the shadows. And it has already infiltrated. This is a demonstration and also a bait. Taki slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over the desolate ruins around him. They deliberately left these traces for us to find. "Captain, what do we do now?" a subordinate asked anxiously. "We must inform the clan if this is definitely a conspiracy. Even if we call for support now, it would be too late." Taki shook his head, looking up at the rolling dark clouds above. In such heavy rain, it would take at least a whole day for them to arrive from the clan. And unless we ascertain their exact position and who their commander is, even if we rush back to report the support, would just be aimless. Taki's voice grew resolute, the pride belonging to the Uchiha overwhelming his unease as he said, "Since they dare to extend their hands into our territory, they must be prepared to have them severed." He turned to his 4 subordinates. "If you stay with me, I will be distracted protecting you. So as usual, you should return to the clan as quickly as possible to report. I will scout for information alone and retreat immediately. Don't worry about me." "Yes." After watching the 4 subordinates head towards the clan, Taki transformed into a shadow and dashed into the vast curtain of rain. No one noticed that in the shadow of the ruins behind him, a miniature poisonous insect no larger than a speck of dust lay quietly under a dead leaf, its multifaceted eyes flickering with a ghostly green light. The blinding lightning tore through the pitch-black night sky, illuminating the entire forest in a ghastly white light, while the deafening thunder seemed capable of shattering the very heavens. The torrential rain pounded against the leaves, creating a dense cacophony that drowned out all sounds within the forest, as Uchiha Takashi silently darted between the treetops. His body was crouched low, each step landing precisely upon the branches without causing the slightest tremor, his form clad in a tight black combat suit that had long since soaked through, clinging to his muscles. Soon he arrived at the end of the trail, his Freedomo Sharingan glowing red in the darkness, firmly locking onto the winding path that delved deep into the gorge ahead. Though he had just displayed immense confidence, he would never underestimate any potential danger. The fact that the Jounin had retreated early was precisely because they sensed the lurking threat. Since awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Takashi's strength had soared. Now with these eyes he was confident enough to match some ordinary clan leaders, and even when facing seasoned clan leaders he felt he could retreat unscathed. It's about 30 miles from Hongfeng village to here. While maintaining his high speed, Takashi rapidly analyzed the situation in his mind. There's been virtually no change in direction along this path. The enemy must have deliberately left these traces as bait. A quick glance should be safe to withdraw. Yet the unease in his heart lingered. It felt strange, as if a pair of eyes were watching his every move through the torrential rain. It's too quiet. Takashi paused again on a protruding branch, holding his breath to carefully listen to the sounds around him. Aside from the sound of the rain, there was only silence. This forest was like a silent beast with its maw wide open, waiting for prey to wander into its grasp. Something's not right. Takashi frowned, glancing down at the soil beneath his feet, where a line of exceptionally clear footprints extended northward. If the traces along the way could be tracked by any information ninja, then these footprints were so obvious that even an ordinary person would notice. They were so deep that the torrential rain couldn't wash them away in a short time, without any attempt at concealment, as if beckoning him, saying, "Come here, I'm right here." What a clumsy tactic. Takashi sneered. "Since you want me to come in so badly, I'll make sure not to fall for it." Without hesitation, he unleashed his chakra and bolted back in the direction he had come from. There was no choice, although retreating now meant he couldn't bring back any intelligence, making him seem rather cowardly. His survival was always the most important thing. Faced with this obvious trap, he wasn't foolish. What's more, the purpose of his tracking had been to prevent the Uchiha territory from being invaded, and he couldn't afford to wait for the main force of his clan to arrive. But now he had at least ensured that there were no enemy forces within 30 miles. The original concern no longer existed, and he could wait for the reinforcements from his clan before investigating further. However, just as he crossed a low ridge, an unexpected change occurred, with 4 shadowy figures appearing without warning around him. For ninjas clad in tight black suits and wearing pale white masks had effectively sealed off all of Takashi's escape routes, and the moment he halted, one of them drew 2 pale bone spikes from behind. Standing at the center of the encirclement formed by the 4, Takashi remained calm, not revealing the slightest hint of panic as he slowly scanned the 4 unexpected enemies. "This can't be a coincidence, can it?" Takashi spoke indifferently, his voice somewhat ethereal amidst the rain. "I deliberately circled behind that ridge. Logically, you shouldn't be able to predict my landing point so precisely and set up an ambush here." He paused, a sarcastic smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Unless my movements have been transparent from the very—" "You talk too much." The leader Akagaya Jounin spoke in a hoarse voice imbued with a chilling, murderous intent. "Since you've come, you might as well leave your life behind." "Is that so?" Takashi raised an eyebrow in contempt. "Then it depends on whether you have the life to take it." As the words left his mouth, the killing intent surged. With the leader's sharp command, the 4 Kage Jounin moved simultaneously, their bone spears slicing through the rain like venomous snakes, aimed at Takashi's throat, heart back inside. This was a lethal deadlock in their eyes. This Uchiha kid, even if he were an elite Jounin, wouldn't be able to withstand such a combination, already a dead man. Yet faced with this overwhelming assault, Takashi did not perform the hand seals for defense as they had anticipated, nor did he attempt to evade with a substitution technique. He merely stood there, slowly raising his head. His originally pitch-black Sharingan underwent a chilling transformation at that moment, the 3 black tomo merging and stretching into a complex and eerie geometric pattern. "Mangekyo Sharingan. Since you enjoy playing so much," Takashi's voice was low and icy, "then let me show you the true power of the Uchiha." His gaze instantly locked onto the 4 figures charging at high speed, merely by focusing his sight. A faint sound of ignition echoed in the rainy night, followed by 4 simultaneous piercing cries. At the very moment the 4 Kage Jounin were about to strike, Takashi, ink-black flames erupted without warning from their chests and heads. The raindrops hitting them didn't even produce a wisp of smoke as they were instantly evaporated into nothingness. What is this? The leader of the Kagaya Jounin frantically slapped at the flames engulfing him, trying to cover the burning areas with bone membranes. But it was futile. The flames of Amaterasu clung like maggots once attached. They couldn't be shaken off, spreading wildly through their flesh and blood. In just a few seconds, the once ferocious Jounin ready to hunt down the Uchiha genius had transformed into 4 fire-ridden figures rolling frantically in the mud, their bones melting under the high temperatures of the black flames and their flesh turning to ash in an instant. Gradually their screams diminished, morphing into 4 piles of charred remains quietly lying in the... Takashi did not rush to leave, nor did he display any joy at his victory. Instead, his expression grew even graver as his Mangekyo Sharingan meticulously scanned everything around him. The recent skirmish confirmed one thing for him: this was no mere coincidence, as the enemy had set up an ambush here with such precision, indicating that his movements had long been exposed. What exactly is going on? Takashi murmured to himself, his gaze sweeping over the soil beneath his feet and the surrounding tree trunks, not letting any slight anomaly slip by. Everything appeared to be normal. But he knew there had to be something nearby watching him. If he didn't find it, no matter how many ambushers he killed, it would all be in vain, and he would be slowly exhausted to death in this rainy night. Where cold sweat beaded on Takashi's forehead, the feeling of being watched still lingered, as if countless invisible insects were crawling on his skin. Insects. A flash of inspiration struck Takashi's mind as he suddenly looked up at a withered leaf on a tree where a minuscule black, hardly larger than dust, resided. If he hadn't concentrated the attention of his Mangekyo to the utmost, he would never have noticed this insignificant presence. So it's like this. Takashi's lips curled into a bitter smile. Who else is there? Come out. The rain fell, heavier cold droplets converging into streams between the branches and leaves trickling down the rough bark and eventually splashing up muddy water on the thick layer of humus on the ground. A suffocating aura of murderous intent filled the air as Uchiha Takumi stood in a clearing at the center of the woods, his body slightly leaning forward, breathing steady and prolonged, unaffected by the recent battle, while his crimson Sharingan spun wildly, searching for every flaw in the seemingly empty darkness. Come out. Takumi's voice, though not loud, pierced through the sounds of the wind and rain, resonating clearly in the ears of every hidden foe. Since such a grand scheme has been laid out, why hide like a rat in the sewers, eh? The little brat from the Uchiha clan has quite a keen perception. A raspy, chilling laughter echoed from all directions as dozens of silhouettes emerged silently around the previously empty woods, forming a tightly woven net of encirclement. Straight ahead, a thin, middle-aged man slowly stepped forward. He was the clan leader of the Shimura clan. Behind Takumi, a taller and more robust figure blocked the path. His pale skin was marred by various grotesque scars, with 2 striking vermilion dots between his brows, the current clan leader of the Kagaya clan. In addition to these 2 clan leaders, more than 20 elite jonin stood around, belonging to the Shimura, Kagaya, and Oil Girl clans, each one a top expert in their respective families. To hunt down a single Uchiha Takumi, this group of avengers had gathered such terrifying strength. Shimura clan leader, Kagaya clan leader, Oil Girl clan leader. Takumi's gaze swept over the 2 long-established powerhouses, a faint smirk of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. For a mere junior like me, you 3 have actually come in person. This display is truly flattering. You little brat from the Uchiha clan, stop flaunting your tongue here. The blood debt your brother incurred on Bone Burial Ridge will start collecting interest from you today. The Kagaya clan leader's cruel eyes locked onto Takumi like a starving wolf fixating on its prey. Blood debt. Takumi scoffed. It is only natural to be killed on the battlefield when one is outmatched. If the Kagaya clan is left with nothing but this kind of feudal resentment, then the annihilation of your clan will not be far off. Oh, but didn't you claim to be a closed clan? Why are you out here again? Are you really going to face extermination? Seeking death? The Kagaya clan leader was thoroughly enraged by this statement, roaring as he was about to charge forward, only to be restrained by the Shimura clan leader opposite him. Don't rush. Shimura-kin's voice remained calm, carrying a sense of deep-rooted cunning. Since we've already entered the cage, don't give him any chance to escape, or first close the door. As his words fell, 4 elite jonin positioned at 4 corners moved simultaneously, forming a complex hand seal. 4 purple flames formation. The ground shook violently as purple fire pillars shot up from the 4 corners, thrusting straight into the sky. The purple light quickly spread and connected, forming a massive square-shaped light curtain that enveloped a radius of 500 meters completely. Takumi looked up at the enclosed sky above him, his gaze slightly heavy. The 4 purple flames formation was a high-level barrier that even clan leader-level experts found difficult to break easily. Within this barrier, not only were physical escape routes cut off, but even ordinary body flicker techniques would be heavily restricted. It seems you are determined to keep me here. Takumi withdrew his gaze, not showing any signs of panic at the barrier's emergence. As a battle-hardened Quasiclan leader-level expert, he understood that in dire situations on the battlefield, one must remain calm. Panic only accelerates death. But if you want to kill me, let's see if you have the capability. A massive and chilling chakra erupted from Takumi's body, and at that moment, his Freedomo Sharingan underwent a qualitative change, spinning and merging wildly, ultimately transforming into a complex and bizarre black geometric pattern. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. With the opening of this pair of eyes, an oppressive force of eye power swept across the battlefield, causing the weaker Jonin around to involuntarily take a step back. Is that the kaleidoscope mentioned in the intel? Shimura-kin narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of caution flashing within, but more was the intent to kill. Indeed, the rumors are true. Since that is the case, you must not be allowed to return alive. Attack. Don't give him any chance to breathe. He took a deep breath, his hands forming seals like lightning. Wind release, great breakthrough. At the same time, other Shimura clan members also launched their attacks, countless wind blades howling from all directions, sealing off all of Takumi's escape routes. From behind, the Sarutobi clan ninjas also completed their hand seals. Fire release, great fire. The wind fueled the flames, and the overwhelming sea of fire mixed with wind blades formed a destructive fiery storm that completely engulfed Takumi's figure. The sound of a violent explosion resonated throughout the barrier. The earth cracked, trees turned to ashes, and the soil was scorched into black glass. Did we get him, A Kagaya Jonin licked his lips, uncertainly asking. However, at that moment when the smoke had yet to dissipate, a ghostly green light shone at the center of the explosion. You think you can kill me with this level of power? A cold voice emerged from the smoke. A gust of wind blew away the smoke, revealing Uchiha Takumi still standing there unscathed in the center of the massive crater, surrounded by a translucent large green skeletal figure that protected him completely. The wind blades capable of cutting through gold and jade struck against the ribs, leaving only shallow white marks, and the scorching flames were unable to breach this layer of absolute defense. Is this the Susanoo that kid used to kill old Hiais? The Kagaya clan leader looked at the green skeleton, his murderous intent growing fiercer. If I want to see whether your Susanoo is tougher or my Kagaya clan's bones. With a beast-like roar, his skin suddenly burst open and pale bone spikes grew wildly from his body, wrapping him entirely into a spiky white porcupine in the blink of an eye. Corpse bone path dance of the Tang song. The Kagaya clan leader charged forward with unparalleled kinetic energy, hard against the chakra pressure emitted by the Susanoo. Bang! A sound that made teeth ache erupted as pure power clashed with chakra. Takumi felt his body jolt. Though the Susanoo blocked the blow, the tremendous impact still transmitted to him. Such hard bones. Takumi controlled the Susanoo to swing its enormous skeletal arm, attempting to swat the Kagaya's bone form away. However, the opponent's combat experience was extremely rich, immediately bouncing away after dodging the blow, not giving Takumi any chance to counterattack. Just then, before Takumi could recover, an ear-piercing buzzing sound rang in his ears. Countless small black insects, taking advantage of the moment when the Susanoo and the Kagaya's bone form collided, latched onto the surface of the Susanoo like a cloud of black mist. Though the Oil Girl clan's parasitic insects could not directly bite through the Susanoo, they were ravenously devouring the chakra that composed the Susanoo. You think you can wear me down? Takumi immediately sensed that the speed of chakra depletion in his body was accelerating. Maintaining the Susanoo itself was a huge drain, and with these insects' consumption, even his current chakra wouldn't last long. Wind release vacuum waved. Just then, wind blades flew in from an unexpected angle, precisely cutting toward the weak point where the Susanoo's ribs connected. As one wave subsided, another rose. The enemy gave him no chance to breathe, and this was entirely a meticulously designed wheel battle targeting the weaknesses of the Susanoo. I can't go on like this. Takumi took a deep breath, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the impenetrable four purple flames formation. He knew that within this barrier he was isolated and without support. If he wanted to survive and send the information out, the only way was to fight desperately. Since you want to play, then I will play with you to the end. The crimson kaleidoscope spun to its utmost limits, and the Susanoo, originally in skeletal form, suddenly erupted with a stronger chakra. The green light surged, countless veins and muscles instantly covered the skeleton, and the Susanoo's size soared again, transforming from a ribcage into a half-giant. Come on. Takumi stood within the giant's chest, letting out a thunderous roar. The enormous green arm swung violently, a long sword of black flame forged from Amaterasu, appearing in hand, sweeping toward the approaching enemies with a devastating momentum. The battle had only just begun. The arm of the emerald-green giant swept through the air wielding a long sword forged from Amaterasu, radiating a heat and dominance capable of annihilating everything fiercely striking forward. Wherever the black flames passed, the air became instantly distorted, evaporating even the raindrops upon. Several elite jonin from the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans who had attempted to defend themselves with wind release and earth release turned from battle fervor to terror the moment they saw the black swords sweeping toward them. "We can't stop it. Retreat!" Someone screamed in panic. But it was too late. The Amaterasu sword sliced through their defensive jutsu, without any hindrance, rendering them as fragile as thin paper before such overwhelming power. The four jonin struck by the black flame sword aura were instantly engulfed in fire. They tried to extinguish the flames on their bodies, but the fire intensified like a parasitic insect until it turned them all to ashes. The once impenetrable encirclement was forcefully torn open by the tyrannical sword of Takumi. Is this the power of that IA? Standing a little farther away, the head of the Uchiha clan gazed at the ashes of his clansmen. His previously narrowed eyes suddenly widened, revealing a deep sense of dread. Though he had long known about the new power of the Uchiha, its strength exceeded his expectations, and its unquenchable nature was like a reaper on the battlefield. "We can't let him continue killing," the Uchiha clan leader decisively declared, quickly forming hand seals. "If we don't suppress him now, everyone we brought today will die here. Everyone scatter, don't let him get close." Following his command, the remaining 20-plus elite jonin quickly retreated, increasing the distance from Susanoo, no longer attempting close combat, but instead standing back to unleash a barrage of jutsu, using their numerical advantage. Wind release vacuum great sphere. Fire release fire dragon bullet. Earth release earth dragon bullet. A colorful array of jutsu bombarded Susanoo's massive form like a meteor shower. Though Susanoo had astonishing defensive power, signs of instability began to emerge under the relentless barrage. The green chakra cloak rippled continuously, its glow flickering. Inside the chest cavity of Susanoo, Takumi's face grew paler. Maintaining this form, with an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan, consumed vast amounts of chakra, and after the previous strike, he was starting to struggle. Breathing heavily but with unwavering battle intent in his eyes, he understood that the enemy was exhausting him, yet he too was waiting for an opportunity to break this deadlock. Now's the time. The head of the Kagaya clan, who had been searching for a flaw, finally saw an opening. The previous round of concentrated jutsu bombardment, though it didn't penetrate Susanoo, had successfully caused its movements to momentarily freeze. As an old powerhouse who had spent his life in battle, he would not let this fleeting flaw slip away. Corpse bone path, early fern dance. Countless sharp bone spikes erupted crazily from the ground beneath him, resembling a white thicket of thorns that quickly spread to Susanoo's feet. Crack. With a crisp sound, after enduring continuous heavy strikes, Susanoo's originally indestructible chakra barrier finally revealed a tiny crack. At the same time, hidden in the shadows, the head of the Oil Woman clan revealed his fangs. Secret technique, poison dust technique. A cloud of black bugs silently wormed its way through the crack opened by Kagaya's bone. These weren't ordinary parasitic bugs. They were specially bred poison insects created to counter chakra defenses after receiving intel from Uchiha Kage. What? Takumi felt a numbness in his chest, and immediately, after a violent wave of dizziness crashed over him. The chakra flowing within him became sluggish, and the previously stable Susanoo began to shake violently, on the verge of collapse. Good opportunity. Die. Seeing this, Kagaya's bone became ecstatic, rushing forward with the bone spear in hand, piercing through the crumbling defense, aiming straight for Takumi's heart. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The sharp bone spear was less than 3 inches from Takumi's chest, and the poison bugs swarmed around him. This was a dead end, a situation of certain death. If it were an ordinary ninja, they would likely have given up resistance and closed their eyes to wait for death. However, Takumi's Mangekyo Sharingan, which had been in an overloaded state, suddenly erupted with an extremely eerie red light. "You want to kill me? You are a century too early." A strange cold smile crept onto Takumi's lips. A peculiar wave radiated from him, and in that instant the world seemed to be pressed in reverse. Kagaya's clan leader, whose face had twisted into a maniacal grin at the prospect of victory, suddenly froze, feeling a flash before his eyes. The boy who should have been pierced through the heart had vanished. The prey that should have been dying in front of him disappeared without a trace, leaving only an empty space. In Kagaya's bone, confusion engulfed his mind. This unreasonable phenomenon sparked a fear rising from the depths of his soul. Was this the flying thunder god? Or some strange jutsu? He did not know. He only felt a lethal sense of crisis surging wildly from behind him. "Looking for me?" A cold voice whispered at his neck, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end instinctively, making him want to turn and defend. But it was too late. This was the ability of Takumi's right, I named the reversion eye technique, which could forcibly revert everything about himself except for his ocular power and chakra, including his position and injuries back to 3 seconds prior. That was the moment before he was infected by the poison bugs when his body was in its optimal state. Leveraging the characteristics of this ability, he had reset himself to the dead angle of Kagaya's attack, right behind him. Amaterasu. Takumi did not hesitate. Blood tears streamed from his left eye as he locked his gaze firmly on Kagaya's unguarded back. The pitch-black flames erupted on Kagaya's back, and at such a close range there was no escape. Kagaya let out a wail more miserable than anyone before as the thick layer of bone armor melted like wax before Amaterasu. The black flames burned through the bone armor, scorching directly to his spine. Kagaya struggled frantically, crashing to the ground in the mud, rolling in pain, attempting to use chakra to extinguish the flames, but it had no effect. Clan leader. The surrounding Kagaya ninjas were dumbfounded. They never expected that their leader, who had seemed so victorious just moments ago, would become like this. However, Kagaya was a ruthless individual. In the face of death, he made the most correct judgment, abruptly drawing a bone knife and gritting his teeth to sever the entirety of his back, including half of his shoulder, which had been covered in black flames. Chunks of flesh and blood burning with black fire flew out and landed on the ground, continuing to burn while Kagaya let out a scream and quickly retreated into the distance. Though he saved his life, he was utterly ruined in this battle. The scene fell into silence as everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Both the Uchiha clan leader and the Hidden Oil Woman clan leader looked at the staggering black-clad youth in the rain, their eyes filled with deep apprehension and fear. Is this the Mangekyo Sharingan? It can instantly kill clan-level powerhouses using such an eerie method. However, at this moment Takumi knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, and Susanoo had completely dissipated. Though the jutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan was extraordinary, the consumption was also astonishing. The rain gradually ceased, and what dripped onto the soil was no longer the cold rainwater, but warm blood quickly congealing in the frigid air with a sweet metallic scent. Within the purplish light of the four purple flames formation, it had clearly transformed into a battlefield of Azura with a dozen charred and incomplete corpses strewn haphazardly in pools of blood. Uchiha Ryu knelt half-heartedly in the center of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, gasping heavily as the air was saturated with an almost unbearable metallic tang and the smell of charred flesh, with every breath causing a tearing pain in his chest. His body emitted a mournful wail from the exhaustion of his ocular power and chakra, the light of Susanoo flickering precariously, ready to extinguish like a candle flame in the wind. With all his strength, Ryu raised his head, his bleeding eyes of the kaleidoscope Sharingan fixated on the front, where the once formidable elite coalition had now dwindled to just 3 figures. The clan leaders of the Uchiha Kagaya and Oil Woman clans stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, though their appearances were quite disheveled at that moment. The battle attire of the Uchiha clan leader was riddled with slashes, although not injuring any vital spots. The charred edges still emitted wisps of smoke, making him look like a beggar who had just crawled out of a fire, his formerly cold expression now filled with shock. The Kagaya clan leader was in an even worse state, having nearly rendered himself completely useless in order to counter Amaterasu. Though he had forcefully sealed his wounds to stop the bleeding, his face was as pale as paper, and his gaze toward Ryu was filled with resentment and unmistakable fear. The Oil Woman clan leader, who had been hiding in the shadows, showed no external injuries, yet the once densely packed swarm of insects around him had noticeably thinned. In the recent devastating explosion of Susanoo, many of his precious bugs had been burned to death, causing him to feel a pang of heartache. Monster. This guy is simply a monster. Oil Woman Shizuka looked at the boy kneeling on the ground, his voice tinged with an unmistakable fear and dread. Just moments ago they believed victory was assured, but who could have anticipated that the boy could unleash such terrifying power in what seemed like an inescapable dead end? The green half-giant rose from the ground once more, even more solid and violent than before. This time it disregarded the 3 tough clan leaders and instead targeted the slightly weaker elite Jonin. The massive Amaterasu black flame sword transformed in his hand into a deadly whirlwind, sweeping across the battlefield with unwavering resolve, while his other arm conjured 3 chakra orbs as green as emeralds, shooting them like cannonballs, sealing off the retreat of all. In that reckless eruption, the dozen Jonin, who could normally stand alone, were harvested in waves like wheat. And Brother Ke, Brother Madara, Brother Izuna. Amidst the frenzied slaughter, Ryu's consciousness began to blur with memories from his childhood flashing through his mind. Accompanied by a roar that emanated from the depths of his soul, Ryu squeezed out the last trace of chakra within him, intertwining the black flames with the green chakra orbs like a blossoming death lotus that thoroughly cleansed the interior of the barrier. When the light faded on the battlefield, aside from the 3 clan leaders who barely managed to protect themselves, there were no other standing souls. Now this feast of slaughter had finally come to an end as Ryu began to cough violently, each cough causing gushes of blood to surge from his mouth, his chakra completely exhausted with the willpower, keeping him standing dwindling like a flickering candle. It's over. The Uchiha clan leader slowly raised the short blade in his hand, knowing as the commander that this was no time for hesitation. They had suffered tremendous losses in this battle. If they failed to take down the opponent, it would be a colossal loss indeed. You Uchiha brat are quite strong. The Uchiha clan leader looked at Ryu, his tone carrying a hint of genuine respect. To push us 3 clan leaders to this extent by yourself, you have every reason to be proud. I will always remember your name as a worthy opponent. Is that so? Ryu smiled, his expression infused with the unique arrogance of the Uchiha. Then I consider it an honor. I know I've reached my limit, trading my life for the lives of over a dozen elite jonin and severely wounding the Kagaya clan leader. This deal is far from a loss. So he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of the final moment. A splatter of blood erupted. Ryu's body shuddered violently as his crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly lost its luster. It's finally over. Looking at the finally fallen figure, the Oil Woman clan leader let out a long sigh of relief, feeling almost exhausted, while the Kagaya clan leader collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily, his eyes filled with the relief of surviving a catastrophe. This battle had been too brutal. Although they won, it was achieved with extreme difficulty, and the price paid was too high. Stop wasting time. However, Uchiha Ken still remained vigilant, quickly moving to Ryu's corpse. While the Uchiha have not yet arrived, hurry and cut off his head, take out his eyes. Hearing this, the Oil Woman and Kagaya leaders strained to stand, knowing that these kaleidoscope Sharingan might be the only spoils of war after their painful sacrifices. However, just as Uchiha Ken's short blade was about to touch Ryu's neck, a terrifying chakra, indescribable and without warning, swept in from afar. The 3 clan leaders felt a simultaneous heart palpitation, as if their blood was freezing, their bodies uncontrollably stiffening. What is this? The Oil Woman clan leader's face instantly turned pale. He could never forget this chakra, the very one that annihilated his clan and ruined everything he had. Uchiha Ke. He's coming. Retreat. Quick retreat. Lift the barrier. The Uchiha clan leader issued the most decisive command of his life, not even bothering to handle Ryu's corpse as he turned and fled. For he knew that in his current state, even with 3 clan leaders on his side, facing Uchiha Ke would mean death. As the barrier was lifted, the 3 clan leaders fled in the opposite direction without looking back. Just as their figures vanished at the edge of the woods beside Ryu's still warm corpse, the space suddenly shattered like a broken mirror. A rift opened up out of nowhere, and Uchiha Ke stepped through, clad in a black windbreaker, his expression eerily calm. First glancing at the hellish mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, at the dozen elite jonin's bodies clad in various clan attire. Then he looked toward the direction where the 3 enemies had fled, where the air still lingered with their chaotic chakra flow. Finally his gaze fell upon his brother, lying lifeless in the pool of blood. Rest now, Ryu. His voice was soft like a breeze, yet carrying a chilling coldness. You did well to leave the rest to me. The sky over the Uchiha clan land seems forever shrouded in an ominous haze, and on this suffocatingly dull afternoon, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the clan land without warning. Uchiha Kaku, the usually somewhat lazy deputy clan leader, was adorned in a characteristic black trench coat, now stained with dirt and dark red blood. The rain washed over his face, but it could not cleanse the chilling aura of death that emanated from him. But what was most shocking was the figure he held in his arms. Is that young Master Ryu? Uchiha Mon asked with a trembling voice, dropping the object in his hand with a clatter. In the conference hall of the clan leader's residence, Uchiha Madara was discussing how to strengthen border defenses with Izuna. The recent news from the front lines had instilled a sense of urgency in them. Suddenly hurried footsteps echoed. Clan leader. It's bad. An Umbu ninja burst through the door, neglecting any form of courtesy. Panic etched across his face as he shouted, Lord Kaku is back. But what happened to him? Madara suddenly stood up, an ominous premonition rising within him. He brought back young Master Ryu's corpse. Boom. This statement struck Madara and Izuna's minds like a thunderclap. The pen in Izuna's hand snapped with a crack, his face turning as pale as paper. Impossible. Madara transformed into a fleeting shadow and rushed out. When they arrived at the clan entrance, it was already surrounded by clan members drawn by the news encircling Kaku. Kaku still held Ryu, rainwater dripping from his hair onto Ryu's pale cheeks, standing there quietly, as if time itself had come to a halt. Kaku. Madara rushed to him, his usually authoritative eyes now bloodshot. Upon seeing the already cold Ryu, his body trembled uncontrollably, the terrifying chakra befitting a clan leader spiraling out of control. Who did this? Shimura Kagaya Yuya. Kaku slowly lifted his head, his pitch-black eyes deep and terrifying, his voice calm and devoid of tremors, At least the bodies around are from these 3 clans, but I suspect there are others involved. Izuna also rushed over, kneeling on the ground with a thud, trembling hands reaching out to touch Ryu's face, but halting midair as if fearing to disturb his brother's slumber. Tears uncontrollably streamed from his eyes. None of them will escape. Kaku looked at his 2 brothers kneeling before him, the suppressed malice within him finally transforming into palpable killing intent at this moment. Take Ryu back. He gently handed Ryu's body over to Madara, his movements tender, as if presenting a rare treasure. Don't let him be drenched in the rain any longer. 3 days later at the Uchiha Cemetery, this was the 3rd high-profile funeral held here in 2 years, but this time they were burying not an elder, but the clan's most promising genius. The rain continued to fall as if even the heavens mourned for this prematurely departed talent. The entire clan donned white mourning attire with thousands of Uchiha clan members standing silently, each face etched with grief and rage. As clan leader, Uchiha Madara personally presided over the funeral, dressed in black mourning clothes, standing tall, like a spear, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Beside him, Izuna bowed his head, biting his lip fiercely until blood seeped out, oblivious to the pain, his nails digging deep into his palm, as if only this physical pain could slightly alleviate the anguish in his heart. In the front row of the crowd, clad in pure white, Shayi knelt in the cold, damp mud, crying to the point of near unconsciousness. In her memories, Ryu was not just a lofty young master, but more like a brother who would sneak into the kitchen during training breaks to ask her for snacks. He would smile and praise her for making delicious rice cake soup, excitedly share his joy of learning new ninjutsu, and even comfort her in a clumsy manner. That once vibrant youth, that brother who set off fireworks with her on New Year's Eve, would never return. Whoa, young Master Ryu. Shayi's wails were piercing and desperate, causing even the most stoic ninjas around to redden their eyes. Kaku stood at the forefront, quietly watching the black coffin being slowly lowered into the grave. Rest in peace, Ryu, Kaku silently thought. Your eyes will witness the day of our victory. I will personally create a world without war for you. As the last shovelful of dirt fell, the dull sound echoed in everyone's hearts. The funeral had ended, but the hatred was just beginning. Fight. We must fight. In the conference hall, Uchiha Tetsuhiko, who had just returned to the clan land for rest, smashed the table before him with a punch. Especially that scum from the Uchiha clan. We spared them once, but they dared to bite us back. If we don't take revenge, how can the Uchiha clan have any face to stand in the ninja world? Exactly. We must bloodily cleanse the Kagaya clan. The hall was engulfed by the waves of vengeance like a tsunami. Madara sat at the head, his expression as dark as water. Pass on my orders. He suddenly stood up, killing intent clear in his eyes. Gather all forces, even if it means going to full-scale war with the Senju. I will erase those clans from the map first. Not so fast. At that moment, a calm voice suddenly rang out, instantly silencing the uproar in the hall. Kaku, are you trying to stop me? Madara glared at Kaku, bewilderment and anger filling his eyes. Ryu is dead. He is our brother. I know. Kaku looked calmly at Madara, refusing to yield. Precisely, because he is our brother, we cannot let his blood be shed in vain. We currently know nothing about the situation. Moreover, I believe this incident is definitely related to the Senju. If we blindly charge and now blinded by rage, we will only fall into their new trap. Izuna. Kaku suddenly turned to his younger brother and said, I need you to dig up everything about those clans by any means necessary. And give me a few days. I need to return to the west. Then, I will go to the Kagaya clan territory alone, without the need for troops. The cemetery of the Uchiha clan, the scent of freshly turned earth suffocated beneath the relentless autumn rain, the air thick with a suffocating dampness. 3 days have passed since the funeral, and the Uchiha clan has yet to regain its former order, resembling a volcano with a sealed crater. The sadness in the clan members' eyes has long faded, replaced by a fierce glint of vengefulness. Revenge is an instinct etched in the very bones and blood of the Uchiha. However, as the central figure in this storm, Uchiha Kakashi has remained unusually silent over these 3 days, neither slamming the table in anger at the clan meeting like Madara, nor obsessively gathering intelligence like Izuna. He has even turned away all clan members who sought to come to his residence to challenge him. In the depths of the deputy clan leader's study, Kakashi sat upright behind a large mahogany desk, staring blankly at the lamp in front of him, his pen hovering above a meticulously crafted map of the land of fire, the deep pools of his black eyes reflecting the mountains and rivers on the map, yet revealing no trace of emotion. The death of Takumi is too suspicious. Kakashi murmured to himself. Although the 3 clans won, they paid a painful price, with all the elite jonin sent to battle perishing, and the Kagaya clan leader left severely injured and crippled, while the oil woman swarm was burned down nearly completely. Kakashi's pen finally fell, marking a red cross over the red maple village where Takumi had sacrificed himself on the map. From the perspective of tactical exchange, Takumi performed remarkably, sacrificing one life to shatter the backbone of 3 clans, but this logic does not hold. Kakashi set down his pen, leaning back in his chair, his gaze piercing through the ceiling, as if staring into the oil woman can be disregarded. She now solely listens to the Senju, merely a blade in their hands. Although the Uchiha and Kagaya are greedy, they are by no means fools. Why would they risk total annihilation by the Uchiha to go to that non-strategic red maple village? Not to mention the Kagaya are currently in a pure state of weakness. The proclamation of their temporary seclusion has yet to be lifted, and even if they were to cease their seclusion, they should not engage in such actions. After all, in the chaotic era of the warring states, this behavior falls under the category of high-risk, low-reward. Unless someone provided them with an irresistible bargaining chip or a command that necessitated action. Kakashi's gaze deepened as he contemplated the peculiar tranquility at the front lines of the Senju and Uchiha over the past few months, and recalled the calculating red eyes of Senju Tobarama, ultimately fixating on a darker name, Kurizetsu. As the warring states era nears its end, the embryonic form of Konohagakure is brewing. At this critical juncture, Kurizetsu will undoubtedly pay more attention to the situation of the 2 reincarnated individuals than ever before, for even the slightest deviation could destabilize the balance. Kakashi's fingers lightly tapped the surface of the desk, producing a rhythmic sound. When I visited Kurizetsu last year, Hashirama had already grasped the wood dragon technique. Based on the time and Hashirama's rapid progress, it is highly likely that Uchiha Madara has fallen behind, which clearly contradicts Kurizetsu's script. The core aspect of Kurizetsu's script revolves around Indra's reincarnation, namely Uchiha Madara, even going so far as to alter the text on the stone tablet, ultimately guiding the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki through the eye of rebirth and the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. So you want to kill Azuna this time? You want Madara to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Kakashi scoffed coldly at the void. Or do you mean the person you originally intended to kill was actually me? To eliminate any unstable factors. To Kakashi, Takumi's death felt like losing a family member, but after these 3 days of contemplation it morphed into a humiliation of being outmaneuvered by Kurizetsu, a sensation akin to being reported for not placing one's pieces back in the go box during a game. Since you enjoy hiding in the shadows. Kakashi stood up and walked to the window. Then I shall play along with you. Konohagakure, I will see it established, but not in the way you desire. As winter approaches, time seems to pass more swiftly. Night has fallen and the residence is silent. Kakashi completed his final strategic outline, placing the densely annotated map into a crevice. Just as he was about to rest, his keen perception detected a faint, almost imperceptible fluctuation of energy coming from the side hall. It was the young maid Shay. Kakashi frowned slightly. It was late. Why was she still awake? He made no effort to conceal his footsteps, pushing open the door to the study and traversing the dark corridor to the entrance of the side hall, where no lights were lit, only the dim moonlight filtering through the rice paper, casting shadows on the tatami mat. In the moonlight, Kakashi saw Shay kneeling beside a low table, her back to the entrance. She held a piece of pure white cloth, carefully polishing a set of tea utensils. It was the set that Takumi loved most in life, and every time he returned from a mission, he would insist, "Shay, serve him water in this set." Shay wiped slowly and meticulously, her shoulders trembling violently, yet she bit her lip tightly, stifling any sound. The oppressive sadness taken to the extreme felt particularly jarring in the stillness of the night. Kakashi stood at the door, quietly observing the scene, his heart feeling as though it was gently squeezed by an invisible hand. Lost in her sorrow, Shay was startled awake by the sound of footsteps, turning around suddenly like a frightened rabbit. Upon seeing Kakashi, her face instantly filled with guilt and panic. "Lord Kakashi." She fumbled to stand, hastily wiping her tears with her sleeve, trying to hide the tea set behind her. "Why are you still awake?" Sit down." Kakashi walked to the other side of the low table, pointing to the spot opposite him. "It is." Shay obediently knelt back down. "Can't sleep." Kakashi picked up a teacup, turning it in his hand. "Can't sleep?" Shay's voice was as faint as a whisper. "The moment I close my eyes, I think of young Master Takumi." "Why didn't you organize these during the day?" Kakashi casually inquired. "I was afraid that seeing the items would remind you of him and cause you pain, so. It seems that the one who is more sorrowful now is actually you." "Yes. He was so young." Shay finally couldn't hold back her tears, the emotions she had suppressed for days collapsing before Kakashi. "Why did this happen? Young Master Kakashi, why did it have to be young Master Takumi?" Shay trembled as she cried, and Kakashi listened quietly, without interruption, watching the moonlight refract broken rays of light in her tears, gazing at this girl, who was clearly 3 years older, but still fragile at 19. Indeed, after all, she was only 19, and for the past 9 years, she had been watching over his home. All she knew of life and death had come from the neighbors. Even that philosophical theory on fireworks was something she had heard from the elders in the clan, The passing of her father like elder and her brother like Takumi, within 2 years, had thrust 2 deep blades into this girl's heart. The moonlight filtered through the window paper, casting a cool silver glow onto the tatami in the side hall. Yes cries gradually subsided, her originally clear eyes now red and swollen, with tear stains on her cheeks, making her appear pitiful. Kei looked at her, saying nothing more, and simply reached out to pat the top of Yes' head. Don't cry anymore, his voice brought a touch of warmth. Go to sleep. Yi felt the touch on her head, and nodded vigorously, reluctantly, leaving to return to her own room. The next morning, when the first rays of dawn penetrated the thin mist, Kei was already dressed, donning his signature black high-collar coat. On the table, a steaming breakfast had long been prepared, a bowl of perfectly cooked lean meat porridge, and several exquisite side dishes. Yi stood by her, expression restored to its usual calm and focus. Kei sat down, and said nothing more, quickly finishing his breakfast. The warm porridge slid down his throat into his stomach, dispelling the chill of the late autumn morning and bringing a long-lost warmth to his heart, which had grown cold from overthinking. After finishing the last bite, Kei set down his bowl and chopsticks. Instead of heading directly to the clan's entrance, he vanished into thin air, heading towards the clan leader's residence. At the Uchiha clan leader's residence, the atmosphere in the large room was oppressive, with 2 figures arguing fiercely over a huge map of the Land of Fire on the wall. No way. This time the entire clan must mobilize. Uchiha Madara slammed his fist on the table, his handsome face contorted with fury, emanating a chilling chakra. He'll personally keep an eye on the Senju side. As long as we act quickly, we can directly flatten Kagaya and the Shimura clan's territory before they even react. I want them to know the consequences of provoking the Uchiha. Big brother, calm down. Izuna urged from the side, his expression much more composed than Madara's. This matter is definitely not that simple. According to the information from the Umbu, there is not only the Sun Just shadow behind these 3 clans, but also a mysterious force. We still have a lot of intelligence that we haven't clarified. If we strike rashly, the consequences could be dire. Then let's fight the Senju together, fight the mysterious force together. Madara's voice was as cold and hard as iron. I've had enough of Hashirama's naive rhetoric. Peace. Peace is something that must be fought for. Just as the 2 brothers were at an impasse, a calm voice suddenly came from the doorway. Madara, Izuna is right. The 2 turned abruptly to see Kei leaning against the doorframe, looking at them with a peaceful expression. Brother Kei, you're here. Izuna seemed to find a savior, breathing a sigh of relief. Madara furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, do you also think we should continue to endure? I never said to endure. Kei walked in, heading straight for the map, his gaze sweeping over it. I just said your plan is too foolish. He extended his finger and gently drew a circle over the territories of the Shimura and Kagaya clans on the map. These 2 families are currently like frightened hedgehogs huddled in their nests, and the outside is certainly filled with traps and spies. As for the oil woman, she is directly hiding under the protection of the Senju. If you lead a large force aggressively towards them, what results can you expect besides a brutal siege that drags you into the quagmire of war? He looked up, meeting Madara's furious gaze, his tone still calm. Moreover, the Senju are just waiting for you to make a mistake. As soon as our main force leaves the clan grounds, they will undoubtedly stab us in the back without hesitation. Madara stared hard at Kei, and though filled with anger, he knew that every word spoken by Kei was true. However, in these days he was overwhelmed by the pain and fury of losing his brother. Then what do you suggest we do? After a long pause, Madara squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Should we just let this go? Of course not. Kei's lips curled into a cold arc. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. He retracted his finger, patted Madara's shoulder, then turned to Izuna. Izuna, watch over your brother during this time. Kei's eyes held a hint of a smile. Don't let him rush headlong into danger and lead the whole clan to their doom. You? Madara was so enraged that he nearly couldn't catch his breath. He, the Uchiha clan leader, was actually being portrayed by Kei as a reckless man, needing his brother to supervise him. Izuna, however, suppressed a laugh and nodded seriously. Don't worry, brother Kei, I will keep an eye on him. That's good. Kei nodded in satisfaction, but the playful look on his face instantly vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. And you need to be careful as well. Izuna was taken aback. The situation regarding Ryu is too suspicious. Kei's gaze became profound. My intuition aligns with what you just said. It feels like someone is watching us from the shadows. What do you mean? Izuna's voice was a bit dry, the one from the Kurosawa clan. It's just my speculation. I have no evidence. Kei stopped there, not delving deeper. In any case, during this time, don't go off alone. The matter of Kurosawa has already spread across the major clans. Most people regard Kurosawa as an ancient creature, but he knows the truth about Kurosawa, and now is clearly not the time to speak of it. I understand. Izuna replied seriously. Alright, I have to go now. Kei did not linger, leave the matters of the clan to you. After saying that, he turned and strode away, leaving behind a resolute silhouette, while Madara and Izuna stood in place, staring at the direction Ke had vanished into, speechless for a long time. Big brother. Izuna's expression remained serious. Does brother Ke know something? I don't know. Madara shook his head, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. But he's right. From today on, without my permission, you are not allowed to leave my sight. I don't want to lose another brother. Outside the gates of the Uchiha clan, the morning mist swirled, and Uchiha Tetsuhono had been waiting for a long time. He had rushed back from the west specifically to attend Ryu's funeral, and it was now time for him to return to guard. Seeing Ke's figure emerge from the mist, he immediately stepped forward to greet him. Lord Ke. Ke nodded, glanced at his weary appearance, and said flatly, "Thank you, Elder Tetsuhono, for coming back specifically for this matter." Tetsuhono's voice carried a hint of regret. Before I went west, I almost watched Ryu grow up. Out of sentiment and reason, I should come and send him off one last time. Ke said nothing more. Even though Tetsuhono had risen to elder status, his standing now was no better than before. Let's go. In the desolate wilderness of late autumn, the withered yellow grass shivered in the cold wind as two dark figures flitted through the forest like phantoms. Uchiha Kaku took the lead, his black trench coat billowing and rustling as he moved at high speed, closely followed by Uchiha Tetsuo. This fierce general, known for his decisive actions on the western battlefield, now furrowed his brow, hesitating to speak several times. Ever since leaving the clan's territory, he had been harboring a burning anger. Finally, on an open plain, Tetsuho could no longer hold back, and spoke, his voice mingling with the howling wind. Lord Kaku. Kaku's pace slowed slightly, but did not stop maintaining his high speed. What is it? His voice was steady, showing no sign of breathlessness. Are we really not going to seek revenge on Kagaya? And Tetsuho's voice was somewhat hoarse. Young Master Taka's body is still warm, and the enemies are at large. Can we just let it go? The brothers in the clan are waiting for your nod. We can erase those 3 families from the map. Kaku did not turn back, but asked casually, eradicate those 3 clans. And then what? Then? Tetsuho hesitated. Then we will have avenged our grievances. Kaku coldly spat out 2 words, suddenly halting and landing atop a massive rock, looking down it. Revenge must be exacted. Kaku's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable firmness. But now is not the time. Tetsuho, what do you think the current situation in the Land of Fire is? Tetsuho was caught off guard and instinctively replied, the Senju are at odds with us, Uchiha. The West has been pacified by us, and the East is allied with the Hyuga. Kagaya has been incapacitated. But the Senju have absorbed many medium-sized clans, so they are still somewhat equal to us. Neither side dares to initiate a full-scale war. Exactly, but this is merely the surface. Kaku sneered. In reality, the entire Land of Fire is like a barrel full of gunpowder. Taka's death is the fuse that has been lit, and the old foxes of the Senju are waiting for us to act. So we must return to the west first. Without giving his companion a chance to respond, Kaku turned back, gazing toward the western horizon. There are our supplies. We must be fully prepared before officially entering the war. I understand, Tetsuho said, feeling somewhat ashamed. It was indeed my recklessness. Kaku nodded without saying more, and the 2 figures vanished from sight, continuing their rapid pace westward. The wind howled by his ears, but Kaku's thoughts did not cease. What he had just said to Tetsuho was only half true. This trip to the west was not just for preparing combat supplies. The death of Taki had thoroughly awakened Kaku. Relying solely on the public power of the Uchiha clan would never allow him to find Kurizetsu, for every move of the Uchiha was under the surveillance of that schemer who had lived for 1,000 years. Since you are watching the Uchiha in the shadows. A sharp thought flashed through Kaku's mind. Then I will forge a knife hidden in the shadows. Akatsuki. Kaku silently recited this name in his heart. The dawn light pierces through the darkness. This organization that would evoke fear in the future would be founded by him in this time and space. Imagine an organization established behind the scenes, even before the founding of Konoha. How terrifying it would grow by the time the plot unfolds. Tianyuan City, the western commercial hub established by Kaku, did not come to a halt due to Tetsuho's departure. Rather, it became even busier under the looming clouds of war. The late autumn sunlight cast a metallic sheen on the city walls as caravans entered and exited through the city gates, transporting grains, iron, ore, and medicinal herbs, forming a long line. The bustling voices intertwined, creating a rare scene of prosperity during the Warring States period. Kaku did not use the main entrance, but instead landed directly in the private courtyard behind the Lord's mansion. Tetsuho. As soon as he landed, Kaku began to remove his dust-covered trench coat, while commanding, seal off news of my return. Yes. Tetsuho complied. Additionally, Kaku paused, his gaze turning somewhat profound. Bring Fu and that kid Chikazu to my study immediately, and do not let anyone see them. Yes. Tetsuho, though unsure of Kaku's intentions, did not ask further, and his figure instantly vanished. Kaku entered the study where everything remained as it was when he left, indicating that someone had been cleaning regularly. Before long, there was a gentle knock on the study door. "Come in." The door opened, and Uchiha stepped inside. This intelligence chief, whom Kaku had personally promoted, looked somewhat haggard, clearly having spent considerable effort during this time. Behind him stood a small figure, a little girl whom Kaku had rescued in a border town. After some training, she had become much sturdier, standing there like a dagger, yet to be unsheathed. Lord Kaku, Fu respectfully bowed, the news of Kaku's return undoubtedly serving as a shot of adrenaline for him. Chikazu followed suit, kneeling with her head lowered, remaining silent. "Get up." Kaku sat in a chair, his gaze scrutinizing the two. "Fu, I need you to do something." Kaku got straight to the point without any pleasantries. "From now on, use all our connections in the West and secretly recruit a batch of orphans according to the previous method of selecting intelligence ninjas." Fu was taken aback. Although he did not understand Kaku's intentions, he could sense the weight of the task. Orphans? There are already many intelligence ninjas. Does Lord Kaku want to increase their numbers? "No, this batch will not belong to the Umbu or to Uzumaki. Do not even let their families know. They will report directly to me." Kaku stated calmly. "Do not attract anyone's attention. Gather them in the bamboo forest near Inazuka for brainwashing and basic training." "Understood," Fu replied without further questions. Kaku turned his gaze to Chikazu, sensing that she had already reached the level of a special jonin in such a short time, a remarkable talent among commoner ninjas. "As for you, Chikazu." The little girl raised her head, her eyes filled not with fear, but with a kind of blind admiration and anticipation. "From today onwards, you no longer have to concern yourself with the affairs of Tianyuan City." Kaku's voice was deep and full of temptation, each word striking Chikazu's heart. "Establish an organization, trained by Fu, an organization that listens only to me. Its name shall be Akatsuki." Kaku stood and approached Chikazu, looking down at her. "I hope that in this organization there are no clans. They may not be powerful, but they must be absolutely loyal to me. Can you do that?" "I can," Chikazu replied without hesitation, her voice youthful, yet resolute. "My life is given by Lord Kaku. I will do whatever you ask of me, even if it means dying." In the study of the Lord's residence in Tianyuan City, Uchiha Ke recorded the last piece of intelligence in his mind before rolling up the scroll and casually tossing it into the nearby fire pit. The flames licked at the paper, quickly reducing it to ashes. "That should do it," Ke said as he stood up, straightening his slightly wrinkled collar. The space seemed to be roughly kneaded by an invisible hand, and the mirror-like air suddenly shattered, revealing it. Without any hesitation, Ke stepped inside. Dozens of kilometers away, beneath the ruins of the once mighty Tsukuyami clan, which had long been forgotten by the world, lay a hidden underground kingdom that could shock the entire ninja world. As Ke's figure stepped out of the gap, what came into view was a magnificent underground city filled with futuristic technology. After 2.5 years of reckless investment and expansion, the scale here had expanded more than tenfold compared to the initial size. Thousands of shadowless lamps illuminated the vast dome as hundreds of giant glass incubators, each 10 meters tall, were neatly arranged below. The incubators were filled with pale green nutrient solution, soaking various biological tissue samples, from ordinary giants to members of special bloodline limit clans, and even some summoning beasts that retained their vitality despite having lost their life signs. Bubbles rose from the bottom, creating a bubbling sound that merged into a deep and oppressive background noise. Countless researchers in white lab coats hurriedly moved between these giant containers, all of whom were wandering scholars collected by Ke from various places, each adorned with special seals. Here no one cared about each other's origins or pasts. As long as they could achieve results without crossing the bottom line, everything was permitted. And the bottom line was solely the will of Uchiha Ke. Lord Ke. Nakano, busy at the core control console, suddenly turned around and quickly approached upon seeing the familiar figure. Behind him, the white-haired but sprightly Mizuwa followed closely, as if rejuvenated under Uchiha Ke's resource allocation. Every wrinkle on his face was filled with a longing for the unknown. "How has the progress been during this time?" Ke asked, skipping any pleasantries as he headed towards the core area, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd with a satisfied nod. "Report, Lord Ke." Nakano excitedly led Ke to one of the incubators and took out a test tube. "Regarding the zero cell, under the guidance of our teacher, the third reagent has finally been stabilized." Ke took the test tube and gently shook it. The liquid inside was clear and bright, emitting a faint green glow. "What are the effects?" Although it still cannot completely eliminate the risk of wood transformation, the biological mortality rate has been controlled to below 1 in 1,000. Nakano's voice trembled slightly with excitement. "We haven't started live subject testing yet, but based on our calculations, ordinary people can quickly heal fatal injuries after injection with recovery speeds, even surpassing most medical ninjutsu. Mizuwa added from the side, his tone tinged with a hint of regret, yet also pride. However, if the live testing succeeds, it will prove that my path is indeed correct. Good. Ke nodded. This was precisely what he wanted. During the initial formation of the Akatsuki organization, the members were bound to be mixed, and the mortality and injury rates of the training methods used by Uchiha's Dark Department were extremely high. He currently lacked a reliable medical ninja team, and now this reagent could ensure that the training remained at high intensity without incurring loss. What about the other project? Ke continued to inquire. As soon as this was mentioned, Nakano's expression turned serious as he led Ku to a separate sealed laboratory. Regarding the genetic imprinting, the progress has been relatively smooth. We have combined the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. You brought back the principles of the caged bird seal from the Hyuga clan and the secret techniques of the Uchiha Dark Department controlling the dead warriors, and have found a lead. Nakano pressed a button and a complex diagram immediately appeared on the screen. Ordinary seals can only control one generation, dissipating with the host's death. But we have inscribed the technique deep into the genes. Nakano pointed to a blackened segment of the diagram, his tone carrying a chilling calm. Just like the bloodline limits, this absolute obedience command will be inherited through reproduction. As long as the blood of their descendants still flows with this blood, they will never escape control. However, like the third reagent, we have only conducted experiments on animals so far, and formal human experiments have not yet begun. Moreover, this experiment involves reproduction and descendants, so the experimental cycle will be relatively long, given the speed of human reproduction. Ke looked at the report before him, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Well done. Ke generously praised. Give all researchers involved in this project triple bonuses, and also begin human experiments as soon as possible. I want to see results within 10 years. Yes. Nakano and Mizuwa responded in unison. After reviewing these two foundational technologies, Ke finally paused, standing deep within the laboratory, waving away the surrounding assistants, leaving only Mizuwa and Nakano. He took out a specially made test tube from his pocket. Through the transparent observation window, one could clearly see a pair of eyes soaking in a pale golden culture solution. Seeing these eyes, Mizuo's breath quickened. As a scientist fascinated by the mysteries of the human body, these eyes, representing the highest power of the Uchiha clan, had a fatal attraction for him. To be honest, if Ke hadn't ordered the Uchiha and Hyuga clans to be added to the missing persons list, Mizuwa would have longed to study the eyes of these two clans. Now that he had seen the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, his eyes glowed with excitement. Lord Ke, Mizuwa rubbed his hands, his voice somewhat dry. Are you sure you want to proceed now? We rarely conduct such experiments on eye transplants, and we are uncertain about potential rejection reactions and the associated risks. Risks? Ke chuckled lightly, recalling the stories about eye switching, shaking his head. Uchiha Madara switching Kakashi's eyes, and Kakashi swapping with Obito's eyes seemed as simple as changing a light bulb. In this world, the Sharingan was practically plug and play. Although it seemed absurd since it was feasible in this world, after all, the Kage family member who had been slain had also switched to the Sharingan, and there had been no rejection reaction. Even that barbaric and crude method could succeed, Ke thought to himself. I now have the most advanced biological laboratory in the ninja world. If this fails, that would indeed be a miracle. Do not worry, Ke said calmly. Just replace them directly for me. Understood. Seeing Ke so certain, Mizuwa no longer hesitated, his eyes sharpening instantly. Nakano, prepare the first surgical platform. Activate the life support system. Yes. As Nakano operated, the heavy iron door slowly opened, and Ke took off his coat and stepped inside. In the center of the operating room stood a futuristic metal surgical table surrounded by various complex life support instruments and chakra monitoring devices. Ke calmly lay down. In a garden of the Hyuga clan, the crimson leaves of late autumn carpeted the corridor. Qian Shui stood alone beneath the corridor, her gaze penetrating through the meticulously trimmed landscape trees in the courtyard, looking towards the distant southwest, the direction of the Uchiha clan. It's too quiet, Qian Shui murmured to herself, her brow slightly furrowed. As the future heir of the Hyuga clan, she possessed an unusually keen political instinct. A few days ago, news that shook the entire ninja world reached the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha genius Uchiha Tang had perished in a joint attack by the clan leaders of the Shimizu Kagaya and Aburame clans in Hongfeng village. It was said that the battle was incredibly brutal. Tang almost wiped out all those who besieged him. Although the three clans emerged victorious, they paid a devastating price. More than 20 elite jonin were annihilated. The Kagaya clan leader was severely injured and crippled. The Aburame clan leader lost more than half of his insect swarm, and the Shimizu clan suffered significant losses, with over 10 high-level fighters wiped out. She was not surprised by this outcome. After all, she had personally experienced the terror of those eyes during the battle against the Heisei clan. However, logically, having suffered such a heavy loss, the Uchiha, known for their crazed temperament, should have already mobilized to retaliate against these three clans. Yet the reality was deathly silence. Not only was there no sign of large-scale troop mobilization from the Uchiha, but even threats or declarations of war had not been heard. This abnormal silence does not resemble the Uchiha style at all, Qian Shui thought, gently inhaling the fragrance of osmanthus. Unless they are plotting something much greater. The image of that always smiling face surfaced in her mind. From her understanding, Uchiha Ke was certainly not one to harbor hatred in silence. The lack of action now likely indicated they were holding back for something significant. A gust of cold wind swept by, lifting a few fallen leaves. Qian Shui instinctively tightened her cloak, and the unease in her heart grew stronger. This was not only due to her close friendship with Ke, but also stemmed from a sense of crisis arising from her position as the future of the Hyuga clan. Half a month ago, one of the only 3 clan leader-level powerhouses in the family, the elder Hyuga, passed away suddenly in his sleep due to old age and frailty. This was a massive blow to the Hyuga clan. Although the news was kept under wraps, the truth would eventually come to light, as the intelligence networks of the major clans would soon uncover it. Now the Hyuga clan was left with only her father Hyuga Xuanren and the second elder to support them. Moreover, the second elder was also aging. The lack of high-level combat power in this era of wolves surrounding them was fatal. The death of Uchiha Tang signified the disruption of the precarious balance maintained by the various clans after the deaths of Taijima and Hitaru. If the Hyuga did not prepare in advance, they could very well become victims. Qian Shui took a deep breath, her expression turning resolute as she turned towards her father's study. The clan leader of the Hyuga clan was presently seated at his desk, holding a newly delivered intelligence scroll, his brow furrowed. The Shimizu clan has begun to consolidate their defenses in preparation for battle. The Aburame clan has retreated to the territory they were given by the Senju, and the Kagaya clan is embroiled in power struggles among several elite jonin due to the leader's severe injuries. Shinrin set down the scroll and rubbed his temples. This world is about to descend into chaos again. Father, Qian Shui's voice came from outside the door. Come in. Shinrin straightened his posture, his face regaining the authoritative demeanor of a clan leader. Qian Shui entered, respectfully bowed, and then knelt down at the desk. Father, are you reading information about Uchiha Tang? Shinrin nodded. The Uchiha have lost a genius this time. Although there seems to be no movement on the surface, they will definitely settle this score. The only uncertainty is when they will act, and to what extent. Father, I believe the situation this time is more serious than ever before, Qian Shui stated directly, her tone serious. Oh, what do you mean? Shinrin raised an eyebrow, looking at his daughter. Because Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, historically the Uchiha and Senju clan leaders usually did not take office until they were nearly 30 years old. Those under 25 are rarely seen, let alone these two are still not even 20. Moreover, those who can become clan leader level before the age of 25 are rare talents that appear once in a century. It is even more remarkable that 3 such geniuses have emerged in this generation. She had a premonition that once the Senju and Uchiha clash again, the 3 of them could very likely surpass the limits of ninjas and rival the legendary figures of the past. At that point, the very existence of their clan could be overturned. Qian Shui paused before continuing. Furthermore, previous wars were mostly about the various clans vying for resources and territory. However, after more than a decade of annexation, the Land of Fire no longer resembles its former structure. Most of the smaller clans have allied with the Senju or Uchiha. The independent ninja clans left are only the Shimizu, Suratobi, Kagaya, Deer, Bow, Butterfly, and us. This is a situation unseen in 1,000 years. The main reason the Senju and Uchiha always reached peace agreements during their conflicts was still due to concerns about other clans reaping the benefits after both sides suffered heavy losses. But now it's different. If the Uchiha sweep away the Shimizu and Kagaya, and then deal with the Saratobi, Deer, Bow, Butterfly, and us, the interior will completely transform into a battlefield for these 2 clans. Their decisive battle could truly end this chaotic era. And all of this hinges on the premise that we, the other clans, do not exist, otherwise they would not dare to fight. Both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are ambitious ninjas. They have expressed more than once their desire to completely end this era, and things that their daughter can see they cannot possibly overlook. Thus, I believe these 2 clans will not only refrain from attacking each other, but may also tacitly allow each other to eliminate various spectator forces to set the stage for their final battle. Moreover, the news of the elder's death must have already reached them. The Uchiha are our allies. I have had dealings with Ke and Madara, and their pride does not permit them to act against us directly. But the Senju are different, especially Tobarama. He would not let go of the opportunity to strike against the Uchiha while they are engaged with Shimizu and Kagaya. At that time, it is very likely they would turn their hands against us. Father, have you considered this? Qian Shui gazed intently into Xuanren's eyes. If the Senju truly take this opportunity to strike against us, what should we Hyuga do? Shinrin fell silent. This was a question he had been avoiding but had to confront. What are you trying to say? He asked in a deep voice. We need intelligence. Accurate first-hand information about the true movements of the Uchiha, Qian Shui declared firmly. There are too many rumors circulating outside. We must know when the Uchiha will act. Only by clarifying the Uchiha's next move can we decide how to respond to the Senju. Shinrin looked at his daughter's cool and wise face, feeling both gratified and complicated. He was gratified that Qian Shui already possessed the strategic vision of a qualified clan leader even sharper than that of her father. Complicated was Qian Shui. Shinrin suddenly sighed, his tone carrying a hint of admonition. Your analysis is spot on and very reasonable, but are you perhaps too focused on the Uchiha? Qian Shui was taken aback. Father, I do not understand your meaning. In recent years you have frequently mobilized the clan's intelligence network to investigate the Uchiha's movements, even using our covert lines to keep tabs on that Uchiha Ke. Shinrin stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to Qian Shui. As your father, I do not oppose you making friends. But as the clan leader, I must remind you, you are the head of the Hyuga, the future leader. Your decisions must not be mixed with any personal emotions. Uchiha Ke is indeed a rare talent, but if you harbor unrealistic fantasies about him simply because of your friendship or attempt to influence clan decisions through this friendship, that is very dangerous. Shinrin turned around, his gaze piercing as he stared at Qian Shui. Tell me, is your current suggestion made purely for the sake of the Hyuga or for some other reason? The air in the study instantly thickened. Facing her father's almost interrogative gaze, Qian Shui did not flinch or show any signs of guilt or panic. Father, her voice was calm and resolute. It is precisely because I am the future of the Hyuga that I must pay attention to the variables that can determine the future. Within 10 years the Senju and Uchiha will undoubtedly engage in a deadly battle. In the deep night of the Senju clan, the study of Senju Hashirama was brightly lit. At this moment he was bent over the desk, holding a brush, troubled as he stared at a sheet of open letter paper. His brow furrowed, his expression exhibiting a hint of indecisiveness that belied his immense strength. The letter paper contained only a few lines, a condolence letter addressed to Uchiha Madara. The news of Takagekyu's death pained him, and he worried whether Madara would fall into the abyss of darkness because of it. However, given his status, he felt that whatever he wrote would seem more like mockery than comfort. Big brother, what are you doing? A cold voice broke the silence in the study. Senju Tobarama pushed the door open, his silvery short hair glinting in the light, and his red eyes devoid of warmth. Hashirama looked up, a bitter smile appearing on his face. It's Tobarama. I was wondering if I should write a letter to Madara. Throw it away. Tobarama walked straight to the desk, not even glancing at the letter, and made his conclusion. Tobarama, you are too cold-hearted. Hashirama frowned, not heeding his brother's words. War is indeed brutal, but there should not be only hatred between people. I believe that as long as we can understand each other, this chaotic era can come to an end. It is precisely to end this chaotic era that I want you to throw it away. Tobarama placed his hands on the table, looking down at his elder brother. Big brother, your dream is to establish a peaceful village where children do not have to go to the battlefield, but have you ever considered who the greatest obstacle to that dream is? Hashirama fell silent. It is Uchiha. Tobarama did not give him the chance to evade, directly pointing it out. You know Uchiha's character, especially Madara's. When you were young you both indeed recognized this dream, but do you think he would still be that naive now? Do you think a letter from you can quell his fury? No, it would only make him feel that we are humiliating him. Then what do you suggest? Hashirama asked with some irritation. Take advantage of his illness to seize his life. Tobarama's finger firmly pointed at a location on the map, which was neither Uchiha territory nor Kagaya or Senju, but Hyuga. Hashirama's pupils contracted slightly. Are you saying Hyuga? The elder of Hyuga has just died. This is their weakest moment. Hashirama's pupils contracted slightly. Are you saying Hyuga? The elder of Hyuga has just died. This is their weakest moment. So by that time, whether we want to talk peace or use force to subdue the initiative will be in our hands. Big brother, the road to peace has never been paved with flowers. Tobarama looked directly into Hashirama's eyes, the rational light flickering in his red pupils. If you want to stop the children from bleeding, you must first drain the blood of the enemy. The study fell into a deathly silence. Hashirama gazed at the mark representing Hyuga on the map, and after a long time, he slowly closed his eyes, crumpled the letter he had written to Madara, and threw it into the wastebasket. Don't go too far. Rest assured. Tobarama turned to leave, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Big brother, the task you entrusted to me, I will handle it well. In a hidden underground chamber of the Uchiha clan, under dim light, 3 figures sat around. Seated at the main position was Senju Tobarama, while on his left and right were the Uchiha clan leader and the leader of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Sasuke. The Uchiha clan leader's complexion was somewhat pale with thick bandages wrapped around his left arm. The cost of the last battle to encircle and kill Takigakure was not insignificant. If it weren't for the hefty bounty and the promise from Senju, he definitely would not have involved himself in this murky water. Tobarama, your plan is too risky. The Uchiha clan leader broke the silence, first his voice hoarse. Although Hyuga lost an elder, that Hyuga Shinran fellow is still around. Moreover, Hyuga and Uchiha are allies. Once we make a move, Uchiha will definitely not sit idly by. Sarutobi Sasuke also looked at Tobarama, waiting for an explanation. Although he was also tempted by the land and resources of Hyuga, he did not want to become cannon fodder. Tobarama was not flustered, clearly having anticipated these doubts. Uchiha cannot come, Tobarama said calmly. What do you mean? Because they are currently too preoccupied. Takigakure died at your hands and Kagaya's. With Uchiha's vengeful nature, revenge is inevitable. But who will they seek revenge on first? Tobarama pointed at Kagaya's territory on the map. Kagaya is the closest to Uchiha, and Kagaya's clan leader is severely injured and crippled, making them the best soft target. As for you, Uchiha, Tobarama glanced at the Uchiha clan leader. You are far away, and with us, Senju holding the flank, Uchiha would not dare to advance recklessly. So this gives us a perfect time gap. Tobarama's finger suddenly pointed at Hyuga. While the Uchiha army is being held back by Kagaya, we will gather the elite of the three clans led by Uncle Kumikage, the two clan leaders, the elder of Uzumaki, and the leader of the Oil Girl clan, 5 clan leader-level powerhouses, to launch a thunderous surprise attack on Hyuga. As long as we can kill Hyuga Schwanren, it will be too late for Uchiha to react. This plan was bold and meticulous, making Sarutobi Sasuke's eyes shine with excitement. If that's the case, it is indeed feasible. Sarutobi Sasuke stroked his chin. Hyuga possesses the most fertile land in the east. As for the spoils, Tobarama directly threw out the bait. Land and wealth. Sarutobi takes 30%, Uchiha takes 30%, and the rest goes to Senju. This was a blatant temptation, causing the Uchiha clan leader's breath to quicken. If they could obtain 30% of Hyuga's wealth, it would be enough to compensate for their previous losses. But he hesitated a bit. What if Uchiha does not play by the rules? What if they stop attacking Kagaya and directly come to support Hyuga? Impossible, Tobarama said firmly. Although Uchiha Madara is strong to secure his position as clan leader, he has relinquished many powers. Unlike his father, he still has to consider the thoughts of the clansmen. And Uchiha is a group of emotional fools who will definitely shout to seek revenge on the direct killer. To be honest, their ability to endure for so long was already beyond my expectations. Just as the Uchiha clan leader was weighing the pros and cons, the door to the secret chamber was suddenly knocked on. Come in. The Uchiha clan leader frowned. The door was pushed open, and an intelligence ninja from the Uchiha family walked in, his expression unusually stiff, directly walking to the Uchiha clan leader's side and handing over a sealed black scroll with both hands. This was the highest level of intelligence from the Uchiha clan. Only the clan leader could read it. The Uchiha clan leader took the scroll, tore open the seal, and scanned it briefly. In the next moment, his pupils shrank to the size of pinheads, as if he had been struck by lightning, his whole being frozen in place. The hand holding the scroll even trembled uncontrollably, making a faint sound of paper rubbing. What happened? Noticing the anomaly, Sarutobi Sasuke could not help but ask. The Uchiha clan leader did not speak, but mechanically pushed the scroll to the center of the table. Tobarama, your judgment was correct. The Uchiha clan leader's voice had a slight change, but not entirely. Tobarama raised an eyebrow and took the scroll. There was only a few hastily written lines. Uchiha Kaido attacked the Kagaya clan's territory alone, and the Uchiha army was not seen. The night was as dark as ink, impenetrably thick. The territory of the Hui clan was situated along the southeastern border of the Fire Country, backed by the sea, and characterized by typical hilly forests. A damp mist lingered here year-round, with enormous ancient trees reaching for the sky, their dense branches and leaves obscuring the stars and moon, casting an eerie shadow even during the day. For the Hui clan, this was a natural barrier. They had set up layers of defense nets around the forest perimeter, with countless lookout posts spread like a spider's web. However, tonight death knocked on this door. A faint crack echoed through the silent forest. It was not the sound of a broken branch, but the mournful cry emitted when a cervical vertebra was snapped in an instant. A Hui Chunin responsible for the outermost guard had not even time to let out a scream before his body slumped to the ground. In that moment, a hand gently cradled his body, silently placing it on the ground covered with fallen. Uchiha Kuro stepped out from the shadows, clad in his signature black cloak, his expression calm, as though he were taking a stroll in his own backyard. He did not conceal his chakra, nor did he deliberately avoid the traps, yet each step he took landed precisely on the blind spots of the Hui defense net. The first one, Kuro murmured to himself, continuing to move forward at a steady pace. 50 meters ahead was a hidden lookout tower nestled among the treetops, where two special jonin were vigilantly observing their surroundings, inexplicably feeling a sudden sense of dread. "How do you feel? The wind is a bit too cold tonight." One of the ninjas rubbed his arms and whispered. "Stop talking nonsense, focus," his companion scolded. "The clan leader ordered a full alert status just a few days ago. Those Uchiha maniacs might really come over. I don't believe they dare come this places." His voice suddenly cut off. A shadow appeared behind him without warning, moving at an incredible speed, as if teleporting. A kunai wrapped in lightning struck cleanly through his throat, blood splattering and staining the tree trunk. "Inam." The other ninja was taken aback, about to sound the alarm, but the assailant was faster. In the instant Kuro killed the first man, his body completed an incredible twist in midair, delivering a whip-like kick that struck the second ninja's temple like a hammer. A dull thud echoed, and the second ninja's skull shattered instantly, eyes bulging, collapsing without a sound. Kuro casually tossed the two corpses off the treetop and brushed the dust off his hands. He did not stop, continuing deeper into the forest, where Huey clansmen fell like leaves, their lives snuffed out in an instant. It was as if a drop of ink had fallen into a cup of clear water, with black death silently spreading through. Until Kuro eliminated the sixth lookout, an unexpected occurrence arose. A Huey jonin highly sensitive to chakra fluctuations sensed something amiss just a second before Kuro approached. Without hesitation or thought of resistance, as a battle-hardened veteran, he knew that someone who could silently infiltrate here was beyond his capacity to deal with. Thus his immediate choice was to pull out a specially made red flare from his pocket and throw it violently into whoosh. The sharp whistling sound instantly shattered the silence of the night. A massive blood-red firework exploded hundreds of meters high, illuminating half the forest in ominous crimson. At the same time, the jonin met his end. Watching the red smoke slowly dissipate in the sky, Kuro did not feel annoyed by his exposed location. Instead, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Finally coming, are we?" He halted, standing in a clearing amidst the trees, hands in the pockets of his cloak, gazing into the distance. "That's good, if otherwise killing them one by one would be too slow." At the moment the flare ascended, the entire Huey border defense line erupted into chaos. "Enemy attack. It's a red alert. Direction in the southeast corner. That's the third defense zone. Quick, send reinforcements." Countless figures rushed out from various corners of the forest, hurrying toward the location of the flare, with the first to arrive being Huey clan's border officer, Huey Legu. He was a powerful figure at the Quasiclan leader level, possessing exceptional skills and physical techniques, and was currently the strongest in the Huey clan besides the clan leader. Trailing closely behind him were two fully equipped elite squads totaling 12 members, all jonin of the Huey clan, each capable of standing their ground. When Huey Legu rushed into the clearing, the sight before him made his pupils constrict sharply. In that moonlit clearing lay more than a dozen corpses sprawled in disarray, all of whom had been responsible for guarding this area. Now they were cold and lifeless, each death gruesomely tragic, most having died instantly, without even a trace of struggle. In the center of the pile of bodies stood a young man in a black cloak, facing away from them. Upon hearing the commotion behind, he slowly turned around. Bathed in the remaining red glow of the flare, Huey Legu clearly saw the young face. A face far too youthful, handsome, yet cold, with scarlet Freedomo Sharingan, radiating an eerie glow in the night. "You are Uchiha Kuro." Huey Legu furrowed his brows. He had never seen an image of Uchiha Kuro and was purely guessing. Though he had heard of the opponent's formidable exploits, he never expected that the invader would be alone. "Is this the speed of defense for your Huey clan?" Kuro spoke lightly, his voice not loud, yet clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. "Too slow." Huey Legu forcibly suppressed his shock and fear. As a seasoned commander, he quickly regained his composure. "Everyone listen up," he shouted, his voice booming like thunder. "Spread out, block all escape routes. Our reinforcements will keep coming. He is just one person, we can outlast him." With a rustle, the 12 jonin immediately dispersed, each choosing the best combat position, forming angles to tightly encircle Kuro. "I believe you all know who he is. That is the Black Flash Uchiha Kuro, most famously known for the Flying Thunder God technique, so be careful of where his kunai lands and never give him the chance to teleport close." Faced with such a daunting situation, Ku merely smiled disdainfully. "Want to see the Flying Thunder God?" He slowly raised his right hand and pulled out a dozen specially made kunai from his ninja tool pouch. The grips of the kunai were inscribed with intricate seals, shimmering with an eerie cold light under the moonlight. Upon witnessing this scene, Kagaya Reikatsu's heart instantly leaped into his throat. "Watch out!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a flick of his wrist, several kunai transformed into black streaks of light and shot outwards, not aimed directly at Kagaya's ninjas, but placed at cunning angles, either embedded in the trunks behind them or in the crevices of rocks at their feet, with one even landing 5 meters to the left of Kagaya Reikatsu. This seemingly off-target action only heightened the tension among the Kagaya ninjas. The intel on Uchiha Ke had long been etched in their minds. These kunai signified the possibility of their opponent appearing at their backside, or even above them at any moment. Hold the line. Use bone armor to protect the vital points. Kagaya Reikatsu shouted, cold sweat already beading on his forehead. In the next moment, a flash of darkness appeared, and Ke's figure vanished from sight. He's coming. Almost simultaneously, all the Kagaya ninjas instinctively turned their gazes towards the position of the kunai, their weapons poised ready to unleash a thunderous counterattack the moment their opponent revealed himself. This is the limitation of the Flying Thunder God. While it is fast, it relies on coordinates. As long as they lock onto the coordinates, there is theoretically a chance for a counterattack. However, no one appeared next to the kunai. All the anticipated attacks aimed at the kunai missed completely. Kagaya Reikatsu's heart sank in terror, a profoundly ominous premonition enveloping him. If he wasn't at the kunai, then where was he? Thud. A muffled sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed from not far on the right. Kagaya Reikatsu turned sharply only to see a jounin responsible for the flank defense staring wide-eyed at his own chest in disbelief. A hand crackling with blue lightning had pierced through his back and emerged from his chest, and Uchiha Ke's figure manifested like a ghost without warning. There was no kunai at that position. How is this possible? The jounin struggled to utter a few words, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as his body slumped to the ground. The first one, Ke wiped the blood from his hands, his crimson Sharingan coldly surveying the surrounding dazed enemies. The entire area fell silent, a sense of despair that was 100 times more terrifying than facing the Flying Thunder God immediately enveloped every Kagaya ninja's heart. If it were the Flying Thunder God, they could at least have hope of countering with the intel they already had, but the scene just witnessed had completely shattered their understanding. This isn't the Flying Thunder God. Kagaya Reikatsu's voice trembled, his hand gripping the bone blade, quivering slightly. What jutsu did you use? Ke did not respond, his figure once again dissipating into the air. Watch your back. Kagaya Reikatsu let out a hoarse scream. But it was futile, as no one knew which direction to guard against. Another muffled sound echoed. This time, it was a jounin on the left, and as he fell, Ke's figure flashed beside him and then disappeared again. Fear erupted like a plague. The originally tight defensive formation completely collapsed at that moment, and the ensuing time turned into a one-sided massacre. The Kagaya clan's proud bone bloodline limit appeared utterly powerless in the face of such elusive abilities. They swung their bone blades trying to make a final struggle, but they couldn't even touch the enemy's clothing. Ke moved like a gardener trimming weeds in his own backyard, leisurely traversing the battlefield, each appearance claiming a life. Chidori pierced heart's monstrous strength, shattered bone armor, and Sharingan Genjutsu controlled before calmly executing. Various killing techniques flowed effortlessly from his hands, combined with his unbeatable spatial abilities, transforming this forest into a battlefield of slaughter. In less than a minute, the first batch of 12 Kagaya jounin, along with dozens of chunin who rushed in to provide support, fell into a pool of blood, leaving only Kagaya Reikatsu alive. Panting heavily, Kagaya Reikatsu leaned against a large tree, his body riddled with deep wounds that exposed bone remnants of the Chidori's residual energy. Looking at the man standing amidst the pile of corpses, his eyes were devoid of fear, replaced only by a deep sense of despair. He knew he was doomed today. But as a warrior of the Kagaya clan, even if he were to die, he would do so in the pursuit of his family's honor. Uchiha Ke. Kagaya Reikatsu let out a beastly roar, the chakra within him burning wildly. Bone bloodline iron flower dance. This was the strongest move he could unleash, yet in the face of this desperate strike, Ke didn't even raise an eyebrow, merely extending his right hand, slowly grasping at the air, towards the charging Kagaya Reikatsu. Kagaya Reikatsu felt an irresistible, immense force enveloping his entire body. In an instant, his originally unstoppable charge came to a sudden halt midair, the realm of movement and stillness. In that moment, it felt as though time and space around Kagaya Reikatsu had frozen. He remained in the posture of wielding his bone whip, his face contorted in a grimace, but he couldn't move a single finger. Ke slowly approached him, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan calmly gazing at him. Is this your limit? Ke asked softly, a hint of disappointment in his tone. You're too weak, so weak that it doesn't even excite me. Kagaya Reikatsu's eyes widened desperately, trying to struggle, but aside from his eyeballs, every part of his body was beyond his control. This sense of powerlessness was more painful than death itself. Go back and tell that old man. Ke leaned close to Kagaya Reikatsu's ear and whispered, to wash his neck tonight the Kagaya clan will be eliminated. After saying this, Ke released the Genjutsu, and the freed Kagaya Reikatsu crashed heavily to the ground. He was not dead, as Ke had intentionally spared his life. Kagaya Reikatsu struggled to get up, but he found that his hands had been shattered. Glancing at the black figure, he rushed towards the core area of the Kagaya clan without looking back. There the lights were bright, and it seemed countless clan members were waiting for battle, but in Kagaya Reikatsu's eyes those were no longer lights. They were the ghostly flames leading to hell. Although he didn't understand why the opponent spared his life, he couldn't think about that now. He only wanted to deliver the intel back, to tell the clan leader to make no resistance, that the best choice now was to flee as far away as possible. The core region of the Hui clan is situated within a vast valley basin where a faint scent of blood lingers in the air throughout the year. As the clan that reveres martial prowess above all in the ninja world, the architecture of the Hui clan is rugged and practical, exuding a chilling atmosphere of readiness for battle. At this moment, the atmosphere of impending violence reached its peak as a series of red flares rose along the border, accompanied by terrifying intelligence brought back by several ninjas who had barely escaped from the front lines. The entire Hui clan instantly entered a state of maximum combat readiness. Hui Gigu sat in a wheelchair, his face as pale as paper. Days ago during the battle in Hongfeng village, although their three clans had united to slay Uchiha Ryu, he himself had suffered severe injuries from Ryu's counterattack before his demise. With a damaged spine, even the flow of chakra had become sluggish, causing his strength to plummet from clan leader level to that of a quasi-clan leader, or perhaps even lower. Yet he remained the spiritual pillar of this warlike clan. Is everyone assembled? His voice, though hoarse, still carried a hint of ferocity. Reporting to the clan leader. An elder of the Hui clan hurried over, his expression grave. Except for those who must stay behind to guard the children, all combat personnel of Chunin level and above have gathered, totaling 1,320. Over 1,300, that's the entirety of the Hui clan's current strength. Hui Gigu nodded, his gaze darkly sweeping over the crowd below. The square was densely packed with Hui ninjas, each occupying advantageous terrain, either hiding in the shadows or taking high ground, creating an impenetrable pocket along the vital path to the clan's core. No one spoke, even the sound of breathing was suppressed to a minimum, as each person silently checked their ninja tools, adjusting the chakra within. Although many did not believe that one person would dare to challenge an entire clan, the sense of death pressure that spread from the border instinctively instilled fear in them. Clan leader, the captain, hesitated for a moment before quietly asking, "Isn't there a need to seek aid from the Senju? If it's that Uchiha Kuro." Aid? Hui Gigu sneered, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. By the time the Senju reinforcements arrive, it will be too late. Besides, that scheming fellow Senju Tobarama would be more than happy to see us and Uchiha fight to the bitter end. No need to fear. He stood up and said that Uchiha Kuro, no matter how strong, is just one person. He's not a god. As long as he is human, his chakra will eventually run out. We have over 1,000 people. Even if we pile up corpses, we can bury him here. Pass my orders. Everyone prepare yourselves. As soon as he steps into attack range, unleash all ninjutsu at him. I want to ensure he leaves no complete corpse behind. Yes. Several captains took their orders and left. The entire Hui clan once again fell into a deathly silence. Only the wind howling through the valley could be heard. Time ticked away, and just as everyone's nerves were stretched to their limits, a faint sound of footsteps came from the entrance path of the clan. The sound was not loud, yet rhythmic, neither hurried nor slow. In the suffocating silence of 1,000 people holding their breath, each footfall was as clear as if it resonated with their heartbeat. Everyone instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons, their gazes fixed intently on the direction of the entrance. As the mist cleared, the black figure finally came into view. Uchiha Kuro had his hands in the pockets of his trench coat, his expression calm, as if he were taking a stroll, not concealing his aura, striding in boldly, as if he were oblivious to the thousands of eyes filled with murderous intent around him. When he reached the center of the plaza, precisely at the core of the meticulously arranged pocket formation of the Hui clan, he halted. He looked up at Hui Gigu on the high platform, his gaze devoid of any fluctuation, as if he were merely observing a stone by the roadside or a withered tree. Disregard, complete disregard. This utter contempt ignited the rage of everyone in the Hui clan. Renowned as a battle clan in the ninja world, they could accept defeat, but never such disdain. Kill him. At the command of the Hui clan leader from the high platform, the entire plaza erupted. The over 1,000 Hui ninjas who had long been poised for action launched their attacks, simultaneously unleashing countless white bone projectiles like a torrential rain from all directions, mixed with various thrown weapons and explosive tags obscuring the sky. Without any superfluous words, they initiated the most frenzied saturation assault. At such a density of attack, even a shadow-level powerhouse, if unable to evade, would be instantly reduced to ashes. However, Kuro did not evade. He remained standing in place, even leaving his hands in his pockets. Only his pitch-black eyes transformed into the crimson eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan in that moment. A formidable and terrifying chakra erupted from his body without warning. Blue chakra surged upward, instantly enveloping him. All the attacks, weather-bone projectiles capable of piercing rock or shockwaves from explosions upon contact with that blue chakra, felt as if they had collided with an insurmountable wall of size. Dust and debris rose. But all Huey ninjas did not cease their attacks. Instead, they poured forth their ninjutsu, with even greater fervor, refusing to believe that the turtle shell could withstand indefinitely. Yet as the dust gradually settled, a scene of despair emerged before everyone's eyes. The blue chakra did not dissipate, rather it crazily solidified within those few seconds. With a loud bang, a blue half-giant towering over 20 meters appeared, as if a deity had descended upon the battlefield. It bore 2 hideous faces and 4 robust arms, the chakra pressure emanating from it thickening the surround. The Huey clan leader on the high platform widened his eyes, crushing the handrail in his grip. Although he had experienced the might of Susanoo from Ryu, the second stage of Susanoo was not in the same league as the mature form. That sense of oppression was beyond what any human could withstand. Is this the power of those eyes? He muttered to himself, a sense of unprecedented helplessness rising within. But Kuro did not give him time to reflect, as the enormous blue giant simultaneously lifted its 4 arms, chakra wildly converging in its palms, instantly condensing into 4 massive chakra blades. Without any flashy movements, it simply made a straightforward, slashing motion toward the densest group of Huey ninjas. It's over. Kura's voice was soft, yet it resonated like the decree of death. The 4 massive blades in Susanoo's hands slashed down simultaneously, accompanied by a terrifying wind pressure capable of shredding steel. This strike was as effortless as slicing through tofu, cutting through everything in its path. Whether it be those elite ninjas who activated their bone veins in a desperate attempt to withstand, or the sturdy defensive structures, even the thick rocky ground was instantly sliced open, then shredded to pieces by the ensuing terrifying chakra storm. Half of the square vanished instantly, with 4 deep, bottomless fan-shaped trenches extending into the distance, suddenly appearing in the center of the Huey clan. Within those trenches, not a single living person could be seen, only heaps of indistinguishable flesh and bones mixed with dirt, exuding a nauseating stench of blood. With just one strike, over 300 Huey ninjas vanished from this world, without even a scream, and the once clamorous battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The smell of gunpowder mixed with the nauseating stench of blood slowly permeated the air above the Huey clan's territory. The wind had ceased, and the entire world seemed to have been pressed to mute at that very moment. The battlefield, once filled with the sounds of slaughter, was now left in a deathly silence, with 4 enormous bottomless chasms that were shocking to behold. The few hundred surviving Huey ninjas stood rigidly in place, their faces all reflecting the same expression, blankness. Their minds were a void. They could not comprehend what had just transpired. That earth-shattering strike had completely exceeded their understanding of what a ninja could be. In fact, such a powerful technique could have been executed by strong figures like Senju Buddha or Uchiha Tanaka, but clearly it could not be done as effortlessly as just now. One must admit that Susanoo's efficiency in clearing out minions was truly top-notch. But for most of the Huey clan members, they were merely upper ninjas, or even middle ninjas, and the strongest ninja they had ever seen was their clan leader. They had never even witnessed their leader fight at full strength, which naturally brought them a heavy psychological blow. Is this Uchiha Ke? A Huey middle ninja stammered, his bony knife dropping to the ground. The crisp sound seemed like a heavy hammer shattering the surrounding silence. Monster! It was unclear who first shouted this tearful cry, but panic erupted in the crowd like a plague. The originally tight formation began to loosen, and many people's steps started to uncontrollably retreat. Uchiha Ke still stood at the center of the battlefield. The immense blue sinew had already dissipated, and he transformed back into that young figure clad in a black cloak, looking somewhat frail. He did not rush to pursue. He simply stood there with his hands in his pockets, his crimson eternal Mangekyo Sharingan calmly surveying the trembling enemies around him. This calmness was even more suffocating than the previous violence, like a ferocious beast that had just finished a meal leisurely selecting its next prey. What are you all doing? No one is allowed to retreat. Just as the Huey clan's defense was about to completely collapse, an angry roar came from the back of the crowd. 5 elite upper ninjas clad in dark red combat uniforms charged out from the crowd. They were the leaders of each combat team of the Huey clan, the elite forces second only to the clan leader. Each of them wore an expression of almost mad determination. They knew very well that if they retreated today, the Huey clan would truly be finished. It's just relying on the power of the eye technique. The leader shouted, trying to boost morale with this self-deceiving reasoning. That last strike must have exhausted. Exactly. Such forbidden techniques cannot be used consecutively. Right now he is at his limit. Anyone who doesn't want to die, charge with me. Under the lead of these 5 captains, dozens of Huey upper ninjas, with some fighting spirit, were also mobilized. Despair transformed into madness as they roared, charging forward from all directions once more. Shikatsumiyaku Dance of the Willow. Shikatsumiyaku Dance of the Iron Wire Flower. The 5 captains erupted with all their potential, their bones growing wildly, and in an instant they rushed within 10 meters of Ke. Sharp-bone spears and barbed-bone whips, screeching as they tore through the air, simultaneously struck towards that black figure from 5 dead angles. This was yet another perfect combined attack. If it were an ordinary shadow-level powerhouse without the protection of Susanoo, they would have to avoid the onslaught in close combat. Yet Ke did not move, not even withdrawing his hands from his pockets. Looking at the 5 faces twisted by extreme fear and madness, Ke's eyes held no waves, only a hint of faint disdain. Boring struggles, he murmured. In the next moment, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes slowly rotated, and that complex, eerie black pattern seemed to come to life. An invisible wave instantly covered the area within a dozen meters around him. Inner and outer realms, the leading captain, seeing his bone spear about to pierce Ke's throat, felt a flash of wild joy in his eyes, but suddenly found everything before him to be a blur. There was no sensation of the imagined blade piercing flesh, nor the recoil from being blocked by a defensive jump. He felt a strange pulling sensation, as if 2 invisible hands were grasping his skin and flesh, then pulling forcefully in opposite directions. Off! A shrill, agonizing scream erupted from his throat. A horrifying scene unfolded. Under everyone's gaze, this captain's body was not sent flying, rather the tough skin that had originally wrapped around his body suddenly seemed to gain life, beginning to curl inward. Then clumps of bright red matter surged forth from within him. It was muscle and pulsating blood vessels, even red organs, as well as the white bones that should have been inside his body. It was as if a sock had been turned inside out by someone. The inside became the outside, and the outside became the... This captain had no chance to struggle, his entire being turned into a writhing mass of flesh, crashing heavily to the ground, with his original features already turned inside out, leaving only muffled, desperate groans from within the flesh. But this was just the beginning. Next was the second, the third. The other 4 captains following him, along with the dozens of upper ninjas who had charged in. In less than a second, everyone within the 10-meter radius around Ke suffered the same grim fate. Their bodies instantaneously completed that eerie inversion. Dozens of bloody chunks of flesh lay sprawled on the ground, a sight far more terrifying and disgusting than being reduced to dust by Susanoo. The air was thick not just with the smell of blood, but a nauseating stench mingled with entrails, gastric acid, and some inexplicable bodily fluids. The distant Huey clan members who had hesitated whether to charge in had seen their share of grand scenes, but upon witnessing this, they finally broke down completely, many of them kneeling on the ground and violently retching. While Susanoo was terrifying, at least it was a destruction of the physical realm, a powerful force that could be understood, yet this scene before them was the unknown. Humanity's fear of the unknown far surpasses everything. Ke slowly withdrew his gaze, his crimson eyes holding no trace of pity. Huey clan, since you enjoy playing with bones so much. He stepped over the writhing masses of flesh on the ground, walking towards the crowd. Then I will let you see what it feels like when bones are fully exposed to the outside. Do you still want to fight? Ke's voice was not loud, but in the midst of this dead silence and the sounds of vomiting, it was terrifyingly clear. No one answered, and no one dared to answer. All the Huey clan members, including those who were usually the fiercest warriors, were now trembling together like startled quails, their eyes filled with pleading and despair. Since we are not fighting anymore. Ke paused, his gaze passing through the crowd to rest on the Huey clan leader on the high platform at the back, then prepare to accept judgment. Huey Gigu, this is the price for provoking Uchiha. The named Huey Gigu trembled all over, looking at the black figure and the scattered remains on the ground, then sweeping over the clan members who had completely lost their fighting spirit. As the clan leader, his heart bled. In the domain of the Huey clan, those elite shinobi who were vibrant just a moment ago had now turned into grotesque piles of flesh. Without the covering of skin, the bright red muscles twitched slightly in the open air, while the white bones lay exposed like twisted branches. Run! A first scream pierced the air, and immediately everyone, as if driven mad, dropped their weapons and turned to flee toward the back of the clan's territory. That direction led to the secret path to the seaside, their only means of survival. No one dared to look back, not even for a moment, at the black figure standing amidst the ruins, for it required immense courage. On the high platform, the Huey clan leader gazed down at those who once vowed to shed their last drop of blood for the clan, now scampering away like frightened rats. It's over. All over. As the clan leader, he understood better than anyone that after this battle, even if the Huey clan could survive, they would forever lose their qualification to stand tall. Yet the bloodline must not be severed. His gaze swept over the panicked crowd until it landed at the back, where dozens of underage children remained. the last spark of the Hui clan. Uchiha Kuro. The Hui clan leader suddenly raised his head, fixing his intense gaze on the black figure slowly approaching. If you don't want us to live, then even in death, I shall take at least one of your teeth. Everyone get out of here. Head to the docks. Never come back. He slammed his hands down on the ground. Corpse bone pulse early fern dance. The earth began to violently tremble, as if a colossal beast from beneath was about to burst forth. Centered around the Hui clan leader, countless thick, white bone spikes resembling towering trees erupted from the ground with a piercing rush of air. In mere moments, a forest of white bones towering dozens of meters high stood between Kuro and the fleeing clansmen. This was a true forest of bones, each spike as hard as iron with gaps filled tightly by bone blades. Hurry! The voice of the Hui clan leader was hoarse and weak, yet it carried a sense of tragic relief. As the bone forest obscured Curious view, the young clansmen finally dashed into the secret passage leading to the docks, a faint grim smile appearing at the corners of their mouths. At least they had left a breath of life for the Hui clan. Yet in the next moment their smiles froze on their faces. Sacrificing oneself to protect the clan. Kuro murmured softly. Very heroic, but utterly meaningless. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin slowly once more. The intricate dark patterns resembled a vortex threatening to draw in all the rules of this world. The boundary between the ground and underground. Under the terrified gaze of the Hui clan leader, the indestructible forest of bones along with the ground beneath him suddenly underwent an incomprehensible transformation. The ground was no longer the ground. From a high vantage point one would see that the area extending hundreds of meters in front of Kuro had been forcefully flipped over, as if by an invisible hand. The darkness that had been buried deep underground was now brought to the surface, while the towering bone forest structures, rocks, and the Hui clan leader were instantly forced back underground. The Hui clan leader barely had time to scream before darkness enveloped him. A terrifying pressure from all directions assaulted him, the weight of millions of tons of earth and rock. His proud early fern dance vanished like a painting turned upside down, disappearing from the surface in an instant. Boom. A deep rumble echoed from the depths of the earth, the last mournful cry of the bone forest as it was swallowed. As the dust settled, the once bone-spiked battlefield transformed into a disturbingly flat wasteland with only the soft earth left as evidence of the events that had transpired. The core area of the Hui clan had literally been turned upside down, its former glory and final tragic fate buried deeply 100 meters underground, leaving not a trace behind. Kuro rubbed his eyes, feeling the chakra within him greatly depleted from the continuous use of ocular techniques. He exhaled a breath of murky air, calming his breathing. Though he appeared calm on the surface, he knew very well how terrifying the consumption had been from the recent shifts between the internal and external realms, as well as the ground and underground. This ocular technique, which directly interfered with physical rules, consumed chakra at an alarming rate, causing Kuro to furrow his brow as he assessed it quietly. The rate of consumption was likely more exaggerated than that of a complete Susanoo. Looks like I can't use it casually in the future, I need to conserve it. Kuro shook his head and retracted his Sharingan. At this moment, the distant coastline faintly echoed with the sound of waves crashing against the rocks as he turned to walk leisurely toward the cliff's edge. When he stood on the edge of the cliff and looked down, he saw several small boats filled with Hui clansmen frantically rowing toward the depths of the ocean. The faces of those on the boats were pale, each occasionally glancing back at the now flattened clan territory. Only when they realized no one was pursuing them did they breathe a slight sigh of relief, though the fear in their eyes did not dissipate. Kuro quietly observed as those small boats bobbed in the waves, gradually becoming mere black dots. Although he could easily send those small boats to the bottom of the sea with a long-range ninjutsu or another space ninjutsu, he had no intention of doing so. On one hand, the chakra consumption was indeed substantial. It was unnecessary to waste energy on a few. On the other hand, the land of water Kuro mused, watching the direction the boats were heading, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In the memories of his past life, the Hui clan ultimately perished in the land of water's Kirigakure, and the genius named Hui Kimaru emerged from there. So in the end, this clan has run off to the land of water. Kuro murmured, his tone tinged with mockery towards the inertia of fate. It's better this way, rather than dying here and turning to muck. They might as well go to the land of water and stir up some chaos there. For Kuro now, his vision was no longer limited to momentary slaughter. These small matters were inconsequential. The Hui clan has been completely erased from the land of fire. Kuro withdrew his gaze, taking one last look at the now silent land, once the lair of the most insane clan in the ninja world, now reduced to a flat expanse of earth, with a few corpses yet to be cleared away. With the Hui clan's restraints gone, the pressure on the Uchiha in the east had drastically decreased, and this was merely the first step in his plan for revenge. Next, Kuro turned his gaze toward the west, the direction of the Hyuga clan's territory. It's about time for that brat Tobarama to make his move, isn't it? Kura's figure vanished into thin air at the edge of the cliff, just as he had come, leaving only the few small boats still in shock to sail toward an uncertain fate on the vast ocean. In the underground chamber of the Uchiha clan, the air seemed to solidify. The dim candlelight cast elongated, distorted shadows on the walls, shapes of power and reflections of desire. In the center of the table, the recently delivered black intelligence scroll captured everyone's attention. Uchiha Kage infiltrated the Kagaya territory alone, without sight of the Uchiha army. This statement was shockingly brief, yet weighed heavily, making it hard to breathe. Tobarama, Sarutobi Sasuke broke the silence, his voice low and hoarse. Is this what you call an opportunity? He raised his head, his shrewd eyes filled with suspicion and vigilance. A single person charging into the Kagaya territory. Not even Uchiha Taijima would dare do such a thing, and while Kagaya has been weakened, there are still thousands of crazed warriors with bone techniques. If this intelligence is true, then Uchiha Kage is a thorough madman. If it's false, Sarutobi Sasuke sneered. Then someone is trying to toy with us, leading us to our deaths. The Uchiha clan leader, though silent, wore a similarly grim expression. After all, this intelligence was sent by his own kin. At this moment, Sarutobi's words, seemingly unintentional, struck a nerve, as he had just lost a significant portion of his elite forces in Hanfeng village, making him as tense as a startled bird. In response to Sarutobi's doubts, Tobarama, seated at the head of the table, appeared remarkably calm. Instead of hastily defending himself, he leisurely poured himself a cup of tea and gently blew away the foam on top. What are you two afraid of? Tobarama set down his teacup, his crimson eyes scanning the faces of the two clan leaders, a hint of barely noticeable mockery in his gaze. Are you afraid that Uchiha Kage has truly become a god? Or are you afraid he could annihilate the Kagaya clan alone and then easily level both your families? Do you believe in that possibility yourselves? The Uchiha clan leader twitched at the corner of his mouth. Tobarama, don't speak such cold words. Uchiha Kage's performance at the Hiei's family was truly unsettling. Those eyes are really sinister. What if? There is no what if. Tobarama interrupted him sharply, raising his voice by several degrees, carrying an undeniable conviction. Do not let fear blind your eyes, think carefully with your minds. Tobarama stood up and walked to the ninja world map hanging on the wall, his finger heavily tapping on the location of the Kagaya territory. What is the geography of the Kagaya clan? It is a valley basin that is easy to defend but difficult to attack, surrounded by primitive forests and traps. In such a place, the greatest taboo is a frontal assault by a large army. It is a meat grinder. If you were the commander of the Uchiha clan, how would you attack? Tobarama turned his head, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Sarutobi Sasuke. Sarutobi Sasuke paused for a moment, instinctively immersing himself in thought. If it were me, I would first send an elite team to infiltrate, eliminate the outer sentries, create chaos, and once inside is in disarray, the main army could then take advantage of the situation to advance. That's right. Tobarama snapped his fingers, a smile of total control gracing his lips. Uchiha Kage thinks the same way. He possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, the most suitable for executing such infiltration and decapitation missions in the entire ninja world. Therefore, it is entirely normal for the intelligence to say he rode alone, as he is the spearhead responsible for paving the way. Tobarama's finger traced an arc on the map, pointing to the depths of the dense forest surrounding the Kagaya territory. As for the absence of the Uchiha army, he scoffed. If they want to conceal their movements, it's strange that your Chunin-level scouts could detect them. I can say with absolute certainty that just a few kilometers behind Uchiha Kage, perhaps even under the noses of your scouts, Uchiha Madara is lying in wait with his elite troops ready to respond to Kage's signal. This analysis was reasonable, with a logic so tight that one could find no flaws. The Uchiha clan leader and Sarutobi Sasuke exchanged glances, their doubts gradually dissipating. Indeed, this is the logic of a normal war. A single person challenging an entire clan. Such scenarios only exist in the myth of the Sage of Six Paths. In the real ninja world, chakra and physical strength are limited. Even the strongest would fall to thousands of ninjas surrounding them. So, the Uchiha clan leader swallowed hard, continuing from Tobarama's words, his tone tinged with greed. You mean the Uchiha main force is indeed being restrained? Not only restrained, but also trapped in a quagmire. Tobarama sat back down in his chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Those Kagaya lunatics, if they lack other skills, are adept at counterattacking like mad dogs. For the Uchiha to swallow this hard nut, they would at least have to shed some skin, let alone the time required. 5 days. Tobarama held up 5 fingers. This is my conservative estimate. In the next 5 days, whether it be Uchiha Ke or Uchiha Madara, neither of them will be able to extricate themselves from the Kagaya quagmire. And these days are the window of opportunity bestowed upon us to change our fate. The atmosphere in the chamber began to undergo subtle changes. the initial oppression and fear were fading, replaced by a flame of ambition burning brightly. Hyuga. Sarutobi Sasuke murmured the name as if savoring a piece of rich meat. The elder of the Hyuga has just died, leaving only the Shinrin and the second elder, who is on the verge of the grave. If our 3 clans join forces plus the Senju. It's not just the 3 clans. Tobirama corrected him. There are also Oil Woman clan leader Yunkai, and the elder of the Uzumaki clan, a total of 5 clan leaders worth of combat power. Upon hearing the names Senju Yunkai and Uzumaki elder, the eyes of the 2 clan leaders brightened completely. Senju Yunkai was an old powerhouse from the same era as Senju Hashirama, renowned for his superb water techniques and brute physical prowess, not to mention the Uzumaki elder, who has been famous in the ninja world for decades. Moreover, to deal with the Hyuga's Byakugan, I specially requested a sealing team from the Uzumaki clan. Tobirama threw out the final trump card. For well-known reasons, the Uzumaki elder developed a sealing technique specifically for the Hyuga clan, capable of masking certain abilities of the Byakugan. The preparations were too thorough, from strategic timing to tactical analysis and personnel configuration to targeted counters. Tobirama had calculated nearly every detail to perfection. This is the terrifying aspect of Senju Tobirama. Unlike Hashirama, who possessed overwhelming strength, he held the wisdom to transform every variable into an advantage. The Uchiha clan leader licked his cracked lips, his greed finally overpowering his fear. Having suffered heavy losses in previous battles, if he did not find an opportunity to recover, the Uchiha clan would likely become a second-rate family, and the Hyuga clan was the best supplement. Let's do it. The Uchiha clan leader slammed the table, gritting his teeth. Since the Uchiha are being delayed, let's eliminate their allies first. I don't believe that madman Uchiha Madara can still smile then. Seeing this, Sarutobi Sasuke no longer hesitated. He knew when to place his bets. This was a gamble with extremely high odds and a great chance of winning. If they succeeded, the strength of the Sarutobi clan could double, even giving them a chance to rise among the great clans. Count me in. Sarutobi Sasuke nodded. But I must say this in advance: the distribution of spoils must be documented in black and white. Of course. Tobirama smiled slightly, pulling out a pre-prepared contract scroll from his robe and spreading it on the table. The land, shops, and resources of the Hyuga clan will be equally divided among our 3 clans. In the territory of the Hyuga clan, the first rays of the weak autumn sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense fog-dappled light, falling upon the ancient solemn green tiles of the ancestral home that had weathered 100 years of storms. It was an utterly ordinary morning, with the faint scent of damp earth in the air. Young ninjas from the branch family had already begun their morning training in the dojo, while elderly servants bowed their heads, meticulously sweeping every fallen leaf in the courtyard. Occasionally, early rising children chased and played in the corridor, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Everything appeared to be so orderly, tranquil, and harmonious. It must be said that since Hinata Chika began to take charge, the clan had become much more vibrant than before. Hinata Chika stood alone beneath the winding corridor of the back garden. Dressed in an elegant lavender kimono, she appeared gentle and noble, holding a delicate pair of gardening shears, carefully trimming a pot of wilting autumn chrysanthemums. Her movements were slow and graceful, with each snip seeming to be the result of deep contemplation, radiating the calm poise unique to a noble woman. However, upon closer observation, one would notice her brows were slightly furrowed, and her flawless jade-like eyes were not focused on the flowers, but concealed a lingering shadow. With a sudden snap, she inadvertently cut off a brilliantly blooming bud, which fell to the ground, rolling twice and getting covered in dust. Chika stared at the wilted flower, stunned. "Your Highness, you seem a bit preoccupied today." The concerned maid who had been attending her bent down to pick up the flower, gently brushing off the dust. "Did you not sleep well last night? You've been so burdened with clan matters lately. Why don't you rest for a while?" "No need." Chika shook her head, letting out a soft sigh as she placed the shears on a nearby stone table. "It just feels too quiet." The maid blinked in confusion, glancing around. "Isn't it just like usual? Everyone is busy and the weather is quite nice today. I even saw a few magpies calling just a moment ago. It's different." Chika shook her head, her gaze drifting toward the distant sky. The kind of quiet she felt was not auditory, but an instinctual sense of deathly stillness. As the heir of the clan possessing the high-purity Byakugan bloodline, her perception of the surrounding chakra flow was far more acute than that of an ordinary person. At this time of day, it should be when the outer patrol team was changing shifts. According to the strict regulations of the Hyuga clan, each patrol team during their handover would release a specific weak chakra signal visible only to those with Byakugan in order to confirm the outer safety to the main family. This had been a practice for hundreds of years, as natural as breathing, yet today that signal was inexplicable. Moreover, she even felt that the air today was somewhat viscous, as if an invisible membrane was slowly enveloping the entire Hyuga territory, isolating it from the outside. This sense of incongruity. Chika's heart inexplicably raced faster, a sense of panic entwining her heart like creeping vines. I hope I'm just being paranoid. She gave a self-deprecating smile, deciding not to rely on this elusive intuition any longer. The meridians near her temples suddenly throbbed, and her vision underwent a dramatic transformation. The once colorful world faded into a scene composed of black, white, and gray, illustrating the flow of chakra. Her gaze easily pierced through the thick walls and dense forests rapidly extending toward the several kilometers of the outer patrol area. However, just as she touched the edge of the territory. What is this? Chika's body froze suddenly as if struck by lightning. Taking a step back, her face, she did not see the familiar forest watchtower, but a chaotic scene, as if a misty chakra barrier silently rose around the Hyuga territory. The Byakugan's pride in its long-range and penetrating abilities utterly failed against this wall, where she could only see near objects, while everything further away seemed to plunge into an unfathomable vortex obscuring her vision. This is not mist. It's a barrier. Chika's voice trembled with fear, and it's a sealing barrier specifically targeting Byakugan. This level of... In this ninja world, only one clan could accomplish this and possess such knowledge of Byakugan's weakness. Her mother's clan, which had always maintained a close relationship with the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki. Senju. Chika's mind raced. A multitude of terrifying thoughts surged forth in an instant. Since the Uzumaki clan had taken action to block her vision, what could be hidden behind this barrier? Was it a negotiation envoy? Or... Boom. Before she could react, a deafening explosion accompanied by violent tremors of the ground beneath her feet suddenly shattered the morning's tranquility. Chika turned sharply to look, witnessing a scene that would become the beginning of a nightmare she could never forget. The once clear sky in that direction was now painted red by the brilliance of various ninjutsu. A massive fireball descended from the sky like a meteor, crashing to the ground with a scorching wave of heat. Sharp wind blades like invisible cutting machines howled as they tore through the sturdy walls. Various elemental ninjutsu, mixed together lacking any form or structure, merely a pure outpouring of attacks that instantly overwhelmed the Hyuga clan's proud outer defenses. There were no proclamations of war or warnings. This ambush appeared as if it had sprung from thin air, so swift that one could hardly react, so brutal that it sent shivers down the spine. Enemy attack. A piercing scream finally pierced through the chaos of explosions, filled with despair and terror, as a bloodied branch clan ninja stumbled into the inner courtyard. The 8 trigrams barrier has been breached. The outer defense is completely wiped out. The enemy has entered. This shout completely jolted the Hyuga clansmen who were still engaged in morning exercises. What? Enemy attack. Where are they coming from? Protect the main family. Protect the children. The orderly territory of the clan was instantly thrown into chaos. Screams and cries echoed throughout. Thick smoke billowed upward, blocking the sun and dyeing the entire sky crimson. Chika looked at the chaotic scene, feeling a chill run through her limbs, a sense of dread surging from her feet to the top of her head. She had anticipated the worst, foreseen that the Hyuga might be drawn into war, and predicted the consequences of her father's hesitance. But she never expected this day would arrive so swiftly and with such a sudden blow. This was clearly a meticulously planned hunt. The enemy had not even given the Hyuga any time to react. It was a direct life-or-death strike. Perhaps the Hyuga had not experienced war for too long. Since the battle at the Bone-Bearing Ridge, the clan had been living in peace, not participating in the conflicts between the Senju and Uchiha, but the complacency brought about by safety had resulted in their sluggishness in responding to emergencies. The new generation of ninjas scattered in panic, fear spreading throughout the territory. Calm down. We must remain calm. Chika bit her tongue sharply. The metallic taste and pain forcibly awakened her from her panic. Now was not the time to be afraid. As the daughter of the main family, she had to step up during this chaotic moment. Do not panic. She ripped off the obstructive long sleeves of her kimono, revealing the shirt underneath, and leaped from the corridor into the center of the courtyard. She rushed forward, catching the almost unconscious Chunin, commanding sharply, "Look at me. Tell me, who is the enemy? How many are there? Which clan do they belong to?" The Chunin gasped for breath, his gaze unfocused clearly at his limit eye. "I don't know. Can't see. There are ninjutsu everywhere. I can't tell which clan. Too many. Like a tide. They won't come close to us. It's all ninjutsu bombardment. Our gentle fist. Can't reach them." After saying this, the Chunin tilted his head and completely fainted. A mixed coalition. Long-range bombardment. Chika's heart sank to the bottom. This was the most lethal tactic against the Hyuga's gentle fist. Although the Hyuga clan boasted invincibility in close combat, facing such saturated long-range ninjutsu attacks, the short-range weakness of the gentle fist was fully exposed. Moreover, with the Byakugan sealed, she could not predict attacks in advance. This was nothing short of an asymmetric slaughter. "We can't wait any longer. Chika stood up, surveying the panicking branch clan ninjas around her. Listen to me. Her voice was crisp and loud, carrying an undeniable authority that instantly drowned out the surrounding noise. All branch clan jounin, listen up. Immediately abandon all outer positions and converge toward the clan territory. Do not engage. Use the terrain and barriers of the clan territory to consolidate defenses. The medical team is responsible for bringing the injured in. Prioritize the safety of the elderly and children into the underground shelter. Hurry. At this moment, the Hyuga clan's territory was utterly shattered by the deafening explosions and soaring flames. Fortunately, under the calm and decisive command of Chinshue, the once chaotic clan members finally stabilized their footing. They abandoned the outer area that had turned into a sea of fire and retreated to the inner courtyard centered around the clan's ancestral home, relying on the terrain and the second layer of defensive barrier to construct a fragile yet resilient line of defense. However, this brief respite did not last long. Just as the Hyuga clan had completed their defensive contraction, 5 massive and suffocating chakras suddenly descended from 5 different directions without warning. The Hyuga branch ninjas who had just been organizing their defenses now felt as if a giant boulder was crushing their chests, making it difficult to breathe. This was the power of a clan leader. And it was not just one. In the terrified gazes of all the Hyuga clansmen, 5 figures slowly materialized around the ancestral home. On the eastern high wall stood a burly man, the old powerhouse of the Senju clan, Senju Yunjian. On the southern rooftop, Senju Tobarama crossed his arms, his silver short hair exceptionally striking in the firelight, his expression as indifferent as ever, his crimson eyes scanning the battlefield. On the western ruins, clan leader Shizune stood shoulder to shoulder with clan leader Sarutobi. Although Shizune's face was still somewhat pale, the greed in his eyes burned fiercely. In front of the main entrance of the ancestral home to the north, an elderly man dressed in the iconic red robe of the Uzumaki clan, with white hair and beard, stood there quietly. The great elder of the Uzumaki clan. Seeing this figure, the expressions of all the senior members of the Hyuga clan changed, but none more complex than Kiangshu's. Her gaze pierced through the chaotic crowd and landed on that familiar, yet unfamiliar figure. In her childhood memories, her grandfather's embrace was always warm, carrying a faint scent of home. Yet now he stood with the enemy at the doorstep of her home, his gaze devoid of the past warmth, replaced by an unfathomable coldness. Senju, Uzumaki, Shizune, Sarutobi. The voice of Hyuga Shinrin echoed from the top of the ancestral home as he and the second elder suddenly appeared on the rooftop, 2 equally powerful chakras soaring into the sky, confronting the 5 below. Zuanrin's gaze swept over the familiar faces, ultimately settling on the great elder of the Uzumaki clan. Old man, you finally came. His voice was icy, filled with sarcasm. So how does it feel to bring people to tear down your granddaughter's home? Facing this sharp taunt, the great elder of the Uzumaki showed no reaction, as if he had not heard it at all. He did not look at Shinrin, his murky, yet sharp eyes pierced through time and space, directly landing on the cold-eyed girl within the crowd below. Chinshue, the old man's voice was hoarse and weary, carrying a hint of complex emotion. Come with me. You carry the blood of the Uzumaki clan. You are my only granddaughter. As long as you are willing, if you come with me now, you will still be the most noble princess of the land of whirlpools. Mito has already married into the Senju. If you return, everything in the Uzumaki will eventually belong to you. This declaration struck like thunder in the ears of all the Hyuga clansmen, and Zuanrin's expression instantly turned ashen. This was no longer a war to undermine him in front of the entire clan and entice his only heir to surrender, was a blatant humiliation for the Hyuga clan, which placed great importance on bloodline purity. However, Kiangshu's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. There was no anger or sadness, not even a hint of hesitation. She simply raised her head calmly, meeting her grandfather's complex gaze, and slowly shook her head. Grandfather. Her voice was clear and firm, every word reaching the ears of everyone present. I am the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, the princess of the Hyuga. These 2 simple sentences were like an insurmountable chasm, completely severing all blood ties and declaring her determination to coexist and perish with the entire Hyuga clan. Enough. Hearing this response, the great elder of the Uzumaki slowly closed his eyes, a hint of imperceptible pain flashing across his aged face, but soon replaced by determination. He let out a long sigh. When he opened his eyes again, there was no longer any emotion within them, only cold, killing intent remained. Attack. The cold 2 words served as the final decree. Before the words, even faded Senju Yunjian, standing on the eastern high wall, moved like a cannonball, descending from the sky with a sonic boom, and punched towards Hyuga Shinrin on the rooftop. At the same time, clan leader Shizune and clan leader Sarutobi also struck simultaneously. Wind release, vacuum waved. Fire release, great fire destruction. Two streams of powerful ninjutsu converged from both sides. A massive fire dragon grew in size more than double with the aid of the wind targeting Chinshiwe and the clan's guard team behind Shinrin. Four symbols seal lock. As the great elder of the Uzumaki shouted for golden chakra, chains shot up from the ground, coiling like spirit snakes towards the second elder on the rooftop. In the moment the chains appeared, Senju Tobarama, who had been lingering on the edge of the battlefield, also appeared behind the second elder, like a ghost wielding a sharp water blade aimed directly at his back. This was a perfectly calculated encirclement. From the beginning their target was not anyone else, but the last two pillars of the Hyuga clan. Faced with this devastating attack, Shinrin and the second elder showed no signs of panic. Take care of you, Shinrin shouted at the second elder, ignoring the attacks from behind, unleashing his chakra to meet Senju Yunjian's unstoppable punch. 8 trigrams palm returned to heaven. On the other side, the second elder faced the three-person assault, advancing rather than retreating, spinning rapidly in place, and a massive chakra instantly formed a blue hemisphere of absolute defense, blocking both Tobarama's and the great elder's attacks, even sweeping up the two fire dragons targeting Chinshiwa. A tremendous explosion erupted above the Hyuga clan's territory. The shockwave of chakra spread out like a tsunami, flattening the surrounding buildings. The fierce clash of high-level powers entered the bloodiest phase without a single word wasted. Shinrin faced the purest physical combatants of the Senju clan along with the ninjutsu masters of the Shizune and Sarutobi clans. Every punch from Senju Yunjian carried the weight of a collapsing mountain, while Shinrin relied on soft punches to continuously cope. However, the ninjutsu from Shizune and Sarutobi came from all angles like maggots, tightening the space for him to evade. Boom! A colossal sound reminiscent of mountains crumbling and earth shattering exploded above the ruins of the Hyuga clan territory. The terrifyingly powerful punch from Senju Yunjian struck the ground fiercely. The originally hard bluestone slab instantly turned to dust, and the massive shockwave radiated outward like ripples, shattering the remaining walls around. At the epicenter of this destructive force, the figure of Hyuga, Shinrin, flickered like a ghost, narrowly evading this blow capable of splitting mountains and cracking stones. His white robe was already stained with dust and blood, yet his Byakugan remained sharp and bright. As the former rival of Taijima Fujian and the holder of the title Heavenly Ninja, the Hyuga clan leader, now in his prime, exhibited astonishing strength. Faced with the assault of 3 clan leader-level foes, he did not collapse, as everyone expected. Instead, he endured the storm-like onslaught. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, air wall. While dodging the attack, Shinrin did not pause for a moment and thrust both palms forward vigorously. A highly refined chakra shockwave screamed forth, producing a sharp sound as it directly blasted Sarutobi Sasuke, who attempted a sneak attack from the flank along with the fire technique he had just unleashed, sending him flying several meters away. The flames dispersed in the air, turning into a rain of fire falling down. It's not over yet. The cold voice of clan leader Shimizu came from above his hands, forming seals with astonishing speed. Wind release vacuum great sphere. Several compressed air bullets resembling cannonballs sealed off all of Zuanrin's escape routes. Heavenly return. Shinrin let out a low shout and ceased evading. Chakra surged explosively from within him as his body began to spin at high speed. A perfect blue chakra hemisphere formed, instantly deflecting all the wind bullets with a series of crisp sounds. Following the momentum of the spin, he charged toward the recently landed Senju Yunjian, striking at his opponent's gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams palm crush. The Hyuga clan, known as the strongest martial arts family before the establishment of Konoha, indeed had its unique strengths. The gentle fist's attack and defense, combined with the Byakugan's 360-degree field of vision, allowed Shinrin to hold his own against 3 opponents. However, it was merely a back-and-forth exchange. Shinrin was panting heavily. Although he had fended off the attacks, the consumption of chakra was immense. He faced 3 opponents, all of whom were of the same caliber as him, making this a war of attrition he was destined to lose. What weighed on his mind the most was not the enemies before him, but the battlefield on the other side. If Shinrin was dancing on the edge of a knife, then the battlefield where the second elder resided was a true death. In his 50s, the second elder, although possessing a wealth of combat experience, found his reaction speed could no longer compare to his peak years. Sealing technique, diamond lock. For golden chakra chains like giant pythons endowed with life emerged from the ground, tightly restricting the second elder's range of movement. These chains were not only incredibly hard, but also carried a strong sealing attribute. Even a slight touch would cause the chakra within to flow sluggishly. For the gentle fist, which relied heavily on the flow of chakra, this was akin to a nemesis. The second elder had to devote most of his energy to evading these chains, leaving him vulnerable to attacks from the other 2. Standing at a distance, clan leader Aburame, though not skilled in close combat, sent forth his swarms of insects like a black mist that infiltrated every gap, circling around the second elder, waiting for the slightest opening to swarm in and greedily consume his chakra. Get away, annoying bugs. The second elder shouted angrily, striking out with his palm to disperse a mass of insects before him. Countless black insect corpses fell like rain. But immediately after, a chilling stream of water shot through the gap left by the dispersed swarm. Water release, water waved. A massive water dragon roared forth with tremendous force, and the second elder could only unleash Heavenly Return once more. But that was exactly what Tobirama wanted. Although Heavenly Return was an absolute defense, there was a brief moment of stiffness when the user stopped spinning. For an ordinary ninja, this moment of stiffness could be negligible, but for a tactical master like Tobirama, it represented the boundary between life and death. Time ticked away, and the situation on the battlefield became increasingly clear. The second elder's movements slowed, his chest heaving violently, and his once pristine white robe was now drenched in sweat. "Old man, are you running out of stamina?" Tobirama's cold voice rang out, carrying an undisguised mockery. The second elder said nothing, his gaze fixed intently on the three before him. In his pale eyes there was no fear, only a resolute determination to face death. He knew he could not hold on much longer, and glanced at the distant Schwanren, who was now facing three powerful foes alone, bloodied, yet still fighting fiercely. One last look backward revealed Chikaz desperately resisting with the remaining clan members. Shinrin. Chikaz. A wave of sorrow surged within the second elder. The Hyuga clan with a 1,000-year legacy, was it truly going to end here today? No. Even if I have to risk this old body. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He chose to abandon defense entirely and charged toward the greatest threat, Elder Uzumaki, employing a life-for-life strategy. Like lightning, his figure darted and palm shadows flew. Want to fight to the death? Too late. Elder Uzumaki snorted coldly, manipulating the golden chains to ensnare the second elder. But at this moment the second elder had completely abandoned defense. Even as the chain struck fiercely against his back, he seemed to feel no pain, recklessly aiming his palms in a singular direction. Elder Uzumaki was forced to retreat repeatedly by this reckless assault, unable to reorganize an effective sealing technique. However, reality was cruel. Just as the second elder was about to severely injure Elder Uzumaki, the ever-observant Tobirama moved. "It's over." He keenly spotted the second elder's opening, his hands forming seals so swiftly that only afterimages could be seen. Water release, water severing wave. He opened his mouth, unleashing a water stream as thin as a hair, but containing extremely high water pressure, accurately slicing toward the second elder's unguarded chest. Had the second elder been in his youth, he might have dodged with his reflexes, but now he was already a beat too slow. A faint sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed, and the second elder's forward momentum abruptly halted, as if he had been pressed the pause button. Thud. This elder, who had supported the Hyuga for decades, slowly fell backward. The sound of his body hitting the ground was not loud, yet it resonated terrifyingly in the chaotic battlefield. In the final moment before consciousness faded, he left behind his last words to this world. "Protect the main family." The corpse of the second elder lay in a pool of blood staining the ground beneath him. This scene was like a heavy hammer striking hard at the hearts of every member of the Hinata clan. Uncle. The Hinata Schwanren, who was entangled in battle with Senju Yunjian and others, felt his heart convulse violently. But he had no time to grieve, for at the moment the second elder fell, the 3 terrifying auras that had been restrained swiftly locked onto him. Senju Tobirama, the elder of the Uzumaki clan, the Oil Woman clan leader, along with Senju Yunjian, the Shimura clan leader, and the Sarutobi clan leader, a total of 5 clan leaders and 1 Quasi-clan leader. This was a lineup that could make any current ninja world powerhouse feel despair, and facing it alone was only Hinata Shinrin. "Don't give him a chance to breathe." Senju Tobirama's voice was as cold as ice, leaving no room for Shinrin to mourn the dead, surround and kill him. With Tobirama's command, the 6 strong fighters moved simultaneously, no longer tentative, and without any reservations. This time, it was a true net of heaven and earth. At the center of the encirclement, Shinrin felt as if he were a trapped beast in a cage, but he did not give up. As the clan leader of the Hinata, the word surrender did not exist in his dictionary. 8 trigrams palm, returning heavens. He chose not to counterattack, for in such a dense assault, any counteraction would reveal a fatal flaw. His body began to spin rapidly, chakra forming a perfect blue hemispherical shield, enveloping him. Various ninjutsu struck simultaneously against the returning heavens. A tremendous explosion echoed through the skies, and the terrifying shockwave flattened all surrounding structures. He actually blocked it completely. The Sarutobi clan leader's eyes flashed with surprise. He had never fought Shinrin before, and was confident in the power of his ninjutsu. In his view, it was nearly impossible for anyone to withstand the combined attack of 6. Don't stop. Tobarama's cold voice rang out again. He can't hold on for long, continue attacking to wear him down. Just as Tobarama said, this was only the beginning. As the first wave of attacks passed, the second and third waves followed in quick succession. The 6 strong fighters relentlessly bombarded Shinrin like tireless machines. Shinrin could only be forced to use returning heavens again and again, with each rotation depleting the chakra within him. His breathing grew increasingly rapid and sweat poured down his forehead like rain. What was even more terrifying was that every time Shinrin had to stop to catch his breath, a water disruption wave, or several kunai, with explosive tags would accurately fly over, forcing him to activate returning heavens again or endure some damage. In just a few minutes, Zuanren's body was covered in various wounds, yet he remained firmly planted in place, refusing to retreat. Because he knew he was the last barrier leading to the inner courtyard, and once he fell, the future of the Hinata clan would be torn apart. The atmosphere in the inner courtyard of the Hinata clan was equally oppressive. Hinata Chinchua stood on a high platform watching the battlefield, shrouded in various jutsu lights in the distance. Though she could not see the specific battle conditions due to her Byakugan being sealed, the chakra fluctuations belonging to her father made her heart ache. The second elder was dead, and her father was being besieged by 6 similarly powerful opponents. This was already a desperate situation. As his daughter, she longed to rush out immediately, but as the princess of the Hinata and the highest commander here, she could not do so. Your Highness. A bloodied branch ninja rushed over the front line. Can't hold much longer. The enemy's assault is too fierce. Chinchua took a deep breath, forcing the tears back into her eyes, turning around to scan the clan members gathered at the entrance of the refuge. We can't delay any longer. Qiangshu's voice was as hard as iron, carrying a cruel determination that belied her age. Relay my orders. All surviving branch ninjas immediately abandon all defenses, gather at the front line. At all costs, even if it means using bodies to block, we must stop the enemy's advance. The rest of the main family members and children, follow me. As a powerful clan that had stood for hundreds of years in the ninja world, the Hinata clan had a very detailed plan for such a war of extermination, including how to retreat their living forces. There was a secret passage in the back mountain of the Hinata clan that only the main family successors knew. The retreat route was similar to the one Kagaya took when facing the attack from Ke. The orders issued by Chinchua at this moment were undoubtedly cruel, meaning to send those branch ninjas to their deaths to buy time for the main family and the younger generation to escape. But none of the branch ninjas present showed any signs of dissatisfaction or hesitation upon hearing this order. Yes, for the Hinata. This was the absolute loyalty engraved in the bones of the Hinata clan, and dozens of branch ninjas charged headlong into the battlefield that was like a meat grinder. Go, hurry, Chinchua urged loudly, and everyone began to sprint towards the entrance of the secret passage while she stood at the back of the line. After everyone had entered the secret passage, she stopped slowly, turned to look in the direction of her father. Father, she whispered, her voice choked. She knew today might be a final farewell. I will survive. Chinchua wiped her tears, a flame of hatred reigniting in her eyes. I will live on with the bloodline of the Hinata and this deep-seated hatred. One day I will make these clans pay 100-fold. After casting one last deep glance in that direction, Chinchua suddenly turned and dashed into the dark secret passage. With the drop of a mechanism, the entrance to the secret passage was completely sealed. At the center of the battlefield, Schwanren, who was struggling to hold on, seemed to sense something. Though his Byakugan was suppressed, he could feel the chakra belonging to Chinchua in the inner courtyard rapidly retreating until it vanished beyond his perception. They are gone. Finally gone. Zuanren's tightly wound nerves relaxed slightly at this moment, and a grim smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, mixed with blood foam, looking particularly sinister. Is he smiling? Sarutobi Sasuke, who was about to launch a new round of attacks, paused, looking at the nearly beaten-down Hinata clan leader with confusion. Something's off. Tobarama frowned, his keen intuition sensing a hint of danger. It seems the Hinata main family has retreated. He has no more worries behind him. The elder of the Uzumaki clan scanned the battlefield and sighed. He knew this former son-in-law. Best be cautious. A cornered beast is the most dangerous. With the complete disappearance of Qiangshu's aura, the momentum surrounding Hinata, Shinrin suddenly. It was no longer the calmness of having to restrain himself to protect others, but a ferocity akin to a volcanic eruption unleashing without any reservations. Without the burden, I can finally engage in a proper battle, Shinrin murmured softly, his white eyes shining. Empty bravado. Even though the leader of the Oil Woman clan said this, his body instinctively took half a step back. His perception of danger far exceeded that of ordinary people, and at this moment Shinrin felt like a tailed beast to him. Whether it's empty bravado, you'll know if you try. Before his words had faded, Zuanren's figure suddenly vanished from his original spot, not due to a body flicker technique, but because of pure physical power releasing an extreme speed. The ground exploded beneath his feet, and he had already transformed into a streak of white light charging directly at the weakest link in the encirclement, the leader of the Oil Woman clan. So fast. The leader of the Oil Woman clan's pupils constricted sharply up before he could form any seal. Xuanren's face had already appeared before him. Secret technique, insect wall. In a critical moment, the leader of the Oil Woman clan could only release a massive number of parasitic insects from his sleeve, forming a black insect wall in front of him. However, in front of the fully unleashed leader of the Hinata clan, this wall seemed laughably flimsy, as if made of paper. Soft fist technique, Bagua collapse palm. Shinrin showed no signs of slowing down, his chakra-infused hand striking heavily against the insect wall. A dull explosion rang out as the black wall, composed of thousands of parasitic insects, was instantly reduced to dust under the terrifying impact of the chakra, not managing to pose even a slight obstacle. The palm strike continued unabated, slamming hard into the chest of the leader of the Oil Woman clan. He didn't even have time to scream as he sprayed blood and was sent flying. His body traced a parabolic arc through the air, crashing through 3 thick walls before ultimately slamming into a decorative rockery, shattering it into pieces. Although the leader of the Oil Woman clan was the weakest among these individuals, he was still a clan leader-level powerhouse, yet he was rendered so utterly helpless by a single strike. This showcased the terrifying strength of the Hinata clan leader, who was no longer holding back. Damn it. Seeing this scene, the remaining 5 individuals changed their expressions. They had not anticipated that Shinrin possessed such terrifying explosive power. Altogether, don't give him a chance to breathe. Senju Yunjian roared, leaping high into the air with a momentum that could destroy heaven and earth, and punched down towards Xuanren's head. At the same time, the leaders of the Shimura and Sarutobi clans also took action simultaneously. Dozens of compressed air bullets and 3 gigantic fire dragons converged from both sides, sealing off all of Xuanren's escape routes. The entire battlefield instantly transformed into a purgatory, with high temperatures and wind pressures melting and cracking the ground. Return to heaven. In the face of this deadly situation, Shinrin showed no signs of panic, his body once again spinning at high speed. Several streams of terrifying chakra collided and annihilated in the air, creating shockwaves that spread outwards, leveling everything within a radius of several meters. Water release, hard vortex water gun. Having been lurking at the edge of the battlefield looking for an opportunity, Senju Tobarama finally revealed his fangs, condensing a high-speed rotating water spear in his hand. The speed of the swirling water cut through the surrounding air, emitting a piercing shriek. This was Enstrank ninjutsu, possessing astonishing penetrating power. With nowhere to evade in this split-second, Shinrin could only instinctively tilt his body slightly. The high-speed rotating water blade easily tore through Xuanren's chakra defense, piercing through his left abdomen and spraying a mist of blood. The excruciating pain caused a momentary pause in Xuanren's movements. Great opportunity. Seizing this flaw, Senju Yunjian unleashed his previously blocked heavy punch, with renewed force smashing hard against Xuanren's shoulder. Crack! A clear sound of bone fracturing echoed as Xuanren's right shoulder instantly caved in, and he was sent flying by this immense force, sliding across the ground for dozens of meters before crashing into a massive stone pillar, finally coming to a stop. Cough, cough, cough. Shinrin struggled to rise, but coughed up another mouthful of blood, staining the ground in front of him crimson. At this moment, he was in a pitiful state, his left abdomen pierced and bleeding, his right shoulder fractured, his right arm weakly hanging down, and his body covered in various burns and cuts, remnants of withstanding ninjutsu, his chakra already nearing depletion. It's over, Hinata clan leader. Senju Tobarama slowly walked forward, the kunai in his hand glinting with a cold light. Senju Yunjian, the Shimura clan leader, the Sarutobi clan leader, and the elder of the Uzumaki clan also fanned out to surround him, sealing off all his escape routes. Looking at these 5 powerful figures standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, Shinrin managed a miserable smile. He knew he had reached his limit, yet he still felt somewhat powerless in the face of such a vast disparity in strength and targeted tactics. Am I to die? Shinrin leaned against the broken stone pillar, his gaze falling on the corpse of the second elder not far away and at the clan grounds that had turned into ruins. Am I content? Of course not. He had yet to see Chinchua grow into a capable clan leader, nor had he witnessed the true rise of the Hinata clan, and he hadn't even had the chance to punch that despised Uchiha Kaku. At the end of his life, a scene suddenly flashed in Xuanren's mind. It was an ancient scroll so old that its material could not even be recognized, hidden deep within the Hinata main family. There were no words on the scroll, only a vague silhouette striking a peculiar pose, which completely contradicted the principles of the soft fist and even the common sense of ninjutsu. But at this moment, an inexplicable stirring from deep within his bloodline surged in Xuanren's heart, as if an ancient voice whispered in his ear. So that's it. Xuanren's lowered head suddenly lifted, and his white eyes, which had lost their luster, now shone with an unprecedented pure brilliance. This radiance was no longer a simple white, but instead subtly shimmered with a mysterious azure hue. An ancient, desolate, yet magnificently overwhelming aura slowly awakened from his broken body, causing the souls of everyone present to tremble. The surrounding air ceased to flow, and the dust and debris that had been floating in the air suddenly defied gravity and began to hover. Something's wrong. Tobirama, who had remained calm, suddenly changed color, a primal sense of danger causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Quickly, kill him. Although he did not know what it was, his instincts told him that if Shinrin unleashed this technique, something terrifying would occur. The 5 clan leader-level powerhouses moved simultaneously, unleashing various lethal ninjutsu towards the man leaning against the stone pillar. But it was already too late. Xuanren's lips curved into a smile of relief as he looked at the 5 approaching figures and softly said, "Since you don't want me to live, then let's all go to hell together." In the next second, a brilliant light erupted. The white light in Xuanren's eyes became increasingly dazzling, not merely a surge of chakra, but rather an awakening of an ancient divinity. His body gradually began to emit a pearly glow reminiscent of the chakra cloak of Shinrin in the original work. In Senju Tobirama's heart, alarm bells rang loudly. He had witnessed countless forbidden techniques and shrank ninjutsu, and even developed many himself, yet the aura emanating from Shinrin at this moment filled him with an unprecedented sense of strangeness and fear. It was a power that completely transcended the understanding of ninjas. "Stop him, quickly!" Tobirama shouted, his hands forming seals at an unprecedented speed. He sensed that if this technique was not interrupted, everyone present would perish. But it was already too late. Shinrin lifted his head, and for the last time his Byakugan swept across this world, seeing the 6 terrified individuals and the approaching coalition of 5 clans, as if he also caught a glimpse of his daughter, who had taken her people away. "Farewell, Chinchua." A serene smile crept across his lips as he slowly unleashed that palm strike, devoid of any flashy movements, just a simple, straightforward palm. Yet at the moment that palm strike was unleashed, the heavens and earth changed color. 80 God Sky Strike. This was an extraordinary body technique mastered only by the chakra progenitor Otsutsuki Kagaya and her second son Otsutsuki Yom. Not only did it possess the power to annihilate everything, but it also boasted an indestructible defense, theoretically achieving a perfect integration of offense and defense. However, the techniques of the 6 paths were a forbidden zone for mortals, for Xuanren's chakra and body simply could not bear this divine power. To forcefully use it, the only price was to sacrifice everything one had. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted at the center of the Hyuga clan's territory, the shockwave sweeping outwards like a tsunami, indiscriminately engulfing everything in its path. The first to bear the brunt were the hundreds of coalition ninjas who had just broken through the defense and were preparing to reap the aftermath. "What is that?" A senior ninja from the Sarutobi clan looked up in horror. Before he could finish his sentence, his body was instantly reduced to dust along with the weapons he held, and the armor he wore, all completely obliterated in that terrifying torrent of chakra. This was not merely death, it was erasure. Whether person, building, or earth, everything vanished as if erased by an eraser, turning into nothingness in an instant. "No, this is impossible." The leader of the Yonu clan screamed in despair at the apocalyptic scene before him. He had been severely injured by Shinrin earlier and had no time to evade, now desperately unleashing all his parasitic insects to defend. Yet before the body technique of the 6 paths, this defense was laughable, like a child's toy. The infamous leader of the Yonu clan had evaded the reckoning of Uchiha Kuro in the west, yet did not escape the dying counterattack of Hyuga, Xuanren evaporating completely under the radiance of that white light, even his screams drowned out by the explosion. The others frantically urged their chakra, using body flicker technique, to flee. The white light rampaged on, lasting a full 10 seconds. But those 10 seconds felt like a century to everyone present. When the light finally dissipated and the deafening roar ceased, the entire Hyuga clan territory had turned into a dead zone. The originally orderly buildings and sturdy defenses, everything had vanished. In their place lay a massive circular pit over a kilometer in diameter and several dozen meters deep. The edges of the pit were smooth as a mirror, as if a giant hand of a deity had forcibly extracted a chunk from the earth. Those aggressive coalition ninjas, along with their corpses and blood, were reduced to dust under this strike, as if they had never existed in this world. At the center of the pit, the spot where Hyuga Shinrin should have stood was now merely a wisp of smoke drifting away with the wind. A divine technique can only be wielded by a god. Without the corresponding foundation, one must inevitably pay a painful price, just like the 8 gates, where opening the death gate guarantees certain death. Moreover, at the moment Hyuga Shinrin used this technique, he was already close to exhaustion. Cough cough. What kind of ninjutsu is this? At the edge of the ruins, Senju Tobarama painfully crawled out from the mound of earth. His blue armor was shattered, and looking at the terrifying pit before him, the usually calm red eyes of his first time revealed an emotion called fear, and even his voice trembled slightly. Cough cough. Old bones like mine. Not far away, the elder of the Uzumaki clan stood up, shakily, blood at the corner of his mouth, his once rosy complexion now turned pallid. And further away, the clan leaders of the Shimura and Sarutobi clans also staggered to their feet, looking at the desolate battlefield before them, their eyes filled with horror and lingering dread. Had they not run quickly, had this strike targeted them instead of the surrounding coalition, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Are they dead? Senju Yunkai approached, his eyes filled with brutality. With that level of explosion, there's no way they could still be alive. Tobarama suppressed the panic in his heart, his gaze sweeping over the empty center of the pit, coldly stating, "Rest assured there won't even be a corpse left behind." Damn it. The leader of the Shimura clan spat angrily. All our people are gone, hundreds, just like that. This was the foundation of their family. They had come hoping to take a share, but instead they ended up with a shattered tooth, and even lost their capital. The Hyuga are truly a terrifying clan, Sarutobi Sasuke said, shaken. Fortunately, this threat is gone now. There's still one more. Tobarama suddenly spoke, his gaze directed towards the distant back mountain. Hyuga Shinrin is dead, but Hyuga Chinchua and that group of core clansmen are still alive. If we don't eliminate them completely. His words trailed off, but everyone present understood his meaning. Should we pursue? The leader of the Shimura clan asked, though there was still killing intent in his eyes, his tone clearly wavering. Tobarama looked in that direction, then glanced around. The coalition had turned to ashes, and the 5 clan leaders were all injured, with the leader of the Yonu clan having dropped dead. Moreover, the terrifying chakra aura lingering in that pit continued to stimulate his nerves, as if warning him not to take another step forward. Forget it. After a long pause, Tobarama shook his head and made a decision. Let's first deal with this. Before he could finish, a crisp cracking sound suddenly echoed above the dead pit. The sound was not loud, but in the ears of the 5 powerful figures present it rang like thunder. What kind of space ninjutsu is this? Tobarama's pupils suddenly constricted, a stronger sense of crisis than when facing the 80-god sky strike enveloping him. At the center of the former pit stood a young figure clad in a black trench coat, his eyes glinting red as they swept over the 5 shadow-level powerful figures in their disarray. It seems I have arrived a step too late. Uchiha Kuro murmured to himself, his voice echoing in the empty pit. So have you decided how to die? The time rewinds to the morning when Uchiha Ke was preparing to confront the Kagaya clan. The atmosphere in the Uchiha clan was tense. Although Ke had resolved to seek revenge alone at the Kagaya clan, the entire Uchiha intelligence network resembled an invisible spider web covering most of the critical nodes in the Land of Fire. Brother Ke, wait. Just as Ke was about to leave, Izuna rushed over from the Umbu command post holding a scroll with a grim expression. What's wrong? Ke stopped and turned to look at his younger cousin. Something happened. Izuna handed the scroll to Ke and lowered his voice. We intercepted a message last night. Senju Tobarama secretly left the Senju clan 3 days ago, and his movements were extremely clandestine. However, according to reports from our spies on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan, someone in blue armor was seen entering the Senju clan late last night. Hearing this, Madara, who was already irritable, felt his emotions ignite. Senju Tobarama, that treacherous little brat, what is he planning? Ke, the plan has changed. Madara turned his head, glaring fiercely at Ke. We must mobilize the entire clan immediately and declare war on the Senju and Kagaya regardless of their intentions. We must strike first. Madara's reaction was swift, and his tactical intuition was sharp. This was indeed the expected response of a clan leader facing such intelligence. But Ke remained silent, quietly studying the intelligence on the scroll, a meaningful smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Madara, you are too hasty. Ke closed the scroll and returned it to Izuna. This is the pit Tobarama dug for you. What do you mean? Madara frowned. Tobarama is a clever man. He calculated that we would be eager for revenge due to Taka's death. But if we change our plans now and abandon Kagaya to directly confront the Senju and Uchiha, we will fall right into his trap. The Senju and Kagaya are different. They are very close to each other. Once we get our main force trapped at the Sun-Just defenses, the remnants of the Kagaya clan will launch a surprise attack from behind, and the Sun-Just army will encircle us from the side. At that point, we would be attacked from all sides. Ke chuckled lightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Tobarama wants to use Kagaya to restrain me, to trap me in the quagmire of war, allowing him to take advantage and devour the juicy piece of meat that is the Hyuga clan. It's quite a clever plot. In that case, we shall turn the tables on him. Ke turned to face the west, the direction of the Kagaya clan. Does he think we will fall into the quagmire? Then I shall show him that what he calls a quagmire is merely a small puddle before me. Izuna. Here. Immediately contact Elder Yenshin stationed at Bone Burial Ridge. Ke's tone was decisive. Have him gather the eastern forces to set off on time this afternoon, targeting the Kagaya clan. This afternoon. Izuna was taken aback. It takes half a day to march full speed from Bone Burial Ridge to the Kagaya clan. Leaving this afternoon means arriving in the early morning. Are we going to support you? No. Ke shook his head. It's not support, it's to clean up the battlefield. Although the Kagaya clan has been crippled, their millennia of accumulation still holds some valuable resources. I do not wish to waste it. Izuna and Madara exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Yet looking at Ke's calm expression, their doubts remained unspoken. Understood. Izuna took a deep breath and nodded. I will relay the order immediately. Very well. Ke donned his cloak. I leave this to you. The Kagaya clan's once bustling and noisy valley basin had now turned into a desolate. The sea breeze carried a salty damp scent, dispersing the lingering smoke and blood in the air. Standing at the cliff's edge, Uchiha Ke had his hands in the pockets of his cloak, quietly gazing at the distant sea where a few black dots were shrinking. At that moment, a hurried and orderly sound of footsteps echoed from the forest behind him. Over 100 ninjas dressed in Uchiha clan attire, led by a stern-looking middle-aged man, arrived at the edge of the ruins. It was none other than Uchiha Yenshin. As he charged out of the forest with his troops ready to greet the impending battle, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. There was no enemy resistance, and not even a few intact buildings could be seen. All that met the eye was land that seemed to have been ruthlessly wiped clean by a divine hand. At the end of that desolation, a black silhouette stood at the cliff's edge. Even the battle-hardened Yenshin couldn't help but gasp in surprise. When he received the secret letter from Izuna, he had his doubts. One person challenging an entire clan, especially a prestigious clan like Kagaya. That seemed too childlike. Yet out of obedience to the family order, he still brought his men, even preparing to risk his life to rescue Ke if the battle went poorly. But now, Yenshin forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, quickly walking behind Ke and slightly bowing. Lord Ke. As an elder, he didn't need to be so respectful towards a vice-clan leader, but in the ninja world, strength equated to status, and this scene had thoroughly impressed the strong man. Elder Yenshin, you've arrived. Ke turned around with a calm expression, a little slower than I expected. I encountered some Kagaya stragglers on the way, which delayed me a bit. Yenshin glanced at Ke and cautiously asked, Lord Ke, did you do all this by yourself? Just a bunch of rabble, nothing to be surprised about. Ke replied lightly, this is your responsibility now. Take over all resources, minerals, and land of the Kagaya clan. Alright, I will handle everything. Yenshin took the lead, as harvesting spoils of war was the Uchiha clan's specialty. Very well. Ke nodded, having finished his instructions. Now it was time to deal with the main business. He closed his eyes, concentrating his senses to the utmost, feeling the hairpin he had given to Chikage. After using the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan multiple times, his spatial awareness had risen significantly. As long as you still wear it. Soon he sensed a faint signal, moving rapidly, the coordinates not on the surface of the Hyuga clan, but underground. Moreover, the speed of movement was quick, heading away from the Hyuga clan into the deep mountains. Moving underground. Retreating. Ke opened his eyes, a glint of understanding flashing in them. Just as expected, the trajectory of that coordinate was very hurried, indicating that Chikage was fleeing, while the main force of the Hyuga clan was likely in dire straits. That guy Tobarama is quite fast. Ke snorted coldly. Being able to break through the Hyuga defenses in such a short time showed that Tobarama had indeed put in considerable effort and gathered significant strength. However, that was just fine, since the people had gathered. It saved him the trouble of searching for them one by one. Yenshin. Ke suddenly spoke. Here. After handling things here, establish a forward base at the former site of Kagaya, turning it into our Uchiha Eastern headquarters. This sea area will belong to us from now on. Yes. But Lord Ke, where are you going? Yenshin looked at Ke, somewhat puzzled. To meet a friend. Ke adjusted his somewhat disheveled collar, a cold smile curving at the corners of his mouth. And by the way, to deliver a grand gift to Tobarama. In the back mountain of the Hinata clan's territory, a dense primeval forest obscured the sunlight, with only dappled shadows falling on the moss-covered stone steps. This was an absolute forbidden area, known only to the main family of the Hinata clan, as well as the exit of a secret passage leading to the outside world. With a dull sound of machinery closing the exit disguised as a massive rock slowly opened, and hundreds of Hinata clan members stumbled out. Most of them were members of the main family or elite upper ninjas from the branch families. Their faces were filled with shock, and their clothing was tattered, covered in dust and blood, remnants of the earlier chaos in the passage as they dodged falling rocks and shockwaves. Fortunately, the group did not fall into chaos. The ingrained hierarchical system of the Hinata clan ensured that even in their disheveled state, they maintained a semblance of decorum. Hinata Chikaz stood at the forefront, her elegant kimono torn in several places, yet the calmness emanating from her core provided a slight sense of reassurance to the anxious clan members around her. Count the number of people. Chikaze's voice was a bit hoarse, yet it remained clear and strong. Yes. Several branch family leaders immediately set to work, and soon a report was compiled. Your Highness, besides the voluntary death squad and the leader of the Shinrin clan, the core members of the main family are mostly present along with 200 elite branch members and over 100 children. Hearing the name of the Shinrin clan leader, Chikaze's body trembled slightly, and a trace of unmasked sorrow flashed in her eyes. She quickly took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her emotions. Now was not the time for sorrow. As long as these few hundred people were alive, the roots of the Hinata clan would not rest for a moment, and then proceed. This place is still not safe enough. We should. Just as Chikaz was about to issue her command, she suddenly seemed to sense something and abruptly turned her head to look at an empty space beside her. There was originally nothing there, but at some point a young figure dressed in a black trench coat had appeared out of thin air. The surrounding Hinata guards instantly went on high alert, drawing dozens of kunai and short blades, pointing them at this uninvited guest. Who are you? Don't move. Chikaz quickly shouted to her clan members. Her gaze was fixed on the figure, and the tension that had been taut finally loosened just a bit. You have come. Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of fatigue. Uchiha Kaku ignored the hostile gazes around him, merely surveying the escapee group. He spotted the tightly protected core family members, the children representing the future, and some elite members of the branch families. It seems that even without my arrival you wouldn't have faced any major issues, Kaku remarked as he withdrew his gaze. At least the core bloodline is still intact. You will rise again sooner or later. This statement was somewhat cold, even considered unsympathetic, but at such a critical moment of life and death it held more power than any form of cheap consolation. It now appeared that the original timeline might have faced such an attack, leading the Hinata to a period of disarray immediately after the establishment of Konoha, which is why they had little presence in the early days. Father is still inside. Chikaz paid no heed to Kaku's utilitarian assessment. He stayed behind alone to cover for us. How many clan leaders are attacking? Kaku raised an eyebrow and asked. Including Tobarama, there are 6. Chikaz bit her lip, a flicker of hatred crossing her eyes. Senju Kimono, Tobarama, Shimura Sarutobi, and the Oil Woman, plus Elder Vortex. Those 6 are attacking Father together. Even that old fox from the Vortex clan has joined in. Kaku snorted coldly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Interesting. Tobarama is really going all out to eliminate the Hinata. Where are you going next? Kaku did not linger on the topic and asked directly. First we go to Shortbook Street. Chikaz replied. We have several secret bases there, enough to shelter these people. Besides, it's a mixed area. Oh, we will stay there for a while and decide what to do next. All right, Kaku nodded. Be careful on the road. With those 4 words, Kaku turned and left the spot. Chikaz glanced at the now desolate space with a complicated expression, quickly adjusting her demeanor, and resumed her role as the decisive heir of the Hinata main family. Set off. Target Shortbook Street. On a high ground at the edge of the Hinata clan territory, Kaku's figure quietly appeared. He did not rush in, but stood atop a massive rock looking down at the battlefield below that had already been consumed. At this moment, the Hinata territory had turned into a hellish landscape, with ruins everywhere, and flames raging freely, thick smoke billowing into the sky. Yet at the very center of this hell, where the main family mansion was located, even from several kilometers away, Kaku could still distinctly feel the terrifying chakra fluctuations. This aura. Kaku's pupils constricted sharply as his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated. Through the heavy mist and flames, he fixed his gaze on the source of the chakra explosion. At that center, he saw Hinata Schwanren striking a strange pose, his eyes appearing somewhat unusual. Kaku muttered the name that only existed in myth and legend, his tone carrying a hint of surprise, and beneath the eternal Mangekyo, Kaku could vaguely perceive things invisible to others as a strange power continuously surged into Hinata Schwanren's body. This power was omnipresent, significantly different from chakra, vast and formidable. If one had to describe it, it was somewhat similar to the energy in Sage Mode from the original work, yet with many differences. Boom. As the dense smoke gradually dispersed, the ground became riddled with holes, and there was no color left in the Hinata territory, how everything had turned to dust resembling a desert. Kaku's expression did not show delight. He had long known that the Warring States period was deeply treacherous. Although he had activated his eternal Mangekyo, he still did not dare to guarantee invincibility, especially with figures like Hashirama and Kurizetsu around, not to mention the 8 Gates of Death. After all, the Uchiha Madara from the original work had mentioned red steam, indicating that he must have encountered this body technique. Therefore, it was very likely that this era already possessed this technique, yet he had not received any intelligence regarding it. As for the move that Shinrin used earlier, Kaku had never heard of it. After all, he had not even considered Kagaya's techniques, and even if he did, he wouldn't have imagined it. After all, no matter how powerful the force Shenron had just unleashed was, it belonged to an entirely different realm compared to Kagaya. With a mortal body forcibly wielding divine power. Shenron, you truly have surprised me. Kaku looked down, watching as the white light swept across the land like a massive eraser. He internally estimated the power of that recent strike. It was comparable to the full-powered sword strike of the complete body Susanoo that he had privately tested before. In Madara's words, it was akin to the existence of a tailed beast bomb powerful enough to easily reshape the terrain and cleave mountains. Since his arrival, Kaku had not seen any tailed beasts, but he had reviewed descriptions of tailed beasts and their bombs in the intelligence of the Uchiha clan. Its power can split mountains and seas, far surpassing all ninjutsu in the world. This was the Uchiha clan's evaluation of the former Nine-Tails tailed beast bomb. That was beyond the limits of what a ninja could unleash, akin to the Nine-Tails tailed beast bomb. Perhaps there were ways to evade or divert it, but it was nearly impossible for any ninja to take it heed-in. Of course, except for a certain wooden user with a cheat. Brilliant. Kaku lightly clapped his hands, the red light in his eyes growing increasingly enchanting. Though the cost is heavy, being able to take down over 1,000 people with you before dying and severely injuring 5 shadow-level powerhouses. Hinata Shenron, you truly live up to the title of Celestial Ninja. In the ruins, a few who had miraculously survived were struggling to get up, their faces devoid of the previous arrogance, replaced with gratitude for surviving the disaster and an intense fear of the unknown power. Senju Tobarama leaned against a piece of rubble, gasping for air. His blue armor was completely shattered, and looking at the hellish scene before him, a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. Looking at the few wretched figures below, Kaku adjusted his collar, which had been blown askew by the wind, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. The stage is set, and now. He stepped forward, his figure instantly vanishing from the spot. It's my turn to take the stage.